This young man woke up to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The luxurious items that met his eyes made him even more panicked. "Your Highness, can you see me?" The loud shout from a man beside him startled Lai Han. But at that moment, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. "Hello, who are you?" The man was momentarily stunned. "Don't tell me you don't recognize me." Suddenly, he stopped and slapped his chest hard. "But don't worry, even so, I will continue to serve you. I am Piero Garden, your personal physician." He really couldn't understand what the other person was saying. Lai Han even thought that the person standing in front of him was a madman. However, he was parched right now, so he asked Garden to get him some water. The man moved as fast as the wind, presenting Lai Han with an elaborately carved cup, studded with diamonds and precious stones. Lai Han looked suspiciously at the thing in his hand. It didn't look fake at all. And as he began to take his first sips of water, he also noticed a large mirror placed in front of him. The main point was, the face reflected in the mirror was a completely unfamiliar face. It did not belong to Lai Han, and he had never seen it before. Lai Han immediately choked on the water. Garden was scared out of his wits again. Every time he was startled, he would scream louder than the ambulance sirens Lai Han used to hear during his shifts. Garden hurriedly took a towel to wipe the spilled water from his face. And at this moment, Lai Han had a faint realization. It seemed this was the world of Reikioladria. Imagine Tano, the brain-dead novel he had read before getting dead drunk and tumbling into the Han River. He didn't die, nor was he saved, but instead he transmigrated into the world of the story. What kind of ridiculous plot was this? Lai Han refused to accept this reality and demanded Garden slap him. The man flinched again. How could a subject like him lay a hand on this revered crown prince? Having no other choice, Lai Han had to rely on himself. Even though he was slapping himself, the force was not small at all. The pain from his right cheek reminded him of one thing. This was not a dream. He had become the crown prince in that novel. He had become Reikiel. That also meant the mountains of debt and interest he had to bear when his clinic went bankrupt had become a thing of the past life. Now, Lai Han could live a carefree life without worrying about debt anymore. He was so happy he wanted to jump up and do the full Gangnam-style dance to his heart's content. But his joy was short-lived as Lai Han felt the world spin, and he involuntarily fell backward. Garden rushed forward to catch him. Only then did Lai Han notice that this body was very weak, or to be more precise, too weak. Lai Han began to search his memory for details about the novel, Demon Sword Emperor. Reikiel in that book was just a supporting character who appeared in the first half of the story. He was a character who was always sick and bedridden since childhood. And then, at the age of 22, he passed away. Lai Han was speechless for a moment. Damn it, did God just turn him from a king of debtors into a sickly ghost? Lai Han's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. "How old am I this year?" "Yes, Your Highness, you're 21 years old this year." Garden's honest answer sent Lai Han's mood plummeting straight to the 18th level of hell. He cursed silently. Only 1 year left? He thought he could forget about the debt and live a life of luxury because he was the crown prince. But now Lai Han had turned into someone with only 1 year to live. Reikiel was the crown prince of this kingdom, so Lai Han was sure he had been treated with all the best methods of the era before he transmigrated into the body. However, nothing worked, and the story mentioned that priests began to visit frequently to bless Reikiel. But in the end, he still passed away because he couldn't overcome his illness in the middle of the story. Lai Han clenched his fists. He wanted to live, and now there was only one way to save himself. Thinking of this, Lai Han ordered Garden to bring him many sharp needles. Although he didn't understand what the crown prince was planning, Garden obediently complied. That night, Lai Han sat cross-legged on the bed and took his own pulse. The noteworthy thing was that he actually detected a strange pulse, a group of unusual pulses with abnormal manifestations, often found in patients who are about to die, thus also called the death pulse. At this time, Garden had also brought all the needles he could find to Lai Han. However, they were too large for him to perform acupuncture. Lai Han picked up the smallest one among them and began to heat it over a flame. Garden looked at him suspiciously for a long time before cautiously asking, "Your Highness, what are you planning to do with those needles?" I'm going to stick it into my body," Lai Han said in a very casual tone, but it terrified Garden. He immediately rushed to hug his leg, his eyes like two broken faucets, and began to cry a river of tears again. "Your Highness, please calm down. You are the heir to the throne. I understand that you have suffered a lot of pain, but you must not harm yourself like this. Stop it. It's not what you think. I'm doing this for a good reason. So if nothing happens after I stick this into my body, you have to trust me from now on. Laihan's tone was very calm, which made it impossible for Garden to dissuade him, no matter how worried he was. Don't worry, you won't regret it. With that said, Laihan took off his shirt and lay on his back on the bed, starting to breathe deeply and evenly. The first needle needed to be inserted into the acupoint that affects the most important respiratory organ, the lungs, because Laihan needed to restore his respiratory function before thinking about doing anything else. And to do that, the first point of the 12 meridians he had to needle was the lung meridian of Hantayin. Laihan decisively inserted the first needle, but because the needle tip was too large, he couldn't help but groan. A few times. Next would be the cluster of acupoints on the upper arm. But right at this moment, a virtual window appeared in front of Laihan with a few lines written on it. Your body is reacting positively thanks to your correct acupuncture method. The functions of your internal organs have shown slight signs of recovery. Your lungs have started to work again. Along with those words, Laihan felt himself breathing properly. He could feel fresh, oxygen-rich blood flowing throughout his body as his lungs exchanged gas better. The system then announced that this event had earned Laihan his first 100 HP, bringing his current total HP to 100 points. Laihan, no, it would be more correct to call him Crown Prince Rakiel now, stared blankly at the virtual window for a long time, then tried to reach out and touch it. Seeing this series of unusual actions, Garden couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There was clearly nothing in front of him, yet now Rakiel kept flailing around as if he were catching mosquitoes. This made Garden truly wonder if the Crown Prince had gone mad. Seeing him about to wash his face with tears again, Rakiel had to speak up to reassure him. Garden, I'm not crazy, so don't overreact like that. As he spoke, Rakiel picked up another needle, this time inserting it into the Yunmen acupoint. The needle tip was still huge, but Rakiel's body was gradually adapting to the pain. Correctly needling the Yunmen acupoint gradually eased the chest tightness of this weak body. After continuously inserting a few more needles, the pain struck again. It seemed that continuous acupuncture with these substandard needles hurt Rakiel much more than he had imagined. Garden, standing to one side, was constantly praying to God. He felt that the crown prince of the Magentano royal family had gone mad. The proof was that he was constantly harming himself, and most importantly, he couldn't intervene. Watching Garden kneeling by his bedside, constantly muttering, Rakiel was a bit speechless. But even if he explained now, the man wouldn't understand. Garden could only focus on finishing what he needed to do. After that, he continuously needled the Xiebai, Tianfu, Kongzhe, and Yuji acupoints. Under Rakiel's excellent acupuncture skills, many acupoints were cleared. When the pain subsided, his body felt as light and comfortable as if he were sitting on a massage chair. But even so, Rakiel still couldn't feel any vitality. And finally, he decisively inserted the needle into the Chai's acupoint. The acupuncture for the left lung meridian was a great success. Rakiel was extremely excited. Or to be more precise, his two lungs were extremely excited. They began to dance, having been liberated after so many years of illness. Rakiel also didn't understand how that HP system worked to create such an unscientific effect like this. But with the liveliness of his two lungs, Rakiel's large intestine was also stimulated and joined in the noisy melody. Rakiel looked at the changing words on the virtual window, feeling his medical knowledge. Was deeply insulted, but whatever, being insulted a little in exchange for HP was enough. The partially liberated large intestine gave him 100 HP, and the two lungs gifted him another 200 HP. Rakiel's current score was 600 points, enough for him to unlock his first skills. Looking at the two words skill, Rakiel's chest began to pound with excitement. Like in a game, when you swing a sword, it creates a sword light, or shooting fire from a scepter after casting a spell. Skill, was it referring to abilities found in fantasy novels? Just thinking about it was exciting enough. Rakiel immediately agreed to let the system display the skills that could be unlocked. There were a total of 10 skills, including pulse taking, acupuncture, cupping, moxibustion, prescribing medicine, herb identification, herb gathering, decoction, charging for treatment, and the astrakhan treatment method. Rachiel was a little disappointed. He thought they would be some amazing skills. He himself was a doctor of traditional Oriental medicine. All 10 skills above were things he had already mastered in his previous life. Since he still had to choose one of them, Rachiel thought quite carefully. For every doctor, whether in Western or Eastern medicine, the origin of all treatment methods is diagnosis. Only by making an accurate diagnosis can a doctor provide the correct treatment plan. Therefore, he decided to choose his first skill as pulse taking. Unlocking this skill cost 500 HP, lowering Rachiel's remaining total to 100 points. A new status window appeared before him. The system announced that he had successfully unlocked Pulse Taking Level 1. From now on, by feeling the target's pulse, Rachiel could assess their health condition and view the results in a basic general health report. The first thing Rachiel did after unlocking this skill was to take his own pulse. Now, he no longer had to make the diagnosis himself. The system did it all for him thanks to the pulse-taking skill. After a very quick scan, Rachiel's basic general health report appeared. This young man was 176.2 centimeters tall, but weighed only 53.3 kilograms. No wonder his body was so weak and powerless. In addition, the total scores for his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all at F rank. In summary, the overall pulse diagnosis assessed Rachiel's body as SS rank trash, with an estimated remaining lifespan of 91 days. Receiving this result, Rachiel was so shocked he almost sat bolt upright. He had vaguely guessed it, but he didn't think this body was so useless that its lifespan was only 3 months. Just now, he had used the clockwise acupuncture method, then reduced the force to rotate them. Then, while exhaling, he removed the acupuncture needles with the help of his respiratory system and the drainage method. When Rachiel pulled the last needle from his body, the status window in front of him changed in a flash. His lifespan had increased from 91 to 92 days. It seemed this method was really effective. Rachiel was so excited that he immediately applied acupuncture to the other half of his body. But this time, after finishing, not only did his lifespan not increase, but Rachiel also unexpectedly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. A bright red virtual window appeared, with words on it warning that his body was overloaded from too much acupuncture. Based on the condition of this body, the system analyzed and recommended that acupuncture should only be performed 3 times a week. Garden at the side, seeing his crown prince vomit blood, was about to cry again. But Rachiel had no time to care about him. He was too happy just now and had forgotten one thing. Acupuncture cannot cure the root cause of disease. The important thing is that the patient must be healthy enough to withstand the stimulation of the nerves and meridians. But Rachiel's body was currently in an alarmingly weak state. According to the recent notifications, acupuncture was indeed effective. But the problem was that this body was so useless it couldn't regularly receive that effect. It needed 3 days of rest to continue. But the problem was that if he had acupuncture every 3 days, Rachiel's lifespan would increase by 1 day every 3 days. In total, he would live for an extra month. That was still not enough, and he would still die early as the result in that novel. Rachiel needed to think of a more effective method, and perhaps the fastest, most stable path was still through diet. This meant that from tomorrow, Rachiel would need the support of medicinal herbs. Thinking of this, he began to torment Garden again. He guessed the royal pharmacy contained quite a few good things, so he started to ask around if there were any ingredients containing poison. For example, aconite root. Garden looked at him hesitantly, but finally nodded. Yes, although we don't have it in the main palace, we still import it because this is the crown prince's palace. Good. Rachiel smiled as if he had hit the jackpot, then asked Garden to bring him the aconite root. Yes, but what do you need it for? To eat. Rachiel answered briefly, but these 2 words were a source of horror for Garden. He immediately knelt down, the tears he had struggled to swallow welling up once more. Rachiel felt a bit of a headache. Why was he given such a tearful subordinate? Rachiel simply explained to Garden that this was also part of the treatment process, then ordered him to bring the medicine within 5 minutes, otherwise his life would be in danger. Garden looked at him with doubt for a while before reluctantly leaving. Rachiel had also figured out this man's weakness. As long as it concerned his life, Garden would carry out his requests unconditionally. It's just that the aconite root was truly very poisonous. Not only did a modern Oriental medicine doctor like Rachiel know this, but Garden also knew it well. But in reality, there are two types of aconite root. Among them, the one Rachiel wanted to eat was the smaller root, also known as the daughter root. The aconitine in the aconite root can cause cardiac arrest in those who eat it. But Rachiel knew how to neutralize and control the toxin. In other words, he could turn that poisonous plant into a type of medicinal herb. Although Rachiel asserted it firmly, Garden was clearly still skeptical. He had never heard of turning a poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. Out of respect for Garden's loyalty and concern for him, Rachiel was willing to explain a little. The process he was about to perform was called detoxification. After detoxification, the toxic part of the aconite daughter root would turn into medicine, and that medicine was very good for his treatment. Are you convinced? Rachiel said in a long stream before stopping to ask. Garden looked from him to the ground, and only after a long while did he timidly reply, "Not really, sir. I have never heard of this method before. I don't know where you got that information from or if it's reliable, but if it helps you get better, then I will help you to the end." Immediately after, Garden left the Crown Prince's room with a candle. In truth, what he had just said was not very convincing, but Rachiel's body was getting weaker and weaker, to the point that the royal family was also desperate for not finding any effective method. So, this detoxification thing, Garden thought it was worth a try. In return, when the detoxification process was over, Garden would personally taste it first to ensure safety. The moment the aconite root was brought up, Rachiel was so excited he couldn't wait until tomorrow, and immediately started his work of preparing the tonic. Rachiel began to cook the medicine using all his medical experience from his previous life. The pot of medicine bubbled on the stove, emitting a strange smell. Garden sniffed it again, and still felt it was unusual. After all, this was a medicine cooked from a poisonous ingredient, so he was even more uneasy. When Rachiel wasn't looking, Garden suddenly wailed and grabbed his hand. "Crown Prince, please reconsider. Please." Rachiel jumped. Then he suddenly thought of a mischievous prank. "If you're so scared, why don't you try it first?" He only meant to scare Garden a little, but he didn't expect that upon hearing it, the man would put on a very determined expression. "Yes, Your Highness." Rachiel was a bit shocked. Wasn't this old man very timid? Why did he nod so quickly without a second thought? Come to think of it, in that novel, Garden was an extremely loyal and dedicated person. Initially, he was not a royal physician, but just a physician's assistant. Even the doctors who were initially full of confidence had left in the face of the Crown Prince's illness. And Garden was the only one who remained by Rachiel's side. There was nothing to fault about Garden's character. Unfortunately, after the Crown Prince's death, he was blamed for it and sentenced to death. Looking at Garden's back as he prepared to test the medicine, Rachiel's mood was complicated. He was truly a patient man, a loyal subject, because he felt Garden deserved to live a better life. Perhaps from now on, instead of fighting for his own life, Rachiel also needed to strive to save Garden from the gallows. However, he was also not willing to share his good stuff with him. Like that. After all, it took quite a while to decoct the pot of medicine. If he let Garden test for poison, how long would he have to wait? So Rachiel advised Garden to calm down and wait for the medicine to cool before drinking. He actually believed it. It's just that watching Rachiel's proficient movements, Garden became curious. Come to think of it, how do you know these remedies? "Sir." Garden's question made Rachiel a little guilty. His loyalty was to the real Rachiel. If he knew he wasn't him, it would be very troublesome. So Rachiel, without batting an eye, began to make up the most ridiculous story possible. That a mage had visited him in his dreams every night, and seeing his sickly, near-death state, took pity on him and gave him some special remedies. The story sounded so absurd that even Rachiel found it hard to believe, yet Garden reluctantly believed it. At this point, the medicine had cooled down a bit. Rachiel took advantage of the moment the other was still lost in the dream story he had just told, and with the fastest speed, like a thieving mouse, drank the entire bowl of medicine. Garden was astonished, then dazed. The Crown Prince actually used a dirty trick to stop him from testing the medicine. As for Rachiel, about 5 seconds after drinking the bowl of medicine, his body began to react. His heart beat very fast, as if it wanted to explode from his chest. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, Rachiel didn't believe his remedy was useless. Sure enough, when he endured a little longer, the system sent a new notification. The content was basically that the bowl of medicine Rachiel decocted was perfect. The daughter root had eliminated the cold chi and pain inside the body, while also increasing metabolism. Most importantly, it also awakened the astrakhan energy core. Rakiel was a little surprised by this gain. The Astrakhan Energy Core was a technique created by the legendary sword master known as Javier Astrakhan and the nobleman he served, Lloyd Frontera. This technique was only passed down to the direct line of the Magentano royal family, and thus it was a symbol of the royal family. Since the owner of this body was the crown prince, he must have learned the Astrakhan Energy Core since he was a child. It was just a pity that due to his weak body, he was only able to awaken it now. The Astrakhan Energy Core Skill Level 1 created a circle around Rakiel's heart, helping him process or increase the mana absorbed by that circle, while also circulating the mana. At this moment, Rakiel could feel as if a donut was covering his heart. He could feel life surging through his body with every breath. That was also the first time he felt the thing called mana. This feeling made Rakiel really want to let out a loud wah. But just a second later, the porcelain bowl in Rakiel's hand fell and shattered. Because a sudden pain struck, it squeezed Rakiel's heart, making him feel like his heart was about to shatter. The circle around his heart seemed to be tightening around Rakiel's heart. Garden panicked when he saw the crown prince collapse. But now he was no longer lucid enough to hear what he was saying. The system was constantly sending danger warnings as the mana circle was putting too much pressure on Rakiel's heart. The balanced growth between it and his heart was gone. This led to the risk that Rakiel's heart could stop beating. Rakiel tried to breathe to keep his mind clear. The system said that the growth between the heart and the mana circle was imbalanced. Did this mean the size of the heart and the mana circle were no longer compatible? Come to think of it, Rakiel had been weak since childhood and never had time to train his mana circle. It wasn't until he was 22 that he helped him unlock this skill. So it could be said that the mana circle was like a ring that no longer fit, constantly constricting his heart. Rakiel's right hand was on his left chest, wanting to squeeze his heart. If this was the situation, he couldn't shrink his heart, so there was only one way left, which was to expand the size of that mana circle. Rakiel gathered the last shred of his conscious mind, closed his eyes, and felt his body. He could almost see the scene inside his left chest, as the mana circle was constantly tightening around his heart. If he wanted to live, Rakiel had no choice but to expand the circle, and immediately he grabbed it, using his strength to stretch it out. This thing was not an ordinary rope, but a mana circle, so it created enormous resistance. Rakiel felt like he was about to faint from exhaustion. But thinking of his failure in his past life, his reason once again urged him to fight. Rakiel never forgot the moment the rumor that his clinic was a source of an outbreak spread out. The clinic had to close, and he lost all his patients. He was so stressed that his hair even fell out in large patches. On top of that, rent, debts, and interest kept piling up. Rakiel at that time even had to mortgage his house to pay off his debts. Thinking of the beautiful house he had to pawn off, the strength from deep within Rakiel's subconscious seemed to awaken. He had given it his all, even though his body was almost numb. And the fighting spirit of someone who had once failed truly had heaven-defying power. Rakiel had succeeded in doing the impossible, which was to stretch the mana circle that was binding his heart. When he regained consciousness, the first thing that met Rakiel's eyes was Garden's tear-streaked face. Then came a blue virtual window, no longer a glaring red warning. Thanks to the beneficial stimulation, the king of the internal organs, Rakiel's heart, had also been awakened. Rakiel could clearly feel his heart pounding in his chest. It felt like all his internal organs were throwing a party to welcome this king's return. Although this body was still very shabby, at least a healthy heart meant that life was gradually returning. The system also announced that the balanced growth between the heart and the mana circle had been reestablished, and Rakiel was the first person in history to acquire a mana slot. Rakiel was a bit confused about this mana slot concept. It seemed quite similar to an item slot in a game. Anyway, he would find out its function through use later. Rakiel suddenly remembered an important matter, which was to quell the worries of the person standing in front of him now. Garden had been crying all this time, so Rakiel suddenly stood up, like a corpse rising from the grave, which gave Garden a fright. His sudden burst of energy made the man a bit suspicious. "You look like you were in a lot of pain just now. Was that a side effect of that medicine?" I just choked a little." Rakiel acted as if nothing was wrong, even patting his chest loudly to reassure Garden. But this action of his made the man even more panicked. After all, Garden had just witnessed with his own eyes Rakiel writhing in a critical condition. so it was unavoidable that he would be suspicious of his actual state now. Rakiel had no intention of explaining at length and told Garden to clean up the broken pieces on the floor for him. "Oh, and one more thing. Thank you," he said suddenly. "What, sir?" Garden seemed deeply shocked because the Crown Prince had said thank you when he hadn't even done anything yet. If you can't hear it, just ignore it. After leaving Gadin behind, Rakiel began to seriously evaluate what he had just acquired, which was the mana slot. If he wasn't mistaken, he had just acquired something incredible, a technique used to store substances mixed with mana. Each slot would have a capacity of 10 liters. He could store it by eating it. To clarify these doubts, Rakiel looked at the water jug beside his bed. It seemed like a perfect substance for experiments like this. The jug contained about 2 liters of water, and he thought of a concept called the median lethal dose. It was a term used to test how much toxin a substance contained, a dose that could cause death in 50% of test subjects. To put it simply, if a substance was used at its median lethal dose, there would be a 50% chance that Rakiel would die from it. Even if he didn't die, he would have to endure immense pain or become a vegetable. For a standard weight of 50 kilograms, the median lethal dose of water for a human is about 5.4 liters. But Rakiel's body was so frail that only about 3.9 liters would be enough. He lifted the water jug with both hands, but couldn't help but tremble. This body was truly wretched beyond words. Rakiel began to chug the water from the jug. He wanted to try storing the water he was drinking. Sure enough, after drinking about half the jug, a status window began to appear. Rakiel had successfully stored 1 liter of water, yet he didn't feel full at all. To be sure, Rakiel tried drinking a few more jugs. But even after drinking a full 10 liters of water, his body felt normal. And when Rakiel wanted to draw the water out, he could do it easily. This feeling was incredibly magical. Rakiel felt like a human version of a camel, able to retrieve as much water as he wanted. Now he knew how to use it, the mana slot. Next, Rakiel had a bold idea. It was to combine this with the Astrahan technique, because this technique specialized in absorbing, amplifying, and releasing mana. Perhaps it could release the water stored in his body in a different form. Rakiel focused his mind, feeling the flow of mana circulating around his heart. Then, a sphere of water appeared in the palm of his hand. Rakiel was a little surprised by the rather unscientific sight. After that, he intended to pour the stream of water back into the jug. However, at this point, things did not go as Rakiel had hoped. He had originally intended to control the stream of water to pour it slowly into the jug. But in the end, because the force of projection was too strong, Rakiel shattered the elaborately carved glass jug on the table. Looking at the shattered jug, Rakiel felt a little guilty. He had thought that the mana stored with the water would flow slowly and gently. He didn't expect it to suddenly turn into a water spout. Moreover, another serious problem occurred. Because a loud noise suddenly came from the Crown Prince's room, Gadin rushed in with the royal guards. They thought an assassin was attacking the Crown Prince. Rakiel immediately made up a reason that he had smashed the water jug out of anger. On the table, the captain of the royal guards and Gadin glanced at each other. Rakiel could see their eyes filled with suspicion. Even he thought it sounded stupid. A few seconds later, the captain of the royal guards bowed politely. "It's all right, Your Highness. Are you injured anywhere?" Rakiel let out a loud huh. Did they really believe him, or were they just being lenient because he was the Crown Prince? After that, a few quick-footed soldiers began to clean up the scattered shards on the floor. The captain of the royal guards asked Gadin to escort Rakiel to the second bedroom. He was even careful enough to carry Rakiel to the room on his back. After bandaging the wound, Gadin placed him on the bed and carefully covered him with a blanket. The privileges of royalty were no joke to be cared for so meticulously. Rakiel lay still on the bed, trying not to do anything stupid to draw their attention again. The recent accident made him think a lot. The mana circle and meridians around his heart had created a flow of mana. That flow ran through his shoulder and right arm, was continuously amplified, and was finally released forcefully. That blast contained a lot of power and energy. With a sound that loud, it was ridiculous that Gadin and the others thought Rakiel had smashed the porcelain jug himself. But anyway, until he could master how the mana flow worked, Rakiel was not allowed to cause any more trouble. He had tinkered enough for today and needed a good night's sleep to recover. From now on, Rakiel also had to experiment more carefully so that no one would discover that a different soul was now in their Crown Prince's body. However, the fact that Rakiel had been showing strange behavior recently had already been reported by a loyal servant to Emperor Asterion Testarossa Magentano. After hearing that the crown prince had harmed himself by sticking needles into his body and even drinking poison, the emperor seemed extremely furious. Rakiel, what in the world are you doing? Huh. The next day, after waking up, the first thing Rakiel did was to brew 10 liters of medicine from ephedra and asarum. Today, to be safe, he had kicked Gadin out of the room before taking action. Otherwise, he would probably faint if he saw him drink all this medicine at once. But Gadin, being worried, kept peeking inside from time to time. He saw Rakiel starting to prepare that strange medicine again. Are you going to drink that again? But your highness, didn't you suffer great pain when you drank it yesterday? Already told you, it was just because I choked, but this time you're brewing so much medicine. I'm worried. I told you this is just for an experiment. I'll only drink a little, and I'll throw the rest away, Rakiel reassured him. Gadin was half convinced, half doubtful. After all, the crown prince had been up to all sorts of foolish things lately. But once again, he was kicked out by Rakiel. After getting rid of this human camera, he immediately began his career of storing mana. Rakiel used all his strength to lift the 10-liter pot of medicine. Then he started chugging it down. With the mana slot ability, he successfully absorbed 10 liters of herbal medicine without feeling full at all. He even felt a little comfortable. After that, Rakiel began to slowly release the decoction of ephedra and asarum into his body over the next few days, so that they could do their job well. Rakiel's internal organs were very pleased with the correct and regular dosage of herbal medicine. They started giving Rakiel HP points, but 500 points were not enough. They weren't enough for Rakiel to extend his lifespan. Moreover, a new problem arose. Because he had been releasing the herbal medicine for several days, Rakiel's internal organs began to get tired of this decoction of ephedra and asarum. Rakiel, however, decided to be a patriarch. After all, the organs were his. Whatever he made them drink, they had to drink. So, for the following days, Rakiel continued to slowly release the medicine, 0.1 liters at a time. One evening, while having dinner, Rakiel suddenly received a notification that his life had been extended by 50 days. He was so happy he jumped his feet. It really worked. The maid who was bringing the food was startled. So much so that she dropped the plate she was carrying. Rakiel quickly apologized for startling her, but the maid knelt down in fear, begging for forgiveness. Seeing the girl's trembling figure, Rakiel suddenly felt confused. I'm fine. You don't have to apologize to me. Are you hurt anywhere? His tone was clearly one of genuine concern, but for some reason, the maid trembled even more violently. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I won't do it again. Please don't whip me like last time. I beg you. Rakiel was astonished. Did the real Rakiel, with his decrepit body, really act so fiercely as to whip a maid? And now he was being blamed for it. A whip? Did I ever hit you with a whip? Rakiel asked doubtfully. He just hoped the maid would say no. No, Your Highness, the girl replied. But before Rakiel could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, You never hit me personally. The feeling of guilt surged up intensely once again. Rakiel asked the maid to recount what had happened before. It turned out that because she had accidentally spilled a drop of water on the real Rakiel's sleeve, he had ordered his subordinates to whip her. Rakiel could only feel indignant after hearing this. That crown prince was weak, yet so beastly. No wonder he was cursed by the heavens and never recovered. All right, clean up and you may leave. Rakiel slumped onto the bed in despair. The girl, seeing she wasn't going to be beaten, was happier than if it were a festival. The way she ran out of the room, as if escaping from a prison, struck Rakiel even harder. More intensely, Rakiel called Gadin into the room. He used the excuse that his serious illness had made his mind unclear lately, and he could no longer remember past events. Therefore, he wanted Gadin to tell him about the things he had done and how he had treated Gadin and the other servants before. Yes, of course, Your Highness. Gadin seemed enthusiastic, but he was cut off by Rakiel after just a few words. If you dare to lie, I will drink this whole bowl of poison right in front of you. It was just one sentence, but it completely subdued Gadin. Having no other choice, Gadin had to honestly recount everything. From that, Rakiel learned just how tyrannical and cruel the crown prince was before he transmigrated into this body. Now he understood why Gadin and the royal guards believed the ridiculous reason that he had smashed the jug out of anger. because their crown prince's temperament had never been gentle. But at the same time, this new information raised a question for Rakiel. Then Gadin, why are you still not afraid of me? Since you are the one closest to me, you must have suffered the most. Because I believe in you, Gadin affirmed resolutely. I know what kind of person you truly are, Your Highness. Gadin recounted the days when he was young and worked as a doctor's assistant, when Rakiel was just a kid as tall as 3 blades of grass. But one rainy day, when the entire crown prince's palace was in a panic because Rakiel had disappeared, Gadin found him huddled under a tree, sheltering a chick from the rain. Therefore, when he grew up and became tyrannical, Gadin still believed it was just because of his illness, and that once he was cured, the real Rakiel would return. I am sure that my faith has now been rewarded, Gadin said, recalling the moment Rakiel sincerely thanked him. You old man, you like my change in personality that much, huh? Rakiel laughed. Of course, sir. Looking at Gadin's happy smile, Rakiel suddenly felt that he was more of a parent to him than the Emperor, whom he had not seen even once since transmigrating here. To repay Gadin's trust a little, Rakiel gave him all the desserts on the dining table, something that had seemingly never happened with other members of the royal family. But this little bit of food was nothing compared to Rakiel's gratitude towards Gadin. It was also for this reason that he swore on the honor of his 2 lives that he would survive, partly for himself, and partly so that Gadin would not have to suffer the pain of being unjustly hanged as in that novel. While Gadin was busy stuffing a croissant into his mouth, the door to the crown prince's room suddenly burst open. A servant rushed in to announce that the Emperor had ordered Rakiel to be summoned immediately. At this moment, in the majestic palace of the Emperor, magnificent, Rakiel, dressed in the royal crown prince's attire, walked in with steady steps. He looked straight at the Emperor. He immediately knelt down to perform the greeting ritual, saying, I, Prince Rakiel Audria Magentano, express my reverence to the Emperor, the rightful ruler of this land. He was Astilian Zestarosa Magentano, the Emperor of the Magentano Empire. He looked at him deep in thought. After observing for a moment, he was astonished by something he saw. Astilian looked at Rakiel and thought to himself, the Astrahan healing method. How could someone as weak as him perform that? At this moment, his whole body suddenly began to tremble from kneeling for too long. He sensed something from him and thought to himself, he seems uneasy in my presence. Perhaps I was wrong about him. Waiting for a long time, the Emperor still hadn't responded, making Rakiel try to hold on, gritting his teeth to endure his increasingly trembling legs. My legs are so numb. Say something quickly so I can stand up. Finally, Astilian spoke. Is life in the Annex Palace to your liking? He replied, Yes, your majesty. But in his head, he thought irritably, is he really going to make me talk while kneeling? Suddenly, he frowned and continued, Humph, I heard you tried to injure yourself with needles and drank poison. Is that right? Hearing that, Rakiel immediately looked up and reacted strongly. No, that's not it. He scolded angrily. You fool, how dare you call yourself a descendant of this royal family? Astilian rested his chin on his hand and lectured, You are a proud member of my bloodline. You must not lose your dignity. After hearing that, he could only lower his head in silence. He mentioned the crown and continued, If you cannot bear the weight of the crown simply because of your health. His eyes lit up as he stared and listened. Isn't it time for you to make a wiser choice? Rakiel looked at Astilian's expression and thought suspiciously. A wiser choice? You old fox, he must be plotting something for this meeting. He rested his chin on his hand, sitting above and looking down. I will not beat around the bush any longer. Suddenly, he became serious. I want you to renounce your title as crown prince and pass it to your younger brother, the second prince. He was stunned but inwardly pleased. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Rakiel immediately replied without hesitation, Your Majesty, please forgive me, but... He smiled and said calmly, I refuse. Hearing this, Astilian became angry, his hand gripping the armrest of the chair so tightly that his veins bulged. What? Suddenly he stood up and shouted, Refuse? You dare to refuse me? Rakiel calmly replied, Yes, that's right. Yet he told himself, the pressure is immense, but I must not back down. It's obvious he would react this way. From the beginning, he had the right to strip me of my title as crown prince. The reason he asked is because he wants the eldest son to abdicate the title of crown prince in a benevolent, kind, and voluntary manner acknowledging his younger brother. Worthy of receiving the crown from the eldest brother, truly a smart political move. I may still be a good-for-nothing and unreliable, but I have no intention of giving in. Rachiel looked with satisfaction at his furious expression and thought, he must be very anxious now. Astelion walked down the steps and asked, do you not respect my decision? What does the title of prince mean to you? He moved closer, looking down and asking further, are you only satisfied once you have brought shame upon me and the entire royal family? Hearing those words, he hesitated. TSK, I don't even give a damn about that title. At this moment, he calculated in his head, I really want to give it to the second prince or someone else and enjoy my life. But if I agree to his proposal, this country will be doomed just because of that second prince. An emperor of the demonic sword, the second prince appeared talented and diligent. However, a period of chaos would erupt. The second prince is a hothead who lacks the skills to handle that chaos. His reign will cause the entire empire and the royal family to collapse. I must do everything to prevent that. Rachiel stood up and said, I may look weak as you say, but I have not lost my wisdom and sagacity. He continued, the title of prince is not that valuable to me. What is important to me is the prosperity and peace of our royal family. The emperor's sharp gaze turned towards him. Well said. He was also full of confidence, and not just that. Therefore, Rachiel made a suggestion, so I want to make a proposal. Astelion didn't understand. A proposal? He placed his hand on his chest and said firmly, give me a chance to prove who can better bear the weight of the crown, me or the second prince. By now he had returned to his palace, and a voice spoke up, sir. As Rachiel walked, looking exhausted, Gadon followed behind and asked, why did the emperor summon you? Hearing the question, he turned his head slightly, smiled, and replied, nothing. He just wanted me to abdicate the throne to the second prince. Hearing that, he was completely stunned. Rachiel waved his hand confidently. Don't worry, I already refused. Hearing that, Gadon covered his mouth with both hands, still in shock. His face lit up with excitement as he turned his head back and gave a thumbs up. I also proposed a sword duel with the second prince. Suddenly, he became melancholic when he saw something. Gadon, what are you doing? Gadon was sadly packing his belongings into a bag. I'm getting my things ready to leave. He shouted angrily, what did you say? Over here. Astelion stood by the window, lost in thought. He spoke his thoughts about the earlier conversation aloud. He wanted a chance to show who is more worthy between the two of them. Then Astelion looked into the distance. Was this his personality all along? I accept your proposal. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zekiel and Gadon were fighting over the bag. I told you I would win. Gadon didn't believe Zekiel and pulled the bag back as he replied, how could you possibly win? The next day in the city, blue clouds drifted by, the weather was wonderful, and down at the bustling palace, a crowd of people had gathered. Flags fluttered in the wind. The powerful people had also taken their seats. Astelion looked down below, his expression as cold as ice. People stood all around, and in the middle, only the second prince and Zekiel were warming up. The ladies standing outside were very excited, shouting, Prince Theodore is so handsome. How glorious will his victory be? At this moment, Theodore's footsteps were approaching Zekiel. As he got close to Zekiel, he saw him lying down and stretching. Zekiel looked up in wonder. He was Theodore Palermo Magentano, the second prince of the Magentano Empire. With a worried expression, he said, Prince, you don't have to do this. The second prince continued, I hate to say this, but you know how this is going to end. Zekiel stood up with a displeased frown. The end? Are you already claiming victory? The two faced each other, and Theodore spoke. The emperor said you proposed a duel to help me become more worthy of the throne. Hearing that, Zekiel felt helpless. What nonsense is this? Suddenly, he clutched his head dramatically. You know it too. The result will be the same. I don't want you to risk your life for this at all. I won't allow it. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me like this. Zekiel gave a sinister smile and thought, you two must be gravely mistaken. Sorry, but Gadon then brought out a huge shield made of iron armor for Zekiel. He immediately dropped it on the ground with a loud thud. This startled everyone and made them curious. At this moment, Astelion couldn't help but be surprised. He gripped the armrests of his chair, looking stunned and bewildered. Even Theodore was frozen and dumbfounded. He said excitedly, taunting, I don't plan on losing. Zekiel's face was filled with determination, visible in every feature. Early in the morning at the castle, a voice was heard. The crown prince is so strange. Sure, what if someone hears you? At this moment, everyone gathered in a bustling circle, whispering to each other, don't you think so? The second prince is gifted in swordsmanship with a magic circle, and he even learned swordsmanship from a renowned knight. Ezekiel held a huge shield, got into position, and gave a confident smile. Gadin, standing on the outside, was somewhat worried for him. The crown prince has no chance of winning. This is truly a joke. The scene flashes back to the past, recalling when he was seriously training, saying, "Joke? I told you I'm serious. I want to win." At that time, Gadin, with a sad and fearful expression, hesitated and said, "But your highness." Before he could finish, he was cut off. It's fine. I'm glad no one has any expectations of me, so I don't feel any pressure." After hearing that, he immediately placed his hand on his chest and shouted, "Of course, I believe you will win." Ezekiel was incredulous. Liar, who would believe you? At this moment, he was full of excitement, supporting and boosting his morale. Right then, he also stopped training, panting with his hands clenched, saying, "3 times if I can block 3 of the second prince's attacks." Suddenly, he held up 3 fingers with a determined look in his eyes. "I will win." Back in the present, Gadin clasped his hands in prayer. "Please, I hope he can return safely." From high above, Astelion made a speech that made everyone look up. Today, he continued, "This duel will decide who is the heir to the throne." Everyone listened intently. The rules are very simple. Even Ezekiel was serious. If the crown prince can resist for 5 minutes or defeat the second prince, the crown prince will win. On this side, the second prince also drew his sword. Conversely, if the crown prince cannot do one of these 2 things, the victory will belong to the second prince. And now, the 2 of them faced each other. Theodore thought to himself, "Brother, it has come to this. I will put an end to it as quickly as possible." A clear voice shouted, "The duel begins." Suddenly, a sword fell at his feet. Astelion frowned, both surprised and bewildered. The spectators also murmured among themselves, "What? It's already over? Is it that boring?" It was Ezekiel. He had thrown his sword aside. Even the second prince was surprised and asked confusedly, "Are you surrendering?" Theodore was actually secretly happy, thinking to himself, "I really didn't want to point my sword at someone so weak. What a relief." Then Theodore looked at the people around him and silently assessed, "But I can't believe he would give up so easily in front of so many people here." He was apprehensive. This could tarnish the image of the royal family. Theodore fell into a state of bewilderment, not knowing what to do. Should I talk to him to get him to continue the duel? No, I shouldn't. He's sick after all. But father is watching. Ignoring everyone around him, Ezekiel gripped the shield with both hands. Then Ezekiel placed it neatly in front of him, adjusting it into the correct position. Because it was so big and heavy, it made a loud noise. Seeing this, Theodore was very surprised and realized he chose to defend instead of making a half-hearted attack. "It seems he wants to hold out for 5 minutes instead of defeating me. A good choice. Then I'll go all out to end this quickly." At this moment, he realized his strategy and gave a sinister smile. And Theodore began to summon his power. At this moment, he opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit. Instantly, he took off, moving at an incredible speed, appearing right in front of Ezekiel before anyone could see him move. Astelion sat above, observing the duel and thinking to himself, that attack has weight, power, and magic accompanying it. The shield will collapse no matter how he tries to block it. Below, Ezekiel also gritted his teeth to block the second prince's tremendous attack. Although Theodore attacked fiercely, he prayed, "Brother, please don't fall backwards and make a fool of yourself. Even if you want to lose, please kneel down and defend to preserve some dignity." The attack ended, and the thick smoke gradually dissipated, yet he still calmly held the shield, thinking, "After this, I'll launch an attack from above." The second prince's eyes widened in disbelief. He blocked that last attack. Everyone's jaw dropped. At this moment, the surroundings were in an uproar. What was that? The crown prince blocked the attack of the second prince. Even the emperor couldn't sit still. Ezekiel sat in the posture he had practiced before, circulating his internal energy while everyone was still whispering, "The second prince must have gone easy on the crown prince. He's so kind of scary." Ezekiel's eyes suddenly turned cold, as if he only wanted to win. Theodore also thought angrily, "That look says it wasn't a coincidence, but even so, it won't change anything." He gritted his teeth, preparing to launch another attack. Theodore gripped his sword with both hands. He used even more force than before, attacking him like a beast. Ezekiel's hands were weakening, unable to withstand the immense force. Both were determined, one trying to block while the other enthusiastically launched attacks. For a moment, unable to block, he was thrown far away. Gadden cried out in alarm, "Your Highness!" After being sent flying, he regained his balance and got angry. "Damn it, my head is spinning." Ezekiel's hands were trembling uncontrollably. "Now my wrists are completely numb." He then recalled a critical situation. "However, back when I was a police officer, I blocked a ton of things. That last move was nothing." Theodore was astonished to see the shield still standing firm. The two continued to attack and defend continuously, the shield along with his ability. Yet despite using so much strength, he still couldn't move that shield. Theodore continued to attack. Ezekiel persistently blocked. Behind the shield, Ezekiel thought, "It absorbs the power of the slashes much better than I thought." Ezekiel smiled smugly and confidently. "In this case, this thing will be even more effective." After a while of attacking, the exhausted second prince said, "I don't know if you're trying to win," but before he could finish, they both simultaneously shouted loudly, "Take this." At that moment, Theodore flew high up into the sky. He dove straight down to strike, his sword scraping horribly against the shield. He had been waiting for this blow. Ezekiel took a defensive stance. "I've trained my lower body to prepare for this." At the same time, the system appeared. "I thought you wanted to die." "Goodness, pulmonary edema. But we did our best to raise the overall grade to D rank. We worked so hard day and night that our sphincters almost gave out completely." He recalled how he had prepared thoroughly. The shield was specially made by the royal blacksmith. At this moment, Ezekiel was continuously pouring a cocktail into his mouth. Ezekiel was delighted, "A delicious cocktail for my cute little brother." The system also announced, "Activating loading function for slot number 1. Please select the loading quantity." Ezekiel ordered 0.2 liters. The two streams of energy seemed to merge. Suddenly, Ezekiel's energy wrapped around Theodore's legs, immobilizing him. The crowd watched intently in confusion. The emperor was utterly stunned. Even Theodore himself was confused, saying what? Theodore and Ezekiel stood in the middle of the crowd, preparing to face each other. Theodore held his sword in a ready stance, while Ezekiel held his shield firmly. Theodore's whole body swayed unsteadily. His steps were erratic, as if he was about to fall. His face was flushed, and a confused Theodore looked around, not understanding what was happening. Theodore coughed dryly a few times in bewilderment. "What is this?" Meanwhile, Ezekiel looked at his opponent with great confidence. Theodore, as described in the demonic emperor's sword, was someone who couldn't even handle a single cup of alcohol. Seeing Theodore's staggering figure, Ezekiel grew even more smug and smiled slyly. "I put a cocktail bomb containing 20 different types of hard liquor in there last night, just for this moment." Theodore tried to maintain his composure, stammering, "I'm sure I hit the shield, but something just penetrated my body and mixed with my mana." His vision blurred. Everything was turning upside down. Something has penetrated something. But his fighting spirit made Theodore grip his sword once more to face him. "No, I have to focus my mind. The result won't change. I just need to defeat my brother within 5 minutes." He thought of the king and the attentive courtiers giving him all their praise when he reached his long-desired position. "Then father will notice me. I will receive the cheers of thousands of people in the palace, and I will succeed as the proud crown prince. That would be for the best." Theodore silently strengthened his resolve for the royal family, for the empire, and for my brother whose health is not good. Ezekiel carefully looked at his condition. "Has it taken him down yet?" Suddenly, to Ezekiel's disbelief, Theodore exclaimed, "So what?" Theodore frowned with determination, pointing the tip of his sword at him, his face flushed from being drunk. "I will win." With that, he dashed forward to attack Ezekiel. Each swift and decisive sword strike was swung with a fiery spirit. "Here I come, brother." Ezekiel urgently blocked his fierce attacks and exclaimed in disbelief, "He can withstand my cocktail bomb?" Suddenly, Theodore swung his sword high, the sunlight shining down as if to fuel his strength. Then Theodore gritted his teeth and slashed straight at Ezekiel's sturdy shield. He tensed up, bracing with all his might. "All right, the second round of the cocktail bomb is on me." The system displayed a notification at his request. 0.1 liters of the cocktail bomb contained in the circle has been released. Ezekiel's eyes burned with anger as he silently exclaimed, Drink it all, down it in one gulp. Theodore's eyes suddenly widened as if he felt something invading his body. In his subconscious, he was sitting at a bar under a warm yellow light. Theodore looked around in confusion and exclaimed, "Where is this? I'm in the middle of a fight." Opposite him was a bartender slowly shaking a shaker in his hands. A moment later, he pushed an alluring, bright red glass of liquor towards Theodore. The friendly bartender gestured to one side and explained, "The gentleman over there paid for this drink. Of yours." Theodore followed his gesture and looked over. Ezekiel was nearby, enjoying a glass of precious liquor. As if sensing someone was looking at him, Ezekiel turned his head to notice Theodore. He winked with a friendly smile and held out his half-finished glass, gesturing for a toast. Cheers. Back in reality, Theodore was in a state of panic. His face grew even redder as more strong liquor was poured into him. Ha, am I hallucinating? Ezekiel confidently tossed the heavy shield aside to face him. He took a long, deep breath. "Now, let me help you sober up a bit." Then he confidently lunged to attack the bewildered, drunken Theodore opposite him. The system's notification sounded, releasing the liquid contained in the circle. The energy Ezekiel had just absorbed gathered into a small vortex in his palm. "This is going to hurt a little." Then he released all the powerful magic towards Theodore. "Brace yourself." Taking the full brunt of Ezekiel's heavy attack, Theodore gasped and coughed in pain. He was knocked backward by Ezekiel without any resistance. The sword that had been held tightly in Theodore's hand was also knocked from his grasp. Theodore was knocked down, lying helpless on the field in front of everyone. The spectators also couldn't believe it, their mouths agape in shock. They clearly hadn't expected this and stared at the unbelievable scene before them. Even Astelion was endlessly astonished by the unforeseen outcome of this match. Ezekiel smiled confidently, satisfied with his achievement, and began to withdraw his magic. The entire gallery was silent. No one uttered a word, even though the match was over. Astelion frowned, unable to help but wonder, "Ezekiel, was that really the Astrahan core technique?" He looked at the energy Ezekiel released in disbelief. "I thought I saw it wrong." He looked again towards the people nearby, who were also emitting a mixed aura, although there was a lot of mixed energy from everyone around in the air. Astelion felt two powerful magical flows fluctuating around both himself and Ezekiel and exclaimed, "And despite being so far away, I can feel the resonance of the magic circle with extreme clarity." A moment later, Theodore vaguely regained consciousness. He wondered in a daze, Suddenly, he shot up when he saw Ezekiel sitting down and gently examining his ankle. Theodore broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in confusion, "Brother." Ezekiel cut him off, channeling magic into his leg to heal it. "Shoo, I've purified the stagnant mana." Looking at the pure energy he was releasing, Theodore, like everyone else, couldn't help but be stunned. Is that the Astrahan core technique? How is that possible? Ezekiel replied calmly, as if it were obvious. "So what? Maybe I'm just a late bloomer." Then Theodore frantically looked around for the precious sword he had dropped earlier. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit the result of this match. "I lost." Ezekiel didn't seem to care much, and just replied nonchalantly, "Why is that so unexpected?" The wound on his forehead was still bleeding. Ezekiel didn't notice and continued sincerely, "It's okay. Actually, I didn't expect it either." Theodore noticed and said loudly to remind him, "Brother, your head is bleeding." Ezekiel was surprised and quickly wiped away the blood. My head must have hit the shield while blocking your attack." Theodore suddenly fainted, softly uttering, "Brother." In his heart, he marveled he really used everything he had in the match. Theodore remembered Ezekiel's resilient image during the fight, how he gave it his all with that fragile body and fought without backing down a single step. Then he remembered his own arrogant attitude from before and reprimanded himself. And what about my attitude during the battle? I acted as if victory was already mine. Theodore reflected with regret. I was too arrogant. Ezekiel spoke, interrupting Theodore's train of thought. Ezekiel suddenly exclaimed, "There, it's done." He struggled his feet, but didn't forget to ask about his younger brother. "How are you feeling?" Theodore clenched his fists and said self-reproachfully, "I am deeply ashamed of myself." Ezekiel raised an eyebrow in confusion upon hearing his words. No, I meant your physical condition." Theodore was stunned and replied in surprise, "I feel much better." Ezekiel put his hands on his hips, looking proud of his ability. Is that so? He thought smugly. Of course, I absorbed all the alcohol from your body. Suddenly, Theodore got up, knelt, and bowed sincerely before him. With a solemn posture, he seriously declared, I, second Prince Theodore Polesmo Magentano, formally accept my defeat in the duel with Crown Prince Ezekiel. He announced clearly and loudly before all the witnesses, in the presence of His Majesty and the subjects. Everyone was simultaneously stunned, their mouths agape at Theodore's action. Then they raised their hands in response to his words and cheered enthusiastically. Ezekiel was also endlessly astonished, stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms, overjoyed, and shouted loudly, I did it, in the excited crowd. Garden quickly wiped away his emotional tears and exclaimed, Oh, Your Highness, to think that you could be this happy is truly hard to believe. At this moment, Ezekiel was full of anticipation, his eyes wide with interest. It's finally appeared. Immediately after, a series of system notifications about his achievements appeared. You have successfully healed someone other than yourself for the first time in this world. A skill has been unlocked from a great achievement. Request healing fee level 1. Your life is increased when you extend the life of the patient you treat. Current conversion rate 2000/1. Looking at the series of rewards from the system, Ezekiel excitedly clenched his fists and shouted with joy. Awesome. The system displayed another notification. Request healing fee level 1. Skill activated to extend the lifespan of patient Theodore Polesmo Magentano by 0.5 days. Lifespan unit is too small. The minimum unit for calculation is 1 day. Ezekiel looked at the notifications and exclaimed, Oh, it's almost pretty good. He thought to himself. Anyway, the important thing is, he imagined himself as a mosquito rushing towards someone. Now, when I heal a patient, the Ezekiel mosquito happily sucks Theodore's lifespan, and my lifespan also increases, right? Ezekiel continued to imagine precious potions. It's really quite lucky, no matter how many herbal medicines I drink. Then he thought about himself being pricked like a thorny cactus, and with that much acupuncture. It's like pouring water into a broken vase. A helpless scene appeared in his mind as Ezekiel Frog cried out in anguish under the water. It's a failure. Ezekiel smiled with satisfaction, full of hope for the future, but now that has come to an end. Suddenly, Asterian's words cut through his thoughts. Why don't you answer my question? He repeated his words in a stern voice. I ask again, you used the Astrahan core technique in the match just now, didn't you? Ezekiel did not hide it and admitted frankly. Yes, I used it. Asterian continued to question. How were you able to use it? Ezekiel replied vaguely. I'm not sure. Asterian frowned, not believing his answer. Not sure? Ezekiel repeated his affirmation. That's right. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel troubled. How can I say that acupuncture all over my body created that skill? Asterian suddenly provided the answer to his own question. That's right. On the day you were born, I personally engraved the Astrahan core technique into your heart. Ezekiel respectfully replied with thanks. It is my honor, Father, Asterian explained sternly, but your inherently weak body was unable to withstand it. Ezekiel was unwilling to explain and just said nonchalantly, I apologize, Father. Asterian looked at him with praise. But with your weak body, you have surpassed your younger brother. Once again, Ezekiel only gave a perfunctory reply. Thank you. Asterian grew angry and warned in a low voice. You have also ruined my mood and my plans. Ezekiel immediately bowed to show remorse, but his expression was not sincere. I'm sorry. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, is that a compliment or a scolding? With that, Asterian turned as if to leave. But a promise is a promise, and a deal is a deal. Today you defeated your brother, so as agreed, I will not strip you of your princely title. Suddenly, he turned his head and glared at Ezekiel. However, he continued with a stern reminder, I will continue to observe you, constantly doubting and testing your ability to inherit the throne. Do you understand? Ezekiel did not answer immediately, but clenched his fists, unwilling. Asterian angrily spun around to face him and questioned, Why don't you answer? Only then did Ezekiel slowly and respectfully reply, Your Majesty. He frankly criticized the powerful king. I have heard that you have recently neglected your swordsmanship training due to being busy with state affairs. That should not be. He continued to advise, to Asterian's astonishment. You must maintain your training and relax your muscles. Ezekiel stood in the middle of the crowd and clearly advised him, and you should eat more vegetables more often. If possible, consider quitting smoking. as well. Asterion was displeased and exclaimed with some anger, "Is that how you talk to me?" Ezekiel did not waver in the slightest and replied confidently, "It is my sincere concern and advice." Some time later, in a dense forest with beautiful sunbeams piercing through the leaves, a carriage sped along a path through the trees as the voice of a powerful figure inside exclaimed, "Trying to avoid what I said with such naive requests." Asterion sat pensively in the carriage and marveled, and the Astrahan core technique that he used. He stomped his foot in frustration as he thought. Using that technique is too reckless. With that weak body, it could bring many unforeseen consequences. But then he reflected with a troubled heart. But that also shows how desperate the boy was. He remembered Ezekiel's lonely figure as a child and lamented. A child who lost his mother at birth. A child who always endured pain. Asterion thought of his image as a grown-up. I had hoped for so much from a boy and was also disappointed hundreds of times over. Then he hesitated slightly as he recalled Ezekiel's determined expression during the recent match. But Asterion was once again filled with hope for Ezekiel. The small hope that the boy showed today has moved my heart once more. That afternoon, Ezekiel sat in his magnificent carriage, crossing a deserted street. He was lost in sad memories. My father in my previous life had a stroke. He recalled the scene where he was stunned to see him lying silently on a simple hospital bed. We had just been joking around together and then immediately got a call, but it was all too late. Ezekiel thought about Asterion's fate with a heavy heart. The emperor also had a stroke after Ezekiel died in the early stages of the novel. Ezekiel frowned with determination. That can't happen again. The emperor needs to be healthy and maintain his throne. I will extend his life using request healing fee. He continued to be immersed in his troubled thoughts. I never want to experience that painful event again. Suddenly, Garden's loud voice cut through his thoughts. "Your Highness." Seeing his sorrowful expression, Ezekiel exclaimed in exasperation, "Ah, you startled me." Two streams of tears ran down Garden's face in anguish. "Your Highness, please ask me what these tears are." Ezekiel broke out in a sweat and replied awkwardly, all right, what are those tears?" Garden, satisfied, moved closer to him. "They are tears of sincerity." He continued with exaggerated sympathy. "It must have been very difficult for you, right? Very tiring, wasn't it?" Ezekiel helplessly held up a hand to stop him. "I appreciate your sentiment, but I need to rest. I have a lot to do tomorrow." Garden looked at him doubtfully. "Hilary Montino means you have a lot to do?" Ezekiel replied, "I need to meet someone." Night fell on a bustling street. Garden was enjoying a luxurious dinner with Ezekiel. He hesitantly inquired, "This place is the Sorrentino Garden, isn't it, Your Highness?" Ezekiel confirmed his answer. "That's right, one of the 10 most famous restaurants in the capital." Suddenly, he asked him, "You know a lot about this place, don't you?" Garden quickly replied, "Yes, I'm quite familiar with this place." He couldn't help but look doubtfully at the strange appearance before him. "Your Highness, why are you in disguise?" Ezekiel had changed his clothes and put on a flashy orange wig. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. The waiter entered and asked respectfully, "What would you like to order?" Ezekiel immediately listed the dishes he wanted. Pasta without sauce or noodles, salad without vegetables. He continued with his requests, "And wine made from grapes. Can I dine until the sun sets?" Garden, sitting opposite, was bewildered by his requests. The waiter's face suddenly turned cold as he replied, "Then please follow me. I will lead the way." Ezekiel understood and stood up to follow him, leaving only Garden looking at them blankly, not understanding what was happening. As he walked down the hallway, he asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, what did you just order?" Ezekiel didn't answer directly, but said cryptically, "You'll see when we get there." The waiter pushed a wine cabinet aside. A staircase appeared behind the cabinet. "Please go straight down this staircase." Looking at the hidden staircase, Garden marveled in disbelief. "There's a place like this in this restaurant?" He looked at Ezekiel with some suspicion. "How does Your Highness know about this?" Ezekiel breathed a sigh of relief and thought. Luckily, it's still the same as in the novel. The two of them quickly descended the stairs. Garden was still full of questions. "Your Highness, what is this place used for? Why did you come here?" Ezekiel didn't say clearly, only replying cryptically, "I came to collect a healing fee." His words made Garden even more confused, and he exclaimed, "What?" The two of them reached the bottom of the stairs. An old door and a cracked wall gradually came into view. Ezekiel continued to explain, "I have someone I need to meet here." He suddenly asked Garden about an unfamiliar name. "Garden, have you ever heard of someone named Damien?" He replied vaguely, "Never." Ezekiel affirmed, "Of course you've never heard of him. With that, he stepped forward and threw the door open. Right behind that door was a bloody arena, where two people were fighting to the death amidst the cheers of the bettors. Garden looked at the bloodstains splattered everywhere and stammered, "Why, Your Highness?" He looked around the squalid place. What exactly is this place?" Ezekiel crossed his arms and replied enthusiastically, "I told you, this is a secret location." He suddenly scanned the area as if looking for someone. Where could he be? At that moment, something caught Garden's attention. He directed his gaze towards a burly man full of fighting spirit down in the arena. "Is that the person named Damien?" He couldn't help but exclaim. "He looks very strong." Ezekiel glanced at the man disdainfully and retorted, "Are you mistaken?" Suddenly, from behind an iron door, a figure appeared. That person slowly stepped into the arena with great arrogance. Ezekiel watched the newcomer with great interest. He's finally appeared. The man stepped in confidently with a powerful aura. Ezekiel looked at the man who was emitting an oppressive killing intent and uttered the main character of this novel. He spoke the man's name, Damien Kale. Damien appeared with a handsome, cold face. Down in the arena, a soft light shone on the two combatants amidst the excited cheers of the crowd. The announcer looked at one combatant with displeasure and growled, "If you're done, then hurry up and get in." He scratched his head and reluctantly stepped in. All right." The announcer shouted loudly, "All right, today's main event." He introduced Damien with great excitement. A genius, the sword genius Damien Kale. He first entered the Colosseum at the age of 17 and became the champion, defeating everyone in just 3 months. Then he announced Damien's opponent, and Damien's opponent today will be, from deep in a dark corner, a pair of deadly eyes glanced at the enemy. A large, powerful foot stepped out of the iron cage. A monstrous person stepped out, emitting an air of rage. His massive body roared with anger, displaying an oppressive aura that threatened the smaller Damien. Ezekiel was a little scared and took a few steps back from the monster. "It's a real giant. Too close." Garden was no better than him. He panicked and tugged on Ezekiel's hem. "Why, Your Highness?" He trembled uncontrollably, pointing at the arena. "What is that? Where's this place?" Garden continued in terror. "They're feeding people to a giant. What is this place?" The monster suddenly roared and charged at Damien. Damien was not the least bit scared, his feet moving slightly before its attack. The monster's huge hand came close to Damien's face, to his shock. But the hand didn't hit him, instead stopping in midair. The monster growled in confusion and anger. Unwilling to give up, it once again swung its fist at Damien. But the result was the same as before. Its attacks were all nimbly dodged by Damien. With his speed, Damien easily dodged its dangerous blow. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed. Damien timed his counterattack perfectly. Damien grabbed the sword at his hip, intending to draw it and attack the monster. The monster continued to roar, showing its ferocity. A swift, decisive slash came at it, to its astonishment. Damien, with a cold gaze, swept past the enemy and cut the monster straight through, its blood splattering onto his handsome face. The huge monster was tragically split in two by his single sword strike. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned into silence for a moment. Then, immediately after, they cheered with great excitement at Damien's talent. Under the crowd's cheers, Damien paid no mind and coldly walked away. Ezekiel was also stunned, his mouth agape as he marveled to himself. He could handle it? He's more terrifying than I thought. He watched Damien's retreating figure and became even more certain. That must be why he's the main character. He recalled the plot of the novel. Someone who could rival Javier, a master known as the strongest in history, a sword genius. Ezekiel urgently prepared to leave. "Garden, stay on high alert and follow me." Garden jumped in fright and replied hastily, "Yes, yes, Your Highness." The two of them went to a deserted corridor with strict security. They stopped in front of a fierce-looking guard. He was wary, fiercely questioning them. "Who are you?" "Stop." Suddenly, his attitude changed completely as he lovingly held a gold bar in his hand. Now you may go." Ezekiel smiled slyly at his greedy expression. He quickly opened the door, peeked inside, and greeted Damien in a friendly manner. "Excuse me." Damien was wiping off the monster's blood that had splattered on him and just looked at him doubtfully without replying. Ezekiel stiffly walked closer to him, trying to calm himself down. "Hey, don't be scared." The old man looked at his stiff gait and covered his mouth, laughing loudly. "Are you scared? Ha ha." Ezekiel walked over and picked up the medicine bottle on Damien's table. He examined the bottle and exclaimed with pity, "You poor thing, why are you only drinking this cheap painkiller? Can you even sleep after taking this?" Damien frowned and warily questioned the stranger. Who are you? Ezekiel didn't answer his question, but said cryptically, Me? I'm the person you need. Damien saw through his intention and asked, Are you here to sell medicine? Ezekiel replied amicably, more or less, yeah, something like that. Damien didn't care. He threw away the cleaning cloth and shooed Ezekiel away. Get lost. I have enough medicine. Ezekiel also threw the medicine bottle away and refused to leave. What's the use of drinking a bunch of cheap painkillers like this? Damien's face darkened, his hand gripping the sword on the table. Suddenly, Ezekiel's next words made him freeze. If you keep taking these, you'll never get rid of the pain in the back of your neck. Ezekiel looked at Damien's stiff expression and got excited. I've got him by the short hairs. It's showtime. Suddenly, a screen appeared out of nowhere, clearly showing parts of the human body. Ezekiel held a small pointer and pointed at the screen enthusiastically. Now, listen up. He pointed to the back of the neck on the picture in detail. The symptom of pain often appears at the back of the neck. Ezekiel exaggeratedly moved closer to Damien, showing sympathy. A stiff head and neck. It must be very painful and uncomfortable. Then he massaged his shoulders to curry favor. Do the back of your neck and your shoulders feel stiff? Ezekiel looked at Damien probingly. What's with that look in your eyes? You must be wondering how I know, right? Damien didn't answer, only quietly and cautiously sizing him up. Suddenly, Ezekiel once again put on a pained expression, describing that feeling of pain again. When the pain worsened, it spread to half of his head and forehead, and even between his eyes. Then his whole face was covered in sweat as he hugged himself tightly. He got goosebumps and was constantly sweating. His eyes hurt so much it felt like his eyeballs were about to pop out. He pictured the scene of waves crashing on the shore and continued. The interesting thing is that the pain surges like waves and then subsides. That process just repeats over and over. Ezekiel exaggeratedly described the feeling of anger as the excruciating pain wouldn't stop. It's enough to drive a person mad. Just when you think it's about to end, it starts again, feeling like hell. Damien listened coldly to Ezekiel's words. But instead of eliminating the root of the pain, you depend on this pile of painkillers. At this moment, Damien finally spoke with suspicion. You mean painkillers aren't medicine? Ezekiel quickly replied, No, that's not it. Damien was displeased and a bit annoyed. He talks too much. Should I kill him? Ezekiel suddenly criticized his cold attitude. You have a mouth. Say something, you pitiful fool. Damien glared at him angrily. Did you give me a chance to speak? Damien once again questioned Ezekiel's identity. So who are you after all? Ezekiel didn't hide it and admitted frankly, me, the crown prince. Obviously, Damien didn't believe him and drew his sword, about to strike die. Ezekiel was startled and hurriedly stopped him. Wait. He once again affirmed his identity. I'm not lying. Cussman asked me to come here. Hearing this name, Damien frowned suspiciously. Cussman asked you to come here? Ezekiel recalled the image of the person they were both talking about and added, Yes, your sponsor, the middleman at the Roman arena. Damien went silent, pondering something. Ezekiel looked at the medicine vial rolling on the floor and continued. Cussman said you've been complaining lately about not having enough medicine. Cussman is having trouble because he doesn't have enough supply due to the current harvest. Damien paid attention and asked in detail, What do you mean? Ezekiel adjusted his lapel and confidently affirmed, I have another way to relieve your pain. He was like a demon tempting Damien. What do you think? Do I look more trustworthy now? Damien was suspicious. You brought me new medicine? Ezekiel turned into an angel gently advising, No, you can't handle this with medicine. You have to eliminate the root of the problem. He stepped forward, patted Damien's shoulder, and suggested, First, take off your shirt and lie down. I'll explain as I treat you. Damien was finally convinced and agreed with him. All right. He quickly took off his shirt and lay on the bed as requested. Damien's back was covered with scars from fierce battles. Ezekiel asked with concern, Are you scared? On Damien's back was a mysterious mark. He retorted firmly, Of course not. Ezekiel's voice was excited and a little sly. Really? Damien turned his head in displeasure, indignant. I am a warrior. Damien continued at length about his achievements. I am a warrior who has killed, been wounded, and risked my life countless times. Ezekiel cut him off and pulled out a strange item. Right, I get it. The large item was placed squarely on Damien's back, to his disbelief. Ezekiel continued suggestively, If you please. He squinted, holding a burning torch. This is your first time cupping, isn't it? Ezekiel brought the flame close to the top of the cupping tool. Damien kept repeating his conviction, I am a warrior. The top of the tool quickly caught fire, burning fiercely on his back. Damien remained stubborn, asserting, this kind of treatment is nothing to me. And right after that was his blood-curdling scream. The person outside the room couldn't help but be startled by that scream. The doorkeeper exclaimed in horror, oh my God, seeing Damien's whole body trembling in pain. Ezekiel smiled sarcastically at him. Such a child. Do you still dare to puff out your chest and call yourself a warrior? Hey, are you crying? Outwardly mocking. Inwardly, he was full of concern for his patient. He thought to himself, it's probably going to be very painful, but bear with it. Ezekiel pondered the mysterious mark on Damien's back. The reason Damien can't leave the underworld is because of this mark, a mysterious mark with a sword right in the middle. The curse of those who bear this mark will activate when their blood circulation is stimulated. He recalled the fighting moments of the puppets bearing that mark. The moment they go through a fierce battle in the arena, they will experience extreme pain. Those people are like puppets controlled by someone to be able to endure that pain. And the one holding the strings that bind them is Cussman. So he has to buy painkillers with money borrowed from Cussman, and then has to fight another match to pay off the debt. Ezekiel crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in anger at the ruthless exploitation of the person behind it. Fight, medicine, an endless loop. Cussman, that bastard. The whole room was filled with hazy smoke from his cupping tool, Damien's current condition. He saw that the top of the tool was more than half burnt. I need to use high heat to erase the mark first. Suddenly, Ezekiel smiled slyly. If I cure the main character and the strongest person in the novel and keep him on my side, I'll get an extra life. He squinted, full of excitement, thinking about the promising future. Things will get even better if I also treat that gladiator. At this moment, Damien was covered in sweat, clenching his teeth to endure the pain from the large tool on his back. Ugh. After a while, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Ezekiel exclaimed, all right, it's done. You can sit up. Damien sat up trembling. His back was flushed red with a large circle from the cupping tool clearly visible. Seeing the mark on his back gradually fading, Ezekiel was very pleased. Nice, it's faded a little. He flared his nostrils and puffed out his chest, proud of himself. How does it feel? Better, right? It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? You're feeling refreshed, right? Following his words, Damien slowly felt the change in his body. He was amazed to realize he was much better. He exclaimed in astonishment, it really is better. I feel better. Damien's mood improved, his face showing a warm, happy expression. It's been a long time since I've felt this comfortable. Hearing that, Ezekiel rubbed his nose in satisfaction. You don't have to speak so formally, but you're not fully recovered yet. He blurted out, you need to have it erased a few more times. Treated a few more times. Damien replied in confusion. Is that so? Ezekiel carefully instructed, if you get blisters on your back, don't touch them. Don't do any more strenuous activity than necessary, and avoid oily food. Damien asked doubtfully, strenuous activity? Suddenly, Ezekiel jumped up and shouted with some indignation. It means don't fight anymore. You don't even understand that. Damien resisted and replied hesitantly, but. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, Cussman won't allow that. Ezekiel understood his plight and reassured him, don't worry, I'll handle it. Damien was astonished and stared at him. Then he asked doubtfully, who are you? He continued, his voice softening a few degrees, with a hint of pleading, please tell me your name. Ezekiel put his hands on his hips, tilted his face up, and spoke in flowery, unreal words. Oh, I haven't told you? I am a crown prince. The whole room suddenly fell silent for a long time after his arrogant words. Damien obviously didn't believe him, but didn't continue to question. All right, you probably have your reasons. Ezekiel was silent, not knowing how to explain. I'm serious. He coughed a few times to change the subject. Anyway, from now on, just do exactly as I say. He sternly instructed Damien. Tonight, no matter what happens at the arena, don't run anywhere. You must stay here quietly and obediently. Damien was confused and asked blankly why. Ezekiel suddenly became fierce and pointed at him, raising his voice, don't ask questions. Then he turned to leave, just stay here, it'll be safe for you. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Damien and carefully instructed, only then will you be able to see me again. Damien froze, pondering something, and didn't reply immediately. He suddenly knelt before Ezekiel, showing reverence. I understand. Stepping out of that room, Ezekiel and Gadine walked down the old corridor to leave this place. Gadine followed, calling him Your Highness. Ezekiel asked doubtfully him. Gadine couldn't help but wonder, why did you seek him out and even treat him? This place is neither safe nor legal. He was still bewildered by what he had witnessed. I really don't understand what happened today. Ezekiel's steps didn't stop. He didn't explain in detail, but only said cryptically, you will understand. For now, just do what you need to do, which is to serve me. Gadine asked, confused, what must I do? Ezekiel seriously described someone. Find a man with black hair and a ponytail. He's quite large and has a fierce look. At this time, on the other side of the arena, the bettors were still cheering for the combatants. Outside was an ordinary tavern with patrons enjoying expensive glasses of wine. Following Ezekiel's words, Gadine looked around searching for the person, ponytail, fierce eyes, ponytail, fierce eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a person whose appearance matched Ezekiel's description. He glanced towards Ezekiel nearby, his hand pointing towards a man. I think I've found him. Ezekiel also looked in the direction he pointed to check. Let's see. The man was a large man with his hair tied up high and a fierce face. Ezekiel thought to himself, he looks quite similar to the description. He cheerfully pulled a chair opposite the man, intending to sit down and assess him more carefully. Let's see. He looked closely at the man's eyes. They really are fierce eyes. Thinking that, he immediately asked the name in front of him with suspicion. Cussman? The other man didn't deny it, but looked at him fiercely, questioning, who is it? Ezekiel went straight to the main point. Then you must know Damien, right? Just one question. He proposed in a serious tone. I want to buy Damien Kale. Cussman didn't answer, just quietly considering. Ezekiel continued to ask, how much do I have to pay for his debt and contract? Cussman replied with an unbelievable number, 9 million billion Mazen. Besides the crown prince, there's probably no one in this world who can afford it. Ha ha ha. Ezekiel calmly exclaimed, is that so? What a coincidence, because I'm the crown prince? That's great. Cussman obviously didn't believe his words and laughed slyly. If you're the crown prince, then so am I. I'm the medicine-selling crown prince. Hearing this, Ezekiel was a little surprised and repeated, what? The medicine-selling crown prince? Cussman was impatient and snapped, if you're not buying, then get lost. Ezekiel maintained a pleasant expression and stood up. He slowly left his table. Cussman looked at him with no small amount of suspicion. He carefully studied his face. I've never seen this guy before. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and called a waiter over. The waiter quickly approached and bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Cussman ordered in a low, threatening voice, that brat from earlier. He looked at Ezekiel's retreating back and instructed the other man, find out who he is, see if he's a worker in the arena or who hired him. The waiter seriously memorized every word Cussman said, torture him if necessary. Suddenly, he spoke cruelly. In the end, just tear him to pieces and throw him in the river like always. And an hour later, the door of that tavern suddenly burst open. Cussman was drinking beer and grumbled loudly. What the hell? A person approached him, his steps a little unsteady. Then the person collapsed directly at Cussman's feet, his whole body covered in blood, looking extremely pathetic. Cussman shouted in alarm, Dilek. He asked the struggling Dilek in astonishment, what happened to you? Before Dilek could answer, the large door was once again opened by someone. Ezekiel appeared imposingly before Cussman with several tall soldiers. He took off the orange wig he was wearing as a disguise. Then Ezekiel took the royal insignia out of his pocket. The soldiers beside him shouted loudly, the secret royal inspector has arrived. Ezekiel, in his true appearance, confidently held out his powerful insignia. And an hour earlier outside that tavern, where the streets were bustling with people, Gadine stiffened, anxiously glancing behind him. Ezekiel was displeased and chided him. Just walk naturally, you look too obvious. Gadine scratched his head, understanding, and replied, yes, your highness. It's just that I've never been a secret guard before, haha. Ezekiel sensed a figure following them. I knew it. He thought of the person hiding behind the wall and mused to himself. Once Cussman feels threatened, he'll have anyone who worries him followed. Dilek was carefully watching the two of them, probing. Ezekiel recalled the scene of him approaching Cussman's table and thought, that's why I deliberately approached him. He mocked, why is he so predictable? Dilek slowly drew his small knife from his hiding place. He turned to attack them, but suddenly bumped into a tall, armored person. This guard stared at Dilek, full of killing intent. A whole troop of soldiers surrounded Dilek, causing him to panic. You have committed the crime of attempting to assassinate a royal. And at this moment, Ezekiel was confidently holding his noble insignia in front of Cussman. The soldiers behind him growled each word. This is the royal secret agent. Cussman realized the unfavorable situation and clenched his teeth tensely. Gadine looked at Ezekiel, confused. But what is this, royal secret agent? He scratched his head innocently and replied, "It's nothing. I just wanted to say it once." With that, he returned the insignia to the soldier beside him. "You did well." The man was stunned and quickly replied, "Yes." Cussman was sweating bullets, unable to help feeling tense. What is this situation? He looked at the shiny insignia and thought in confusion, the Royal Guard. What are they doing here? Ezekiel cut off Cussman's wandering thoughts and pointed at him, shouting loudly, "I, Crown Prince Ezekiel Adria Magentano, order you to level this place for me." He directed his gaze towards Cussman, causing him to panic, especially that guy. Don't let him escape. The soldiers beside Ezekiel immediately followed the order and advanced aggressively. "Yes, sir." Gadian was astonished and thought to himself, "I can't believe everything happened exactly as he said." He looked at the soldiers raiding the place on Ezekiel's orders and affirmed, "The Crown Prince has completely changed recently." The employees of this illegal tavern were all led away one by one. Gadian praised inwardly. Now he's even dismantling underground organizations. And he's also very concerned about the nation's security. At this moment, Ezekiel was smiling brightly, looking pleased with the current situation. He beamed, praising the swift soldiers. "Wow, you guys are so professional, so great." In his heart, he was happy thinking about what he was about to get. With it, I'll get a large amount of life force for now. Suddenly, Ezekiel remembered Cussman and called out slyly, "Crown Prince, where is the medicine-selling Crown Prince?" He was nervously hiding in a dark corner near. "There." Ezekiel continued to taunt him with a radiant, confident expression. Where could he have gone? Hearing this, Cussman became even more frightened. He thought nervously, "If I get caught, I'm done for." Thinking that, he desperately dashed out of the tavern. As he ran, he couldn't help but feel indignant. How could he really be the Crown Prince? And why would the Crown Prince by Damien? What's the point? Not thinking anymore, he pushed it all aside and ran straight towards a door not far away. "I have to hide for now." He threw open the door, intending to hide in the small room until the situation stabilized. As soon as Cussman stepped inside, a series of swords were pointed at him in unison. His face was covered in sweat, unable to believe it, looking at the soldiers who had appeared unexpectedly. How are they here? Ezekiel smiled slyly and affirmed, "See, I told you he would definitely come here." With that, he held out his hand to ask for the bet money from Gadian. "Come on, give me the 500 bet." The man reluctantly handed over the money. "Here you are." Cussman couldn't help but be tense, being cornered like this. What the hell is going on? Ezekiel puffed out his chest and slowly approached with the soldiers. "You're very confused, racking your brain, but can't figure it out, right?" He stretched casually and continued, "Actually, I think paying for medicine is very important." Cussman didn't understand and exclaimed, "Huh?" Suddenly, Ezekiel's voice became serious. His eyes turned cold and swept over him. "Paying for medicine. I really hate those who skip out on paying for medicine. So people like that need to be punished." These words made Cussman even more confused. What nonsense is he talking about? Ignoring his look, Ezekiel continued to detail what he had done. "So I asked you about the painkiller money for Damien. I asked you how much he owed, how much needed to be paid. Don't you remember?" This time, Cussman understood his words and fell silent. Ezekiel continued to taunt, "Anyway, I made this offer in good faith. It was you who decided to throw it away." His words made Cussman tremble with anger. He held two sharp knives in his hands and swung them towards Ezekiel. "Stop your nonsense." But before his knives could touch him, Cussman was punched straight in the face by a large hand. His face was deformed. Even a sturdy tooth flew out. He dropped the knife in his hand to the ground in pain. A soldier stood in front, protecting Ezekiel from Cussman's attack. Behind the tall soldier, Ezekiel pouted and sneered at the pathetic Cussman. Cussman coughed violently in pain, blood pouring from his mouth nonstop. The soldiers pointed their swords at him and said sternly, "You'd better kneel." Cussman frowned, calculating aggressively. Damn it, it's come to this. From his mouth popped a pill hidden under his teeth. He boldly bit the pill he had just taken. Out. Cussman began to count down, because inside this pill was a small bomb. 5 seconds. The pill will explode in 5 seconds. He imagined the pill exploding. It would cause an explosion with a violent aftershock. The dust and smoke would obscure vision. Anyone who came into contact with the poison would be paralyzed, and if unlucky, would die. Cussman was confident that the poison smoke would take down the tall soldiers, but he would survive by rolling on the floor and escaping as soon as he spat out the pill. He thought about finishing off Ezekiel and got excited. And then what? I'll take that crown prince's head. Returning to reality, he smiled confidently in his calculation. What a perfect plan. He began to count down 5, 4, 3. When the time came, he puffed his cheeks, preparing to spit out the pill. He continued to count, too, but just as he counted to 2, a hand clamped down on his mouth. Ezekiel had somehow gotten close to him and was holding his mouth shut. What's wrong? You want to spit something out? Cussman couldn't believe it and cursed inwardly, you brat. Does he know about my secret weapon? Ezekiel smiled slyly and counted the last number for him, 1. The pill exploded directly in Cussman's mouth. Damn it, I'm paralyzed. He quickly collapsed due to the effect of the drug. Cussman trembled, trying to keep himself conscious. I have to stay awake. In 3 minutes, I'll lose consciousness. I'll survive with this antidote. Cussman's hand trembled as he fumbled inside his coat pocket, but a hand was faster than his, reaching deep inside his coat. The person took out a vial containing a strange green liquid. Ezekiel examined the vial and said, "You're curious how I knew, right?" Cussman was stunned as it was taken from him. Ezekiel looked at his expression and sneered inwardly. He quickly opened the cap of the vial. His voice was full of sarcasm. Take a guess. Cussman was covered in sweat, reaching out his hand to stop him. But it was too late. Ezekiel had swallowed the entire vial with a mischievous attitude right in front of him. Cussman could only curse in his heart. You bastard. Watching Ezekiel down the whole vial in one go, Cussman could do nothing but stare with wide eyes, his hands trembling. Seeing him in this state, he felt even more refreshed and exclaimed, "Worth it." Cussman's face grew darker and darker as he tried to reach out, thinking, "My antidote, give it back, you bastard." Ezekiel grinned and threw the vial away without hesitation. Saying no, the vial hit the ground hard and shattered into pieces just as he told him the truth. I was the one who poisoned you. His face was happier than ever as he looked at him and thought, I have to do these things to get the treatment fee skill. Thinking this, the system displayed a notification. Dose number 1, 0.01/10 liters. Cussman was now dizzy and foaming at the mouth. He groaned his head in pain. No, I can't take it anymore. The next second, his whole body collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Ezekiel smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "The table is set." He looked at his back and observed carefully below the 5th thoracic vertebra, about 1.5 inches apart on both sides. Thinking that, he used heart shoe acupoint, pressing hard on that exact spot. Cussman immediately woke up with a loud, painful, and pathetic scream. Inside Ezekiel's body, there was a change. He smiled and thought, now for the antidote. The system displayed, pump 0.01 liters of antidote. He kept his hand in the same place, pressing hard on the man's body. His eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open, screaming loudly. Immediately after, his head slumped to the floor, his eyes shut tight. The familiar sound of the system continued to ring out. Level 1 treatment fee skill mission has been activated. Patient Cussman, treatment therapy, detoxification, lifespan increased 21 years, 2 months, 1 day. Bonus lifespan 3.81 days. Rounded up bonus lifespan 4 days. Lifespan 118 days. Seeing what the system had just displayed, Ezekiel's eyes widened in astonishment. His hand clenched tightly as he exclaimed, "That's more like it." With that, he ordered his subordinate, "Arrest him." Ezekiel's eyes showed a strict expression. "Now let's get what I need and return to the palace." At the same time, inside the palace, Damien was leading a group of people to rise up, fighting against countless soldiers. The last remaining soldier saw this overwhelming power and couldn't help but retreat in fear with a wary expression. He looked at Damien and thought, these gladiators, how can they be so strong? Seeing Damien still slowly approaching, the soldier shouted in panic, "Halt, I told you to stay still." Just as he finished speaking, Ezekiel suddenly appeared. The other soldiers saw this and exclaimed in surprise, the crown prince." Damien was also drawn by the loud voice and turned to look. He approached with his hands clasped behind his back and asked, "Do you believe I'm the crown prince now?" At this point, Damien no longer held up his sword and slowly lowered it. In his mind, a dark memory resurfaced. When he was a child, he had watched his mother die right before his eyes. Damien thought, "Mother, this is how you looked before you passed away." That day, on a day of heavy rain and strong winds, I dreamed of that day again, the day I was left all alone in this world. Oh no, it was the day I was abandoned, to be precise. Right at this moment, a loud call suddenly rang out, startling him awake, his eyes wide open. "Wake up!" When he had regained his senses, he sat up. Beside him were Ezekiel and Garden waiting. Seeing that Damien was awake, he smiled and extended his hand to introduce himself. "Allow me to formally introduce myself to you. I'm the Crown Prince's doctor, Piero Garden." Hearing this, he also shook his hand and replied, "I am Damien Kane." After they had finished their greetings, Ezekiel turned and walked out, saying, "That's enough greetings. Follow me. We have a busy day today." Seeing him in such a hurry, Garden asked curiously, "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" He replied irritably, "What am I doing? You mean you don't trust me?" Damien was still sitting quietly on the bed with a pensive expression, thinking about something. A while later, at the cupping room, inside, everyone had been gathered and was sitting on the beds. Damien asked bluntly, "Where is this?" Ezekiel smiled and replied, "The treatment room. Where else?" Sergio was surprised to hear this. His eyes widened as he continued, "You not only saved us from that hell, but you're also letting us stay for treatment?" He asked again, "Why are you so kind?" Faced with that question, Ezekiel didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, it's right for him to find it strange. I'm not doing this out of kindness either. He looked towards them. Most of the gladiators were in their 20s. The oldest was only just over 30. If I can break their curse, I'll definitely receive more life force. But if I tell them the truth, they'll think I'm crazy. Thinking this, Ezekiel declared loudly, "Nothing in this world is free. Do you think I'm just being good to you? Don't be mistaken." He crossed his arms in front of his chest and added, "I am extremely frail. To be precise, I have all sorts of illnesses." Hearing this, a person sitting below suddenly raised his hand and said loudly, "Everyone in the kingdom knows that." Seeing his enthusiasm, Ezekiel couldn't help but feel bitter and thought to himself, "I'll save the most painful therapy for you." Thinking that, he said again, "But currently, the royal doctors cannot cure me." Ezekiel continued, "Despite trying many therapies, my condition has only gotten worse, so I decided to find my own treatment for me." Saying this, he turned to Damien and asked, "Damien, you probably know what I brought you here for, don't you?" Hearing this, he frankly replied, "Perhaps you brought us here to test a new method." At that answer, Ezekiel uttered a sentence that made the entire group sitting below jump in fear. "Exactly." He asked again, "Damien, how do you think you were cured?" He replied, "After the first treatment, my nerve pain has almost disappeared." Hearing these words, everyone looked at each other in confusion, thinking Damien also confirms it's effective. Ezekiel continued to ask once more, "Did anyone feel uncomfortable during the treatment?" Everyone sat in silence. No one responded. Seeing this, he smiled and thought to himself, "Great, I've succeeded. No need to worry anymore. Let's go all out." Just like that, he shouted, "Let's start the treatment right away. All of you take off your shirts and lie on the beds." Immediately after, miserable screams echoed. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, some people had woken up while others were still unconscious, lying flat on the beds. Ezekiel stood observing their condition, thinking to himself, "This is horrible. They're vomiting and breaking out in a cold sweat." He nervously bit his nails and exclaimed, "Damn it, these are painkiller withdrawal symptoms. It's hard to continue with the cupping therapy." But just as he thought this, he suddenly froze, looking over at Damien, who was sitting nearby. Ezekiel approached and called out loudly, "Damien." Hearing that, he turned and replied, "Yes, sir." He asked again, "Aren't you dizzy?" Damien answered, "I am." He probed further, "Are you nauseous?" He replied frankly, "I'm trying to hold it in." The more Ezekiel heard, the more astonished he became, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he thought, "This must be why he's the main character." Looking at what was left for everyone, Ezekiel decided, and no matter what, I have to use a different therapy for now. With that thought, he said to them, "Today's treatment session ends here. Go rest and drink plenty of water." After everyone had left, Ezekiel looked at Sergio, who was trembling on the bed, and said, "Sergio, you stay." He approached and asked, "Are you uncomfortable because of the withdrawal symptoms?" He replied, "No, it's nothing. I'm fine." He pointed down to the bed and said, "Lie down. You look exhausted. Let me help you." Facing his bewildered expression, Ezekiel pulled out a sharp needle and continued with this. He thought with a serious face, actually, I don't know if acupuncture will work or not, but he's been using painkillers the longest among the gladiators, so his withdrawal symptoms are the most severe. Therefore, he's the most suitable person for the experiment, starting with the point near the abdomen. First is the running point. Next is after the needle was inserted, a strange aura emanated from Sergio's entire body, and his body gradually began to move again. While Ezekiel was still studying, he suddenly sprang up and lunged his hand straight towards him. He seemed to have gone mad, completely out of control, pinning Ezekiel to the ground and roaring loudly. His two large arms, just like that, tightened around his neck, making it impossible for him to breathe, his face gradually turning purple as he begged for a glimmer of hope. Help, help. Around them, there wasn't a single soul, only Ezekiel and Sergio inside. He tried to use his strength to push that hand away, but his body and strength were too great. All efforts at this moment were completely futile. But right at the most dangerous moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Sergio's body slowly fell to one side, his eyes rolled back. Ezekiel was finally able to sit up, taking in each breath with difficulty. The person who had just appeared and saved his life was none other than Damien. He extended his hand, looked at him, and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Ezekiel took his hand and replied, I'm fine. As he stood up, he looked back and thought to himself, due to withdrawal symptoms, a seizure can occur with even a small stimulus. Sergio was still lying there unconscious. He observed him and made a judgment. His nervous system must be extremely sensitive. With just a small stimulus from a needle, it could make him feel as if he were stabbed by a sword. It seemed he had thought of another solution. To solve this situation, I need a much smaller needle. That evening, inside Ezekiel's office, he was standing there holding a piece of paper on which was written, "Sir, I am the blacksmith. According to your order, it is feasible to forge a needle as thin as a thread, but I am not confident that I can produce many such needles with a stable thickness, and it is not certain it will work well according to your wishes. I think it would be extremely difficult if not for a dwarf. Please forgive me." After reading this, he sighed in frustration, put the letter down on the table, and thought, "This is driving me crazy. I don't have much time. The withdrawal symptoms will only get worse." Ezekiel scratched his head, wondering, what should I do? The system then appeared. Your internal organs have detected stress. Stress is the source of many diseases. Your internal organs advise you to resolve the stress. That, at the same time, inside his body, the two lungs were massaging the heart's back. They sang cheerfully as they massaged, "We're the two lungs, we're the two lungs." The heart sighed and spoke, "How pitiful. Should I give him a hint or not?" The old turtle also ran over to massage his leg and added, "Wouldn't it be great to hear a hint before the sphincter completely opens?" Outside, the system panel suddenly appeared, making Ezekiel extremely surprised, wondering, what is this? On the panel was written, "By investing the HP you have received, you can unlock countless skills or summon beasts." After reading it, he thought happily, I can summon beasts? This was also mentioned in the novel. Without much hesitation, he immediately chose summon. The system appeared. You have chosen to randomly summon a beast. A summoned beast has a strong ego, is absolutely loyal to its master, and provides the use of various skills. Random summon turn 1 costs 300p, current HP 500p. Do you want to perform a random summon? Yes or no? Ezekiel pressed the word yes while praying, "Please let it be something good." The system immediately appeared, starting random summon, cost 300p, remaining HP 200p. Before the summon begins, please state aloud the skill you want your summon to have. The summoned beast will possess the skill you desire. Hearing that, he shouted without hesitation, "I want a bunch of microneedles. I want a summon that can provide many such needles with high stability." His request was quickly received by the system. Request has been recorded. In front of him now, 3 mysterious gift boxes appeared. On the red gift box was written, Candidate 1, a happy oinking summon. On the green gift box was written, Candidate 2, iron dung flu. Finally, on the blue gift box was written, Candidate 3, a cactus that likes to poop out other cacti. After reading these names, Ezekiel felt dizzy and wondered, what the hell is with their names? The system appeared with an additional explanation. The 3 candidates can satisfy 100%, 50%, and 0% of your request. Once you have chosen, you cannot exchange, return, or undo the summon, so please choose carefully. Hearing that, he understood somewhat and said, so there's a jackpot, SOSO1, and a completely useless one. Ezekiel looked up again and mumbled, a happy oinking summon, iron dung shooter, and a cactus that likes to poop. The nearby blue box suddenly shook violently. He still stood there, deep in thought. Which one should I choose? After a while, the box was still shaking while Ezekiel stood there, his eyes shut tight. Suddenly, the box went silent, no longer moving. His heart couldn't take it anymore, and it pounded his chest, shouting angrily, my heart is about to explode from frustration. Just pick the damn cactus that likes to poop. Seeing it being so aggressive, he had to agree, replying, all right then. The system appeared. You have selected candidate 3, the cactus that likes to poop. As soon as the choice was set, a series of bright yellow electric sparks shot out from the blue gift box. Ezekiel stood there praying to the point of tears. Please be something good. I don't have much HP left. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly from that gift box, a cute baby hedgehog fell right into the palm of his hand. He exclaimed in surprise, ah, it's spiky. Looking at the small creature in his hand, he stammered, it's a hedgehog. Suddenly, a red pouch appeared in the hedgehog's hand. The system displayed Gosium's user guide. Gosium size can be changed by feeding it the accompanying sunflower seeds. Ezekiel wondered blankly, where did that come from? In the pouch, items continuously appeared with full information. Red sunflower seed makes Gosium large, fixed duration of form 12 hours. Blue sunflower seed makes Gosium tiny. Please feed Gosium before the time limit for the large form runs out. Gosium skills. Infinite spines level 1. When a spine is plucked, a new one will grow back in its place. Chestnut attack level 1. Gosium transforms into a chestnut and attacks. 3-color spine blast level 1. Gosium shoots out white, brown, and black spines. The level of pain depends on the color of the spine that hits. He exclaimed in amazement, I think I thought a hedgehog. Its attacks are mainly based on spines. Saying this, Ezekiel looked at Gosium and asked, Gosium, can I pluck one of your spines to use? It immediately squeaked, as if agreeing. He asked again, really? It doesn't hurt. Although it said so, it was still extremely scared, its whole body trembling. Ezekiel said, all right, I'll take 1 white, 1 brown, and 1 black. He directly used the white spine to prick his own hand, thinking, the white one causes minor pain. It will be fine for the gladiators. Next was the brown spine. The brown one hurts like a bee sting. Suddenly, Gosium let out a loud squeal. Ezekiel asked, the black one is said to be at the freezing level. Do you know how much it hurts? Looking at the black spine that was emitted, Ezekiel felt a chill. It feels quite gruesome. I'll try it on someone else next time. Anyway, the needle problem has been solved. He was happier than ever, smiling even though his hand was bleeding from gripping Gosium, and laughed loudly. Gosium is mine now. It also squeaked happily, Gosium. A moment later, inside the royal palace in a large room, a voice was heard, sir. What? Inside, Gadon looked at the hedgehog on Ezekiel's shoulder with a bewildered expression and asked, this is? Seeing his surprise, he quickly explained, say hello to him. This is Sir Gosium. He asked, puzzled, but how did you get it? Hearing that, he stood there and babbled for a while. Then he turned and walked away. You can ask Sir Gosium for the rest of the details. It squeaked Gosium. It seemed Gadon also realized something. He thought to himself, wait, isn't that a summoned beast? 300 years ago, a genius estate designer, Lloyd Frontura, had a swarm of rats, a dragon, etc., that helped him on rare occasions. There are summoned beasts that appear in this world before the humans they have chosen and voluntarily work for them for the rest of their lives. They are truly rare and mysterious beings. Thinking this, he wondered, but how did His Highness get a summoned beast? He looked towards Ezekiel's departing back. Your Highness, is there something about you that I don't know? Scene changed to Sergio's side. He had also woken up and was completely normal. He bowed his head, hands clenched on his legs, and shouted, please forgive me, Your Highness. I committed a deadly sin yesterday. Seeing his sincere apology, Ezekiel replied, don't worry about it. Things like that happen when you experience intense pain. But now you won't feel anything anymore, no matter how many needles I use. Hearing that, he asked blankly, huh? But you haven't done anything yet. He pointed to his hand and said, I already did. On Sergio's hand now, a series of white needles were inserted. He shouted in amazement. What? Just like that, Ezekiel continued to swiftly use the needles on the others with a smug look. He continuously ran from one bed to another. Perfect. Everything will go smoothly if I keep up this pace. It feels like something just flashed by. What are you looking at? That's just my afterimage. After a while, the familiar sound finally appeared. He said happily, Here it is. On the system panel was written, Request medical fees level 1. Skill has been activated. Patient Damien and 13 others. Treatment for the curse of the mark. Total life received 80 days. Estimated lifespan 171 days. The level of request medical fees has increased due to receiving a large amount of life. Skill name, Request medical fees level 2. Exchange rate 2,000 to 1 to 1950 to 1. He said happily, my skill leveled up too. Ezekiel was so excited he couldn't contain himself, dancing joyfully in the room to the bewilderment of Damien. Suddenly, his hand clenched. He thought with a scrutinizing gaze, he's the crown prince. What have we done for him to be so happy? Why is he so happy about our recovery? On Ezekiel's side, he was still immersed in his joy, looking at the system panel and thinking, good, now I'm done with the gladiators. Saying this, he looked at the people who had recovered and were walking normally, thinking further. But the corners of Ezekiel's mouth curled into a sinister smile, a new plan flickering in his mind. At the same time, elsewhere in the palace, a steaming cup of tea was slowly being picked up by someone. Suddenly, a soldier ran in from outside to report. I request permission to update the Crown Prince's periodic report. 2 days ago, all 14 gladiators were appointed as the Crown Prince's bodyguards. Hearing this, the emperor looked up in great surprise and asked again, bodyguards? The subordinate immediately replied, yes, your majesty. They are now called the Royal Guard Special Task Force and are ordered to be by his side at all times. He asked again, so what did Ezekiel give them? The subordinate replied, the contract with them includes a salary along with countless benefits. At this point, his expression darkened as he thought. Ezekiel was once weak and bedridden all day, but now he has formed his own private army made of gladiators. The emperor burst out laughing in delight. He's taking more and more interesting actions. The subordinate continued to report, and he gathered all the servants and guards in his residence and began to stab them mercilessly with needles. His joyful expression suddenly vanished, his eyes wide with astonishment, not understanding what was happening. At the same time, on Ezekiel's side, he was still actively using the white spines to experiment on the servants in the palace. As soon as the needle was inserted, the person flinched and cried out. He looked at the person in front of him in surprise and asked, does it hurt? He replied, no pain, meaning it doesn't hurt. At that answer, Ezekiel said nonchalantly, then why did you say that? It's just a needle. After finishing his sentence, he became excited again and shouted, all right, next patient. Returning to a few days ago, on a beautiful day with white clouds and golden sun, Ezekiel was standing on the grounds waiting for someone. After a moment, someone approached, cleared their throat, and said, ahem. Hearing that, he happily turned his head and asked, hey, how does the cupping feel after a few days? The person who had just arrived was Damien. He replied seriously, it's still a little sore. Ezekiel continued, it's a shame you won't need any more cupping therapy. The more Damien heard, the more confused he became. He asked blankly, pardon me. Seeing this, Ezekiel explained, you've completed the cupping therapy, you're cured. He asked, really? Ezekiel replied, yes, I've confirmed the effectiveness of the method and also completed a few experiments. At this moment, a thought seemed to flash through Damien's mind, and his whole body froze on the spot. Immediately, he bowed before Ezekiel and said sincerely, thank you for everything. Before he could finish a sentence, he rushed forward to stop him, shouting, wait. His expression was serious as he continued, listen to me first. He continued frankly, I want your swordsmanship skills. I don't want to send you away anywhere. I don't want that talent of yours to be wasted, so. Finishing his sentence, Ezekiel extended his hand in front of Damien and offered, become my bodyguard. Of course, I don't ask for fawning things like gratitude, friendship, or loyalty. I guarantee I'll pay you handsomely. You'll also get a pension and vacation time. Looking at Damien, he thought to himself, actually, he will soon reach the level of a high-level swordmaster and will have to go through swordmaster syndrome. He probably knows that too, because he's the one who best understands his own skills. Swordmaster syndrome is a level where a person's senses become extremely sharp, a level where those senses cannot be controlled, and the person will experience severe insomnia compared to when they receive the mark. I could ask him to stay under the pretext of treatment, but it's highly likely he would choose to leave. From what was known beforehand, Ezekiel decided, in the current situation, the most practical solution is give and take. Thinking this, he confidently crossed his arms and said, "We will have a contract written up. You will also get maternity and childcare leave." After saying this, and still seeing no reaction from Damien, he gave a forced smile and continued, "Obviously, that's a given. All right, I'll add the freedom to quit whenever you like in a villa too." Ezekiel stood there offering one benefit after another, not knowing that from a nearby bush, a series of eyes were watching. "Ah, right. You must have contract negotiation skills too, huh?" To seal the deal, he pointed and said loudly, "A 4-day work week. How about it? Hard to refuse, right?" Hearing these words, a group of other gladiators suddenly rushed out from the bush, replying, "Hire us too." Ezekiel was completely astonished by the scene before him and exclaimed, What? Since when were you guys here?" They didn't want to answer, but asked in unison, "You cured us to hire us, right? We want to get paid too. I mean, we want to repay you. We'll protect you when Damien is absent. You said you'd help us improve." At their words, Ezekiel asked back, "It's not because I cured you or anything. You guys just like money and benefits that much?" Without hesitation, they shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." This answer was truly something he could never have expected. He thought helplessly, "Do you have to be that honest?" Suddenly, an image of a paper posted on a wall appeared in his head, which read, "Hiring part-time staff. No, looking for employees who like a home-like work environment." He exclaimed, "Well, at least being honest is good. The type of people who drone on about loyalty and such easily make enemies. It's also good to build an exclusive force of my own, because the royal guards don't belong only to me, so the order of command can easily conflict and the emperor's orders will always be prioritized." After careful consideration, Ezekiel no longer hesitated and agreed with them. "All right, all of you are hired. You will be the special exclusive royal guard team of mine." Hearing that, all the gladiators were so happy they couldn't stand still. They raised their hands and cheered with each other. Ezekiel continued, "Call it SLG for short." Damien had just been standing there listening without responding, but now seeing everyone's happy faces, he also felt happy for them, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. Ezekiel then turned and left, thinking to himself, "Even after curing all of them, my additional life isn't that much. Even if I extend their lifespan by 100 years, I only get an additional 18 days. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly widened. With this kind of stamina and weak body, I can't go out and find patients myself. Right before his eyes was a large palace building with cool and fresh grounds. Time passed quickly until evening. The moon rose high, brightly illuminating a patch of sky. Inside the large room, dimly lit by a little light from the window, Ezekiel was sitting with a dark expression and said in a serious tone, "I must build a clinic in the annex palace." Hearing that, Damien, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, "What do you mean?" He looked up and asked back, "You don't know what a clinic is?" He replied, "I know." But opposite Ezekiel, Gadon's whole body suddenly started to tremble. Suddenly, he couldn't hold it in anymore and cried out loudly, "Your Highness!" Hearing that, Ezekiel's heart skipped a beat and he recoiled in shock, asking, "What is it now? You scared me." His eyes shining like stars, he clenched his fist, looked up at the sky, and replied, I finally understand. I understand the beauty and nobility in your heart. You want to help and care for everyone by building a clinic." This was a development Ezekiel had never thought of, but it sounded reasonable. He jumped up and continued, Yes, speak. You finally understand my heart's desire." Gadon became even more emotional. "To think you can still care about the health of the people, even though you yourself are ill." As they spoke, they both struck a pose in unison. All of this is for the people. This whole scene had been witnessed by Damien, who stood there speechless with a deadpan expression. After their posturing, they both returned to their normal states. Ezekiel spoke up. "I'm thinking of treating my people in the palace first." Gadon replied, "Your people in the palace?" He then explained, "Let's say I set up a clinic inside the palace to treat everyone. Would they be able to come and go comfortably to receive treatment?" Hearing this, he also felt it made sense and stammered. Since this is still the Crown Prince's palace, they probably won't feel comfortable coming. Here, Ezekiel continued, "So we will need to promote it. My successful treatment cases will help them feel at ease to come. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100. His expression was more confident than ever, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. More and more people will come here to receive treatment at this traditional medicine clinic, with a physician as benevolent as a mother. After the clinic had been open for some time, still in this room, Ezekiel stood thinking to himself, "With it, I've treated 500 patients." But thinking this, he suddenly became furious, stomped his foot, and shouted, "Why is everyone here so healthy?" He was so impatient he couldn't stand still, pacing back and forth. "Even after taking care of 500 people, I've only gained an additional 2 days of life. This is not good. I need someone who is truly, incredibly sick and gravely ill." But just as he thought this, he suddenly had an idea. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Oh, wait." After a moment, Gadin brought a stack of papers and placed it on Ezekiel's desk, saying, "This is the information of the 500 patients." He wiped his sweat and continued, "As you instructed, we have collected information on their family, gender, age, and medical condition." He looked at the pile of papers in front of him with a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "If the staff here are always healthy, then I just need to find their relatives. I'm truly a genius." Without further delay, he began to search. Among that information, there must be at least one person who is seriously ill among these people. One information sheet after another was flipped through. Ezekiel maintained a diligent expression, carefully examining them without a single word of complaint. But in return for his efforts, there was nothing. He became so dejected that he sulked and lamented. Why can't I find anyone? Where are they?" His expression grew more and more angry. Why are all their relatives, nieces, nephews, and grandchildren as healthy as an ox? There are only 10 profiles left. Suddenly, Damien spoke up. "Your Highness, I am very disappointed." Hearing that, Ezekiel also stopped and looked up, asking, "Disappointed?" He continued frankly, "Pardon me, I want to ask you a question. Do you only see patients as your tools?" At these words, he could only stammer helplessly. Damien continued, "You said you needed test subjects, so we try to gather as many people as possible. But now, it's as if you're hoping for someone to be on the verge of death." These words were like a knife stabbing straight into Ezekiel's heart, leaving him speechless. Dr. Gadin, standing nearby, couldn't listen anymore and immediately ran over to intervene. "How dare you be so insolent? His Highness must have some plan." Damien asked back, "Is that so?" Ezekiel's whole body trembled as he forced himself to speak. "Gadin, thank you for speaking up for me, but what Damien said is not entirely wrong." Seeing that he had said so, he didn't know what else to do and scratched his head, stammering, I apologize, Your Highness." Suddenly, Damien spoke up reproachfully. "Your Highness, you are being too harsh. How can you humiliate a loyal subject who stood up for you like that?" Despite being defended, Gadin didn't appreciate it at all and turned to shout back, "Look, aren't your words to His Highness also harsh?" Witnessing this scene, Ezekiel was also speechless and wondered, what kind of play are you guys acting out? The more he listened, the more his head ached. He didn't hesitate to chase them both outside, shouting, "Both of you get out." Returning to his unfinished work, he held his head in his hands and sighed. "This is terrible. Only 10 pages left." Just as he said that, a long sheet of information suddenly caught his eye, on which was written, "I don't know if I'm allowed to say this in the survey, but I'll write it with all my confidence. I have an 8-year-old brother, but once or twice a month, his whole body will tremble violently and he'll foam at the mouth, as if possessed by a demon." Possessed. I've had a few doctors look at him, but they couldn't find the cause. The priests also prayed a lot, but they said they tried their best to exorcise the evil spirit in him. Reading up to this point, Ezekiel couldn't help but smile and exclaim, "Found it." The next day, Ezekiel immediately summoned the maid to bring her younger brother to his room. She stammered, "Sir, this child." Beside her was a child with dark red hair, his whole body cowering in fear. She continued, "Is my younger brother George?" But after a moment, everyone stepped back towards the door, leaving the boy to talk with Ezekiel. He spoke first, "Hello." The boy also stammered in reply, "Hello, sir." Seeing the boy seemed afraid of him, Ezekiel smiled reassuringly. "Just call me Ezekiel." At that moment, he thought to himself, not only is this his first time at the palace, but he also has to meet the crown prince. He's probably more terrified than curious. As he thought, he reached into his pocket and took something out. This is the best way to help a young patient relax. Right after that, Ezekiel held out his hand, covered by a white cloth, in front of George, making the boy very curious. It turned out that in Ezekiel's hand was a brightly colored candy that any child would love. George was just like any other normal child. As soon as he saw the candy, his eyes immediately lit up and sparkled. Seeing the boy liked it so much, Ezekiel held out the candy and said, "Here, gift for you." But when he saw Ezekiel's hand about to touch him, George showed fear and caution, backing away. Ezekiel asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The boy stammered in reply, "I'm not allowed to let you touch me." He asked again, "Can you tell me why?" Hearing that, the boy stammered hesitantly for a moment, but still decided to say, "I'm cursed by an evil spirit. That's why the other kids always tease me. They say I'm weird." Hearing the word from a young boy's mouth, Ezekiel sadly refuted, "That's not right. You're not weird at all." George clenched his fists and continued, "I fought with them yesterday because they tried to imitate me and insult me. But I lost. I felt strange and everything suddenly went dark." He asked in surprise, "Everything went dark?" George recalled the situation and replied, "Yes, there are times when I suddenly feel strange things. My body starts to tremble. My whole body shakes and feels numb. It feels like I'm being lifted into the air and then dropped. The sky becomes distant and I hear strange noises." Thinking about it, the boy's face became extremely sad, and when I wake up, I've lost almost all my strength. After listening to what the boy said for a while, Ezekiel exclaimed, "I see. Even so, you still endured all of that, didn't you?" Finishing his sentence, he gently approached and hugged George tightly, comforting him. "George, you are so brave." Being hugged by someone, the boy was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, stammering, Ezekiel, you really shouldn't touch me. I'm possessed by evil spirits." Ezekiel immediately refuted, "There are no evil spirits at all. At this moment, his hand touched George's back. System activated, beginning pulse diagnosis. Scanning, overall assessment, the patient has a healthy body. However, due to irregular brain waves, seizure symptoms have been detected. This can cause severe, generalized tonic-clonic seizures. Hearing the system's diagnosis, Ezekiel also concluded the boy's condition, thinking to himself, "This is also known as epilepsy. Normally, there wouldn't be any problem, but because the brain waves become chaotic for unknown reasons, it causes the whole body to convulse and the patient to lose consciousness." With that thought, Ezekiel slowly stood up, looked at the boy, and said, "No matter what, even if you were really possessed by evil spirits, you are not weird at all." The boy asked happily, "Really?" He confidently pointed to himself and replied, "Of course, I'm the crown prince, remember? I'm always right." In his heart, he thought, "It's a good thing I found out he has epilepsy, but even if I try to treat him, I can't find a cause right now. This is driving me crazy. I don't have any scanning equipment, like an MRI machine." While lost in thought, George's weak voice suddenly rang out. Your Highness, Ezekiel." Hearing that, Ezekiel also looked down blankly and uttered, But what met his eyes was George turning blue, his whole body convulsing and trembling, his eyes rolling back as he moaned in pain. "I feel strange." Seeing this symptom, Ezekiel also worriedly wondered, a seizure? Why now of all times? The others standing nearby were just as horrified. Dr. Gaddin cried out. The child. The maid also couldn't keep her composure, collapsing to her knees on the ground. He trembled and backed away, saying, It's really possessed by an evil spirit." Hearing that, Damien didn't hesitate to draw his sword and pointed at the child, saying, "Your Highness, please stay away from it." Seeing everyone shunning the poor boy, Ezekiel became furious, clenching his teeth. He couldn't hold back anymore and raised his hand, shouting loudly, "Stop it!" His eyes showed an indescribable emotion. "This has nothing to do with an evil spirit. This is an illness. He's just sick. Patients are people who need to be cared for and protected." Finishing his sentence, he ordered, "This child is in great pain. Someone give me a pillow now." The maid replied, trembling, Yes, Your Highness." Immediately after, a pillow was brought, and George was gently laid down on it. But the boy's body was still convulsing non-stop, his whole body stiff and foaming at the mouth. Gaddin asked worriedly, "The kid's mouth is foaming. Should I wipe it with a handkerchief?" Ezekiel immediately shook his head to stop him. "No, don't do that. His jaw muscles are contracting uncontrollably. If you're not careful, he might bite the handkerchief and swallow it. We can't do anything right now. We can only help him after the seizure passes." Just as he said that, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw a bright orange energy emanating from George. He wondered in amazement, "Why can I feel mana from him?" Suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, the Astrakhan core method. It's very sensitive to the flow of mana. Mana is basically the circulation of energy, if I can see it clearly and accurately. Ezekiel placed his hand on George's chest, while thinking, maybe I'll be able to determine the cause of the epilepsy. His eyes slowly closed as he felt it. I can see it. After a moment, when he opened his eyes, the place he was standing was inside the boy's body, surrounded by meridian threads. Ezekiel looked around and thought to himself, the mana flow is everywhere. It's moving wherever it wants. He reached out and gently touched the mana flow in front of him. I need to concentrate. An opportunity like this doesn't come often. I have to find the root cause of the epilepsy. Ezekiel continued to walk and observe. I think this is the spinal nerve, that is the cranial nerve. I can't get tired now. I still haven't found any information. It seemed his heart couldn't take it anymore either. It was contracting and beating rapidly. He urged himself on a little more. Ezekiel forced his body to walk, sweat pouring down like rain. Finally, he arrived in front of a strange space from which a tremendous amount of light was emitting. Looking at it, he exclaimed happily, the vagus nerve, this is the root cause. His eyes widened. The faulty signal in the vagus nerve is causing seizures in the brain and the whole body. Of him. Thinking of this, Ezekiel looked at the others and said, bring me a blanket and cover him with it. This child needs to rest now. Don't wake him up, just let him sleep. As he spoke, his expression changed, and don't make any noise. Don't cause any commotion either. As soon as he finished speaking, Ezekiel's entire body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Everyone cried out worriedly, Your Highness. Even though he had fainted from exhaustion, a satisfied smile remained on Ezekiel's lips. Oh my God, he's fainted. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness, please wake up. In his heart, he was incredibly relieved. What a relief. Now that I've found the root cause, I could treat him. Time passed, and it was already dark, the space enveloped by a silent night. Ezekiel now slowly opened his eyes, waking up from a long sleep. He sat up in bed, holding his head and groaning, my head hurts so much. Did I faint? It seems the Astrakhan core method was activated at maximum efficiency when I was unconscious. Just as he thought that, Damien, who had been standing beside him for who knows how long, suddenly spoke up, you're awake. He froze and cursed, damn it, you scared me. I thought you were the Grim Reaper. He continued, you've been asleep for half a day. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered and immediately asked, is that so? How is the child? Damien replied, George woke up in the evening, but he's still very tired. Ezekiel breathed a sigh of relief and continued, that's to be expected, because his seizure was quite severe. Damien added, that's right, he went right back to sleep after enjoying his dinner. At this, he got up and stepped off the bed, thinking to himself, I guess this was possible, but I didn't think I could make such an accurate diagnosis using the Astrakhan core method. It's much better than an x-ray. As Ezekiel took a shirt from the closet, he continued to think, now I know the vagus nerve is the root cause. There's only one way to treat him, vagus nerve stimulation to do it. Seeing Ezekiel looking like he was about to go somewhere, Damien asked curiously, Your Highness, where are you going in the middle of the night? He quickly put on his shirt, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes confident. Ezekiel became more and more excited, laughing loudly as he replied, to get struck by lightning, of course. Scene changed to a large room inside the palace, with two soldiers standing guard outside. Suddenly, from a distance, two familiar figures slowly approached. The soldiers were startled and shouted, Who goes there? But when they got a clear look at the person who appeared, they froze with a bewildered expression, not knowing what to say. It turned out the ones who had just arrived were Ezekiel and Damien. He raised his hand cheerfully and said, Thank you for your service. Please take me to Lord Zanis. Hearing that, the two soldiers immediately went inside to lead the way for them. After moving for a while, they finally arrived in front of the door to a large room, on the outside of which were strange, special characters emitting an aquamarine light. Ezekiel, without hesitation, threw open the door and rushed inside. From inside, a person with long white hair, wearing pink cat pajamas, sat bolt upright with a start and yelled, What the hell? After composing himself, he was taken aback and asked, Prince, what are you doing here? He was the royal mage, Lord Zaintis. Ezekiel walked up to stand right in front of him, scratching his head and saying with an awkward smile, Lord Zaintis, please forgive the sudden visit, but I have a favor to ask. He asked in surprise, Forgive you? He raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead, continuing, Please cast lightning magic on my back. These words were like a lightning strike to Zenitis' ears, leaving him bewildered and confused as he exclaimed, What? Flashing back to the previous day, Zaynez was summoned by the emperor for a private talk. Ezekiel has changed so much recently. He does many strange things. That's right, he also behaves very strangely. The emperor's face showed worry as he continued, to the point that I have to worry about what he'll do next. But as soon as he finished speaking, the corner of his mouth curled up into a knowing smile. Zaynez was a sharp man. He understood immediately with just one look, his eyes showing a hint of doubt, but he remained silent, thinking to himself, "Yes, your majesty. Everyone becomes a fool for their children. I have served you my whole life. I know your deepest thoughts." Well, back to the present, Ezekiel was still desperately grabbing and shaking him, pleading, "Come on, strike me with lightning." He thought helplessly, "Your majesty, he has certainly changed a lot." Zaynez looked down at Ezekiel with a scrutinizing gaze and exclaimed, "He's becoming crazier." With that thought, he asked, "Why would I want to harm you? If anything happened to you, I would be executed." He replied, "Hold on. I'm not asking you to do something strange like kill me. I'm asking you for a little bit of current that can't kill me." Ezekiel smiled and continued to explain, "I just need you to do it for an important matter. Please maintain it for 3 consecutive hours." Zaynez was speechless, thinking to himself, but that is an absolutely bizarre request. As far as is known, lightning magic has immense destructive power. Lightning magic used by a high-level mage can be comparable to a natural disaster, but he wants me to reduce it to the level of static electricity and maintain a stable voltage for 3 consecutive hours? That requires extremely high-precision control. Thinking this, Zaynez spoke up, "Your Highness, do you know you are making an extremely difficult request?" Hearing this, he stood pensively for a moment without answering. After thinking, he said, "Frankly, of course I know. It's similar to driving on a road with a 30 kilometers per hour speed limit for 3 consecutive hours. That's why I came to you." Ezekiel put his arm around Zanidis' shoulder with an enthusiastic expression, praising, "Who else has such good magic control as you, Lord Zaynez?" Hearing these flattering words, he felt extremely happy and rubbed his nose. He continued, "Who is the most talented mage in our empire?" All hearts and minds shout in unison, "Lord Zaynez." The soldiers and Damien, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. After listening for a bit, Zaynez stroked his beard and thought to himself, "I'm starting to like the idea of accepting this challenge." "I am." With that thought, he said, "But your Highness," if before he could finish his sentence, Ezekiel interrupted, "If something happens to me, don't worry. I won't hold you responsible. Even if I get injured or die, you won't be held responsible at all." At this, he pointed towards the soldiers and Damien. "They will be witnesses." Hearing this, they turned pale with fear, thinking, "Don't drag us into this." Seeing he still seemed hesitant, he put on a serious expression and explained, "I'm not trying to do anything evil. I just want to save someone." Knowing his purpose, he immediately agreed. "If that's the case, then I'll try." He asked, "So, shall we begin?" Ezekiel became more excited than ever, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile as he replied, "Right now." A moment later, the preparations were complete. Zaynez looked at Ezekiel sitting on the ground. He held his staff, while Ezekiel thought to himself, "I can't recklessly use an electric current on a child. I need to test it first to be sure it's safe." With this in mind, he spoke, "Your Highness, are you ready?" A bright blue mana flared from Ezekiel's body. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly in agreement. Receiving this answer, he no longer hesitated and directly raised his hand, creating a golden electric current and saying loudly, "If that's the case, I shall cast the spell." Zaynez tried to keep the current as light as possible, at a level as gentle as static electricity. Feeling the current zapping him, Ezekiel was slightly startled and exclaimed, "Ah," like an ant bite. He closed his eyes, smiling reassuringly to himself. As expected of a palace mage, I knew he could do it. Now it's my turn. I will absorb the current and convert it into an electrode. Then I will initiate an electrical signal. I will initiate an electrical signal directly symmetrical to the faulty nerve signal in the child's vagus nerve and completely control these nerve signals. The corner of Ezekiel's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. The Astrakhan core technique is such a powerful technique. It can control so many things. I didn't think I would succeed in one. Try. Suddenly, he turned to Zaynez, raised his hand, and said, "That's enough." He asked, startled, "You want me to stop because it's enough?" "No, I can keep going. I could do this all day." At that statement, Ezekiel screamed in terror, It hurts, I said stop. Early the next morning, all the gladiators and servants in the palace were gathered at the door of the large room, whispering among themselves. I wonder why he's gathered so many people again. What is he planning to do? Another person continued. I heard he wants to gather people who like to spread rumors to help him. What? I really don't understand what's going on in his head. At this moment, the door slowly opened, and the scene inside startled the maid, her eyes widening in surprise. Inside the room were George sitting opposite Ezekiel and also Lord Zaynez. He held up a needle, smiled, and said to the boy, I won't tell you to hold back your tension. Bitter medicine cures the disease, and medical procedures are bound to hurt. I'm not lying. The boy stammered fearfully. Does it hurt a lot? Ezekiel replied, just a tiny bit, like a playful pinch. It does. The more he looked at the sharp needle, the more terrified George became. It sounds like it will hurt. He reassured, this won't hurt, I promise. The boy asked again, really? Without noticing that the needle had already been inserted into his neck. Ezekiel said, that's right, I've already inserted it. You couldn't even tell, right? Finished. Ezekiel stood up and walked towards Zaynez, both nodding in mutual understanding, thinking, the more painful part starts now. He didn't hesitate any longer, directly using his staff to strike towards Ezekiel. From within his heart, a stream of energy was accumulating. He thought happily, good, the electrical energy is gathering smoothly. And this is the reason he gathered everyone. He wanted them to see clearly and spread the word to everyone. Spread the good word about this breakthrough treatment. This is what's known as viral marketing. Only Dr. Gaddon was not okay at all, fainting over and over. I can't believe the prince is being roasted by lightning. Ezekiel gently touched the needle on George's neck, thinking now to insert the processed electric current. His whole being entered the boy's body, striding quickly. After moving for a while, he finally reached the section of disordered mana. But Ezekiel seemed to sense something was wrong, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wait, this feels very bad. He ran quickly, worriedly exclaiming, damn it, the mana flow is being disrupted. It's going to explode, soon due to the blockage. The seizure is about to start. At the same time, outside, George's expression was slowly darkening. He clutched his chest and asked, Ezekiel, how much longer do I have to hold on like this? Inside, Ezekiel was still doing his best, trying to salvage the situation. We have 3 minutes at most before the seizure starts. In the worst case, 1 minute. He looked at the increasingly chaotic mana flows and thought, I need to initiate the opposing signal into this electrode. It's too late. There's not enough time. Even if I use the Astrakhan core technique at maximum output, this process will take 30 minutes. Should I stop now and treat him next time? If I let the boy have a seizure, they will spread bad rumors. Because of this, I also don't know how much longer Lord Zaynez can maintain this. Damn it, a terminally ill person like me doesn't have time to relax in this situation. Thinking this, he called out Lord Zaynez. Ezekiel, showing no expression, turned his head slightly and continued, please increase the power of the lightning magic to 3 times its current level. At this statement, Zaynez was extremely surprised, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, excuse me? He repeated, do it now, I'll explain later. He tried to remind him, that will be very painful. But now Ezekiel didn't care about that. He said with a determined expression, it doesn't matter. Seeing that resolute attitude, Zaynez no longer hesitated. He directly increased the electric current 3-fold, striking straight at Ezekiel's body. Very well, Your Highness. Despite the pain in his heart, he still thought, 10 seconds until the seizure begins. I need to absorb more magic, process it, and complete the treatment. Inside the boy's body, Ezekiel was taking step after step, searching for the root of everything and the place to focus the absorbed electrode. The carotid artery. Just like that, he approached the thread identified as the carotid artery, using a scroll to wrap it tightly. As he worked, he estimated the time in his head, 5 seconds before the seizure. At the same time, outside, George seemed unable to hold back any longer, his mouth starting to foam as he moaned in pain. Before the panicked eyes of everyone, Ezekiel was still trying his best, counting down the time for The mana disorder grew larger and larger, creating a huge wave. The time reached 2. Inside, the carotid artery thread was finally wrapped tightly by Ezekiel. His face was extremely worried, sweat pouring down like rain as he thought one. When the countdown ended, a series of red and blue electric sparks suddenly enveloped the surroundings, pushing Ezekiel back. Zero, George's body, which had been turning blue and convulsing, his voice a moan, Suddenly, the boy's eyes flew open, his body feeling much lighter, no longer in pain. The boy looked ahead in surprise and asked, Ezekiel? Ezekiel also managed a bright smile and asked back, are you feeling better? Seeing that everything had gone smoothly, Zaynaz also felt somewhat relieved, letting out a deep sigh of relief. George's sister was also extremely surprised by the recent scene, thinking, did nothing happen? He usually loses consciousness when the pain starts, but now, Ezekiel's body was also not in good shape. He trembled, hugging his arm and sighing, that was close, a real close call, my body is still numb. Just as he finished speaking, the system displayed a notification. Level 2 treatment fee request has been activated. Patient George, treatment method, surgery, vagus nerve stimulation. Lifespan, received an additional 3 days. Estimated lifespan, 161 days. Seeing what had just appeared before his eyes, he exclaimed happily, good. I received more days to live. The system continued to notify, you have used the maximum capability of the Astrakhan core method to withstand high-intensity stimulation of the body. By doing so, you have surpassed your limits. The Astrakhan core technique has leveled up. Skill name, Astrakhan core technique. Level 1, circle level 2, greatly increases the mana of the mana circle. Mana increased by 130%. Stats required for next level up. HP 1200, current HP 200. Reading it over, Ezekiel was astonished. He clenched his fist, secretly pleased. The Astrakhan core skill has leveled up, and the amount of mana increase is also greater. As he thought this, a new notification rang out. You have successfully withstood the stimulation of a large electric current. The lungs and large intestine have received metal energy and have resistance to wood energy. Metal overcomes wood. The internal organs have obtained wood energy. The liver has awakened. As soon as the notification appeared, a new member immediately appeared, kicking the door open and rushing inside. The one who just entered was none other than the liver. It yelled, hey, you lazy bum. As it spoke, it threw its bag on the ground and ordered, hold my bag, quick. That scene made the other internal organs freeze, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Contrary to the large intestine's happy expression, the heart coldly asked, new guy? Just as it finished speaking, the large intestine ripped off its shirt and held it up. It ran over happily shouting, finally escaped being the new guy, so happy. But faced with that friendly demeanor, the liver was not friendly at all. It stood with a cold expression, staring straight ahead without saying a word. Then it swung its hand and gave the large intestine a slap, so hard it twisted its mouth. It looked at the large intestine and said in a menacing voice, trying to make me the new guy? You want to die? The system then displayed, the liver has given you 300 HP, the lungs, heart, and large intestine celebrate another part joining, giving you 500 HP. The liver's birthday party has begun. You receive an additional 300 HP, current HP 1300. Seeing this, Ezekiel thought happily to himself, a new organ? I can get more HP from now on. What a wonderful day. I've leveled up the Astrakhan core technique, awakened the liver, and even received more HP. At this point, the system suddenly asked, is there more? He replied blankly, is that all? Suddenly, a voice called out loudly, Ezekiel. The one who called was none other than George. Hearing the call, he turned and asked, what is it? The boy, with an innocent expression, spoke up, is there something strange about me? Hearing that, Ezekiel bent down slightly, took the needle out of the boy's neck, and replied, there's nothing strange about you at all. As he spoke, he put on a confident expression, affirming, normally your vision goes dark and you lose control. I'm surprised it wasn't like that this time. The boy replied, yes. Ezekiel continued, you'll be stable like this from now until the end of your life. These words made the boy unable to believe his ears. His big, sparkling eyes widened as he exclaimed, really? He stood there and replied with a laugh, yes, you won't have to suffer anymore. If I'm lying, you can take my position as prince starting tomorrow. The maid standing in the back could no longer hold it in, her eyes welling with tears as she softly called George. Hearing his sister's call, the boy happily tilted his head to one side and said, sister. The two siblings then rushed forward, hugging each other tightly, bursting with happiness. Seeing them so happy, Ezekiel felt happy too. He smiled and thought to himself, a perfect success. Thinking this, he observed the expressions of everyone else, who were just as moved. Do you all see that clearly? Now is the time to spread rumors of my kindness. That's when people will flock to this place for treatment. The more he thought, the more frightening his expression expression became. I will heal them all and extend their lifespans, a long and healthy life. Here I come. Suddenly, the scene around Ezekiel darkened, his vision blurred, and his head spun. Soon after, all that appeared before his eyes were the panicked faces of Dr. Gadine and Damien rushing towards him. What is this? Did I faint again? The system appeared and answered, of course, after all, you were overly stressed. Time passed quickly again, and it was evening in Ezekiel's large room. He was now lying on the bed, resting after a long, tiring day, his breathing even. Suddenly, his drowsy eyes fluttered open, and he looked up at the ceiling, wondering, how long was I out? My body is so stiff. Seeing that Ezekiel had woken up, Gadine, who was standing beside him, spoke up, Prince, you're awake? Hearing this, he turned to look at everyone and replied with a smile, Why are you all standing here? Don't you have other things to do? Dr. Gadine's face darkened, and he mumbled, I'm tired of watching you sleep. Finishing his sentence, he couldn't hold it in any longer, his emotions overflowing as he sobbed with tears and a runny nose. That's why I hoped you would wake up soon. I prayed so much, Prince. Seeing this, Ezekiel asked in astonishment, What is it? Why are you crying again? Damien, standing nearby, explained, You have been asleep for 2 days, sir. Hearing this, Ezekiel couldn't help but be shocked, jumping up from the bed and exclaiming, What 2 days? Zayndiz also slowly approached after a moment of silence and called softly, Your Highness. His face, already old, now looked even more haggard and worn. He looked at the prince and said in a trembling voice, Do you want me to be thrown in jail? How am I supposed to explain to His Majesty if you collapse because of my light magic? Knowing he was also at fault, the prince said nothing more than, I'm sorry. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Oh, what about George? How is he? Hearing his name, the boy suddenly appeared from somewhere, smiling cheerfully and replying, I'm all better. As he spoke, the boy ran over with a happy, smiling face. Seeing this, Ezekiel asked in surprise, Wait, what are you doing here? The boy replied, I pestered everyone to let me come here. Finishing his sentence, the boy's face became flustered, his cheeks blushing as he put his hands behind his back and continued, Because I wanted to give you this. As he spoke, George took out a wooden bracelet carved with a heart shape when you woke up. Ezekiel's eyes widened in surprise as he reached out to take the bracelet and asked, You made this while I was sleeping? He looked down at the bracelet in his hand. His expression was a bit hard to read as he thought to himself, this is too much for me. I only saved him because I wanted to live longer. He doesn't know my motives. Suddenly, George's voice interrupted Ezekiel's train of thought. Ezekiel, he looked up in surprise. The boy said with an excited expression, I want to become a great person too. I want to help others just like you. That sentence struck Ezekiel's heart, leaving him frozen for a moment, not knowing what to say. After calming down, he tightened his grip on the bracelet and replied, This necklace, it's well made. He looked at the innocent boy before him and exclaimed, Thank you. Ezekiel continued, But the best reward I've received. Ezekiel's words moved everyone standing around, is seeing you healthy, George. Although he managed to say it, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed, covering his mouth with his hand and clearing his throat. I want to rest a little more. I still feel tired. Everyone immediately understood and replied in unison, We will leave. Please rest well, Prince. And so, everyone slowly made their way out the door, leaving Ezekiel to his privacy. As he was leaving, George suddenly stopped, turned his head, and waved, saying, See you later, Ezekiel. Seeing this, Ezekiel also turned his head and waved back, replying, Yeah, see you later. After he spoke, the door closed, and the room returned to its usual quietness. Ezekiel now sat on the bed, his eyes pensively looking down at the wooden bracelet he was given. He held it up to admire it for a moment, then sighed and said, Who would wear something like this? It looks simple and doesn't have any gemstones on it. But after saying this, he concluded with a sentence, But I like it now to sleep. And so, Ezekiel put on the simple bracelet and lay down to sleep soundly after retiring. Day. Scene changed to another place in a normal residential area. A loud voice called out, Mom, I'm home. Hearing the call, the mother looked out from inside the house and asked, Son, why are you back? A young man with a bright face, carrying a bag, entered with a smile and replied, What else? I got leave, so I came home. His parents were still surprised and asked again, leave? He replied, yes, special leave. During the family meal that day, the mother couldn't help but ask curiously, the prince suddenly gave you 5 days of leave. He replied, yes, most of the people at the palace were given leave. The father also chimed in, how is the prince's health these days? Hearing that, he smiled and said, I think it's better than before. He asked again, really? That's fortunate. He pondered for a moment, then added, I think it's because. His face showed clear confusion and bewilderment. He's been doing strange things lately. They were led from one surprise to another. Asking strange things? The son replied, he said he wants to treat people like a doctor. At this point, he reached into his bag and pulled out a scroll. Look at this. The scroll was placed on the table, then neatly unrolled. The three of them huddled together, their eyes focused on reading the contents of the paper, their expressions utterly astonished. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew in and swept the paper out the window. These papers appeared everywhere in the town and the city, where many people passed by. It was also posted all over the notice boards so that people could see it more easily. They were all extremely surprised and exclaimed, what is this? At the top of the paper was written, congratulations, opening, celebration at the palace, traditional medicine doctor, grand opening, free treatment. Everyone please come. Back pain, joint stiffness, acupuncture, orthodontics, obesity, direct treatment. Prince Ezekiel, Adrian Magentano, Chief Royal Physician Expert, Birero Gadian, specializing in difficult and miscellaneous diseases. After reading, people wondered, even treat spines? At the same time at the royal palace, the sun was shining brightly. Ezekiel stood happily in his room, looking out the window and saying, the rumors must have spread everywhere by now, right? Just as he said this, Dr. Gadian opened the door from outside and walked in, saying, Your Highness, it's time to go out. Hearing that, he turned his head and asked, All right, shall we go? The two of them walked together down the hallway. Gadian asked, You're up early, aren't you? He replied, It's the first day of the Royal Traditional Medicine Clinic's opening. After all, at this point, he suddenly remembered and added, Oh, and I brought all the medicine you need. The prince asked, Even the licorice? He replied, I made a point of purchasing it. Hearing that, Ezekiel was very pleased and praised, Good, I need a lot of it, so even if it's expensive, I want to buy as much as possible. As he was about to walk on, he suddenly called him back. Understood, but your highness. He turned his head back with a surprised look. Gadian asked seriously, Allow me to ask, where did you learn these things? Ezekiel asked back, These things? He said, like creating new medicine or relieving joint pain by sticking thorns into people. As a doctor, I'm very curious about them. Seeing him silent, he explained, Actually, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm very curious about where you got your techniques from, but I still don't understand how they work, no matter how hard I try. At this point, he didn't dare to look straight ahead, but bowed his head and continued. So I'm a little sad. Seeing him like that, Ezekiel stood still for a moment and thought, he's sad? He must feel like a failure. Because he can't understand the nature of the techniques I use, I understand why he feels that way, because I'm also a doctor. Thinking this, his face darkened, not revealing any expression. After a moment, he finally spoke, Actually, I come from another world. Gadian heard this and exclaimed in bewilderment, Yes? Ezekiel continued, In that place, I was not a prince, just an ordinary person named Li Han. I made a living using the traditional medicine techniques that I have used. The more he heard, the more confused he became, his eyebrows furrowing. Prince? I'm saying this after serious thought. Faced with that attitude, the prince scratched his head and gave a dismissive laugh. That's why I'm telling the truth. He pouted, I'll be very sad if you do this. Not believing the words just spoken, Gadian once again asked, Can you stop joking with me and tell me the truth? He replied, I already told you. And besides, why do you want to know? He answered frankly, Because I want to become a better doctor. I want to feel the satisfaction that you have felt. Ezekiel directly cut him off. You're already like that, aren't you? Hearing that, he stood there stunned and exclaimed, Yes. Without saying more, he turned and walked away. Enough talk. Let's get to work. At this moment, only Ezekiel could truly understand his real abilities. He smiled and thought to himself, I was able to come this far because you were always by my side helping me. Outside the gate, a sign was already posted, This way to the Royal Traditional Medicine Clinic. He thought to himself, I hope we have patients on opening day, not just flies. I hope people don't stay away because this is where the prince lives. Just thinking about it, he imagined the clinic having to close early. I think I'm overthinking things. Ezekiel walked while praying, "Please, please, please let a ton of patients come." After walking for a while, he finally reached the door, excitedly throwing open the window and shouting, "Welcome to the traditional medicine clinic." But just as the word royal left his mouth, there wasn't a single person below. It was completely empty. This completely crushed his spirits, his face becoming gaunt and colorless on the spot. "I'm doomed." Ezekiel, completely devoid of energy, dragged his feet up the steps under the worried gaze of Dr. Gadden. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and glanced to one side, stammering, "Pre-Prince." He sighed and replied, "What is it?" He quickly urged, "Please look down." Hearing that, Ezekiel also looked down, and suddenly, the sight made him freeze, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, I'm saved." Right below, countless people had come to wait for treatment. They were jostling with each other. "Come on, stop pushing. Hey, don't cut in line. I was here first. What are you talking about?" And so, a day of work began, with countless people waiting outside the door. Ezekiel thought excitedly. That's right, the first day is always the busiest. Inside the room, he was examining an old man. "I will examine you." Another person peeked over and asked, "Pre-Prince, sorry to bother you while you're busy." He asked awkwardly, "But what should I do?" He replied, "You can walk around and see if any patients need help." "Oh, wait, that's not how you prepare medicine." Problems began to arise. Ezekiel continued to use his mana to examine. The nursing system is still very bad. It will take some time for it to become a complete system. The system also displayed a notification. "You have received enough experience points while treating many patients. This experience will become your foundation, and the pulse-taking skill has leveled up, pulse-taking level 2. By feeling the subject's pulse, you can diagnose their health condition. You can assess risks as well as bad signals from the body. You can get results by checking the general health checkup report, and you can see more information about the symptoms of the patient's internal organs, if you awaken them in your body." Hearing that, Ezekiel exclaimed in astonishment. What? Inside his body, the internal organs were also ready for a large-scale, comprehensive examination. The heart spoke first, stroking its hair. "Everyone, it's time for a date. Let's go see what the situation is like, shall we?" The lungs heard this and exclaimed excitedly. "So exciting. So many people." The heart continued. "I told them that coming here was the best. After all, there are many subjects here that we can get to know." The large intestine was just as excited. "This is truly the best." But the liver didn't feel the same way. It spoke up, "Wake up, you guys." Right in front of them, there were only old men and women sitting opposite. "We're only meeting old people." The system displayed a notification. "The results of the consultation with the internal organs are in." Heart, "I was tricked. No abnormalities in the heart." Lungs, "Me? No abnormalities." Large intestine, mild constipation detected. No other abnormalities. Liver, signs of inflammation detected in this old man. He needs to stop drinking alcohol. He asked in surprise. Inflammation, alcohol? Is his liver in a bad state? The liver replied, "That's right, his liver is crying. It has been destroyed by alcohol for 50 years. At this rate, it will completely die in about 5 more years. Receiving the examination from the internal organs, Ezekiel thought happily, "The information from the consultation of the internal organs is amazing. That an inaccurate diagnosis is the most important thing in treatment. I need to quickly awaken the other organs." Thinking this, he looked at the man in front of him and said, "Sir, your liver is severely damaged." The man replied, "Yes." He continued, "That's why you feel tired and your skin is more yellow. Because your liver is tired, I will prescribe you a small chai-hu for today. Take it for 10 days. Based on the next examination, I may prescribe more guaji and fulling." After giving the instructions, Ezekiel's face darkened as he emphasized, "And you should stop drinking alcohol from now on." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing the man to exclaim in horror. "What?" He continued, "Because your liver is in a very bad state. You won't live for another 5 years if you continue like this." The man stammered, "But Ezekiel asked again, "You can't eat without drinking alcohol?" The man immediately nodded his head vigorously. His next sentence made the man freeze, his heart stopping on the spot. "I order you not to drink alcohol. Not in the name of a doctor, but in the name of a prince. If you dare to disobey my order, I will throw you in jail." Time passed quickly until evening. A loud shout came from inside the patient room. "All right, that's all for today. All non-critical patients, please come back tomorrow." After the work session, Everyone approached Ezekiel to praise him. "You did well, Prince. I'm sorry for making a mistake while preparing the medicine. I don't know if I did it right." Hearing everyone say that, he smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry, everyone did well. Let's continue like this tomorrow." In his heart, he thought, because nursing doesn't exist in this place, this is good, but we will have difficulties if there are many patients who need nursing care. We need to establish a nursing system for rotating patient care. At this point, he remembered his former colleagues. I wish Miss Kim and Miss Lai were here now. At the same time outside, a series of hurried footsteps were running towards them, shouting, "Over here." Dr. Gadden opened the door, looked inside, and said loudly, "Prince, there's an emergency patient." The man behind him, carrying a woman on his back, continued, I am the eldest son of the Dinlier family. I bowed to the prince. The woman's condition was not good at all. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing with difficulty. He begged, "Please save my mother, please." After a while, the woman was laid neatly on the bed. Ezekiel sat beside her and asked, "Her fever is too high. How long has she had it?" He heard this and replied, "Since this afternoon. She was fine before that." While Ezekiel was taking her pulse to examine her, he continued, "She started feeling cold at noon, and her condition kept getting worse." After a moment of examination, he finally identified what this disease was, but it was not like other normal diseases. This is the disease that wiped out 40,000 soldiers. Ezekiel's face showed endless worry, sweat pouring down as he thought of Napoleon. As far as is known, epidemic typhus, a dangerous disease caused by the bacterium Borrelia recurrentis. Ezekiel asked again, "Hey liver, are you serious?" It replied, "Absolutely, I saw the fever bacteria in this woman's liver." Hearing the liver's firm confirmation, he was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a word. After calming down, he looked at the man again and asked, "What was the last time she bathed?" Hearing that, the man looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Pardon?" Ezekiel explained, "I need to know more about the patient's condition." He replied, "Yes, she also bathed yesterday." He asked with a serious expression, "Yesterday?" He replied, "Yes, she usually bathes with warm water every day." Faced with these answers, Ezekiel became even more confused, wondering, strange, how could such a clean person get infected? He continued to ask, "What about her house, especially the bed area?" He replied, "She is very neat and clean." He asked, "No mites or fleas?" He replied, "Yes, none." Ezekiel continuously made his judgments. Perhaps she went somewhere unclean in the last few days. Hearing that, the eldest son of the Dinlier family thought for a moment, then exclaimed, "She did." He recounted, about half a month ago, her carriage broke down on the way back from visiting relatives, so she had to stay at a farmer's house. The couple let her sleep on their bed. Ezekiel sat in silence, thinking, she showed a fever today, and she slept at the farmer's house half a month ago. The more he thought, the more certain he became, this is bad. Everything matches epidemic typhus. Thinking this, Ezekiel turned and said, "That's probably where she got infected." The eldest son of the Dinlier family heard this and asked in surprise, "Infected?" He explained, "Her illness is epidemic typhus. It is transmitted by the bites of fleas and ticks. Her condition is getting worse and worse. This is bad. She is old, and her fever is too high." Ezekiel gritted his teeth and thought, in a worst-case scenario, she could get a lung infection, organ damage, or necrosis of the limbs. Thinking this, he looked at the maids and ordered, "Everyone listen carefully, take off her clothes and wipe her down with a warm, clean towel. Then help her put on a patient's gown." Hearing that, a maid asked, What about her old clothes?" Ezekiel replied, "Burn them, and the bed and mattress she's lying on too. After you're done, you must bathe again and burn all of your own clothes." He reminded them with a stern face, "If anyone disobeys me, they will be fired immediately and accept the most severe punishment." They were frightened and said in unison that we understand. Finishing his sentence, Ezekiel turned to the eldest son of the Dinlier family and said, "You too, have someone inform her family of this news." He waved his hand and shouted, "Hurry up." They immediately rushed out, replying, "Yes, yes, sir." Waiting for everyone to go to work, Ezekiel also did his job. He went to the kitchen. After a while of painstakingly cooking the medicine, he looked at it and thought, this cure is in the form of a liquid soup used to treat malaria, but it is very effective for fevers like this. This medicine is made from kudzu root soup, an antipyretic made from kudzu root, and ephedra. Ezekiel carried the bowl of medicine to where the lady of the Dinlier family was lying and said, "Here, this medicine will help you feel more comfortable. Please drink it slowly." And so, she was cared for diligently day after day, from morning to night, without stopping. The maids also did their best to keep her body warm, but it seemed that things were getting worse. Her face was pale and purplish, sweat pouring down like rain. Ezekiel was also standing beside her, observing. He thought, "It's been 3 days. I've rotated 3 maids to care for her, each for 8 hours a day, but her condition hasn't improved. Her condition is worsening due to the high fever." He looked at the bowl of medicine again. The kudzu root medicine doesn't seem to be strong enough. The balance of yin and yang has completely disappeared, causing the yin energy circulating in her body to be almost depleted. I need to rebalance the qi and blood first. Then the antipyretic drugs will be effective. Ezekiel stood there with a grim expression, calculating herb that can restore yin energy in the body. I need some kind of medicinal material like that. Think, you idiot, these guys are so useless when you need them. Just as he thought this, his eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "Ah, that's right, that place." He smiled excitedly and shouted, "Sir Gadin, please prepare a carriage for me. The secret place that holds countless precious treasures. I'm not sure, but I can try to find herbs there. Only the royal family can enter because that place is also very strictly controlled." The departure was quickly arranged in the night. The carriage sped along. "But I am the prince. I need to take advantage of this. I will ask my father the king for help." After a while, in front of a large room, Damien was waiting outside. Inside the room, Ezekiel knelt before the emperor and said, "Your son, Prince Ezekiel Adrian Magentano, greets his wise and powerful royal father." Seeing his son arrive, he asked in surprise, "Why have you come to see me at this hour?" Just looking at that expression sent a chill down his spine as he thought, "Royal father still gives off such a frightening aura." After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "The reason I came here," his eyes showed clear determination as he continued, "is to ask for your permission to enter the secret domed hall in this nest." The emperor became more and more curious and asked, "The domed hall? What for?" Hearing that, Ezekiel sighed, his face darkening as he slightly bowed his head. He explained, "You must have heard that I am establishing a traditional clinic in the suburbs. Many patients have asked me for treatment. 3 days ago, a noble woman in a very serious condition came to the clinic. After listening, the emperor asked in surprise, 'What does that have to do with the palace?' Ezekiel replied, 'It's because an important medicinal ingredient I need is available in the palace.' He listened for a while, but still did not approve immediately, saying, 'I am not convinced that you are telling the truth. Are you sure you are not using a patient to enter the palace for personal gain?' Finishing his sentence, the corner of his mouth twitched into a slight smile as he thought, 'Son, this is interesting, probing me first. I appreciate that.' At that statement, Ezekiel's face was dejected as he pouted and thought, 'TSK, this old man is clearly enjoying himself questioning me. It seems like father is planning something. I'm also a middle-aged man who has been through ups and downs. Convincing my own father is really difficult.' Thinking this, he stood up abruptly and said loudly, 'We don't have time for this conversation right now. The patient's life is in danger.' The emperor's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed as he asked, 'How can you prove that what you are doing is right?' He stammered about that. He continued, 'You were sickly in your youth. You even had very little time to study, and now you want to be a physician? I can't help but be suspicious of this.' As he spoke, he stood up angrily and shouted, 'I cannot be sure that what you are doing is right, that the medicine will be effective, or that you can save people.' Seeing his attitude, Ezekiel remained calm and stood still, saying, 'I understand you want to test me.' The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, his eyes confident as he asked, 'Right?' The emperor no longer hid it. He looked at his son and replied, 'That's right.' He pointed to the man standing next to him and said, 'The test is simple. The captain of the royal guard is sick. Diagnose him. If you can, I will allow you to enter the secret palace.' This was a rare opportunity that Ezekiel could not pass up. He immediately stepped forward and took the pulse of the royal guard captain. The emperor looked pensively at his son and smiled to himself. 'There's no way my son can. Only Roberto, his wife, and I know about this.' After a moment of examination, Ezekiel finally spoke, 'Captain.' He concluded with a sentence that made everyone freeze, their mouths agape, 'You are bald.' The air became strangely silent. Not a sound was made in the room. The emperor jumped up and pointed at the trembling royal guard captain, saying, 'But look, his hair is still very thick.' Hearing that, Ezekiel cheerfully reached out and snatched the wig from his head, replying, 'That's because he's wearing a wig.' The captain of the royal guard couldn't take it anymore, his eyes welling up with tears as he cried out. Having his bald head exposed in front of everyone, he couldn't bear it any longer and thought to himself, "Stop it, you father and son." Just like that, Ezekiel went straight ahead, opened the door, and stepped outside, to the bewilderment of the emperor and the royal guard captain who was sitting there sobbing. He said excitedly, "Let's go, Damien." As they walked down the hallway, Damien asked, "Isn't it strange that you took off his wig?" He replied, "It's fine, I'll heal him. Right now, that's not important. We'll do it later." As they were walking, they both suddenly stopped in their tracks at the same time. Ezekiel looked ahead joyfully and exclaimed, "This is the secret vault." Right in front of the two of them, a large, glowing door appeared, looking incredibly brilliant and magnificent. Meanwhile, in the emperor's room, the captain was covering his face and sobbing. "Could you ask him to heal me?" Hearing this, the emperor patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Try visiting my son's clinic next time." At this moment, Ezekiel and Damien stood before the door that radiated a mysterious power and exclaimed, "This is the palace's secret vault." Seeing the two of them, the guard stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness." He offered a card. "Please take this." Ezekiel looked at the card and wondered, "What is this?" Immediately, the guard explained to him, "It's the entrance ticket to the secret vault. You must have it to enter the secret vault. What happens if I don't have it? All the attack magic in the vault will be activated, and the ticket also records the time you spend inside. If you stay beyond the permitted time." The guard paused for a moment, then used a gesture that left the other two stunned. "If you exceed the time, you will die." Right after, he quickly revealed to him, "According to the information, you are allowed to stay until morning." Hearing that, Ezekiel looked at his self-drawn watch in alarm and exclaimed, "What? Only a few hours left." With that, he rushed forward, shouting, "Damien, let's go now." But suddenly the guard raised his hand to stop him. "Your Highness, that." Only then was it clear that there were 3 different doors. He carefully reminded him, "That is the high-grade area." He pretended to scratch his head and laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't know." On the surface, it was like that, but he secretly frowned and cursed inwardly. This guard is sharp. He wasn't fooled. At this moment, Ezekiel suddenly recalled the scene of himself standing before Astelion. "Because you have passed the test, I will allow you to enter the basic area tonight and take 1 item." Hearing his words, he exclaimed in surprise, "Yes." Sensing his confusion, he asked again, "Do you have any complaints?" He immediately denied it, but still showed his attitude. "No, it's not exactly a complaint." Ezekiel tried his best to persuade him. "I worked so hard to pass the test, but I only get to enter the basic area." Astelion maintained a calm, sarcastic attitude towards him. "Doesn't seem like you worked that hard, does it?" Not giving up, he pouted and pleaded, "You didn't specify which area when you gave me the test. You're just changing your words after I passed." He looked at him like that and thought to himself, "Son, you're really thick-skinned." Returning to reality, Ezekiel and Damien turned to go in another direction, complaining inwardly, "The Emperor is so stingy. Is he really helping me?" As he placed the card on the scanner on the door, he told himself, "It's best not to seek him out again unless I really need to." When the card was scanned, the machine beeped and turned green. Immediately, the large door before them opened. The guard bowed to see him off. "Your Highness, see you later." A moment later, Ezekiel and Damien stood in a vast room with giant shelves. He put his hands on his hips, looked at the scene before him, and forced a smile. "This is going to take all night." And then, the magic hourglass began to count down the time. He immediately turned to him, "Damien, we need to find the necessary item here. How are we going to find it?" Ezekiel thought for a moment, then answered unhurriedly, "Something cold. Yes, an item, a potion bottle, or a magic orb covered in ice or something similar." He handed him a piece of paper and a pen and instructed, "If you find anything like that, write down its location. I'll come and see it later." After dividing the task, the two split up. Will split up, each taking half. "I'll go this way. Then I'll go this way." All right. As time passed, Ezekiel carefully examined each item on the shelves. Damien also focused on looking and taking notes as he was told until half the time was up. And when he reached another row of shelves, the time was also nearly up. Ezekiel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I don't know if it's because this is the basic area, but I can't find anything. I hope Damien's side isn't like mine, because my side has nothing special at all." At that exact moment, he was standing in front of a special item, staring at it intently. A moment later, the two met as planned and exchanged information. Did you write down the locations as I said? Yes. Ezekiel looked at his ugly, scrawled handwriting and complained. What the hell did he write? The scene changes to the brightly lit ceiling of the basic room. The two of them walk step by step to the place Damien had noted down and discussed. There aren't many isotribute items in this place, are there? That's right. Ezekiel looked at the displayed item and said, "Is this our only hope? Let's see." The item's information plaque was written in detail. Name, perennial snow, type, shield, origin, unknown, classification, basic. Description: when a user infuses magic, the core in the center of the shield will convert the magic and create an ice shield. Reading that line of information, he carefully repeated perennial snow. He examined the item and exclaimed inwardly, "It's like a buzzer at a coffee shop." As he thought, he suddenly noticed something and softly uttered, but the thing he noticed was a line of information on the instruction plaque. The core in the center will convert mana and create an ice shield. The ice shield will break when it receives too much damage. The fragments that break off upon taking damage are a product of pure magical power. They will disappear on their own over time, but please be careful not to touch or eat them. Right after, Ezekiel reached out and lightly touched the perennial snow, exclaiming in surprise, "It's so cold." Along with the power radiating from his chest, he gripped it tightly and repeated inwardly, "An ice shield will be created when mana is infused." The small holes on the disc sensed the power flowing in and lit up one by one. But it seemed the flow of power was too strong, causing the disc to vibrate, making him exclaim in surprise, "Wait, is this really a coffee shop buzzer? I feel like I should go get the coffee I overordered." With that thought, Ezekiel reminded himself to focus again. All right, seeing how much it buzzes each time I increase the amount of mana, I shouldn't carelessly infuse too much mana into it. There's a minimum amount of mana required for the ice shield to appear, which is why it's in the basic class. Immediately, he focused with all his might, recalling the time he took a shower before being transported and told himself, "I'll try it slowly, like adjusting the temperature of a shower head." After a moment, seeing the steady flow of power, he exclaimed with delight, "This is it, this is the feeling. I'll just keep going like this." Just like that, an ice shield immediately appeared from the disc that I did it. Ezekiel excitedly shook his hand up and down, praising inwardly. The shield is big, but not heavy at all. He looked at everything through the layer of ice and cheered happily. And it's cold, too. It'll work. I can cure Lady Dinreal. After that, he turned his head, his eyes sparkling as he asked the person behind him for help. "Damien, I think I need your help again." Looking at him like that, he wondered to himself, I really don't know what he's thinking. A secret conversation quickly took place between the two in that room. "What do you need my help with?" "I'll tell you later. Let's go, I've bought us some more time." "What? What do you mean, more time?" "I mean, let's go treat the patient." A moment later, the guard outside saw someone step out and called out, "Your Highness." As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped when he saw that the person who came out was Damien. "The item you chose is..." He looked at the sword at his hip in astonishment. "You chose that sword." Suddenly, a familiar pair of shoes and a voice appeared, shouting loudly, "Damien, what do you think you're doing?" Ezekiel, with an annoyed face, criticized in a harsh tone, "I am extremely disappointed in you." But looking again, he was covered in gold, silver, and jewels like a king. The guard hurriedly and cautiously reminded him, "You need to leave those behind, Your Highness." The scene changes. The gentle moonlight and the sound of conversation filtered through a window. Inside that room was Gadin, awakened by the noise. "Me? Why me?" He walked to the window, looked at the two figures below, and exclaimed, "Your Highness, you're back." Suddenly, he smiled with satisfaction and assessed inwardly. The prince has gotten quite close to Damien lately, hasn't he? He watched them, one advancing and one retreating, and thought to himself, "Damien, I thought he was a rude and stubborn person, but he has done a good job protecting the prince." Unbeknownst to him, a tea tray had appeared in his hands that it's good for the prince, who has always been sick until now, to have a friend he can comfortably joke with like. Damien, as Gadin carried the tea tray down to where the two were huddled together, he thought to himself, "I guess I can put more trust in him." On the hill, the sun began to peek out. The morning light shone down on the ice shield that Ezekiel had just summoned. Seeing this action, he was bewildered. What is that? He continued to watch Damien's action of drawing his sword in confusion. Why is he drawing his sword? As soon as he finished his words, he immediately jumped into the air. He brought down a powerful sword strike on his shield without mercy. And from this scene, the tea tray in its owner's hands fell through the air. Gadden clutched his face in horror and screamed, "Assassination!" The story goes back a few minutes earlier. Ezekiel stood seriously in front of Damien and spoke. "Listen to me carefully." "Yes, Your Highness." At this moment, he looked at him with an emotionless expression and thought to himself, "You just sincerely want to help the patients. I will follow all your instructions without any doubt." As if seeing into his heart, he exclaimed with joy and excitement, "Is that so? Can you hit me with your sword?" Hearing his words, Damien's expression turned sour as he wondered, is he really crazy? The two of them continued their noisy conversation in the dark of night. "I want you to hit me until the ice shield breaks." "Are you serious?" "Yeah." Damien was silent, stunned speechless because his respect for Ezekiel had dropped a notch. After that, everything unfolded as it is now. His unexpected sound accidentally woke Gadden. "Me? Why?" He laughed with amusement, watching the intimate conversation between the two without knowing the content. "Are you trying to kill me by framing me for treason? You have to hit me so I can save Lady Dinreal. That's how we all survive." With that, Ezekiel pointed at him and said, "You too, right?" Then he pointed to himself and replied with a confident smile, "Me too." Damien looked at him like that and complained inwardly, "What on earth are you thinking?" With that thought, he uncomfortably questioned him, "I need a clearer explanation. You saw what was written about the perennial snow in the secret vault, right?" Perennial snow is when a user infuses mana, the core of the central part will change the mana and form an ice shield. The ice shield will be destroyed when it takes too much damage. The ice fragments that fall off when it is destroyed are a product of pure mana. They will naturally disappear over time, but refrain from touching or using them recklessly. Damien heard this and replied, "That's right, but what does that have to do with me having to hit you?" Ezekiel answered, "Yes, I will use the ice shards formed from hitting the shield to make medicine." Hearing Ezekiel's words, Damien thought for a moment and then suggested, "You could just put the shield down and let me hit it." He immediately shook his head and said no. He immediately channeled his power to activate the shield and said, "Now you see it." After that, he stopped channeling his power, watched the shield disappear, and continued miserably, "Now you don't." From this demonstration, he carefully explained to him, "To maintain the ice shield, I have to continuously infuse mana into it." Damien awkwardly voiced his thoughts, "But I want to be safe." "In short, you want me to destroy the ice shield without hurting you, right?" Seeing that he understood his meaning, he replied with delight, "That's right." But quickly, he voiced his refusal. "Your Highness, this could be considered treason. How could I possibly do such a thing? I will never do it." But his next words left him speechless. "I can't afford to be dirt poor." By applying the number one rule of negotiation, striking first to win, Damien made his demand. "Please reward me for each time I strike your shield." Hearing this, Ezekiel gave a cunning smile and said, "So you want to be paid to hit me?" "Yes." With that, a hand was placed lightly on his chest. In reverence, he bowed solemnly and expressed, "Your Highness, I consider you my sponsor. I greatly respect that you take care of people without asking for anything in return." He listened intently to every word he uttered, but this time is different. "I must be paid for my work." Hearing these words, Ezekiel clicked his tongue and recalled all the misfortunes in Damien's life. He remembered the image of that young boy and told himself, "It's all because of a lack of money." And then he thought of the image of his lonely back and the tattoo he had when he grew up. Then he remembered the times he fought monsters of his. Ezekiel smirked and thought to himself, even in the novel, he was very stingy. And as Gadden brought tea to the two of them, who had their arms around each other's shoulders, it was exactly as I had read. What did you read? I already knew you were like this, but you're even more thick-skinned in real life. As the other side of the mountain changed, the sun began to peek out. The morning light shone down on the ice shield that Ezekiel had just summoned. "Fine, I'll pay you a day's wage for each of your strikes." Having received his agreement, Damien immediately drew his sword and instructed, "I hope you will pay on time." He quickly brought down a powerful sword strike on his shield without mercy. And from this scene, the tea tray in its owner's hands fell through the air. Gadden clutched his face in horror and screamed, It's treason." In the end, he officially fainted. After that attack, the ground around Damien cracked, but Ezekiel's shield was completely unscathed. Seeing this, he raised his sword again, ready. It seems that this much power isn't enough to destroy it. I'll try again. Seeing his action, he quickly shut his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and let out a cry. Seeing his cowardice, he calmly teased, "I haven't even swung my sword yet." Ezekiel trembled and urged him on, "Hurry up and do it." As soon as he finished his words, Damien once again struck the shield, yes. Right after, he continuously slashed at the shield without stopping. A moment later, the attack stopped. He still held his trembling defensive posture. He continued to raise his sword, wondering to himself, "Do I need to hit harder?" Suddenly, Ezekiel angrily shouted, "You bastard, you just want to get more money, don't you?" Damien ignored his words, his determined eyes answering, "This time, I'll be serious." With that, he used all his strength to charge forward and strike the shield hard, and this blow caused a crack to appear on the shield. Immediately, the shield shattered in his delight. Ezekiel was filled with joy, spinning around and cheering. "Success! You did it! A long and disease-free life, a royal life." After a moment of celebration, he turned and said, "Let's collect the ice shards and go." Suddenly, they noticed Gadin fainted in the distance and wondered, why is he sleeping outside? The scenery gradually changes. Ezekiel is now in the kitchen, starting to prepare medicine. Kudzu, ephedra, jujube seeds, tree roots, peony, and licorice root, as well as ginger root and Chinese cinnamon bark. This is a normal kudzu soup. He continued by adding the next ingredient. "Now, I'll add the ice shards, putting this into the cycle." After he added the ice, the system displayed a notification. "Your experience has grown remarkably by using a new method, a new skill. Tonics have been unlocked. Decoction of tonics skill level 1. The tonics you decoct will be 10% more effective than normal tonics." And through the analysis of ingredients, you can find detailed information about the uses, side effects, and toxins in the tonic. Immediately, a bowl of ice-cold medicine was placed on the table with a system sound. "You must find a new recipe based on traditional tonics, the kudzu root tonic." The system finished its notification. Tim, with a happy face, called out to him loudly, "Sir Ezekiel, here is the kudzu root tonic combined with ice that you ordered." With that, the system appeared again to ask, "Ingredient analysis decoction skill. Do you want to activate it? Yes or no?" Ezekiel gave a sinister smile and chose decisively, "Excellent, of course, yes." A soft sound rang out, and a series of analysis information appeared. Kudzu root tonic with ice. Description is a dark brown liquid. Use is to restore water energy, reduce fever. Method of use is to drink 3 times a day after meals. Note, not to be used by patients with angina or myocardial infarction. Decocted by Ezekiel. Looking at this series of information, he clenched his fist in delight. This skill is amazing. Now I don't need to test the medicine myself anymore. It even restores water, energy. Lady Dinreal. Ezekiel affirmed with determination and confidence, "Now I can save her." With that thought, he and Damien carried the tonic to another room. Seeing them enter, the person in the room hurriedly stood up. Your Highness." He carried the medicine over to the eldest son of the Dinreal family and inquired, "How is she?" He lowered his head slightly and replied slowly, "She is still not well." Hearing that, Ezekiel immediately glanced in a certain direction. He observed Lady Dinreal and made an inward assessment. Her energy level is continuously decreasing. This medicine. He scooped up a spoonful of medicine and prayed in his heart, "I hope it works." Then he gently put the medicine to the lady's mouth and said, "All right, lady, please drink. It will be a little cold." Tasting the medicine, she cried out with difficulty, "So bitter." Ezekiel chuckled lightly and advised, "The more bitter the medicine, the more effective it is." After taking care of her, he sat down to talk with the entire Dinreal family. And when night fell, he again sat by the lady's bed, watching over and caring for her. Until the next morning, he went down to the kitchen again to make a new batch of medicine. This continued for 10 days. Now, servants with strangely sparkling eyes of admiration appeared. They looked at the back of him sitting on the chair and wondered, is he always like this? He's completely different from the sensitive bastard before. Your Highness, I respect you very much now. Even Gadin was the same. He bit his handkerchief, his eyes welling with tears. I have always believed in you, Your Highness. They all admired him like that, not knowing the truth that his physical condition was extremely poor. Your Highness, Ezekiel's face now looked haggard and gaunt, completely lifeless, as he lamented, somehow I've endured it. but I'm so tired. I've diagnosed, acted as a nurse, and even decocted the medicine myself. Ezekiel, you have to keep going for the reward after working hard. At this very moment, the system displayed a congratulatory message. You have successfully used the kudzu root tonic and successfully cured the typhus fever. Your dedication to the patient's health is a manifestation of self-sacrifice. Those who have witnessed it greatly respect you. They praise you. 2 Ezekiel angels immediately appeared, blowing trumpets with a flourish. More than the rewards, you have gained respect. The effectiveness of the hospital bill request skill level 2 has increased by 1.5 times. Reading this, his eyes widened in surprise. What? A title reward. The skill's effectiveness increased by 1.5 times? So that means the system continued the notification, finishing his thought. Patient, Lady Dinreal's lifespan has increased by 27 years and 3 months. The amount of extra life gained will be 5.3 days before the title reward disappears. The lifespan reward is 8 days. Updated lifespan is 146 days. Receiving the information he wanted, Ezekiel's smirk grew wider as he exclaimed inwardly, "Excellent. If everyone around me respects me." He laughed a dangerous laugh, calculating in his mind. Then I'll get to live even longer. I will make you all misunderstand even more. Scene change. The setting sun gently shone on a carriage heading towards a mansion. Ezekiel sat in the carriage with the others, glancing outside. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. Somehow I've overcome this difficulty, but running the clinic by myself will become increasingly difficult. I need a professional nurse. When the carriage wheels rolled onto a smoother ground surface, they stopped. One by one, they carefully stepped down from the carriage. Lady Dinreal stood before the carriage door, smiling brightly as she expressed to the person inside, "Your Highness, I can't believe you even went to the trouble of waiting for me to return after healing me. I don't know how I can ever repay this kindness anymore." Ezekiel also gave a polite smile and replied inwardly to her, "Don't worry, I've already received countless benefits from it." Following his words, the system displayed a notification. The heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver have gifted you 200 blood to congratulate you on the successful treatment. Current blood is 1,500. With that thought, he spoke in reply to her, "Don't worry about it. Seeing you recovered is enough for me." Hearing his words, Gedon, the eldest son, and the lady of the Dinreal house all covered their mouths, their eyes welling up as they exclaimed inwardly, "So touching." Right after, just as the two of them were about to bow, "Then we will take our leave," a hand hurriedly reached out to stop them. "Wait." Ezekiel stood at the carriage door and said loudly and imposingly, "I want to talk to you." The eldest son of the Dinreal house pointed at himself in bewilderment and asked again, "What? Me?" He hurriedly urged him, "Get in the carriage first." Immediately, the luxurious carriage experienced a small jolt. At this moment, the eldest son of the Dinreal house, sitting in the driver's seat, spoke to the person inside, "Your Highness, are we going to sit and talk like this?" "Yes, we have something to talk about while sitting like this." They do it at Shinseki too. Shinseki is a Korean department store chain. Just like that, everything fell silent until a small flock of birds flew by, and the forest was quiet, without a sound or a shadow of a person. The eldest son of the Dinreal house gently rubbed his shoulder while Ezekiel, inside, glanced at him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed nervously. Why isn't he saying anything? Just as he thought that, he let out a long sigh. He repeatedly punched his own shoulder and started to complain, "Oh dear, my whole body is aching." Hearing this, the eldest son of the Dinreal house suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "Don't tell me." Ezekiel, with a face full of attitude, enunciated every word. "I spent many days taking care of the lady without any sleep." Hearing him speak, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "I knew it." With that thought, he carefully began his offer. "Your Highness, I was thinking of compensating you. Don't you know I don't charge for medical treatment? I'll lose patients if I go against what I said in my advertisements. But, Your Highness, I want to repay your kindness." Hearing the words he wanted, Ezekiel's face lit up as he exclaimed, "Really? But you're not my patient. I don't take anything from patients." And of course, he felt as if something had just shattered and stammered in reply, "Yes, you are right." With that, he immediately took out a file of papers to examine. From what I've heard, he looked at the information sheet of the Dinreal Sun and inquired, "You're a painter. aren't you?" He quickly and honestly replied, "Yes, I'm just an amateur." At this point, his gaze suddenly became firm and cold as he said, "I want you to do some things for me." Time flew by, and a few days later in the bustling Frontera Square, at a certain stall, a bald man struck up a conversation with a young man in front of him. "Have you heard?" "What?" The man revealed the shocking news. "The prince is looking for servants for the palace." The young man heard this and wondered, "Why are you telling me?" The man, with a sparkling expression, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "I thought you might be interested. You've been unemployed for 5 years." Hitting a sore spot, he angrily retorted, "Landlord, why are you worried about whether I'm unemployed or not? Please don't say any more. It's not like I'm defaulting on my rent." He coldly held out his hand towards him with a threatening expression. "You're late twice already." Immediately, the young man changed his attitude and ran off. "I'll go get the money right away." He ran right past a dark figure who had been standing there all along, having heard everything. The person in the cloak clenched an apple in their hand. Their face darkened, revealing a canine tooth as they pondered without a word. The scene now changes to a museum with a banner hung up, exhibition by the eldest son of the Dinreal family, from the people in the Dinreal territory. The public filed into the museum one after another. Inside the museum, a large crowd was gathered in front of a giant painting. Ezekiel stood beside the host of the exhibition, clapping to congratulate him. "Congratulations on becoming a professional painter." "Thank you, Your Highness." You look at him, confused, and wonder why the long face. This. He glances at the painting of Ezekiel in an elegant suit with the words, "I want you." Then looks at the painting of 3 people titled The Trio of Life and hesitantly says, "I feel like." He continues to look at the painting of life, returns to you, pausing for a moment. Then looks at Damien wanting to draw his sword at the painting of me, sometimes crying too, threatening, "I don't know why, but I really want to slash this painting." And the eldest son of the Dinrear family sincerely expresses, "This is deceptive." Ezekiel smiles brightly, patting his shoulder to reassure him, "It's fine, it's fine. People Photoshop things all the time." Hearing him say that, he looks confused. What is Photoshop? Then he voices his curiosity, "Your Highness, will my paintings really help you advertise?" He gestures towards the giant painting swarmed by people and proudly replies, "Of course, it will be useful." "He really good, so good, wonderful, bring the nurses here." The emotions of the people looking at the paintings right now are bewilderment, astonishment. "I came because I heard admission was free." "What kind of ticket is this?" After a moment of discussion, they suddenly notice a piece of paper on a pedestal in the corner. That paper announced, "Bring the nurses here, oil on canvas. You can become one of them, the angels in white. Learn experience and happiness in life by becoming a nurse. Plus you will be paid by a handsome boss, the prince. Register now." Upon reading this recruitment notice, there was a buzz among the people. "Honey, I have to be honest. My dream is to become a nurse." "What?" Because of that recruitment notice, the nurse registration office and the entrance exam were bustling with people discussing, "Is the salary that good? I heard that 1 month's salary can pay for 2 years of rent." Among the crowd were the 2 people from the market earlier. The young man holding the registration form cried, "Mom, I will become a well-paid nurse and repay you for raising me." The registration form clearly explained all the necessary information. Working hours depend on the prince's health and mood. Required to move into the capital. To register, fill out the form and go to the office in Frontera Square for the test. The piece of information that the person in the black cloak paid attention to was required to move into the capital. After reading the instructions, the person in the black cloak clenched and crumpled the paper, and Ezekiel, behind the crowd, let out a few amused laughs. Damien looked at his excited, drooling face and reminded him, "Your Highness, are you that happy?" Realizing he was overdoing it, he wiped his drool, calmed down, and replied, "Of course, why wouldn't I be happy?" Ezekiel looked at the bustling crowd and explained to him, "If we can attract talented individuals to the palace, we can cure even more sick people." He once again spread his arms forward and shouted, "That's why." He eloquently sang a song, "How could I not be happy?" Then joyfully he thought to himself, "My lifespan will be extended." Witnessing this scene, he secretly admired. He is truly amazing. He also pays very generously. And then, the timeline changes to 6 days later. The familiar figure in the black cloak quickly passed by. The brilliant sunlight shone down on the banner, fluttering in the sky. Bring the nurses here. The people had now gathered in a large crowd in front of the gate of an extremely luxurious mansion. The person in the black cloak, slightly overwhelmed, looked up. Ahead, that person was Anise. She put her hands on her hips, full of pride and anticipation, telling herself, it's time. As soon as she finished her thought, the host picked up a spoon, ready to say something. He shouted loudly, everyone, please pay attention. He eloquently announced, we will now begin the first part of the selection test. The people below looked up attentively, listening to his every word, organized by the prince. Bring the nurses here, the first part. The host strained his voice and shouted, will be. He bent down and loudly repeated, will be. The host stood on the stage and clearly declared words of encouragement, organized and sponsored by the Crown Prince. The nurse selection competition, show us your abilities. Then, he pointed forward and shouted, the first task is to proceed to the interview test location. At this moment in the crowd, some people were naively discussing among themselves. This is strange. I feel like I've been hearing this all week. You're overthinking it. Immediately after, the gatekeepers began to direct the people inside. Everyone will be divided into 5 groups of 10 for the test. They presented a detailed map. Start here and move quickly to the main building of the auxiliary palace. Only the first 10 individuals from each group will be interviewed. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the people became agitated. Wait, what about the other 40 people? The guard coldly replied, those who don't make it into the top 10 are not qualified. Just as they were complaining, this is ridiculous, the host shouted, making them run for their lives. All right, group number 1, begin. They screamed as they ran at full speed past Garden and Zakiel's position. After counting for a while, Garden raised his hand to block a person behind and coldly declared, those behind are not qualified. And then he looked at those who passed, who were panting heavily, and said, very good, but he pointed to the dishes on the table and seriously gave the task. We will begin the next task right now. The second task will be Garden watched the candidates begin to examine the ingredients and said, find out which of the 6 medicinal herbs on the table. He watched them intently tasting and continued, has been affected by improper storage. Just as those people were concentrating on the task, there was a person in a slightly strange cloak. That cloaked person suddenly trembled uncomfortably and let out a few pain cries. Immediately after, the bottom of that person's cloak suddenly fluttered gently. Unexpectedly, the person in the black cloak fell heavily to the ground, startling the others. The people around fell silent, standing still and looking at the person lying there. In their hearts, they were slightly panicked, looking at each other and wondering, that person just fell. Are they okay? Why is no one helping? Should I help? But then another thought quickly jolted them. What am I doing? There's no time. The test is about to end. Zakiel, who had been standing by, silently watched them intently the whole time. Suddenly, he turned and gave a slight nod to Garden. Then, the sound of light footsteps echoed in the air. Garden walked over to the candidates and stopped them. All right. He gave a gentle smile and thanked them. It's a pleasure to see everyone so focused. The successful candidates will be notified at a later date. Hearing him say that, those people had no choice but to turn and leave dejectedly. I couldn't find that herb. Am I disqualified? After everyone had left, only the person in the black cloak remained lying there. Zakiel approached that person and gave an order. You can get up now. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloaked person stood up. It was Damien. He brushed the dust off his clothes and said slowly, luckily, we fooled all of them. He quickly let out a breath and added, I was worried it looked too exaggerated. Hearing that, he scratched his head and wondered, what do you mean? Then Zakiel immediately demonstrated the painful fall for him to see. Watch this. After acting, he sat up, wiped away the blood, and confidently showed off. Doesn't this look more natural? Garden, crying with admiration, held up a score of 10 to praise him. Crown Prince, there's truly nothing you can't do. Suddenly Zakiel offered, want to take an acting class? But in the end, he chose to move on to another topic. Well, whatever, thanks to Damien's acting, I was able to accurately assess them. So what are the results for the remaining 9 candidates? He quickly and coldly replied, all of them are disqualified. Zakiel said with all seriousness and sincerity, skills can always be learned, but Damien slowly continued his sentence. You mean to say that character is more important? He looked at the bright sunlight in the sky and agreed. With him, that's right. That's why they don't meet the standard, especially for future nurses. Come on, let's move to the next group. With the next group, they repeated the act, but no one cared, so no one passed. The third group was the same as the first two. No one passed. And up to the fourth group, it was the same as the first three, with the same result, no one passed. Witnessing this situation, Ezekiel officially collapsed in disbelief. Are you serious? Not a single one of them cared about the fallen person? Completely desperate, he suggested, Damien, let's go for a walk. He agreed without hesitation. All right. The scene changes. Damien and Ezekiel are now silently walking around the garden of the mansion. Ezekiel is currently deep in thought, biting his nails and pondering. I can't believe there are no more candidates. What should I do now? Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Why is there no one? Outside the gate, a soldier is stopping a stranger. Because you are not human. Hearing this, Ezekiel was bewildered and confused. What is he talking about? She's not human. The person being stopped was Anise. She angrily beat her chest and retorted, I am human. The guard still insisted firmly. No, you are not. This argument made him on the side, angry, rolling up his sleeves and cursing. This bastard. Why would he say that when we don't even have enough candidates? If she's not human, then what is she? Just as he was about to rush forward, Damien's words stopped him. She's a werewolf. Hearing that, Ezekiel looked at Anise appraisingly. A werewolf, but she doesn't have a tail. He immediately explained. You can't see it because those baggy wide leg pants are hiding it. Hearing his words, he paused for a moment and replied, I see. Werewolves are a bit. In his heart, Damien silently affirmed, I guess even the crown prince has a prejudice against werewolves. Suddenly, an image of a werewolf in pajamas with the ability to transform appeared. Following, there was an image of a werewolf with a strong body flexing its muscles. And then finally, an image of a werewolf with a dog-like, sensitive nose sniffing a bowl of water. Thinking of that, Ezekiel became excited, drooling and exclaiming loudly. So perfect for a traditional medicine nurse. Seeing him like that, Damien's judgment was written on his face. I was worried for nothing. Returning to the argument between Anise and the guard, she asserted with certainty, I'm also a citizen protected by imperial law. The guard sneered contemptuously, but you lose control and occasionally turn into a beast. Hearing his taunt, she gritted her teeth angrily and growled. That's just prejudice. She clenched her fist and assured, no, that won't happen. The guard put on a mocking expression. So scary, but are you looking at me with those scary beast eyes right now? His words completely enraged Anise, who clenched her fists and cursed silently. This son of a bitch. Right at this moment, Ezekiel appeared and stopped their conversation. Stop. That's enough. Crown prince. He spoke with authority, reprimanding the soldier. In my nurse recruitment notice, didn't it state that anyone living in the capital can apply? Yes, even if she is a werewolf. Isn't she still a citizen of the capital? It is my fault, your highness. He immediately turned towards Anise and reminded him. The one you should apologize to is not me, but her. Then, Ezekiel placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly to apologize to her. I apologize on behalf of this soldier's disrespectful behavior. She politely curtsied back and introduced herself. I am Anise, daughter of Hasten. It is a great honor to meet you, Crown Prince. And then he continued to ask her, so you want to take the test? Yes, your highness. Upon receiving her answer, he happily turned and clapped his hands. All right, then shall we start right now? Then, seeing Ezekiel like that, she was confused. What do you mean? Suddenly, he turned his head and asked seriously, since you're a werewolf, your physical strength must be quite good, right? But I have yet to see it with my own eyes. Before, he pointed to the soldier who had just argued with Anise and said, so if you can outrun that soldier, I will consider you to have passed the first test. The scene changes to a small fountain on the grounds. Ezekiel pointed to the fountain and said to them, it's about 400 meters from here to the fountain. Whoever runs there and back first will be the winner, all right? As soon as he finished speaking, Anise took off her cloak and exclaimed with enthusiasm. Understood. He quickly turned to the soldier and reminded him, hurry up and get ready. The soldier was bewildered, but still obeyed. Yes. After a series of cold, metallic sounds, the soldier was left in only his shorts ready. Preparations complete. Both competitors, Anise and the guard, got into a ready stance for the race. The guard furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, along with Anise's determined gaze. Both of them had the same thought. I will win by a landslide. Ezekiel lightly waved the flag in his hand and shouted, all right, get ready. The gate guard furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth and staring straight ahead. Anise also stared ahead intently with a determined look in her eyes. Immediately, Ezekiel swung the flag down and shouted the command, "Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, Anise shot forward like an arrow, surprising the guard. With her strength, she completely left the guard far behind. He witnessed this scene with admiration and exclaimed, "Look at that speed." She continued to dash forward, taking long strides. She ran like that until she was just a short distance from a small fountain. Then suddenly, Anise stomped her foot and leaped straight up off the ground. Her hand reached out and lightly touched the pillar on the fountain. She gripped the pillar tightly, spun gracefully in the air, and then landed on the ground. As soon as she landed, she once again sprang up and continued running forward. At that moment, the gate guard ran up and saw her turning back, a look of astonishment on his face. Without much thought, he let out a powerful breath and tried to run past her. At this moment, Anise glanced at him and silently assessed. Too slow. I'm going to win. Simultaneous with her current thought was the terrible expression on the gate guard's face. He furrowed his brow, sweating profusely, and angrily cursed. Damn it. Suddenly, his ankle twisted to one side and swelled up red. Immediately after, he fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground. Following that was a cry that made Anise take notice. She turned her head and saw the guard groaning in pain, wondering, did he dislocate his shoulder? Her forward running speed seemed to slow down. She became pensive for a moment, silent, not making a sound. After a moment of silence, Anise gritted her teeth in frustration. Immediately, she stomped her foot to a halt and cursed. Damn it. She quickly turned around and ran back just when she was a short distance from the finish line. She galloped forward powerfully, shouting with regret. Damn it. I wanted a landslide victory. That's life for you. This action of hers caught Ezekiel's attention, and he watched intently. Anise ran at full speed straight to where the fallen gate guard was, startling him. Without many words, she grabbed his shoulder and arm, causing him to panic. What are you doing? Her voice was terrifying as she threatened him to shut up and hold still. Immediately after, there was a small impact and the sound of a joint popping. This move of hers made the gate guard scream in pain. At that moment, the familiar figure appeared, releasing the terrified soldier. Very good. That's enough. Ezekiel coolly presented a heart-shaped necklace and declared, "You're hired." The scene now shifts from the courtyard to inside the office. He pushed a stack of papers forward and instructed, "This is the employment contract. Please read it carefully." Anise picked up the stack of papers, examined it carefully, and remarked, "It seems quite complicated." He immediately laughed playfully to reassure her. "No need to worry so much. Just take your time, take your time, take your time." Seeing him like that, Garden and Damien whispered behind him. He suddenly turned into a middle-aged man like me. He's definitely more mature than his age. While Anise was engrossed in the papers, he silently observed and assessed her. Ezekiel gave a satisfied commentary. She has very impressive physical strength and is also very wise, truly perfect, but I saw it. He briefly recalled the earlier moment and shivered. She smiled when she popped his shoulder back into place. Snapping out of his recollection, he laughed with such amusement that his shoulders shook, confusing the two behind him while thinking. Although she helped, she did it in such a painful way. There are many difficult patients out there. They surely won't be happy. Suddenly, he looked up at the sunset sky and lamented, "But it's such a shame. I wanted more people like her, though." And then, after finishing the contract, Anise gently placed it on the table. Ezekiel, with a cheerful expression, leaned in and asked her, "How's the contract?" She replied, neither quickly nor slowly. "It's good, but..." Her eyes were deep as she made a request. "I want to add a few additional clauses." Hearing her say that, he broke into a sweat and asked guiltily, "Is that so? What are they?" Anise slowly opened her mouth and said word by word, "Actually, And what she said next left Ezekiel stunned. "I'm the leader of a tribe of about 50 people." As soon as she finished speaking, his eyes lit up, sparkling with desire as he repeated, "There are 50 people like you?" He immediately flew over to her, massaging her shoulders to curry favor. "If only you had said that sooner." In his mind right now, he was imagining a pack of werewolves and telling himself, who could resist having 50 S-class nurses? Then, Anise continued to make a request to him. "Then please let them take the nurse test too." Ezekiel, without many words, nodded in agreement with his own private calculations. "Come to me, S-class." Not stopping there, she continued with a request that made him pause. "And also, please solve our tribe's congenital problem." Hearing that, he asked, full of curiosity, "A congenital problem? Are you short on food?" "No, so what is it?" Anise immediately recalled and explained. "Our tribe has faced many ironic situations in society because of that problem. She thought of the dangling things behind them and said, "It's our tails." Ezekiel's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Tails?" She imagined a wolf with a wagging tail and lamented miserably. "It's because our tails move on their own." His simple mind was still full of confusion as he asked again, "Is that a bad thing?" At this, Anise lowered her head sadly and replied, "Yes, because we can't hide our emotions." Thinking about their tails' movements when they were happy or sad, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed to himself, "Ah, because their emotions are easily read, they often become targets for scammers." Thinking, Ezekiel looked at her attire and said, "Is that why you wear those baggy pants to hide your tail?" Anise rubbed her hands together and replied, "Yes, but even so, our tails are still too strong, and we can't hide them if we get excited." He immediately posed a few scenarios. "Even if you tie the tail to your leg?" She shook her head and replied, "It will find a way to get out on its own." Suddenly, the tail, as if it had a mind of its own, spoke up scoldingly, "Hey, I'll do what I want. Just worry about yourself first." Seeing this, Ezekiel exclaimed in alarm, "It's a muscled bundle with its own consciousness." Then he asked in another way, "What about cutting it off?" Anise quickly answered him, "We've tried that, but it would be difficult for us to walk normally. Living a normal life without a tail is impossible." In addition, she revealed, "And it will grow back on its own in under a month." Suddenly he associated it with a bizarre image and laughed out loud, like a lizard. But soon after, his demeanor changed and he became silent. Ezekiel's eyes showed a slight shock as he exclaimed inwardly, "Wait a minute, they want me to solve this problem?" A fleeting, uncertain thought crossed his mind, and that's the only way I can get. Those S-class nurses, Garden and Damien, stood beside him, watching him clutch his head in misery and despair, lamenting, "I've never tried to cure a tail before." Ezekiel's face was grave, pale as he cried out, "I can't even think of a way." Ezekiel approached Anise, stood beside her, and said, "What if I become your guardian protector?" Anise didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" As Ezekiel spoke, an image of the werewolf tribe with a distinctive emblem appeared. "It means I will use my status and authority to support your tribe." Hearing him say that, she immediately raised her hand to refuse. Anise said, "While I'm very grateful for that offer, I must decline." She shook her head helplessly and said, "Because that won't solve my core problem." Anise's determined voice still echoed in the room. "If something were to happen to you, or you changed your mind, wouldn't we be back where we started, or even worse?" Looking up at Ezekiel, she said, "I didn't come to you for a temporary solution." Hearing Anise say that made him reconsider, Ezekiel sighed. "You want a solution to the core problem, don't you?" Having gotten her point across, she replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He sighed and said, "All right then." Hearing Ezekiel agree made Anise excited and hopeful, saying, "So you'll help us?" He said, "Yes, I have no other choice." She asked, "Have you thought of a way yet?" Ezekiel, with his eyes closed, said with a hint of helplessness, "Actually, not yet." He said, "I'll start looking for a way now." Anise looked at Ezekiel with admiration. She thought to herself, "He's so honest." Looking at him, thinking continuously and pensively, "What should I do?" She silently judged, "If he's the type to make empty promises, I'll be really disappointed." Anise stood up and said, "All right, I will leave and wait for your contact." Ezekiel immediately replied, "Okay, don't go anywhere else. Just wait for me in the auxiliary palace." The door to the room closed as Anise left. In the room, it suddenly became silent without a sound, contrary to his calm exterior. Inside, he was screaming incessantly, "They're too talented for me to refuse. I have to do this. I can't believe there's a whole lineup of 50 top-notch nurses, but if I can't cure that tail problem, they won't work for me." Ezekiel lay sprawled on the sofa, flailing his arms and legs and hitting the cushions, his thoughts still racing. Wait, what am I supposed to do with a tail that has its own consciousness? Ezekiel gritted his teeth, his head growling with frustration. His face suddenly became pale and gaunt in a short time. He sat on a chair, taking books from the library with an extremely haggard face. Ezekiel thought to himself, "I've searched everywhere, but still haven't thought of anything." Garden beside him suddenly shouted, "Skill name, Crown Prince's Scream Level 1. Hearing his shout startled him, and he scolded, "You scared me. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Garden stood up straight and said, "No, I did not." Hearing his answer, Ezekiel asked further than what? "Is something wrong with you?" Garden's face looked serious as he said, "If you frown too much and let frustration build up, you will get many diseases." He calmed himself, patting his chest, and said, "If you keep scaring me like that, I really will get sick. I might get heart disease." He looked up and said, "No, Your Highness." Ezekiel looked down and asked, "What right do you have to decide whether I have that disease or not?" Garden's hand pointed to the middle of his forehead and said, "If you frown too much, it will leave wrinkles there." He said with a meticulous expression, "Once wrinkles appear, you won't be able to erase them. So how about you stop frowning?" He said nonchalantly, "Is that so?" A mysterious smile appeared on Ezekiel's face. Looking at the shelf full of countless books, he thought to himself, "Is he trying to make me feel better? It's obvious. At the same time, I feel so embarrassed and also so grateful." In Ezekiel's mind, a shining line of text appeared. "He's so kind." He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. So what if I get wrinkles? I'll just use fillers and Botox." Garden didn't understand what Ezekiel was saying and asked, "Forgive me, but what are fillers and Botox?" He shook his head helplessly and explained, "It's something I know. They are very good at helping to erase wrinkles." Realizing something in his last sentence, Ezekiel's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Wait." In his thoughts, an image of countless tiny viruses appeared as he thought. Botulinum toxin, the full original name of Botox. Countless thoughts unfolded in Ezekiel's mind. Of all the toxins known to man, they are the most potent paralyzing agent. An image of the wolf's tail appeared, and his judgment continued to unfold. The muscles in a werewolf's tail can move on their own. I will make those muscles paralyzed. Kuzman appeared slyly in Ezekiel's imagination. As luck would have it, I have a poison to use. His face was still beaming, with his mouth curved into an arc. Leaning down, Ezekiel said, "Gadin, I need Kuzman's poison. You keep it in the secret storage, right?" He replied, "Yes." His joy and excitement became more apparent as he said, "Bring it to me and take me to Anis's room." In another room, Anis was doing push-ups while counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She opened the door to see Ezekiel and Gadin standing there. She asked, "Why have you come here at this hour?" He pushed Anis by the shoulders into the room and said, "The condition you requested, I think I found a solution. Let's go." In his mind, Ezekiel gloomily thought, "There are two things I need to figure out first. The first is the place to perform the method." His hand, placed behind her back, emitted a stream of white energy. Through his hand, Ezekiel could feel the large and small acupoints connected to each other, stretching from the brain throughout the body. In his mind, he exclaimed, "Yes, I see it." Looking at Anis's brain, Ezekiel sensed, "I knew it. The flow of internal energy in her body is completely different from a human's." Observing the acupoints on her shoulder, he silently judged. "Besides the location of the Ren meridian, it's completely different from my speculation." Ezekiel continued to assess the acupoint from Anis's lower abdomen down to her legs. The Changxiang and Shinshu acupoints on her hips are farther apart than a human's. Staring intently at another blood vessel, he made another judgment, and in the middle is something humans don't have, a blood vessel leading directly to the tail. Ezekiel's eyes narrowed with a serious expression that I will stop saying anything more from now on. In short, she is similar to humans in most important points. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Now then, can you turn to a wolf for me?" Anis turned back in surprise and asked, "Excuse me." Ezekiel's voice echoed in the room. "Because your acupuncture points will change when you transform, I need to check and find where they are." She fell silent, thinking. Anis stood silently like that for a moment. After some consideration, a wolf ear appeared on her head. Below, her feet were also expanding, growing larger with sharp claws. After transforming, Anis had become a large werewolf, her appearance fierce with sharp fangs and claws. Seeing Anis in this form, Ezekiel said, "I thought you would be bigger. You look just like Dentre." Hearing him say that, she was confused, Ezekiel, without any hesitation and instead cheerfully explained, "That's the name of a dog I used to have." His explanation made Anis growl angrily. Seeing that she couldn't speak made Ezekiel wonder in surprise. "You can't talk because your mouth structure has changed." He happily took Anis's hand and said, "Shake." Seeing Ezekiel treat her like his pet made her growl in annoyance. Realizing he had teased her a bit too much, Ezekiel immediately raised his hands in surrender and apologized. Sorry. He pointed his hand shaped like a gun towards Anis and said, "Bang." She then happily rolled around on the floor. Gadin looked at the two of them with an affectionate gaze. Anissa's growl echoed in the room again, and noticing she was angry, Ezekiel hurriedly apologized again. Does it really work? He laughed cheerfully and continued with a sense of relief. Sorry. Let's start the examination. Back in the library, Ezekiel sat in contemplation. He thought, I've completed the first task, finding the place to perform the method. But the second task is quite complicated. Looking at the wooden box filled with countless pills, Ezekiel thought, how much paralyzing poison should I use? That's the most important question. Staring at a pill in his hand, he continued to think, I need to find out the composition of this poison to know the exact amount I need for her tale. An image of Kuzmin suddenly appeared in Ezekiel's mind. He thought, do I need to ask Kuzmin? The thought was immediately dismissed, and I can't trust him. Putting the pill in his mouth, he thought, or maybe I'll try eating it, store it in my protective mana circle, and test it. The system suddenly displayed red notifications from his internal organs. The heart, are you crazy? The lungs, are you crazy? The large intestine, are you crazy? The liver, are you crazy? Inside, the internal organs were hugging each other, forming a circle with a faint light. They huddled together with different expressions. The heart asked in disbelief, did he really just eat poison? The liver, with a look of utter weariness, asked, then who's going to detoxify it? The large intestine, still in disbelief, asked, does he really want to test it on himself? The liver angrily shouted, it's me. Why not summon a monster and feed it the poison? Receiving this reprimand, an image of the little thorny-tailed creature appeared in Ezekiel's mind as he said, you want a cute little summoned beast to test the poison? Aren't you guys going a bit too far? Hearing him say that, the internal organs angrily scolded him through the notification panel. You're planning to test poison on your own body. Don't you think that's going too far? The liver angrily shouted, there are summoned beasts specialized in analyzing ingredients. Even poison. Hearing this surprised Ezekiel. An image of an unknown beast exploded in his mind as he thought, what? There's a spirit beast that specializes in analyzing Ingrid. Eins. A system notification from the liver appeared. It laughed heartily and said, yes, I met it when I was in the system's waiting room. He didn't understand and wondered, what is the system's waiting room? An image of a series of tubes with transparent glass lids, with different objects inside, appeared as the liver explained. The name says it all. It's a waiting room. I had to sleep there until I awakened. Me, the heart, the lungs, the large intestine, everyone. Hearing the system relay the liver's answer, Ezekiel understood and said, so the other internal organs are also sleeping. The system's notification panel showed the answer from the liver, of course. The organs waiting to be summoned are the same. He rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully voicing his question, what is that system, I wonder? The system notification sounded, conveying the liver's answer, don't ask me anymore. Even if I knew everything, I couldn't tell you. The notification panel turned red with an image of chains and a lock, indicating high security, and displayed the words, that's the rule. Information disclosure is also Limi. Ted, Ezekiel's plea appeared on the notification panel. Then, can you just tell me its characteristics? Because I'll have to go through the gotcha with Gozium again. His pleading annoyed the liver, who picked its ear and replied, don't want to. Unable to get any more information from it, Ezekiel said with dissatisfaction, seriously. As if to provoke him, the liver sent a picture of itself and the other organs through the system notification with a message. The internal organs are very happy with the current situation. Then the liver laughed gloatingly. Ezekiel was so provoked that he gritted his teeth. He thought, these bastards. Jumping to his feet and looking at the notification panel, Ezekiel raised a fist and shouted, if you like, just keep quiet. He pinched his nose with his hand and said incomprehensibly, I'll ache you alk, which translates to, I'll make you talk. On the system panel, the heart and large intestine joined the conversation. The heart laughed and said, what are you doing? The large intestine also joined in with a teasing tone, are you holding your breath? At this point, a notification from the lungs appeared on the system panel with a bewildered look. Because he was pinching his nose tightly, Ezekiel's breathing became difficult, causing his face to turn red. On the internal organ side, the lungs stood to one side with a pale face, trembling nonstop and crying, lungs, lungs. The heart, standing next to them, sensed it and said, what? I don't have enough oxygen. Seeing the other internal organs acting abnormally, the liver and large intestine showed worried expressions. Seeing the situation was not good, the system issued a notification. The internal organs are panicking because of your actions. The lungs were now exhausted, their faces turning dark and pale. They touched their throat with a hand and struggled to utter, Lungs, lungs. Finally, the lungs collapsed and lay flat on the ground. The heart next to them also became haggard and pale, kneeling on the ground. Faced with the current situation, the liver and large intestine, full of anger, shouted with all their might, "The lungs are about to die, you idiot." Then the system displayed another notification. Okay, the characteristic of the spirit beast that can analyze data is a dazzling light filled the room. The item box opened, and Bibbo Book, with a transparent bubble around it, rushed out, crying out. Looking at Bibbo Book floating back and forth in front of him, Ezekiel said, in complete surprise, "A goldfish." Ezekiel called it, "Hey." Hearing his call, it turned its attention to him and replied, "You." Ezekiel looked at Bibbo Book with a terrifyingly covetous gaze that let's get along well from now on. Seeing his expression, it was frightened and trembled, crying, "Bew, bew." When Bibbo Book met the little thorny-tailed creature, it greeted it happily, "Boo." The little thorny-tailed creature shook its hand and also replied joyfully, "Gozium." Ezekiel happily crossed his arms and looked down at the table, where Bibbo Book and the little thorny-tailed creature were playing. He opened the wooden box and picked up a pill. Holding the pill in front of Bibbo Book, he said, "Bibbo Book, do you want to eat this? It's delicious." It looked at the pill and cried out. A notification from the system appeared, full of the internal organ's indignation. "You're truly heartless. I wonder who you take after." Breaking the pill in half, Ezekiel thought Bibbo Book's ability is pouring the liquid from the pill into Bibbo Book's mouth. His mind was still full of thoughts. When it eats something, the system displayed a notification. Immortal goldfish, Bibbo Book has used the skill, just a little taste, level 1. After drinking the liquid from the pill, Bibbo Book's face turned pale and haggard. It trembled and cried out, "You lied, you bastard." It cried out and collapsed onto the table, slightly surprising Gozium. Panicked, Bibbo Book thought, "I'm going to die." Seeing this made Ezekiel a little nervous, thinking it will. Then suddenly, Bibbo Book's bright, round eyes opened wide. The system displayed a notification. Immortal goldfish, Bibbo Book has used the skill, Resurrection, level 1. It used its hand to pull out a red crest. He thought, Resurrection. Without stopping, Bibbo Book used its small hand to pull out a fawn. Feeling wronged and resentful, it used the fawn to write what had just happened on the red crest, crying, "Bibbo." Ezekiel looked on and assessed, and writes a diary. He gave a wry smile and said, "I'm sorry." Looking at what it wrote on that heart-shaped crest, Ezekiel thought, Bibbo Book writes down everything it has eaten in a diary. Ingredients, average lethal dose. Picking up the crest it had just written on, he thought, and all the characteristics of what it ate. It's like spying on others. And this is truly a very potent poison that can reduce the effectiveness of Botox. Ezekiel's face lit up, long lines of text scrolling through his mind. Now I can accurately determine the amount of anesthetic needed for Anissa's tail. Ezekiel opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Gaddon." He quickly appeared, standing very formally, and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing him appear so quickly he made him ask suspiciously, "What did you pop out from?" Gaddon exclaimed in surprise, "Another spirit beast?" Ezekiel boasted, his nose seeming to grow a dozen centimeters longer. He said, "It was looking for me all night. I must be very famous." Hearing Ezekiel's boast, he could only give a dazed, wry smile. Seeing Gaddon's expression made him wonder, "Why are you smiling?" Gaddon's voice echoed in the room. "You remind me of a great man mentioned in the history books." Hearing him say that, Ezekiel's curiosity was piqued. "A great man?" Seeing his curiosity, Gaddon said, "Yes, sir. That would be Sir Lloyd Frontera." From his story, Ezekiel imagined a large statue holding a shovel. He asked the master of lamp design who lived in the empire when it was a kingdom. Hearing Ezekiel's question, he replied, "Yes, I remember history mentioning that he had 5 spirit beasts." He asked blankly, "Was he that great?" Gaddon said, "After all, he was the one who built the foundation of this great empire. It said he was very popular on Fridays." He wondered, what does that mean? Ezekiel suddenly cut the story short and ordered, "Anyway, never mind. Bring Anise here to me." Gaddon hurriedly turned and said, "Yes, Your Highness." From a palace door, the view of the vast, beautiful blue sky opened up. Anise followed behind him. She thought silently, "I know he's the crown prince, but can he really cure it? It hasn't even been a full day." Turning to Anise, Gaddon said, "You seem quite worried." His sudden turn surprised her. Gadden smiled politely and said, "You look very worried." Anise said warily, "Are you sure you think that because you've seen my tail?" Hearing her ask that surprised him, that. Gadden lowered his head slightly, scratching the back of his neck, and said, "I'm sorry." A gentle and helpless smile appeared on Anise's face. She waved her hand and said, "It's all right. I'm used to it. We haven't been formally introduced, have we?" Gadden shook hands with Anise and said, "I'm the Crown Prince's personal physician. My name is Piero Gadden." She also replied cheerfully, "I am Anise, heir to the Robo tribe and daughter of Jacinto." He made a polite gesture with his hand and said, "Miss Anise, I apologize, but may I give you a piece of advice?" Anise nodded and said, "Yes." Gadden said as he walked, "I hope you won't be surprised, whatever the Crown Prince's treatment method may be." Hearing him say that made her a little bewildered. "What do you mean?" Standing in front of a slightly ajar door from which a yellow light seeped out, Gadden said, "When he mentions the treatment method to you, I think you'll think he's crazy." Hearing him say that, Anise wondered to herself, what kind of method could it be? Inside the room, Ezekiel was sitting on a chair next to a bed, smiling brightly as he said, "There you are." He stood up, politely gestured for her to sit, and said, come on, sit down here." Anise sat on the bed and said, "Did you really find a way to cure it in just one day?" Sitting down confidently, Ezekiel said, "Of course. Just trust me." She looked surprised and asked, "Can you tell me what the treatment method is first?" He said quite casually, "You're quite worried, aren't you? All right, for starters." Ezekiel held up a needle with a very relaxed demeanor and said, "I will use this needle to prick your tail countless times." Hearing him say that, Anise froze, screaming internally, "What?" Ezekiel's other hand held up a pill and said, "Then I will inject poison into you." He said with a look of accomplishment, "What do you think? Cool, right?" Behind him, a group of servants responded enthusiastically to Ezekiel's words by clapping continuously. In contrast to their proud and accomplished mood, she was silently cursing. "Cool my ass." Anise's bewildered gaze, filled with pleading, turned towards Gadden. Catching her gaze, he responded with a face and sparkling eyes that conveyed the message, "Trust His Highness." Turning to the group of servants was no different. They all nodded, conveying the message, yes. Turning to Ezekiel, he also wore a smile that sent a message to Anise. "Trust me." The scene before her made her panic internally with the thought, the Crown Prince isn't the only crazy one here, it's everyone. In Anise's room, she sat with her head in her hands. On one side was a long line of servants, and opposite Anise was Ezekiel. She sat with one hand on her forehead, meticulously taking everything in. Ezekiel said arrogantly, "It's okay, don't worry too much. Just trust me." She glanced at him, thinking his expression isn't trustworthy at all, but I still have to try. Sitting in silence, Anise thought, if the Crown Prince succeeds, my tribe can be freed from this monstrous tale. Her will firmed up, and she regained her composure. And no matter how dangerous it is, I have to try. Anise said, "All right, I trust you." Snapping his fingers confidently, Ezekiel said, "Excellent. First of all," suddenly, to her surprise, the servants brought out a large white cloth with a round hole in it. Two maids gradually approached Anise, causing her to stare wide-eyed in bewilderment. After a moment, Anise was lying neatly on the bed, covered by a white cloth that exposed her tail. Ezekiel stood to one side in silence, raised his hand in front of his face, then turned and said, "Everything is ready. Let's proceed." The servants stood to one side, observing Ezekiel's every action with admiring eyes, like when he was rubbing alcohol. His hand rested on the part near the tail of Anise. Ezekiel channeled a blue energy, and then a heart gradually appeared on his chest. Through channeling that energy, Ezekiel could feel and visualize Anise's body comprehensively, making him exclaim internally, "The Astrakhan technique is truly magnificent." Ezekiel stood amidst intersecting lines and thought, this is proof of the existence of acupoints. Despite thousands of years of accumulated experience and knowledge, plus modern medical equipment, no one has ever been able to verify acupoints. I always felt quite vague about this issue when studying traditional medicine. Touching a bright point, Ezekiel thought, although I believed in them, I could never confirm them. It's different now. Not only can I confirm them, but I can also see the acupoints. He unfolded a handkerchief, inside which were many needles, and thought, I shouldn't delay any longer. Taking a needle, Ezekiel inserted it straight into a glowing point. First is the Schwanzhou acupoint, 1.5 centimeters deep, along with that. System notification, activating separation function in slot 1. His hand held the needle, followed by a system notification. 0.01 milliliters of muscle-paralyzing toxin contained in this slot has been released. Feeling the needle pierce her, Anise shuddered. Ezekiel observed the intricate network before him and thought about his next move. Next is the Mingmen acupoint, 2.1 centimeters deep, then the Yangwen acupoint, 2.4 centimeters deep. His arm moved nimbly, creating a light that traveled to the spine, connecting directly to the tail. The meridian at the Schwanzhou acupoint has been opened. Now the flow of mana can travel along the spine. Holding the needle, Ezekiel stared intently at an acupoint, observing and thinking. Her tail can no longer move. Now comes the most important part. Just paralyzing the tail isn't enough. I have to make it permanently unable to recover. Just as Ezekiel's thought finished, Anise's tail started moving again, brushing against his face. Ezekiel thought, how did the tail recover so quickly? Its recovery ability is truly powerful. His eyes hardened with determination. It's fine. This is still within my calculations. Ezekiel's speed increased over the intricate network of acupoints. He pierced a bright point with a continuous stream of thought. Time to speed things up. The Yaoshu acupoint. And finally, Ezekiel's face was tense, his teeth gritted as he inserted the needle into the back of Anise's neck, the Naohu acupoint. Feeling the needle prick the back of her neck made her feel annoyed and confused. What? Did this guy just stick a needle in my neck? I asked him to deal with the tail. Why is he up to my head? A jolt of electricity cut through Anise's thoughts, surprising her awe. Anise's tail suddenly trembled. After a moment, her tail lost its strength and fell limp. On Anise's foot, the little toe twitched. Seeing this, Ezekiel was overjoyed, raising both arms to the sky and shouting, "Success!" He approached Anise's neck, removed the needle from the back of it, and said, "It's done. Now take a look." Placing both feet on the ground, Anise asked doubtfully, "Is it really done?" Ezekiel replied with certainty, "Yes, it was a success." With a bewildered and doubtful expression, she wondered, how could it be so fast? I didn't even have time to understand anything. He then raised his voice and asked, "Do you feel anything special in your tail?" Hearing Ezekiel's question, Anise finally paid attention and looked at her tail. Her face unconsciously showed surprise. Many questions arose in Anise's mind. That I'm feeling anxious. My tail should be curling up, but it's not moving at all. She looked up and asked him, "What do you mean?" Ezekiel immediately explained, "I paralyzed the tail and then tricked the nerves in your body." Looking at Anise's foot with its constantly wiggling little toe, he said, "Your little toe. I redirected the nerves from the tail down to it, so the little toe will become the tail. It will wiggle according to your emotions." The servant standing to the side clapped in support as Ezekiel excitedly spread his arms towards her and said, "Wow, you have a tail now. So magical, right?" She sat to one side in silence, her lips pressed together. Suddenly, tears streamed from Anise's eyes. She used her hand to wipe away the tears flowing down her face. He stood watching her shed those tears, smiled slightly, and thought, from now on, all the suffering and humiliation that the werewolf tribe has had to endure, they will soon no longer have to suffer them for another day. While wiping the tears from her face, Anise said, thank you, Your Highness." Ezekiel crossed his arms, held his head high, and said with a hint of arrogance, "Well, a thank you isn't enough. I've done my part. Now it's your turn." He held out a stack of papers to her and said, "You remember our special agreement, right? You said you would bring your tribe here if I could treat that tail." Ezekiel, joyful and excited, held up a pen and paper and said, "Come on, sign here now." Seeing his action, Anise thought helplessly, "This highness is truly extraordinary." At another time, in the palace, a loud laugh echoed. Inside the palace was Ezekiel's hearty laughter. He was crossing his arms, laughing joyfully. Seeing Ezekiel like this, Gadon asked, "Your Highness, are you that happy?" He turned to look at him and said, "Of course." Ezekiel stood with his arms crossed, observing the room, which was decorated with many beds and filled with many people like nurses, doctors, and patients bustling about in the room. He thought, before my eyes, there are 50 S-rank nurses. Ezekiel's face was smug, his mouth curved into an arc. 50 werewolves. He glanced at a hospital bed where a niece was diligently taking notes and thought, they have basic nursing and first aid skills, and they've also completed a professional nursing course. Each working nurse displayed proficiency. Ezekiel thought, they know the difference between various medicinal ingredients, how to store and handle them, how to make nutritious soup, how to bandage wounds. Other nurses were discussing their work. They have completed the necessary training to operate a treatment room. A nurse came to his side and reported, Your Highness, we have finished scheduling the new work shifts. Seeing the work progress perfectly, a satisfied smile appeared on Ezekiel's face. He silently assessed, good. Recalling the patient examination line, Ezekiel thought, now the traditional medicine clinic on the outskirts of the palace can operate 24/7. The werewolves' tails were replaced by their little toes. Ezekiel thought, it seems everyone has gotten used to their new tails. A smug smile appeared on his face. Currently, his mind contained only one word. Perfect. A notification from his system appeared. You have completed the minor surgery to paralyze the tails of a niece and 50 werewolves. Another notification panel appeared. Because this procedure does not extend lifespan, collecting a level 2 treatment fee will not be activated. The system notified Ezekiel. The internal organs are giving you a round of applause for doing the unbelievably wise thing. Below the notification was an image showing the encouragement of the internal organs for him. My, you are really tough. The corner of someone's robe appeared with a slight rustle. The system broadcast a notification. The Earth Attribute member of your internal organs has awakened due to the noise above. This notification stunned Ezekiel. A pair of beautiful, sparkling, wide-open eyes appeared. The system broadcast a notification. Your stomach has opened its eyes. The stomach appeared, chubby, and introduced itself. I'm baby's stomach. I want lots of delicious food, pork cutlets. Hearing its introduction, Ezekiel thought to himself, baby's stomach, that sounds kind of cute. The stomach's chubby belly appeared with a childish voice, sweet and sour ribs. It raised its hands above its head, stretching with excitement, and said cheerfully, fried chicken, pizza, I want to eat it all. The stomach whined loudly, I'm getting dizzy. Bring it to me quickly. Ezekiel looked at its whining through the system's notification screen. Helpless. What's wrong with this one? Those things don't exist in this world. On the system's notification panel, an image of the stomach appeared, whining and pleading, I want kimbap with tteokbokki sauce. Seeing the stomach's pleas, he couldn't help but drool himself. Ezekiel thought, I want to eat it too. Looking over at the hard-working nurses, he told himself, but there's nothing we can do. Let's hold back a little. The system displayed a message from the stomach. All right, what about sweets then? Ezekiel popped a piece of candy into his mouth and thought, does this one have the taste of an elementary school kid? A notification appeared with an image of a stomach hugging a piece of candy and licking it with the text. The stomach rejoices in the sweet taste, celebrating its birth, granting you 300 health. The system notification continues to appear. The heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver congratulate the birth of the youngest organ, granting you 700 health. Current health, 1,000. The images of the internal organs appeared incredibly cool in his imagination. This means my internal organs can now offer more advice, and I'll suffer less from my stomach ailment. The system displayed a shining notification. Thanks to the precise control during the Kata equine surgery, your Astrakhan core method has improved. The Astrakhan core method has leveled up. A heart appeared between two intertwined rings, and a notification popped up. Skill name, Astrakhan core method stage. 1 ring, level 3. Mana increased by 150%. The 2 rings around the heart glowed and expanded, and the system announced, the mana ring storage space has expanded. Ezekiel thought to himself, it feels like a small water balloon is expanding in my chest. His face was full of joy, and Ezekiel clenched his fist, thinking, I've already received this many health rewards so early in the morning. A halting voice called out, Your Highness. A male nurse pointed and said, the patient in Area 6 seemed strange. Ezekiel asked, strange how? The male nurse continued, his body odor seems unusual, and he looks like he's about to get a fever. He hurried off, saying, let's go check it out together. Ezekiel thought to himself, whatever it is, the foundation of the traditional medicine clinic is more reliable now. Our clinic will now become a stable place. Pavo was sitting at his desk, typing. With nimble hands, he flicked the abacus and said, "If we use this much this month." The head butler of the Annex Palace, Sir Pavo, flicked the abacus and said, "Did I calculate that in my head?" Tossing the abacus aside, he grabbed a book and examined it closely, saying, "This can't be." Holding the book, he trembled, causing the book to shake. The book was slammed down violently. He screamed with a face as if the sky was falling, Pavo's hand trembling. "We're doomed." His feet scrambled as he ran. Pavo pushed the door open and said, Your Highness." Ezekiel, who was sitting on a chair with two people standing beside him, was startled by Pavo's shout. Ezekiel turned in surprise towards Gadin and said, "Whoa, you scared me." "What is it?" "Gadin, you're here." He continued, "Pavo, what's the matter? Are you not feeling well?" He bent over, panting. "I have an urgent matter to report. Please forgive my rudeness." Ezekiel asked blankly, "What is it?" Pavo leaned in close to his face and whispered, "Your Highness, actually, the operating budget for the Annex Palace." The end of his sentence made Ezekiel's face fill with utter panic. "It's about to run out." He shot up from his seat, slamming his hands on the table and shouting, "What? We're out of money?" "But I'm a crown prince." Ezekiel's face tensed as he thought to himself, "This is bad. If we run out of money, we won't be able to do anything. And we certainly won't be able to continue running the traditional medicine clinic. My dream of living a long royal life will also collapse." Full of worry and panic, he said, "How could we be running out? Give me the details." Pavo said, "I'm truly sorry, but..." He added, causing Ezekiel's face to contort in utter panic, "It's because you cut the Annex Palace's operating budget last fall." At this, he thought to himself, "It was me?" Ezekiel spoke harsh words to himself. "Ezekiel, you damn fool, you idiot." Seeing him like this, Pavo thought to himself, "Does he really not remember?" They moved to the sofa. Ezekiel and Pavo sat down to talk properly. He said, "I just thought it was because you wouldn't be living much longer, which made me think a lot." The prince's voice echoed in the room. "You mean I chose to give up?" Pavo replied, "Yes, I thought you had your reasons for doing so." Back then, the Annex Palace didn't have as large a budget as it does now. Hearing him say that, Ezekiel deflated and said, "Karma has come back to bite me." Pavo said shyly, "But your Highness, you look healthier this year than last year. I think you should be happy about that." Discouraged, he let himself slowly sink to the floor, saying, No way. Not happy at all." Seeing Ezekiel like this left him helpless. He closed his eyes in despair and said, "How can I be happy when I'm out of money?" Ezekiel flailed his arms and legs, kicking the air angrily and saying, "Is everything really about money? Money? Lying on the floor and staring at the ceiling, he thought, "Ezekiel Adrian Magentano, is this really how you want to play? Why would you do this to me?" Ezekiel imagined himself lying neatly in bed, a continuous stream of thoughts flowing through his mind, sighing, "Well, it's not like I can't sympathize with Ezekiel, and complaining won't solve anything." He suddenly sat bolt upright and said, "Can't we just request more operating budget for the Annex Palace this year?" Pavo's answer was like an invisible knife stabbing straight through Ezekiel's ray of hope. "That's not possible." He sat with his legs drawn up, looking very pitiful, and said, "No money. We'll have to close the traditional medicine clinic, and I'll die." Seeing Ezekiel say this, he asked with confusion, "Your Highness, what does closing the traditional medicine clinic have to do with your death?" Without answering, he just asked, "We can't ask for more." The dialogue between Ezekiel and Pavo echoed in the room. He said, "It's not possible. That would break imperial law. The budget for a year can only be requested at the end of the previous year." As Pavo spoke, an image of the emperor appeared. He said, "The only one who is not bound by the law and could do something is the emperor." Hearing this, Ezekiel became excited again. His hand clenched into a fist, and he said, "All right," Ezekiel added, "then I'll go ask my father." Without delay, he immediately took off in a carriage as fast as the wind. The carriage returned just as quickly, bearing the news. The emperor did not help. Hearing that news made Ezekiel deflate, his whole body exuding a listless boredom. Looking at the cup and plate on the table, he thought to himself, "I can't let the clinic be shut down because of money." Ezekiel's face changed, carrying a firmness in his determined eyes. "I won't let money stand in my way again. If that's the case, then this is the only way." He looked at him and asked, "Pavo, do you have a list of the Annex Palace's assets?" He replied, "Of course I do." Ezekiel became excited and said, "Good, bring it to me." Pavo asked, puzzled, "Forgive me, but why?" The expression on his face became eerily frightening as he said, "I'm going to sell them all." In the gallery were countless beautiful and stately paintings and statues. Ezekiel exclaimed, "Paintings, stone statues." Looking in another direction at the neatly arranged and displayed tableware, he said, "Gold and silver tableware, sell it all." Hearing Ezekiel's arrangement, Pavo wept with pity, touching the paintings and saying, "Oh, my darlings, I took such good care of you." He turned to the prince to persuade him. "Your Highness, please reconsider." Ezekiel, with a cold and unwavering face, said, "No, I will not change my mind." Unable to persuade him, Pavo turned to leave, crying miserably and saying, "Your Highness, I hate you." A few days later, in Ezekiel's office, Ezekiel said seriously, "All right, listen up." His voice still echoed in the room. "I've sold the luxurious and unnecessary things, but this is just a temporary measure." Hearing Ezekiel say this, Damien asked, "Have you prepared the next step, Your Highness?" He said firmly, "Yes, this temporary method will give us a little breathing room. If we can't build a stable, long-term source of income, the funds we just acquired will be gone in the blink of an eye." Pavo wiped his tears and said, "Your Highness, we've sold everything there is to sell." Hearing him say that, Ezekiel laughed loudly and said, "I know. From now on, we will make medicine and sell it." What he said surprised Damien and Pavo. "What?" He smiled and said, "Yes, from now on, I will be the medicine-selling prince." In the bustling streets of Frontera Square, crowded with people passing by, an old man smiled and asked the person in charge of the nursing competition, "Hey, have you heard the latest news about the Annex Palace?" He replied with a weary, exhausted face, "The Annex Palace? What happened?" The old man continued, "The Crown Prince, it seems, has sold all the expensive luxury items in the Annex Palace." The young man was extremely surprised to hear this and asked, "Huh, why?" She replied, "Why else? It said that it's to continue maintaining the traditional medicine clinic." He said, "If that's the case, he sold luxury items to make money to continue caring for patients?" The old man replied, "That's right. Isn't he amazing? The Crown Prince is truly a good person." The old man continued proudly, "No one else would dare to do that." The two people who heard this agreed, saying, "Even if you look through history books, people like him are extremely rare." The young man chimed in, "I agree." The old man thought of Ezekiel as a saint, exclaiming, "Oh my, our prince is so wonderful." As he spoke, the old man imagined Ezekiel spreading his hands with a warm expression, saying, "I will heal everyone. This is the infinite Ezekiel Church." The old man continued, "He is the sun." Elsewhere, Ezekiel sat at his desk, deep in thought. "I have to make money. I have to keep the traditional medicine clinic running." Ezekiel thought, "Only then can I continue to live." At this moment, Damien and Pavo enter the prince's private room. "Your Highness, you want to create and sell medicine yourself?" Butler Pavo asked hesitantly. "If capital is the problem, wouldn't charging a small fee from patients also be okay?" Ezekiel immediately objected upon hearing this, saying, "No way, we'll lose customers." He thought, "I have to take in as many patients as possible to extend my lifespan as long as possible." Ezekiel declared loudly, "I will never charge them, not in the future either." He continued, "Instead, I will make money by selling my own medicine, expensive but extremely effective. It will be a high-end medicine that people will covet just to display it." As Ezekiel said this, he suddenly stomped his foot and continued, "A branded product," he said excitedly, pointing his finger, "produced only by the Crown Prince." Ezekiel continued proudly, "The slightly well-off and arrogant families can become pompous if they possess it." Ezekiel said smugly, "It is something that will determine a person's social status, a super high-end medicine." Damien, hearing this, asked doubtfully while Ezekiel was still admiring himself, "Does such a thing really exist? What is it?" He immediately replied, "Of course it does. A medicine that uses a minotaur's gallstone." Damien asked with confusion, "A minotaur?" Ezekiel ignored Damien's skepticism and continued, "The name of the medicine will be Minota Ngungwang. Everyone in Korea has heard of the calming pill called Ngungwang. Ngungwang is a high-end medicine with excellent effects, such as treating brain, heart, and blood pressure diseases." Then he imagined everyone drinking that medicine and said, "CSAT, interview. It's an extremely powerful calming pill." At this time, Ezekiel and Damien were strolling through the garden when Damien suddenly asked, "With a Minotaur's gallstone, you intend to create and sell the Minota Ngumwang pill?" Ezekiel replied, "Yes." Faced with Ezekiel's certainty, Damien seemed unconvinced and asked again, "Will people really drink it?" Ezekiel confidently affirmed, "Of course, 100%. He continued, "Because they will think it's rare. When faced with a limited edition, people scramble to buy it at any cost. That's the common psychology of people." Ezekiel offered a metaphor. "We won't use a bull, but instead a stronger and rarer type." With a proud face, he held up 5 fingers and said, "Both its effectiveness and brand will make them want to buy it. It's completely sellable, 5-star quality." Hearing this, Damien immediately rejected Ezekiel's idea. "I don't think so." Seeing that Damien didn't believe him, he was extremely helpless. Damien continued, "This calming pill and its effects, this is the first time I've heard of it. If this medicine is so amazing, wouldn't everyone know about it?" Ezekiel replied playfully, "It was once very famous in a fallen ancient kingdom." Damien asked doubtfully, "A fallen ancient kingdom? Which kingdom was that?" He replied, "It was called Rosian." Damien said, "I've never heard of it." Ezekiel answered, "Right? I heard about it in a dream." He continued cheerfully, "I learned all my acupuncture and tonic brewing methods from my dreams, you know?" Damien, seemingly unsurprised by Ezekiel's answer, replied, "I heard that from Sir Gadian." Damien thought, "But I didn't think it was actually true." Damien imagined Gadian's doting appearance, laughing happily and saying, "Your Highness, you are the best." Damien thought, "Sir Gadian is very naive, and for someone who serves the prince like him, he accepts this fact too easily." Damien looked at Ezekiel's back, deep in thought. Damien continued to think, "But for me, all I care about is getting paid on time." Thinking this, Damien said to him, "So, you intend to treat people's illnesses without a license?" Ezekiel, who was walking, stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. He asked in confusion, I need a license?" Damien replied helplessly, "Yes, of course." Damien continued, "I heard there's a licensing exam for medical practice. Sir Gadian has already passed it." Hearing this, his face turned pale. Ezekiel replied with a forced smile, "I didn't know that." While thinking, "This won't cause trouble for me later, will it?" Ezekiel said, "We need to solve the capital problem first. I have to go get a Minotaur's gallstone." Hearing this, Damien asked, "Are you going to send someone to buy it from the distant capital's herb shop?" Ezekiel replied, "No. When I went to buy other ingredients, it didn't sell Minotaur gallstones. Perhaps this place doesn't use bulls for medicinal ingredients." Damien asked, puzzled, "So what do you plan to do?" Ezekiel said excitedly, "We'll buy a live Minotaur. I'm going to Zimo." On the map, the state of Zimo was drawn in the capital, Magenta. Ezekiel said as he walked, "The commercial center in the northeast corner of the empire, where the top monster auction house is located." Damien asked doubtfully, "Are you planning to go there yourself?" He replied, "Of course." Ezekiel smiled and said, "I'll go check the condition of the Minotaur myself. I also need to check its gallstone." After hearing Ezekiel's crazy plan, Damien thought, he's really got a screw loose somewhere. Elsewhere, a carriage was moving. Anise sat on top of the carriage. Ezekiel walked over and said cheerfully to Damien, "Hurry up, it's time to depart." Damien thought doubtfully, "Right now?" Ezekiel walked to the carriage and said, "All right, let's go." Damien asked, "We're leaving right now?" He immediately replied, "Of course, time is more precious than gold to me." Suddenly, Ezekiel looked as if he saw something incredibly infuriating. He held out his hand and shouted an order. "Damien, get in the carriage now, he's coming." Damien was confused, not understanding what was happening. The carriage began to move, the driver's voice calling out. At the same time, Gadian came running. He was crying as he shouted, "Your Highness, why are you leaving me behind? I'm your personal physician." Ezekiel waved from inside the carriage and said, "I need you to look after the clinic." Gadian sobbed upon hearing that. "Your Highness." Inside the carriage convoy, Damien said, "The carriage is smoother than I thought." Ezekiel said smugly, "I'm the crown prince. After all, traveling in comfort is normal. This is truly first class." It turned out Damien and Ezekiel were lying in a magnificent coffin filled with fresh flowers. Damien continued, "But it feels a bit strange." Anise, lying on the roof of the convoy, thought, "It's been 8 days since we left Magenta." Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Anise shot up with a shocked expression. She could smell the sea. Anise shouted an announcement. "Your Highness, I see a seaport behind the hill." Hearing this, Ezekiel and Damien looked up. The two saw the coastal scenery with the bright glare of the sun. Ezekiel spoke up, "It's the port of Zimo. At the port of Zimo, convoys were docking with crowds of people on the shore. The carriage was moving into the port. Ezekiel said doubtfully, "That is," he continued, "the monster auction house in Zimo." Before his eyes was the sight of a magnificent, splendid palace. The carriage was moving when it suddenly stopped. A man said doubtfully, He waved his hand in disgust and said, "Old man, move the carriage somewhere else. You can't leave it here." The carriage driver got down and angrily questioned, "Hey, do you know who's sitting in that carriage?" Hearing that, the man said contemptuously, "Who? Could be the crown prince." Ezekiel, from inside the carriage, said with a smiling face, "What's going on over there?" Seeing him, the man was extremely surprised and shouted. He stammered in fear, "Your Highness." Inside the monster auction house, people were in lively discussion. The man ran in breathlessly, shouting, "Mayor," he asked, "what's the matter?" It turned out this was Azel Zimo, the mayor of Zimo. The man collapsed, panting and replying, The crow crown." Azel Zimo heard, but didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, Ezekiel walked in. The man pointed at Ezekiel and his retinue and shouted, "The crown prince is here." The mayor was shocked to hear this and asked, "What, the crown prince?" Azel Zimo hurriedly walked over to Ezekiel and said fawningly, "Oh my, your highness." He sweated nervously and asked, What wind brings you here?" Hearing this, Ezekiel smiled and replied, "Oh, I have something I want to buy at this place." Hearing that, Azel Zimo suggested, "In that case, we will provide additional guards for your highness." He replied, "I don't need them." Then Ezekiel gestured towards his retinue and said, "I already have this many." The mayor hesitated and said, But, Ezekiel said cheerfully, "I'll leave after looking around for a bit, so don't worry about me." Azel Zimo continued to insist, "Even so, you have traveled a long way to get here." He was annoyed by the man's pleasantries and thought, "So annoying." Ezekiel walked past Azel Zimo and said, "I'll visit your house later, Mayor." The mayor heard this and replied, "Yes, your highness." Azel Zimo immediately ordered his subordinates, shouting loudly, "Move it, clean the front yard, and also do whatever you can make sure everything is tidy." Hearing this, he thought sympathetically, "I feel sorry for them. It's like I'm a military officer making a surprise inspection of the barracks." At the auction, an item was being held in a cage. People took turns raising their paddles to start bidding. In front was an iron cage holding a motionless beast. Damien, seeing the atmosphere here, said, "This place is quieter than I imagined." Ezekiel agreed, replying, "Yeah, I think so too." He asked doubtfully, "Is it because this is a monster auction house?" Damien replied, "I think so. After all, the monsters would wake up if there's too much noise." The auction proceeded with different items. People scrambled to bid against each other. Ezekiel yawned and thought, "I think it's almost over. Are they not selling a minotaur today?" Just then, some dogs were pulling an extremely heavy auction item, causing them to tremble. It turned out to be a minotaur sitting in a cage. It growled angrily. The minotaur suddenly roared loudly. Ezekiel was extremely astonished by the giant minotaur. He thought, "That's enough to make 100 servings of oxhead rice soup. It's huge. I think it could lift a total of 30 tons for the 3 main lifts at the gym." The auctioneer stood on the podium and excitedly introduced, "Today's special item is a minotaur." He continued, 7 of the best hunter teams from the Southern Mountains joined forces. This is the main event of the day. The minotaur species, much larger than usual, in peak condition, and extremely ferocious. They hunted it for 3 months and had a hard time capturing it alive. This is our best product to date. We highly recommend it for breeding or display purposes. The minotaur growled angrily. Seeing it, he thought excitedly, "I need to get it." Ezekiel, as excited as a child with sparkling eyes, thought, "They must have used a large amount of anesthetic and all sorts of sleeping drugs on this animal. But it can still be like this. I'll kill it, dissect it. It must be mine." The auctioneer continued, "Now, then, we will start the bidding at 50,000 ma." Ezekiel, hearing this, said dejectedly, "Did I hear that right, Damien? The other monsters were only sold for around 50,000 ma. Why does this one have a starting price of 50,000 ma?" Damien replied, "Don't you have at least that much?" Damien looked at Ezekiel, who had only brought 100,000 ma with him. He thought, "Yeah, but that's all I have. The price of this minotaur is going to be very expensive." Ezekiel looked at the excitedly shouting crowd and thought with determination, "I have to buy this minotaur. The fighting spirit in everyone's eyes is no joke." Ezekiel said in disappointment, "I'll never be able to buy it for 10,000 ma." Damien replied, Is that so? Ezekiel, unable to accept this fact, said regretfully, 100,000 ma is not a small amount. I could buy Damien a luxury apartment in the Gangnam district of Seoul with this. Damien heard this and asked, What? Me? Seoul? Gangnam? Ezekiel thought angrily. I really don't want to miss this opportunity. Think, my brain. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he called out, Damien. Damien replied, Yes, Your Highness. Ezekiel continued, Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Then he leaned in and whispered in Damien's ear. Damien asked in disbelief, Are you really going to do that? He replied, Of course. Damien asked again, Really? Your Highness, I don't know. He continued, How you'll react when you hear what I'm about to say, but the order you gave sounds just like a gangster's. Hearing this, Ezekiel felt no guilt and replied with a smile, Well, being compared to a gangster doesn't cause any damage. Damien stood up and said, I'll be right back. Ezekiel replied, All right, good luck. At this moment, the auctioneer shouted, We have a bid for 50,000 ma. Another person raised their paddle to bid. The auctioneer announced, 53,000 ma. Another person bid higher, 55,000 ma. Seeing this, Ezekiel thought angrily, Damien, what are you doing? There's not much time left. Suddenly, Zimmo walked over and said, Your Highness. Ezekiel asked doubtfully, Mayor, what are you doing here? He replied, What? Ezekiel thought in confusion. Didn't you say you would bring more guards? He asked, puzzled. Seeing this, Zimmo was terrified. He thought, My political career depends entirely on my quick thinking. I can see it from his expression. He wants people to know his identity. Now's my time to score points. Zimmo cleared his throat. Ahem. Then he shouted, Oh, Crown Prince, please listen to your servant's plea. Everyone who heard this was extremely surprised and started murmuring, What? The Crown Prince? He's here? What's he doing here? Zimmo continued to speak loudly. 100 elite soldiers are awaiting your command. Ezekiel also played along and replied, Thank you. I, Ezekiel Adria Magentano, acknowledge your awareness. Then he laughed loudly at Damien's helplessness, and the mayor laughed in return. Ezekiel continued, Oh wait, I almost forgot the auction is still going on. Ezekiel raised the 60,000 paddle with a smug smile on his face. I am the Crown Prince. What are you going to do to me? As if that smile wasn't enough, he added a contemptuous smirk. Everyone at the auction saw that smile and thought in unison, dumbfounded. Look at that attitude, he's completely ruined the auction. All the nobles murmured among themselves. How could anyone else bid higher than him? Why wasn't I born into the royal family? I give up. The auctioneer saw this scene, and his jaw dropped in astonishment, screaming at himself. What is the Crown Prince doing here? No, more importantly, he looked at the large minotaur in the cage with a pained heart. How can we sell today's best auction item for only 60,000 mazen? We put in so much effort to catch him. This is no different from daylight robbery. He cried silently with regret. Why is this happening to us? At that moment, someone in the bidding rows suddenly smiled. He raised his paddle with 70,000 mazen. Then he loudly announced the number he was offering, 70,000 mazen. The auctioneer, upon hearing this number, was so shocked his jaw dropped. What? 70,000 mazen. Then he asked, Did someone raise the price? He was so surprised that he was speechless about the person who was smiling smugly and holding up the paddle. The nobleman in the back has saved us. I mean 70,000 mazen. Ezekiel was also startled by this scene, exclaiming, What? The guests began to buzz among themselves about the identity of this daring bidder. Isn't that Guinness? Could it be the one favored by the king of the southern kingdom of Mboa? People call him the tycoon of Mboa, Guinness d'Extremis. As for him, he was thinking very arrogantly, What will you do now, Crown Prince? After all, I am not a citizen of Magitano. The whispers in the hall continued to echo. Guinness is our savior. He's about to drive the Crown Prince away. Hey, you're being too loud. I heard the Crown Prince is famous for holding grudges. They all agreed that he stays angry at others for a very long time. And just as they said, Ezekiel was currently furious, screaming internally, I can hear everything. His eyes were firm, unwilling to admit defeat. All right, Guinness, so this is what you want? Guinness didn't mind competing with him. Crown Prince Magitano, are you planning to lose face and use money to compete with me? He arrogantly challenged his pride. I dare you, go on. Of course, his competitive spirit flared up to the end, and he immediately changed his price board. He raised the number 71,000 Mazen, determined to win at all costs. I will definitely get that big minotaur. As soon as the auctioneer saw his board, he happily shouted, "The crown prince bids 71,000 Mazen." Also the type who prefers winning over losing. Guinness immediately placed a higher bid, which was also announced loudly, Sir Guinness 72,000. While the money war was going on, no one noticed the terrifying eyes of the big minotaur. In the cage, Crown Prince 75,000 Mazen, Sir Guinness 80,000. At the final moment, the auctioneer announced the selling price of this valuable item. Today's main auction item, a top-quality big minotaur, has been sold for 250,000 Mazen. And of course, the one who profited was none other than Guinness, who was gloating, "I won, Crown Prince." As for Ezekiel, he was so shocked he turned to stone because his money had flown far away. He watched in agony as the big minotaur he coveted was taken away, his heart aching. "No, don't." At this moment, Damien suddenly spoke up, "I'm glad you lost, Your Highness." His words made him exclaim in bewilderment. "Huh?" he said in a serious tone. "You really shouldn't spend 100,000 Mazen on a big minotaur." While he was still saying, "If you use up all the money now," he sniffled smugly, thinking he was worried about him. "This cute boy, so loyal, even knows to worry about my finances, and is kind too." But when his next sentence rang out, it made him want to fall over. "If you spend all the money, you won't have any left to pay my salary. So don't be so wasteful." The harsh truth made him stare blankly and exclaim, "Huh." Still in a bold voice, he seriously declared, "The only reason I protect you is for the high and stable salary." Furthermore, he affirmed, "If you can't pay my salary, there's no reason for me to be here." These words of his made him gasp, his eyes wide with astonishment, this capitalist demon. Then Ezekiel pouted and asked, "Aren't you grateful that I saved you from the underground arena?" Damien replied calmly, "Of course I am, but what does that have to do with my salary?" This attitude of his made him exclaim, "Gratitude is separate from finances." "Huh?" he said that while sighing in his heart. "Ha, really?" Still keeping a straight face. He replied, "Of course." Suddenly he fell unusually silent and stared at him. In his heart, he was thinking, the main character I loved when I read Demon King, Damien Kale. He was the person he valued extremely highly. If we talk about his future growth potential, I don't think there's anything else in this world as reliable as having him on my side. The strongest person in this universe is protecting me. There isn't just one reason why I need him on my side. Deep down, he had his own calculations for wanting him by his side. I'm sure he will follow me toward a stable life, because that way everyone can be safe and happy. After a moment of silence, Ezekiel spoke helplessly, "I know. Don't worry, I will never be late with your salary." Upon hearing this, Damien immediately bowed formally. "Understood, Your Highness." Next, he called for Mayor Azel and ordered, "First, let's go to your place, Mayor." Hearing him call his name, he was a bit startled and replied, "What?" "Yes, Your Highness." However, when he saw him running head first, he ran after him in confusion, asking, "But why do we have to run?" Of course, he couldn't tell him the real reason, so he could only answer in his heart, "Because I'm embarrassed. What else?" At the same time, Guinness looked up at where Ezekiel had just been standing, but saw no one. The scene changes to a large, beautiful mansion. In the basement, the big minotaur that had just been auctioned was bound by iron chains. Its eyes slowly opened, and it let out a weak cry. It cried as it opened its eyes and saw a figure in front of it. As soon as it fully opened its eyes, it saw that the person standing there admiring it was Guinness. He said cheerfully, "It looks even better up close." Suddenly he turned around and said to someone with an amused tone, "You should have seen the Crown Prince's face when I snatched this from his hands." Someone stepped out from the darkness. This person exclaimed, "How pitiful." This guy, with a soulless expression, asked him, "Should we start the sorting process today?" He agreed, "All right." Guinness also praised this guy. "That's why I called you here, the best sorter in Zymol." Hearing that, he replied flatteringly, "You're too kind. I came here because you were very generous with the compensation." Next, he looked towards the big minotaur and asked for an opinion, "But may I ask, what kind of sorting do you prefer?" Guinness proudly requested, "Make it look as magnificent as possible. I will take it out and present it to the king at his birthday party." The other guy understood upon hearing this, "So you want a powerful image." Suddenly, he mentioned something. "Did you talk to the mage I asked for to make the sorting perfect?" Guinness heard that and replied, "Of course I did." Then he ordered, "Come in." The wooden door slowly opened. A man with limp hair walked in and said, "You must be very busy, so I will start right away." A moment later, this guy stood in front of the big minotaur. He smugly used magic and declared, I will kill it cleanly using vacuum magic. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the poor Minotaur. It gritted its teeth in discomfort from being attacked like that. In its heart, it remembered its small family and cried out in pain, cruel humans. It remembered its poor child being killed by them. Then it remembered being captured in a cage and tortured. These things built up into a rage that made it want to fight back while being restrained and attacked like this. It kept letting out painful cries. Can't breathe. Then suddenly the iron hook locking it was ripped from the wall. It stood up to the astonishment of the so-called sorting expert. Even Guinness was stunned by this scene. Suddenly the Minotaur roared and broke the chains that were holding it at the house of Mayor Azel. Ezekiel lay sprawled on the bed, complaining, "I'm so tired, my whole body aches." Seeing this, Damien said, "You're pushing yourself a bit too hard." Agreeing with him were the internal organs in Ezekiel's body. "Our organs are protesting your packed schedule." No matter who protested what, Ezekiel was still bitter about the auction earlier and was determined, "Tomorrow I will definitely buy a big Minotaur for 100,000 Mazen." Suddenly, the sound of running echoed from the hallway outside. With a rumble, 2 guards burst into the room and shouted, "Your Highness, please wake up. Something big has happened." Seeing their urgency, Damien asked, "What are you talking about?" Ezekiel, while putting on his shoes, complained, "What is it? I'm so tired." One of the 2 guards said hastily, "We must take you to a safe place immediately." These words made him confused and demand, "Explain first." But before he could hear their explanation, a loud explosion echoed in his room. Damien saw the danger and immediately protected him. "Your Highness, stand behind me." As soon as he finished speaking, something slapped him far away, startling him. That slap sent him flying straight into a wall with a thud. The scene made him gasp and call out loudly, "Damien!" Suddenly a hand with sharp claws appeared. Feeling the approaching danger, Ezekiel held his breath and stood motionless. His face pale, he slowly turned his head to look. In front of him was the giant Minotaur from the auction earlier. This sight scared him so much he stammered, "The Minotaur." A moment later, the bolt connected to the chain suddenly flew off. The Minotaur suddenly had the strength to stand up before the astonished eyes of the top-tier sorter. Even Guinness was stunned by this scene. And then that Minotaur suddenly let out a roar and unleashed its power. The result was that Guinness's house cracked into pieces. In the basement, his subordinates were crushed by rocks on the floor. As for him, he was scared out of his wits and shouted, "How is this possible?" At this moment, the Minotaur roared again, "You are the most wicked one." After roaring, it raised its hand high, then slammed it down hard next to Guinness, scaring the soul out of him. In this situation, he still had the strength to act tough. "You filthy monster, do you know who I am? I am a major merchant of Mboa and your master." A moment later, a pair of feet were running hastily on the ground. This merchant, who was just acting tough, was now running for his life while being chased. "Don't come near me. I won't be your master anymore. I won't do it anymore." No matter what he said, this Minotaur still chased him fiercely and roared loudly. Knowing his strength was limited, he quickly thought of a plan. "I have to hide somewhere safe first." After looking around for a hiding spot, he discovered it. It was the house of the mayor of Zymol. So he pointed in that direction and shouted, "What's that?" The Minotaur actually looked foolishly in the direction Guinness pointed, while he took the opportunity to disappear. By the time it remembered and looked for him, he was already hiding in a corner, curled up and trembling. This made it somewhat angry, knowing it had been tricked. In its anger, it rammed its shoulder into a house, causing the house to crack immediately. Returning to the present, it appeared at the Zymol mayor's house, looking at Ezekiel with anger. Seeing it, he was also scared and stammered, "Minotaur." The scene was extremely tense. It kept staring at him. He stood frozen looking at it. Damien was knocked out in the corner. At this moment, the Minotaur with red eyes roared. Ezekiel was also noticing its eyes. "Wait a minute, why do its eyes look like that? I've seen those eyes many times when I was working at the clinic in Korea." He realized what the eyes, though angry, filled with tears implied. It was in pain but had no one to rely on. Those were the eyes of a patient. While each was lost in thought, the Minotaur suddenly cried out, "That person." It remembered being locked up during the auction, then remembered when Ezekiel raised the bid for it. So its anger flared up again, different from the last guy. Ezekiel was scared out of his wits by its roar. He wondered in confusion, "Why is it suddenly mad at me?" Suddenly it bent down, it let out a cry, then looked at him with red, angry eyes. Then it swung its arm, preparing to punch him. Knowing he couldn't avoid this blow, he could only stand still and take it. Suddenly Damien, who was knocked out in the corner, moved. He quickly teleported in front of Ezekiel and slashed at the Minotaur. Ezekiel was so scared by this scene that his eyes widened, and he called out, "Damien!" Before he could process it, he urgently requested, "Your Highness, get out of here now." However, instead of running, he was resolute. "I won't die here. I've struggled so much to live until." Now, his determination was met with a threatening roar from the Minotaur. It continuously threw powerful punches. While Damien was busy dealing with it, he managed to back away and observe it's so fast. If I took that hit head on, my bones would have been broken, my internal organs would also be destroyed. Because he was busy running, he didn't notice he had been noticed by the Minotaur. It roared and swung its arm towards him. In that life-or-death situation, a foot appeared and kicked him out of danger. He sat on the ground with a face still in shock, looking at Damien and wondering, "Damien, did you just kick me?" At that moment, the room door suddenly opened. But before the door could fully open, it was kicked down, blocking the way and startling Ezekiel. In this situation, Damien still had the energy to tease. "Looks like we're both trapped here." His words made Ezekiel angrily shout back, "You think I don't know that?" Suddenly he fell unusually silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings before speaking. "Your Highness, I have something to tell you." His voice faltered as he uttered, "If we survive today." He bluntly requested of Ezekiel, making him bewildered and confused, "Reward me." This request made him immediately retort, "Are you demanding that of me? What if I don't?" He didn't mind replying, "Then I'll run away by myself." This answer made him helplessly scratch his head. "You're really mean." Not letting him finish scolding, he quickly said, "When I count to 3, I will charge at the Minotaur and open a path for you to escape." This plan made Ezekiel a little worried, but he looked around at the surrounded area and wondered, "Where am I supposed to go now?" Hearing him ask, Damien pointed straight at the hole in the wall, making him scream in horror. "We're on the 2nd floor." Despite his protest, Damien calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, just jump." This sentence made his lips pout again. "It matters to me." Damien himself was not to be trifled with, fighting with one hand and replying with his mouth. "It's better than being crushed here." The reason he insisted on making Ezekiel jump out the window to escape was because, based on the sounds from outside, the guards were preparing to arrive to deal with the Minotaur and the damage it had caused. Just as he said below, Mayor Izio was ordering the guards, "I will not let my career go up in smoke like this. Rescue His Highness." These words of his made Ezekiel ask again, "You mean even if I fall and break my leg, they will take me somewhere safe, right?" Hearing this question, he immediately affirmed, "That's the only way to get out of here right now." Damien's hand holding the sword was now clenched tighter than before, and then he quickly executed the plan to distract the Minotaur. "All right, I'm starting." 1. This Minotaur was now only focused on catching him, and he, while fighting it, counted in one breath. 2. His way of counting made Ezekiel shout in alarm. "You're counting so fast?" So in the moment Damien was fighting the monster, he hurriedly ran away. Just as he was about to jump, the Minotaur howled. Tears streamed down his face in helplessness, while he thought to himself, "Really, why is my life so tragic?" As he was jumping, something suddenly flashed by. He accidentally grabbed onto that thing. And then the most awkward scene on the planet occurred. Instead of jumping down, Ezekiel was clinging to the Minotaur's arm. What was stranger was that instead of being afraid of it, he was panicking at what he read on the system panel. What? At the same time, the system displayed a red warning, announcing an emergency. A moment later, the system scanned the entire body of the Minotaur and produced an emergency general diagnosis panel. Subject: VU Minotaur. Name: Uros. Race: Minotaur. Gender: male. Age: 48. Height: 712 centimeters. Weight: 14,923 kilograms. Blood type: C2. Heart function: F. From these parameters, a general conclusion was drawn. Due to long-term confinement, injection of sedatives, and being forced to eat a large amount of grain, the body has become severely imbalanced, with the heart being the most affected, making it exclaim, "This heart, it's not good." After observing the condition of Uro's heart, it continued to a diagnosis of unstable angina. The heart pain has worsened. If this continues, he will have a heart attack and a stroke. Ezekiel himself understood the pain of this disease well. Angina means the coronary artery is already half-blocked. The pain must be excruciating. At the same time, he realized why Rose went crazy. It's like a car ran over his chest, so that's why he went crazy from the pain. I'm sorry. While he was still feeling guilty, Rose suddenly shook his arm, making him, who was clinging to it, scream in terror. Damn it, but it seems I can't treat you right now. He screamed while trying to hold on tight. Because right now, it seems I'm in a worse state than you. This is not good at all. His eyes looked down below, and he thought to himself, if I get thrown off, my whole body will surely be shattered. At this critical moment, Rose suddenly raised his other arm, just as it was about to bring that arm down. Someone immediately attacked it, causing it to stop in pain and roar. The one who attacked, it was none other than Damien. After this blow, he thought to himself with some anger, damn it, I was aiming for the eye, but because I was too hasty, I got hit by the horn. To avoid getting hurt, he quickly backed away a considerable distance. Then he shouted loudly, Your Majesty, please hold on, I will save you. Ezekiel, hearing these words, replied with both joy and sorrow, Hurry up. At the same time, Damien rushed forward and identified the attack points. Flank. He chose the most optimal attack points to rescue Ezekiel and shoulder. I must quickly slash those two spots. At the same time, he reminded himself, no need to cut deep. All he needed to do was create time for Ezekiel to be saved. Just creating a momentary opening is enough. No sooner said than done, he immediately attacked Rose, causing it to roar in pain. As for Ezekiel, he trembled as he hugged its arm, silently praying in his heart, I can't hold on anymore. As soon as he thought that, he let go. Even though he was in free fall, he still had the energy to declare to Damien. There's no special bonus, you know. After declaring, he prepared to close his eyes and accept his fate. Dying here isn't very cool, is it? Suddenly a figure leaped high. Anise in her beast woman form, like a heroine saving the damsel in distress, Ezekiel. Her majestic figure made him exclaim shyly, Anise. Just as she landed him on the ground, a cry was heard. Your Majesty, the two guards asked in unison with concern. Are you all right? This scene made him both surprised and confused, stammering in reply. I'm fine. Sergio, having confirmed that Ezekiel was safe, immediately ordered Anise. Then let's go somewhere else. His Majesty's safety is the top priority. Run. So the group carried him and fled, leaving the Minotaur Rose behind. At this moment, it seemed to sense something unusual and let out a cry. And when it discovered that Ezekiel had fled, it roared in anger. It growled menacingly and glanced at Damien. He showed no fear and even smiled, saying, You couldn't catch His Highness. Pointing his sword at it, he said contemptuously, Now you're turning to me? It seems Rose realized it was being looked down upon by him and immediately gave him a punch. But luckily he dodged in time and even had time to think. This will surely get me overtime pay for a dangerous situation, right? At this moment, another punch was thrown. Taking this opportunity, he countered, aiming for the fist, slashing a line from the hand to the forearm. Thus, a powerful punch and a sword clashed, creating a shockwave that could not be underestimated. Damien, after taking this punch from Rose, thought with a tremor, harder than I thought. Unlike him who had to tremble and brace himself, Rose went mad and roared. And then the two clashed again, he with a sword, I with a punch. While fighting fiercely, Rose suddenly threw a rather strange punch. This punch made Damien have to step back and wonder. A feint? Suddenly, Rose jumped. It charged thunderously towards Damien, making him immediately get into a fighting stance. As soon as it got close, it threw a punch at him, but luckily he blocked it in time. Its expression grew angrier and angrier. And then the unexpected happened when it used its other hand to hook his jaw. This uppercut of it sent him flying straight into the wall with a loud bang. The wall also cracked a hole because of it. Outside, rocks and debris also collapsed in front of everyone from Rose's recent blow. The falling rocks startled the two guards. In the thick smoke and dust, the figure of the fallen Damien appeared. He woke up in pain, pinned by a boulder on his leg. In such a perilous situation, Rose appeared again. It looked at him with rage and let out terrifying cries. Despite facing danger, he remained quite calm. He still knew he should find a way to push the boulder off his leg first before he could escape. While he was pushing, Rose also attacked him, making him think helplessly. Is this the end? In this life or death situation, suddenly, someone shouted, and something rammed straight into Rose. Spiky tail kid, ram it down. Rose was rammed so hard it roared in pain. As for Damien, after hearing that name, he realized in surprise, Spiky Tail Kid. Ah, the thing called Spiky Tail Kid, after hurting Ooh Rose, jumped up. Then it rolled right next to Damien. As for him, he didn't have time to care much about that spiky thing, because he was busy going crazy. With Ezekiel, why is that guy there? I worked so hard to free you. As for Ezekiel, he was happy because he hit the target. Amazing bullseye. In his heart, he was screaming 100 times more than on the outside. The red sunflower seed I got from summoning the legendary beast. Eating it really makes you grow big. Being happy alone wasn't enough. He also shouted at the young man pinned by the rock. Damien, let's go. We have to get the reward. Seeing him so happy, Damien couldn't bear to spoil the mood and played along. It's going to be a lot of money. That's enough fun for now, he said hurriedly. All right, now let's run for our lives first. Damien didn't hesitate to use his sword to cut the rock pinning his leg. However, he couldn't lift his leg. This made him panic and think to himself, my leg isn't listening to me anymore. At this moment, Ooh Rose had recovered from the series of stabs from the Spiky Tail Kid. It pulled the kid straight out of its body, causing blood to spurt out. Then it threw the kid straight past Damien. Seeing this, Ezekiel shouted, now's the time. Spiky Tail Kid, grab his spikes. Obeying him, Damien grabbed the spikes of the Spiky Tail Kid in bewilderment. And so the scene of Damien flying magnificently with the Spiky Tail Hedgehog appeared. Though flying like a bird, they both eventually landed safely. As for Ooh Rose, it now stood on high and looked down below. It looked at Damien, who had just escaped with Ezekiel and the Spiky Tail Kid. In this scene of 8 eyes staring at each other, suddenly rocks fell again. And where they fell right on Ooh Rose, leaving it stunned and unable to process. The rock fell with a thud in front of the 3, Damien, Ezekiel, and the Spiky Tail Kid. Especially the 2, Damien and Ezekiel, were frozen by this scene. The desolate, collapsed scene lay before the 3, Damien, Ezekiel, and the Spiky Tail Kid. Seeing that there was no more danger, Ezekiel praised. Well done, Spiky Tail Kid. His praise made it so happy it let out a cry. Then he turned to ask, Damien, are you all right? Damien, while sheathing his sword, replied coldly, of course I'm fine. However, looking at his dirty body and the wounds on him, he thought, you don't look fine at all. At this moment, his gaze turned to the rubble, and he silently called out, Minotaur. It seems that in his heart, he was regretting losing this Minotaur, Ooh Rose. I can't let it die like this. I heard its bile is top grade. Hey, don't be reckless. If you meet the King of Hell before you can do anything, it's all over. After thinking for a while, Ezekiel knew there was nothing he could do, so he turned to leave. We have to get out of here now. At this moment, a shiny head appeared from nowhere, panting as it ran towards him. It was Mayor Azel. He charged forward aggressively. From now on, let me escort you, he declared in a serious tone. I will take you to the safest place in this city. A moment later, a large boat was waiting at the harbor. Mayor Azel led the group, bringing Ezekiel there. He pointed towards the boat and said, Your Majesty, please board my boat. Once we set sail, no matter how ferocious that Minotaur is, he won't be able to touch a single hair on Your Majesty's head. His words made Ezekiel think with satisfaction. Escaping on a boat sounds good. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the boat. Halfway there, he turned his head and invited Mayor Azel. Mayor, please go first. However, he didn't leave and instead said seriously, I will not run away, Ezekiel. His refusal made him exclaim in surprise. What? In such a quiet scene, his voice echoed with determination. This is the city that I, the mayor, have a responsibility to protect. Looking at the people here, he thought, the prosperity and safety of so many people rest on my shoulders. How can I abandon them and flee to safety alone? Therefore, he bowed and asked Ezekiel to leave for a safe place and let him stay to handle everything. I will stay here, command the guards. Please go ahead, Your Majesty. These words from Azel made Ezekiel calm down and reconsider. I thought he was a glory hound, but it seems leaving him behind isn't right either. Just then, Damien spoke up, urging him. Your Majesty, we must go now. He hesitated and replied. But, seeing his hesitation, he had to advise him firmly. You don't need to feel guilty, Your Majesty. Everyone has their own role. His words seemed to awaken him, and he immediately boarded the ship with the thought. Yes, the mayor's role is to protect the city. This, looking back at everyone on the deck, Ezekiel realized. Their role is to protect me. Then he also realized his own role. And my role is to survive and carry the burden of the royal family. As soon as everything was settled, a loud voice commanded, Hoist the sails. On land, Mayor Azel and everyone were performing a ceremony to see Ezekiel off to safety. Suddenly, a sailor on the boat cried out in panic, what is that? It turned out to be Rose. It had returned and was chasing everyone towards the port. Suddenly, it took a running leap. It landed right on the boat, scaring the daylights out of Ezekiel. The wooden boat shattered under its weight. Then it roared in anger. Suddenly, it grabbed the sail on the boat. Ezekiel saw this and hurriedly shouted a warning. Everyone get down. No sooner had he said this than Rose swung the entire sail right over his head. The current events left him stunned, not knowing how to react. This is crazy. What do I do now? Running is the best option right now, but there's nowhere to go. Moreover, looking at the violently churning water, he could do nothing. I also don't know how to swim. At the same time, the system displayed a red notification. Your internal organs are contracting violently due to fear. All internal organs are trembling with fear. The heart spoke up, thinking, "What? Why aren't you thinking of a way to escape? What's the use of a brain at a time like this?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the organs remembered and wailed. That's right. He doesn't have a brain. Ezekiel himself was also crying his eyes out. At that very moment, Damien appeared behind him and said, "Your Majesty, keep your head down. The fallen sail might actually be a good thing." He pointed forward and instructed him, "Press yourself against the wreckage at the stern and don't move." Hearing this, he asked to make sure. "Hide there?" He immediately affirmed with certainty, "Yes, for now, that is the best way." Suddenly, Ezekiel remembered something and quickly turned to ask Damien, "What about you?" Damien calmly replied, "Today, I have received many things from your Majesty." He stood up straight without any fear and declared, "Time to get to work." His courage left Ezekiel at a loss for words, but he didn't dare hesitate for another moment and immediately turned and ran. As for Damien, he was drawing Rose's attention. As he attacked it, Anise in her beast form also lunged forward. He struck it with a sword, and she gave it a scratch, making it scream in pain. Suddenly, her tail was caught by it, and then it threw her straight to the ground, causing her to roar in pain. At this moment, the army along with the spiky-tailed kid appeared from a distance and attacked it. But of course, these people were no match for Rose. It easily swatted the whole group away with a single swipe. As for Damien, one of his legs was no longer fine. It made it difficult for him to stand up. The scene was now one of devastation and ruin, with the soldiers groaning in pain. Ezekiel was pale with fear at this scene, but he tried to stay calm. "This is crazy, completely crazy. Get a grip. Hanley, at this rate, we'll all die." His eyes focused on Rose. His breathing, his movements, don't miss a single thing. He observed even the heart inside it. In this critical situation, the system suddenly displayed a notification. "You have faced an unprecedentedly dangerous situation. This extreme experience has helped the Astrahan's accurate diagnosis method to develop remarkably." At the same time, the system also performed the next step. The Astrahan's accurate diagnosis method has been added to the pulse-taking skill as a supplementary feature. The image of Rose was suddenly broken down in detail, followed by a notification. Supplementary feature 1, Acupoint Scan, can scan the target's acupoints within range to predict movements. This skill has a note. Number of targets that can be locked. 1. Only applicable to living creatures. This new skill utterly astonished Ezekiel. What the hell is this? It's no different from a map hack. Every action of Rose became extremely clear in his eyes. The angle of muscle movement, the timing and landing position, all were as clear as day. This made him overjoyed. Wonderful, now I can dodge all attacks. Now, while moving to hide from Rose, Ezekiel suddenly stopped. He looked at the wrecked ship before him and wondered, "Wait, can I keep dodging him here forever?" Looking at everyone surrounded, including himself, he decided he had to come up with a plan. "Before my stamina runs out, I have to do something." His brain started working at full capacity. Remember, the scene of everyone fallen forced him to think of a plan to deal with the situation. "I must survive, both them and me." Ezekiel's eyes were now full of determination. At this moment, he suddenly saw the spiky-tailed kid lying limp on the ground. A crazy idea popped into his head, making him sigh. I don't know if this method will be effective or not. However, at this moment, there was no other way, so he had to try. But I have to do it because that is my role. At the same time, Urose suddenly started rampaging on the wooden boat. It was about to punch the crew members on the boat. But suddenly something happened that made two crew members exclaim in shock. What the hell is this? There. It turned out what they saw was Ezekiel suddenly growing huge and blocking the attack. From Urose, his obstruction made it roar in anger. As for him, he gritted his teeth to block its blow. At the same time, the system displayed a red notification. You have used a red sunflower seed for legendary beasts without permission. The two of them faced off one-on-one. Neither side willing to back down. Although he was busy fighting Urose, in his heart he was still bewildered. I'm bigger. I'm really bigger, he muttered to himself, though I didn't expect to get this big. Besides him being dazed, the two sailors he saved were also scared out of their wits by this scene and stammered, Your Majesty. Even Damien couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This guy is really... At this time, the system continued to send warning messages. You are not a legendary beast, but a human. The red sunflower seed can cause extremely serious side effects on the human body. Please see a doctor or physician. Ezekiel read this line and shouted to himself, I am the physician here. The system also provided a time limit for the use of the red sunflower seed. The duration of the giant effect is limited to 3 minutes. Just as the system was still warning, serious side effects will occur after the giant effect ends. Urose was already preparing to punch Ezekiel. Meanwhile, the system professionally focused on announcing, you will fall into a comatose state for 5 days after the giant effect ends. It also showed the remaining time for Ezekiel to use. Remaining duration of the giant effect is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. He was both busy fighting Urose and bewildered by the notification. Does that mean I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to solve everything? Not to mention the bonus of a 5-day coma. This situation seemed quite difficult for him. Time was short and his strength was weak, so he trembled a little when blocking Urose blows. He understood one thing clearly in his heart. If I don't finish this in time, then he and everyone else would likely not survive. It's 100% certain I will die. As soon as he thought of this, he gained some motivation and pushed Uro's hand away. It didn't stop and continued to reward Ezekiel with another punch. This time he couldn't block it and was hit straight in the face. So he staggered, about to fall. But luckily, he didn't fall and was able to stand firm. After that blow, this scene left Urose a bit bewildered, while he muttered unhappily to himself. It hurts like hell, but I can take it. Normally, even a light touch would have killed me. Playing by the rules, you hit me, I hit you back. He decided to teach it a lesson. Well then, so he used a headbutt on it and shouted loudly. After this blow, Ezekiel also had a bit of a headache, but he managed to endure and think of a way to deal with it. Anyway, it's impossible to kill it in 2 minutes. Right now, I can only. His gaze shifted to the spiky-tailed kid, and he came up with a bold idea. Stop its rage and calm it down. That way, even if I pass out, Damien and the guards can handle it. No sooner said than done. He immediately lunged forward. He ran toward the spiky-tailed kid and asked it, Spiky-tailed kid, were your spikes spiky-tailed? Kid, as if understanding his intention, it immediately gave him a handful of spikes from its body. As soon as he got hold of the spikes, he turned his head to look at Urose, which made it a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, both sides rushed at each other, one intending to retaliate with a headbutt, the other running with sharp spikes. Suddenly, Ezekiel placed both hands on Urose. He used it as a springboard to jump over it. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a spike. With one arm, he held its neck tightly. The other hand raised the sharp spike, and he said excitedly, It's time for acupuncture for this golden dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he jabbed the spike straight into its Tianju acupoint, making it roar in pain. However, because Uro's flesh was too thick, even though the spike was sharp, it couldn't pierce through. The spike didn't reach the mana flow. Ezekiel was a bit frustrated with his own strength at this moment, this pathetic stamina. But necessity is the mother of invention. He loudly called his ally. Damien, he requested him, come here and hit the end of this spike. Following his words, he immediately jumped up and struck his sword hard against The end of the spike stuck in Uro's, making it howl in pain. As soon as the spike was inserted into the correct acupoint, Ezekiel began to think about the next acupuncture step. I have to calm its nervous system, reduce the excitement of the sympathetic nervous system, and activate the parasympathetic nervous system. So he immediately inserted a spike into Uro's Tianliao acupoint and called out loudly, "Damien!" He immediately understood his intention and quickly struck his sword against the newly placed spike. Down! Without stopping, he performed acupuncture on its Shimai acupoint, while he continued to use his sword to hammer the spike. Straight in. Everyone on the boat was now watching with wide eyes as Ezekiel and Damien coordinated. Together, the two were now performing acupuncture on the Yifeng acupoint. Next was the Jiaosuan acupoint. As soon as this acupoint was pierced, Ezekiel realized it's spreading along the Sanjiao meridian. Because of the acupuncture, Uro's was in extreme pain. It kept struggling, trying to throw him off, but he held on tightly, lamenting inwardly. It's like a child who doesn't want to get acupuncture, a giant child. Although he was resisting its struggles with one hand, he persisted with the final needle. Be good, and let Uncle finish the acupuncture. Just as he thought of the phrase to coax a child, "There'll be candy for you." That was when he inserted the spike into the final acupoint, its ermine acupoint, and also when Damien leaped up and hammered the spike deep down. Uro's eyes gradually changed. It was no longer as aggressive as before. A moment later, it had calmed down with a very bewildered expression, letting out a few sounds. Seeing that everything was settled, Ezekiel gently removed the spikes from its body. As he removed each spike, he thought with satisfaction. Besides its aggression being reduced, its angina pain also disappeared at the same time. However, the disappearance of this pain is only temporary. It's not actually because of the acupuncture, it's just a coincidence. Unstable angina is just like that. He himself understood what this pain was like. It hurts like hell, but then disappears on its own. While he was lost in thought, Anise, along with the spiky-tailed kid and everyone else, were amazed at what was happening before their eyes. Oh my! Even Uro's was quite bewildered and wondered. Strange, the pain is gone. It turned to look at Ezekiel and saw him talking Damien on his shoulder. Good job, Damien. Suddenly, its hand reached out and gently placed it on his shoulder. This action startled him, his eyes widening, and he was even more surprised when it spoke, "Thank you, human." Its cry made him sigh in relief because everything was resolved. Anyway, it's lucky the pain disappeared at the right time, making it think I had cured it. After that, he sat down on the boat and exclaimed, "Whatever, I'm dead tired." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Your internal organs are being affected by the sudden change in your body. The heart sent a message questioning Ezekiel. What the hell? Why is the body so big? It looked at its body in confusion and wondered while the stomach trembled and let out a few strange laughs. Moreover, why is the blood flow so strange? The breathing is also strange. It feels like it's about to pass out. At this time, the large intestine said with a smile, "Because the body got bigger, my burden has also increased, right?" The stomach proudly shouted, "I'm so great." Suddenly, the system displayed the stomach status, "But I am." At the same time, there was another notification. Remaining duration of the giant effect is 0 minutes. 0 seconds. The stomach's final message continued after that. It seems to be shrinking. Instantly, Ezekiel outside, who was huge, suddenly shrank back down amidst the worried calls of the guards. "Your Majesty." They surrounded him and called out loudly, "You're Your Majesty." As for him, he hurriedly said, I have something to say now, He used his last bit of strength to leave a message. "We'll be in a coma for 5 days. Don't make a fuss." The Minotaur has also calmed down, so everyone can rest assured. After saying that, he passed out, sleeping like the dead. The system simultaneously displayed a notification about Ezekiel's condition. The giant effect has ended and serious side effects are occurring. You will fall into a comatose state for the next 120 hours. It even kindly left a message, "Good night." Meanwhile, everyone was surrounding Ezekiel, worried about his condition. What is this? What is happening? Magic? While everyone on deck was busy worrying about Ezekiel, inside the ship, the sailors were frantically bailing water. Quickly bail the water out. hurry up. They realized the situation was bad and said loudly, "Captain, the crack is getting bigger. It can't be plugged. We have to get on deck quickly, or we'll all drown here." The captain had been busy bailing water and didn't know the situation above. So he wailed, "There's a monster rampaging up there." At the same time on the deck, everything suddenly tilted to one side. Agar, bewildered by this, exclaimed, huh. And then, once they came to their senses, they shouted in panic, "The ship is sinking." Urose was also startled by this shout. It looked around in confusion. It seemed to feel guilty and thought to itself, "Sorry, it's my fault." While everyone was trying to steady themselves, Ezekiel, being unconscious, was unable to do anything. This made them worry and shout loudly, "Your Majesty." Uro saw this scene and roared, "I will repay my debt. I will save you." After roaring, it suddenly picked Ezekiel up, and then it jumped off the ship to the bewilderment of Anise and Damien. It placed Ezekiel on its head and slowly moved through the sea. This made the guards scream in terror, "Crown Prince, how dare you touch His Majesty?" Damien also hadn't processed the situation and could only call out helplessly, "Your Majesty." Damien was now tied to a chair, unconscious. He slowly woke up from his stupor. His gaze fell downwards, and he saw that he was tied up and a rat ran across his feet. Then he looked up and wondered, a dream? Suddenly, a smile that was both mocking and nostalgic appeared on his face as he thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen this scene. It's just like the place I used to live as a child." In the silence, the man sitting opposite him suddenly spoke. How ridiculous. This man was an interrogator from the Emperor's direct investigation team. He said arrogantly, "How can you still sleep in this situation? I don't know whether to call you shameless or brave." He asked Damien in a stern voice, "Are you still not aware of the current situation?" He replied calmly, "I am aware." Hearing this, the man asked again, "And yet you can still doze off so calmly?" This question seemed ridiculous to him, so he didn't bother to answer and just thought to himself, "Because you people haven't let me sleep for 3 days. Suddenly, the interrogator gritted his teeth and said word by word, "The Crown Prince was taken away by that monster." He slammed the table and shouted, "It's been 6 days." The incident of Ezekiel being taken by Urose had reached the Imperial Palace. It took a day for the news to reach the capital. At that moment, Asterion had ordered him to come. Here, the distance from the capital to this place is quite far, and it took me 2 days to get here. As soon as he arrived, the news that Ezekiel still hadn't been found made him somewhat angry. "And yet for the past 3 days, you still haven't found His Highness?" "No, not even a single clue or trace has been found." Moreover, without any inquiry, he had already condemned Mayor Azel and everyone. This mayor and you, along with other accomplices, have wasted precious time just pretending to search. The interrogator himself wasn't concerned with finding Ezekiel, but just stood here questioning Damien. Where did that Minotaur swim to? Winifred de Sam of the New Ango family, the one who bought that Minotaur. Where has he disappeared to? Not even a single clue. Is it because he can't be found? At this point, his voice softened gravely as he continued. Is that so? No, it's not that he can't be found. He bluntly accused Damien and everyone without any evidence. It's more like you're deliberately ignoring it to harm the Crown Prince. Of course, his words angered Damien to the point that he exclaimed in a low voice, "Everyone who accompanied the Crown Prince, are you concluding that we colluded with that Minotaur?" He used an indignant tone to question this royal interrogator back. "To kidnap and harm the Crown Prince?" "Shamelessly," he said calmly. "It's not that I want to conclude that, but that I want to expose that truth along with your clear confession." He even had the nerve to ask Damien, "Do you think that's unreasonable?" He answered in a serious tone, "Of course." However, he didn't let him finish and interrupted, claiming, "But it is the truth." He gave a vile smile and asserted, "This world always wants a clear answer, no matter how unreasonable the conclusion is." Then he began to name everyone involved in this case. So who will be held responsible for this? Mayor Azel, who failed to ensure the city's security. Next are Ezekiel's guards, who he also accused, and you along with the subordinates who failed to protect His Highness. With his shamelessness, This royal interrogator bluntly and unreasonably accused Damien and everyone. It is you, the ones who must bear the responsibility and guilt for this, so that everything can end smoothly. His words made Damien so furious that he had to scream in his heart. Bear the guilt so everything can end smoothly? What the hell are you talking about? Seeing him act this way, he understood well enough this guy just wants to end things quickly. At this moment, the interrogator placed a hand on Damien's shoulder and advised him. So think carefully. Whoever confesses sincerely will receive leniency. His words made him wonder. Leniency? He gave a shameless smile and replied, "It means you will get to die quickly and painlessly." His answer made him shout in anger. "You bastard!" Seeing him resist so fiercely, he still said calmly, Fine. If you find it difficult to answer, I will use another method." Suddenly, a group of people entered. They stood formally in front of Damien. As soon as he saw them, he understood what was about to happen to him. A moment later, he was thrown into a cage, and the cage was hoisted up high. Besides him, Mayor Azel and others were also imprisoned like him. As soon as they saw him, they called out in panic, "Damien!" At the same time, he was also horrified to see everyone else imprisoned like him. Damn it, Anise, and the mayor too. After that, he glanced down below. He could both smell oil and see soldiers pouring it onto the firewood placed under the cages. The smell of oil. Is he planning to burn us alive? At the same time, someone approached. It was none other than that damn interrogator. He spoke calmly. "Now that everyone is here, let's talk about the conclusion one more time." He stubbornly asked everyone, "Are you ready to confess?" Maintaining his previous attitude, Damien answered decisively, "I have nothing to confess, but I am ready to tell the truth." Hearing him say that, he was deluded and told him, "Oh, the truth? Tell me." He calmly spoke word by word. "You, under the guise of an interrogation, are obstructing the search for the missing crown prince." His words angered him so much that he had to ask again, "What?" But he maintained his anger and questioned him. "I am the one who can find the crown prince the fastest, yet you people are doing these useless things." Even at this point, the interrogator stubbornly sighed and assumed, "Are you planning to run away?" And then he ordered his subordinates to eliminate Ezekiel's subordinates. Whatever, forget it. Now then, the interrogation is over. Seeing that the situation had come to this, Damien thought angrily, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't want to die a meaningless death here. I must survive." In this dire situation, there was suddenly a rumbling sound. Urose appeared out of nowhere, leaving Damien somewhat surprised. His eyes widened in astonishment as he silently called, "Me, Minotaur." Urose easily broke the chains holding the cage up high. It held the cage containing Damien with one arm and landed gently on the ground. On its shoulder, it was carrying a person. It was none other than Ezekiel. His appearance made Damien, Anise, and Mayor Azel all startled and bewildered. Both the interrogator and his subordinates became afraid when they saw him and Urose. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and then questioned them. "Why are you all here?" Before we get back to why Ezekiel was able to return safely, let's check out the short documentary from the medicine-selling prince about where he has been these past few days. This episode is titled, "The Prince and the Golden Dog Special Episode." 6 days ago, Ezekiel, the crown prince of the Magentano Empire, woke up in a seaside cave. Urose, who just yesterday wanted to kill Ezekiel, now had an incredibly adorable appearance, which scared the wits out of him when he woke up. "What the hell? You scared me." Then it gestured wildly to explain the whole story to him, but he could only summarize it in one sentence. "Ah, so you're saying you saved me from drowning." So he sincerely thanked it. "Thank you, we are friends now." At that time, he thought to himself, "It seems the misunderstanding between us has been resolved." At the same time, the system also asked him about this 180-degree change in relationship. Why have you suddenly become so close to Urose? He hesitated and replied, "Well, it seems our bull friend has missed. The real reason is, actually, its pain just disappeared on its own." However, he had no intention of clearing up this misunderstanding. But I think this misunderstanding isn't so bad. Upon receiving this answer from Ezekiel, the system wondered, "Why do you think so?" He hesitated and replied, "Because." A devious smile appeared along with his exploitative answer. "It will think so and follow me." The special episode ends here with the script by Moon Baek Kyung, adaptation by Park, art by Dedang. The short documentary, The Prince and the Golden Dog, the end. At the same time, there was also a comment cursing Ezekiel. "This devil." Back when they were still on the island, he had proposed to Rose. "I want to help you, just as you helped me, all right?" This sentence of his mate let out a questioning cry, while he explained to it with a smug attitude. "Actually, your heart condition hasn't completely healed. If you leave it like this, you will be in pain again like last time." Hearing him say that, it also let out a cry, as if to say it understood. After that, he immediately placed his hand on it and said, "First, let me check the condition of your body." It did not resist him, but let out a few cries as if to protest. "I am not a golden dog. I am Uros." At this moment, the system announced, "Auxiliary feature. Scanning acupuncture points of the pulse-taking skill has been activated after checking the condition of Uros." Ezekiel breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, your angina has not progressed seriously. We can return to Zimo and start the treatment." Then he checked another part of it. "So what about your gall?" After finishing the checkup, he asked it, "Hey, you, lately, have you felt any discomfort in your stomach whenever you ruminate?" It let out a few cries as if to say yes. Receiving a confirming answer from it, he immediately requested, "There is something inside your stomach. If we take it out, you will no longer feel uncomfortable. Now I will take it out for you. Just do as I say." So Ezekiel performed a series of actions that left Rose bewildered and confused, pressing the main acupoints on the gall, bladder meridian, then pressing the Yuan Yi acupoint located on the axillary line at the 4th rib. Next was pressing the Ryu acupoint between the 5th ribs, then moving down 3 Cun to the Wu Tong acupoint, located just behind the Zhouwei acupoint, and finally the Zhong1 acupoint on the line from the Danzhong acupoint to the navel. After finishing in one go, he told it, "Just use your fingers to press as I say." And so it listened to him and followed his instructions. After finishing the pressing, Uro's body underwent a change, causing it to cry out in confusion. Seeing this, Ezekiel encouraged it. "Very good, almost done. Now clench your fist and punch your chest hard." Chest. These words of his made it a little worried, and it let out 2 cries. Understanding its worry, he immediately reassured it. "Trust me, punch hard right now." Trusting him, it immediately punched its chest hard several times in a row. Those punches made it cough, as if it wanted to spit something out. Seeing that, he silently encouraged it. "It's so big, it's about to come out." Right after that, Uros immediately spat out something huge. Ezekiel was shocked when he saw that thing. "Whoa, this is..." At this moment, the system announced, "Received S+ rank Minotaur's gall." Looking at the huge gallstone in front of him, he couldn't quite believe it. Normally, no matter how big a cow's gallstone is, it cannot exceed 5 centimeters, but this one is at least 20 centimeters. Holding this gift in his hand, he turned to ask Uros, "How is it, golden dog? Feeling better? Feeling relieved?" Uros responded to him with a long hum instead of an answer. Seeing that it had fully recovered, he said happily, "I'm also glad that you're no longer uncomfortable. Congratulations." On the outside, he acted like that, but inside he was gleefully thinking, "Now you're mine." After a long period of treatment, Ezekiel finally said, "But now we have to move." These words of his made Rose cry out in confusion. In his heart, he thought of Damien and everyone else and said, "Let's go back to Zimo." He especially remembered the look on Damien's face when he was taken away and thought, "I think my companions are in trouble." In response to him were a few hesitant and pained cries from Uros. He immediately understood the meaning of this cry. "Are you worried that we will have to fight again when we return?" Once he knew its worry, Ezekiel confidently declared, "If you go with me, no one will dare to bully you, really." This promise of his made it immediately trust and agree. So Uros took it back to the mainland on his promise. "Really, I promise." As soon as he arrived in Zimo, he immediately saw the flag of the royal family. This made him somewhat curious. The emperor's own investigation team. But then he immediately assessed the situation. Indeed, it was the right time to come back. Back in the present, Ezekiel stood on Uros' shoulder and loudly questioned, "Who is the person in charge here?" The interrogator, because of his appearance, was somewhat startled. Seeing that no one answered him, he was so angry he gritted his teeth. And then he shouted loudly, "I'll ask again, who is the person in charge here?" Suddenly someone stepped forward. At this moment, the interrogator finally stepped up and spoke. "It is I." Seeing that he had stepped up to take responsibility, he stepped down from Uros while saying, "You." He stood in front of him and asked again contemptuously, "You?" In his heart, he was currently a bit amused by his attitude. This guy speaks so insolently. This interrogator was still suspicious of Ezekiel's identity. So he questioned him in a loud voice, "You brought a Minotaur. You who look exactly like the Crown Prince. Who are you?" His insolence shocked Ezekiel's guards. Is this guy crazy? Anyone can see that he is the Crown Prince. Ezekiel was annoyed by this interrogator's attitude and asked back, "Are you suspecting me of being an imposter of the crown prince?" He actually had the audacity to admit it. That's right, because in a critical and special situation like the present, with the crown prince missing, there will be many who want to take advantage of this opportunity to harm the royal family. Tired of listening to him talk so much, he asked directly, "So, you want to confirm my identity?" He answered calmly, "That's right." Of course, he was not pleased and asked him back, "Then why don't you confirm the identities of these people first?" These words of his made him exclaim in astonishment. "What did you say?" Ezekiel pointed to his imprisoned friends and questioned loudly, "Them right here, why don't you confirm their sacrifice, suffering, and dedication?" His eloquent question made the startled interrogator stammer. "Well, what?" Ignoring his confusion, he called out loudly, "Damian Gain." Then he recounted the merits he had performed. "You protected me, Ezekiel Adria Magentano, the crown prince of this empire, with your own life." His recognition left him utterly astonished. As for him, he proudly recounted the things he had done for him. "You bravely fought the Minotaur to buy time for me to escape. And you were also the one who showed courage and utmost dedication when fighting against the Minotaur, even though you were alone." As soon as Ezekiel finished speaking, Urose immediately yanked the iron bars of the cage out. A pair of feet stepped out from it. Damien was freed. As soon as he was out of the cage, he called out in a deep voice, "Your Highness." Ezekiel saw his friend and smiled proudly. Just like that, Damien had broken the cage and stood right next to Ezekiel. His face darkened, showing no emotion as he spoke. Next, he turned his gaze toward Anise and continued, "Anise, daughter of Jacinto, my werewolf veterinary nurse." Speaking of this, Ezekiel recalled the incident then, on that night, when I was thrown out of the mayor's mansion by the Minotaur. "You risked your life to catch me." As he spoke, Urose reached out and tore off the iron cage to rescue her. "If not for your quick reflexes and brave actions, perhaps by now I would have been a mangled corpse buried underground." After the cage was destroyed, Anise slowly stepped down to the ground. Ezekiel also came to stand beside her and said, "That is courage and noble sacrifice for me." Finally, he looked up at the remaining cage. "Next, Sergio." He continued, "Captain of my special team. On that night, you were the first to run to protect me when I was fleeing." The more he listened, the more moved he was, to the point of tears. Your Highness." Ezekiel added, "Without that courage and sacrifice, would I be safe and sound as I am now?" Night friend in, you have shown the honor and example of a royal guard by taking the injured team members to safety. Montero and Pedro are your arms, which were injured while blocking the Minotaur's horns. All right? Ezekiel looked at everyone, expressing his gratitude. "I also cannot forget the contribution of Knight Hamilton. Despite losing your sword and breaking your shield, you still showed a tenacious fighting spirit." Hearing this, Sergio couldn't hold back his tears and runny nose, his voice trembling and stammering. They looked at Ezekiel's expression and aura and no longer had any doubt. In their hearts, they had the answer to call out loud. "Your Highness." After listening to the recent conversation, the soldiers also felt confused among themselves. Turning to discuss, "It seems he really is the crown prince, but how could he have returned?" The two of them continued, "Moreover, how did he tame that Minotaur?" Hearing that, the interrogator was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. His whole body froze. He thought in shock, something is wrong. Speaking of which, he remembered what he had seen before. "I was certain that the crown prince could not have survived after being taken by the Minotaur. Therefore, I pinned all the blame on the prince's subordinates without any just cause. Whether they were wronged or not had nothing to do with me, because things have always been this way. It's standard procedure. When a member of the royal family dies of illness, the doctor is executed. The death of a person of high status requires someone to be held responsible." Those things were deeply ingrained in the interrogator's subconscious, making him unable to distinguish right from wrong anymore. He looked up at Ezekiel, who was staring back intently, and wondered, but why did the crown prince return alive? How is that possible? Thinking of this, the interrogator knelt down in fear, his head hitting the ground with a loud thud. He said loudly in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, I beg to atone for my sin of daring to doubt your identity." At that statement, Ezekiel's gaze darkened, his eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. He continued to look up at the hanging cage and said, "The mayor of this city Izal Zimo. Hearing himself mentioned, he reached out emotionally, tears streaming down his face as he called, "Your Highness." He continued, "On that night, despite facing countless dangers and difficulties, you did not run away and always strive to protect this city." Just like that, his cage was also slowly lowered. That is the noblest and most precious quality of a nobleman. You have put your responsibility above all else. Ezekiel approached and gently touched his hand in praise. That is the most beautiful and meaningful example of a nobleman. Receiving the recent praise, he was extremely moved and looked at him to reply, "Ah, Your Highness." After speaking, Ezekiel turned directly to the interrogator and shouted, "And you, interrogator of the investigation team." Hearing that, he was scared stiff, sweat pouring down like rain. "You demanded that I prove my own identity. Myself. Before everyone's eyes," he continued, "but it is not I who proves who I am. But not me, but the very people who were by my side, the people who did not hesitate to sacrifice for me." A flash of anger appeared on Ezekiel's face as he growled loudly, "Are the ones who prove who I am." Looking at this attitude, the interrogator knew he was completely wrong. His lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Before he could even speak, he cut him off. "You don't need to explain, because I know exactly what you want to say." He recalled people with such qualities from his past life. "I have seen through you, just like in Korea." Thinking of this, he asked again, "I asked you who was responsible here, and you stepped forward yourself." Ezekiel did not hesitate to ask directly, "Do you understand the meaning of that? The one who is responsible is the one who must bear the responsibility. You will have to take responsibility for your perfunctory investigation and be punished accordingly." Just like that, everything was resolved smoothly. By the next day, people had been called to clean up the rubble. As they cleaned up, they chatted with each other. One of them asked that foolish interrogator, "What is his crime?" Another replied, "It's intentional superficial investigation and obstruction of the official search for the crown prince. That's a long charge. The more serious the crime, the longer the charge. If he's unlucky, he'll be executed. At best, he'll be in prison for life, right? That's for sure." Gossiping up to this point, one person was still curious and asked, "But hey." He looked down at the others with a serious expression and said, "Is that story true?" The older man heard this, and with a serious face, recalled that evening. "Well, I saw with my own eyes that ferocious minotaur obediently listening to His Highness. It moved according to His Highness's instructions, broke the iron bars. It was truly amazing. Not far away, someone was also trying to eavesdrop, listening in. Moreover, I don't know how His Highness did it, but his body suddenly became as large as a minotaur. The conversation became more and more lively, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. Then he fought it with his bare hands, and after that, those sharp thorns stabbed large spikes into its back and neck. After those words, a disbelieving person replied, "Oh, come on, stop lying." Seeing that he didn't believe him, the man said loudly in anger, "It's true." Someone nearby suddenly remembered something and spoke up, "That reminds me. I also just remembered something. There's a rumor circulating in the royal palace. Have you all ever heard the legend of the King Crown Prince?" These words made the eavesdroppers standing nearby extremely curious. Thinking, we're very curious too. At the same time, in the room above, Damien also saw the entire scene below. He looked at Ezekiel, who was sitting leisurely, and spoke, "Your Highness." To satisfy his curiosity, he asked frankly, "How on earth did you tame that minotaur?" Anyway, hearing that, he tossed a pomegranate aside and replied, "Tame it? I never tamed it. It misunderstood on its own, and I just let it be." The more Damien listened, the more confused he became. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Huh?" Ezekiel explained, "Do you remember when I suddenly became bigger earlier? At that time, I tried acupuncture on Urus to calm it down and accidentally cure its pain." Going from one surprise to another, Damien asked again, "Huh? You mean it thought you had cured it?" He replied, "Yeah, it considers me its benefactor." Ezekiel asked, "It's a good thing, right?" Damien replied, "It is a good thing for me too." He asked in surprise, "Lucky how?" He frankly stated his thoughts, "Because I will receive hazard pay." He was surprised. "You're not hiding your thoughts about money anymore." They both laughed and teased each other. "That's right. Work should be clear-cut. So thick-skinned." Damien increasingly felt that he wanted to stick with this prince for longer. He smiled and thought to himself, "I need to train more. It's shameful to think about the reward but not complete the mission well." Thinking of this, he covered his mouth, cleared his throat, and said, "Anyway, The reason I can answer so confidently is because I have completed the mission you entrusted to me last night. This statement made Ezekiel exclaim in astonishment. What? You found all those medicinal herbs in just one day? Damien replied, yes. Zimmer is the largest port and commercial city in the north, after all, and there's one more piece of news. He continued, His Majesty the Emperor has returned to the royal palace. Already, it seems he heard the news of your safety on his way here. These words made Ezekiel freeze and ask again. So that means he turned back to the royal palace as soon as he heard I was safe? The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile as he thought, what a cold-blooded person. That's him all right. Just ignore him. Why bother caring? I find him a bit troublesome. Thinking that, he slowly sat down and said, good. It just so happens that the emperor has left and the medicinal herbs are ready. We can start right away. Damien asked somewhat curiously, start what? Ezekiel replied, preparing the sedative from the gall of the Minotaur. Tell them to clear out the kitchen in the mansion immediately. The very next day, everything was ready for the preparation of the Minotaur's gall. Ezekiel stood inside the kitchen, looking at the pile of ingredients laid out on the table, and spoke, now then. He was excited, his eyes full of anticipation. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he continued, let's begin. Now, his hands moved nimbly, picking up each ingredient and slicing it into small pieces. Then, while humming a song, he ground the ingredients thoroughly. His singing echoed throughout the kitchen. Mix it well, let's mix it well. Damien stood beside him, listening for a while with a headache, thinking, are you planning to make medicine for 5 days, or are you practicing singing? After a while of hard work, the simplest step finally arrived, which was shaping the pills. Ezekiel looked happily at the round pill in his hand and thought, sedative from Minotaur's gall, complete. Without hesitating any longer, he directly threw the pill into his mouth. A bit of waste, but I should still test it. The system displayed a notification. Your internal organs are glowing brightly at the gift from the Minotaur's gall. Inside the body, the heart is extremely excited. The body is burning with energy, shouting, power, power. I am full of power. Only the stomach was clutching itself and sighing, why are nutritious things so hard to eat? The system continued to display a notification. The internal organs have gifted you 500 health, current health 1500. A medicine personally concocted by you has been detected, activating the component analysis feature of the medicine concoction skill. A data panel quickly appeared. Sedative from Minotaur's gall, ingredients, active ingredients colic acid, bilirubin, vitamin D, protopenaxadiol, oleanolic acid, panaxinol, coumarin, remnolacrin, laser H, Simifugen imperi. Form pill, spherical, uses and effects, reduces calcium ion concentration, etc., etc. Reading through the panel in front of him, Ezekiel thought wearily, why is it so long? While reading, he suddenly paused, his eyes focused on a piece of information. There was a section on uses, helps relax muscles, reduces angina and cardiovascular diseases, special. Dosage and administration adult. 1.5 pills, 2 to 4 years old, 1/3 of a pill. He wondered, wait a minute, what is this? Ezekiel continued to read the section below. Abdominal pain and vomiting. Symptoms may worsen. Side effects, puts pressure on the body. Helps to sleep well and deeply without causing side effects or addiction. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, this is insane. At the same time outside, Urus was still lying leisurely on the lush green grass, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, a person rushed over and called out loudly, Urus. Hearing someone call it sat up and looked in one direction, crying out. As it did, the person who had just arrived was none other than Ezekiel. He spoke up and asked, did you rest well? How are you feeling today? It happily expressed its comfortable mood in response. Seeing that it was fine, he smiled, reached into his pocket, took something out, and asked, good, so do you want to try this? As he spoke, Ezekiel placed a pile of freshly made pills into Urus's hand and said, eat this and you won't have chest pains anymore. Seeing the pills in its hand, its eyes were pensive as it sat silently for a moment as if thinking. After a moment of careful thought, it did not hesitate and immediately put those pills straight into its mouth, replying, I trust you, benefactor. Just like that, the pills entered its body one by one, approaching and supporting Urus's heart, helping it become healthy. Every blood vessel and nerve in its body was restored to a more stable state. It could feel its body changing. Its eyes widened as it cried out. Ezekiel stood below, satisfied, thinking to himself, "That's right, that's right. Now the inflammation will disappear. Your body will be full of vitality." The system immediately displayed a notification. You have given patient Urus the sedative from Minotaur's gall that you personally concocted. The effectiveness of the medicine has increased by 10% thanks to the level 1 medicine concoction skill. Seeing this, he exclaimed happily, cured in just one go. The system continued to appear. You have received an additional 7 days of lifespan. Expected lifespan, 116 days. Your internal organs are rejoicing at your achievement and have gifted you 600 health. Current health 2,100. Let's have another drink to freshen up. Today was a completely successful day for Ezekiel. He lay happily on Urus's body, relaxing. To him, it was a huge and rare resource. From now on, follow me, Esrangol. Scene change at the Zimmer City Square. A large crowd of people are gathered in one place. Some people who still didn't know what was happening asked each other, "What's going on?" Another person replied, "I heard His Highness will hold a medal ceremony for those who were brave on that night." Just as this was said, a giant figure appeared, causing everyone to freeze, their eyes wide and mouths agape. That huge thing was none other than Urus, and on its shoulder sat Ezekiel, waving to everyone. A loud shout rang out, "The crown prince has arrived." His face was extremely radiant as he smiled in response to the friendliness of the people below. Skipping the greeting ceremony, Urus slowly set Ezekiel down. The other people saw this and thought in awe, the legend of the king crown prince is true. At the same time, Ezekiel was looking at the orb on the table and wondering, is this the sound-amplifying orb? That one? It's been a long time since I've received this much attention. Since the match with the second prince? Don't be nervous, Hanley. After reassuring himself, he reached out and lightly touched the sound-amplifying sphere. Sound! Then he spoke clearly before everyone, Damian Kane and the other 33 people. You have fought tenaciously without flinching before the ferocity of the Minotaur to protect the bloodline of the royal family. As he spoke, Ezekiel reached into his robe. Therefore, in the name of the crown prince, I acknowledge your merits. At this point, he took out a box with a shiny pill inside and shouted, "And I bestow upon you this medicine." Seeing this, everyone stood frozen in bewilderment, exclaiming, this. Only the mayor was extremely delighted, smiling with satisfaction. He looked down at him and thought, the mayor is truly talented at handling situations. He is a very useful talent. To know what happened, we must go back 2 days. While Ezekiel was relaxing, someone suddenly approached and asked, "You summoned me, Your Highness." Seeing this person appear, he smiled cheerfully and said, "I have something to ask of you." He looked at Izal Zimmer and continued, "I am planning to hold a medal ceremony to promote a new medicine." He heard this and asked in surprise, "A medal ceremony to promote a new medicine?" Ezekiel nodded and replied, that's right, because the last incident made many people worry, so I want to take this opportunity to award medals to those who protected me." At this point, he raised a pill and continued, "And I want to bestow this medicine as a reward." Ezekiel explained, "The sedative from the Minotaur's gall that I just concocted, Seeing that pill, Izal Zimmer was startled and thought with a panicked expression, "This is..." Thinking, what does he want? After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, I understand." But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "I haven't finished speaking yet." He continued, "A medicine bestowed along with a medal in the name of the crown prince. That alone is enough to make all the nobles in the empire curious about this medicine." He added cheerfully, "This medicine." But before he could say another word, Izal Zaimal showed a joyful expression, raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "Wonderful, what a perfect promotional move, truly the crown prince. We must organize a grand award ceremony. Only then can we promote it effectively and sell it at a high price." Finishing his sentence, Izal Zaimal ran off directly. "Give me 2 days. I have something urgent to attend to first." Seeing his state, Ezekiel thought to himself, "This guy will surely notice immediately if I change something." Returning to the present, he looked at him and gave a satisfied thumbs up. "I will never forget this favor." Thinking of this, he raised his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said again, "I, Ezekiel Adria Magentano, the crown prince of this empire, to express my deep gratitude for your courage and sacrifice, I have concocted this special medicine. Hearing that, Anise and Damien glanced at each other, thinking, I have a feeling this isn't the main purpose. Ezekiel's voice continued to ring out, You are brave warriors, those who fought the Minotaur. Therefore, you deserve to receive this special and powerful medicine made from the gall of the Minotaur. This surprised everyone, making them wonder, could this be a good medicine if it was concocted from a Minotaur? Ezekiel held the pill high and explained its effects further. Then our hearts will surely become healthier when we take it. Blood circulation will no longer be blocked. He gave a prime example like Urus standing beside him and gaining resilient and enduring strength, like a minotaur. At this point, he shouted loudly, not only that, it also helps a tired body that has trouble sleeping to rest and sleep well. Every single word made everyone stand frozen and motionless, thanks to your loyalty and dedication. I am able to introduce this medicine to the people of the Empire. As he spoke, Ezekiel pointed his finger straight ahead, because from today, for only 1 month with the special Crown Prince edition and a promotional price, we will open the sale of this medicine to the people. Urus also cooperated with perfect timing, immediately raising a sign for only 9,999 Mazen. Special offer, limited quantity, each person can only buy 1 pill. The program may end earlier than expected. Watching the scene unfold, Damien and Anise thought to themselves in exasperation, just like a scammer. Just as they thought this, a person suddenly came over and placed a hand on their shoulders. The newcomer was none other than Sergio, holding a sign that read, 100% handmade by the Crown Prince himself. Don't miss out. Buy it now. Ezekiel, still in that same state, enthusiastically called out a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hurry up, hurry up. He offered a series of huge discounts for everyone, for only 99.99 Mazen. A special offer, limited quantity, each person can only buy 1 pill. The program may end earlier than expected, 100% handmade by the Crown Prince himself. Don't miss out a world's first incomparable, the Crown Prince Magentano Special Edition. Unprecedented wonderful effects. Enhances health, improves blood circulation, increases physical strength, helps with good sleep. Contact the Royal Clinic, Sir Gaddon, made in Magentano. The brilliant sunlight enveloped the palace. Ezekiel stood on a high platform, looking at the cheering crowd below. The castle, I want to buy it, I want to buy it, I want to have it. In the distance, 2 men whispered to each other, even though it's expensive, I still want to buy it, or maybe I should borrow money. Seeing this scene, Ezekiel excitedly rubbed his chin and thought to himself, the reaction is good, isn't it? If you're going to hold an event, you have to recover the capital. Ezekiel gave a smug smile. I can't miss the opportunity to promote the clinic. No sooner said than done. He cleared his throat with a cough, then turned to the crowd and said loudly, Dear people of Zymol. Waiting for the crowd to quiet down, Ezekiel continued, As you all know, I am Ezekiel Audrey Magentano, the Crown Prince of the Empire, and I'm also the director of the Royal Clinic, which is operating very prosperously in the royal capital. The people glanced at each other in amazement. Ezekiel paused for a beat, turning his head to look at the 3 people behind him. The expressions on their faces were utterly speechless. Then Ezekiel was heard saying again, On this special occasion, I want to introduce a little about my clinic. Damien, Anise, and Sergio, with expressionless faces, each held a hospital advertisement board. Magentano Royal Clinic. We have everything you need. Come right away. Specializing in acupuncture and acupressure, spinal adjustment, obesity treatment, expert in treating all kinds of diseases, completely free. Of charge, Royal Clinic, specializing in internal and external medicine, treating all kinds of diseases, rehabilitation, open every day of the week, free medical examination and treatment. Even Urus was no exception. His large hand held up an advertisement board, roaring excitedly, Orthopedics Department, come to the Royal Clinic, open 24/7, treats all kinds of diseases. Ezekiel continued to advertise enthusiastically. Although the Royal Clinic was established not long ago, we provide medical services in a completely new format. Next, he cheerfully asked everyone, Has anyone here ever heard of the Royal Clinic before? The surroundings were so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, an old man and a young man raised their hands. Ah, I've heard of it, me too. Ezekiel said smugly, It turns out quite a few people know about it. What a relief. Under the disdainful gazes of Damien and Anise, he continued to mumble, Since I've gone to the trouble of coming here, I have to prove it, right? Then Ezekiel cheerfully said to everyone, I can't just advertise with empty words. can I? As he spoke, he thought to himself, it's time to release the bait. Ezekiel said excitedly, what kind of place is Zymel? It is the most bustling and beautiful commercial center of the North Sea, the heart of the empire, right? Only when everyone is healthy can Zymel develop. His words moved the audience below to tears. The people were all touched by his words, and when Zymel develops, the empire will be strong. Ezekiel bowed to show his sincerity. I wish for everyone to always be healthy. If anyone among those gathered here feels unwell, please step forward. Even a minor illness is fine. The people were stunned to hear Ezekiel say, the director of the royal clinic will personally examine you. At this moment, he felt that people were still hesitant. Ezekiel clenched his fist. I have to use my final move. He turned to the people and continued. The first 100 people to step up will receive a free medical treatment voucher. Hearing this, Anise immediately retorted, isn't it always free? Damien could only sigh. With one hand, Ezekiel clenched the crystal ball, the other raised high to the sky, and he shouted excitedly, free, first come, first serve, start. As soon as they heard the two words free, everyone scrambled to get a spot for themselves. Ezekiel smiled smugly, oh my precious guests. Thinking of the scene of everyone fighting over each other, the smile on Ezekiel's face grew even brighter. Oh no, longevity customers. The people lined up neatly waiting for their turn. In front of Ezekiel was an old woman. Please take this. He handed her a piece of paper. Take this voucher to the Royal Clinic. I will prescribe for you the best constitution-improving medicine. Next, the old woman heard him say, of course, the travel and accommodation costs from here to the royal capital are all covered. Of course, it's free. The old woman nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude to Ezekiel. Thank you, Your Highness. After the old woman left, Ezekiel clapped his hands excitedly, his voice unable to hide his joy. I've given out 100 free vouchers. If just 10% of them come to the clinic, that's more than enough. Isn't it? In contrast to Ezekiel's excitement, at least 10 patients, great. Anise's face was gloomy as she thought. Free medical treatment and even travel expenses to the royal capital are covered. Will I be able to manage later? Ezekiel still innocently smiled and asked Anise good, right? Anise could only cry silently in her heart, whispering, Headguard, we might have to sell all our assets again. Then she heard Ezekiel endlessly imagining the bright future of the clinic. Now in Zymel, surely no one doesn't know about our clinic anymore. He even asserted that this was a one-for-4-profit promotional strategy. Damien, standing guard on one side, looked at him worriedly. It's been 9 hours. Are you all right, Your Highness? A moment later, Ezekiel stretched. Oh my! Suddenly he clutched his arm in pain. Did I overdo it? A system notification appeared. Your internal organs demand you comply with labor laws. Zura trembled and voiced a protest, working continuously for 9 hours without rest. Is this guy crazy? The liver also roared angrily. Hey, when on earth are we going to get a rest? Ezekiel's steps were heavy. He felt as if he couldn't hold on any longer. No, everyone is watching. I have to look cool. The image before him blurred. The panicked faces of everyone appeared before his eyes. I can't let them see this weak appearance. But in the end, he couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Damien and the others immediately rushed over. Your Highness, Your Highness. To everyone's inquiries, are you all right, Your Highness? Ezekiel trembled and reluctantly forced a smile to reassure them. But in his heart, he thought, this weak body. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes. You have devotedly examined and treated many patients in less than a day. As a result, you are exhausted. Your image has caught the eyes of the people of Zymel. The image of the crown prince collapsing from exhaustion after diligently treating the people has deeply moved them. The people of Zymel have felt your sincerity. They are extremely grateful to you. Their admiration, gratitude, and praise have created a new power for your medical ability. The medical reputation system, GDP, Great Dr. Point, has been activated. In Ezekiel's ears, the inquiries still echoed. Your Highness, are you all right? But right now, he could only focus on the new skill, medical reputation points. GDP is a type of reputation point. You will receive points for healing and saving people. Building a reputation in society, creating achievements that are recorded in history, or moving many people. You have received 101 GDP, current GDP 101. Ezekiel thought to himself, great Dr. Point, sounds good, but what is it used for? The system immediately replied, you can use GDP to buy a free live voucher. A free live voucher is a type of discount coupon that can be purchased for 100 GDP per voucher. When using the voucher, the designated target will absolutely and permanently believe one of your lies. After hearing this, Ezekiel smiled blankly. What the? After that, Ezekiel felt as if he was full of life again. A game hack? He grabbed the hand extended in front of him. Then Damien slowly pulled him up. Before his eyes was still the system's reminder. When using the voucher, you must specify the target. You can only use the voucher on one target at a time. You can only use the voucher for one lie at a time. Note when using, targets that are divine or beings close to divine may recognize the effect of the voucher. Seeing him still dazed, Damien hurriedly asked with concern, Your Highness, are you all right? Ezekiel immediately regained his composure, not forgetting to tease Damien. If I'm not okay, will you carry me and run? Damien replied coolly, as long as you pay me. The sky was clear, the sun was warm and golden, leaves floated in the air. Damien helped Ezekiel walk towards Mayor Azel, with Ezekiel's voice blending into the wind. It really is you. At this time, Ezekiel was being supported by Damien as he approached the mayor. The mayor's eyes were filled with tears, his hands and feet trembling as he asked Ezekiel, Are you sure you want to depart now, Your Highness? Although he saw that Ezekiel was as cheerful as usual, he couldn't help but worry. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Ezekiel smiled and replied, I just had a cramp, that's why I fell. Don't worry too much, Mayor. Even so, you should at least rest for one night before departing. Ezekiel, it's okay. I can sleep in the carriage. The mayor still asked with concern, It's surely not as comfortable as a bed, right? Under Damien's helplessness, Ezekiel still replied cheerfully, Sleeping in a carriage is very comfortable. Ezekiel placed his hand on the mayor's shoulder, speaking from a distance. Anyway, I have received your dedicated help during my time here. Today's medal presentation ceremony was also very successful. The mayor replied emotionally, That is thanks to your efforts, Your Highness. Before Ezekiel got into the carriage, he didn't forget to turn around and say, When you have the chance, please visit the Royal Clinic along with Sir Roberto. The mayor was surprised, Your Highness? Remembering the old, haggard image of Roberto, with tears and snot streaming down his face. The mayor broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Ezekiel then just said, it's nothing. See you later. Ezekiel stepped into the carriage, not forgetting to turn his head and wave goodbye to everyone. The carriage wheels turned, gradually leaving the city at the royal capital of Magentano. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in horror. What the hell is that? A giant beast followed the convoy. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps running over. Your Highness, as soon as he saw Urus, the person was also immediately startled. Urus glanced with his sharp eyes, snorting at the person. The man quickly shook his head to regain his composure. Then he raised his hand in a salute. Loyalty. He continued to introduce himself. Captain Mikado, Company Commander of the 1st Company, 2nd Battalion, 6th Regiment, Royal Capital Defense Corps, requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. Ezekiel opened his sleepy eyes and asked, All right, what is it? Then Captain Mikado respectfully handed Ezekiel a letter. This is a holy edict from His Majesty the Emperor, Your Highness. Ezekiel took the letter, and as he opened it, he thought, I have a bad feeling. He stared dumbfounded at the words on the letter in his hand. Ezekiel looked at the contents of the letter in astonishment. Upon returning to the capital, the crown prince must immediately enter the palace and meet the emperor. He was stunned. What? As Ezekiel put the letter in his pocket, he said, He's not the type of person to call me just to see my face. If he makes me do strange or excessive things again. He thought cheerfully to himself, Then I will use the free live voucher. On a dark night in a certain palace, Ezekiel bowed, kneeling on one knee in the middle of the palace. Crown Prince Ezekiel Adria Magentano requests an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, the rightful ruler of this country. The Emperor sat on the throne, not speaking, just silently looking at Ezekiel. Ezekiel knelt for so long that his legs trembled. He thought to himself, He's playing this trick again. If you call me here, just get straight to the point. A long time later, the Emperor slowly spoke. I want to ask you something. Why did you act so irresponsibly and incompetently, causing your subordinates to suffer? Ezekiel immediately understood. It's about this as expected. Thinking about being thoroughly beaten up by Urus, he could only cry in his heart. Irresponsible and incompetent? I almost died. Then the Emperor continued, I heard that a minotaur attacked the mayor's residence. Ezekiel answered honestly, yes, that is correct, Your Majesty. The emperor, on that day, why didn't you run away faster, letting your protecting subordinates endure danger in vain? Ezekiel looked up in astonishment at the emperor sitting high above. He trembled with anger. That is, the emperor interrupted. You want to say that you did your best, right? But you were wrong. You should have stayed away from danger before it struck. If you are aware of the importance of your position, then you must always be prepared for any situation. Ezekiel suppressed his anger, cursing inwardly. How could I have known beforehand? Am I a fortune teller, old man? Seeing him silent, the emperor frowned and asked, What are you thinking? Ezekiel bowed his head and replied, Nothing, Your Majesty. The emperor immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Ezekiel and scolded. The result of that shortcoming was that your followers had to face danger and hardship. Ezekiel thought resentfully. He doesn't care about me at all. It's so unfair. In the empty palace, only the emperor's scolding voice echoed. You are the one who will inherit my throne, to care for, lead, protect, and be responsible for the millions of subjects of the empire. Yet you let a few dozen of your subordinates fall into danger and hardship. Reaching this point, the emperor flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the armrest of the chair, along with a loud shout. How shameful. He bowed his head, feeling wronged. Although I'm wronged, I can't refute it. He's right about everything. The anger passed, and the emperor's voice softened slightly. Reflect on what happened and never repeat the same mistake. Do you understand? Ezekiel replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor asked again, Do you have anything else to say? He pressed his lips together tightly. I have to say something in response. Otherwise, this relationship will forever be one-sided. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty, please forgive my impertinence, but I wonder if Your Majesty has. Ezekiel continued. Quit smoking as I advised before? The emperor was immediately stunned. What? Ezekiel continued. No matter what else Your Majesty gives up, you must quit smoking so that Your Majesty can be healthy to take care of state affairs. The emperor gritted his teeth, listening to Ezekiel's lecture. As Your Majesty just said, the one who is caring for, leading, and protecting the millions of subjects of the empire is Your Majesty. Having said what he wanted to say, Ezekiel thought with satisfaction. How about that, old man? The emperor stroked his beard in confusion. That matter. Ezekiel tried to express his loyalty to him. Therefore, Your Majesty must quit smoking. Your Majesty's health is the peace of the royal family. This was not an empty phrase. In reality, after Ezekiel's death, the emperor had a stroke due to excessive smoking and stress. I must make him quit smoking, so that the empire will not be drawn into the upcoming war and to avoid following in my father's footsteps. After a moment of confusion, the emperor smiled, leaning back. Then he crossed his arms and said, Since that day, the day you dared to lecture me, he said in a stern voice, I have quit smoking. Ezekiel was surprised. Is that so? He heard the emperor ask back, Do you have anything else to say? Ezekiel stood up trembling. No, I asked for your leave. The emperor slowly walked towards him. Oh, by the way, Astelion advises you not to casually eat the food of legendary beasts, even if it contains magic. He shyly covered his mouth with his fist, turned his head to one side, and coughed a few times. It certainly won't be good for your health. The cold night wind blew through the window. Emperor Astelion sat on the throne, silent and still. He chuckled. Are you that worried about me? Suddenly the emperor spoke, asking someone, And what about the new medicine that my son has prepared? The person replied respectfully, As Her Majesty has instructed, we have mobilized the entire royal intelligence force to spread information about the sedative from Minotaur honey. Astelion turned his back and asked, What are the results? The anonymous person continued to report. Even the nobles in the most remote regions of the empire will know about the sedative from Minotaur honey. The emperor was immediately pleased. Very good, very good. In the quiet dead of night, the moonlight illuminated the entire sky. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly. Hey! Damien looked at Ezekiel's actions, asking in confusion, What are you doing? Ezekiel counted. 3, he's here. A man rushed over at top speed, tears and snot running down his face, crying and wailing, Your Highness. Ezekiel helplessly patted him. Now. Then, as if seeing something disgusting, he quickly shouted, Wait. Then he quickly used his hand to push the man's face away. Stop. Ezekiel forced a smile and put his arm around Gadon's shoulder, saying, Are you that happy to see me? He shouted indignantly, "You abandoned me with this pile of impatience." This made Ezekiel have to cover his ears to avoid having his eardrums burst by his scream. He quickly reassured him, "I'll prescribe you a dose of medicine later. Thank you for looking after the clinic while I was away." Gadden sobbed in reply, "It's nothing. I'm fine, Your Highness." Looking at the doctor's haggard face, Ezekiel said, "What do you mean, fine? You look exhausted." In the quiet of the night, only the sound of their conversation could be heard. "Ezekiel, by the way, you've heard about what happened in Zymol, right?" Gadden, "Yes, Your Highness, I was very surprised." Ezekiel put his arm around Gadden's shoulder, turned his face back, and said, "Really? But you know what? You're going to be even more surprised." Suddenly, Rose appeared from nowhere, letting out a roar, startling the doctor. Ezekiel reluctantly praised him. "Your acting skills have improved. You've also heard the rumor that I brought it back, right?" Gadden smiled and replied, "Have I improved a little?" Damien looked helplessly at the two people walking ahead. "What's with them now? This clinic is full of weirdos." Ezekiel and Gadden continued to walk and chat animatedly. "Ezekiel, is there anything else?" Gadden, "Since yesterday, we've been receiving strange requests." He asked back curiously, "Strange requests?" Gadden replied, "They want to buy a medicine that we don't even have." Gadden led Ezekiel and Damien into a room. Looking at the thick stacks of paper before him, he was extremely surprised. "Are all these letters requests to buy the sedative?" Gadden quickly replied, "Yes, even the servants sent from noble families are lining up to buy the medicine." Hearing this, Ezekiel immediately ran to the window to look down. "What?" He recalled, "Isn't this the scene of a shopping rush that I've heard about? It's amazing, even more than Snell. Then there's no reason to refuse." Ezekiel's eyes sparkled as he looked at the scene before him. "Let them in according to the order of a line." In that box is a shining gem, the Crown Prince Special Edition of year 987. 10 days later, in the Royal Clinic, Ezekiel was happily examining patients, advising them on things to pay attention to. Suddenly, Gadden approached and called him, "Your Highness." Then he leaned in and whispered in his ear, "There's a message from the royal palace, requesting you to go to the palace." Ezekiel was alarmed. "What? To the palace again? Why?" Gadden didn't know what it was about either. "I'm not sure either, Your Highness." He hurriedly changed out of his blouse while giving instructions, "Prepare the carriage for me." On the way to the palace, he thought to himself, "Are they looking for trouble with me again?" A servant hurried over to welcome him. "Your Highness, quickly, this way." Seeing the door open, Ezekiel asked curiously, "Isn't this the way to the audience chamber?" As soon as he stepped into the room, he was immediately too shocked to speak. Silently looking at the emperor lying on the sickbed, Ezekiel remembered the scene of his father before. "What is this? The emperor? Why is he just like my father?" Memories flooded back. It was a pouring rainy night inside a large internet cafe. Around 9 p.m., a group of people sat in front of bright computer screens, the sound of typing and mouse clicks echoing. Click-clack. He shouted in annoyance, scratching his head, "Hey, get out of the car." He clicked the mouse in frustration. Controlling the character in the game? You can't even do that? His hand on the keyboard, his face unhappy and scowling, so slow. Beside him, his phone lit up, showing an incoming call. The phone's ringtone also rang incessantly. After a long time without being answered, the phone screen went dark, showing 6 missed calls. His female friend at the next computer looked over. "Hey Han, aren't you going to answer your phone? It keeps ringing." He replied indifferently, "Just ignore it." The phone kept ringing, but he remained indifferent, not answering it. The computer screen showed the words "game over." Perhaps because he had lost, he frowned in annoyance. The phone beside him rang again. He took his hand off the keyboard and picked up the phone. Without looking at the caller, he directly answered the call. "Hello." The news he received shocked him. He jumped up, slamming his hand on the table. Immediately after, he grabbed his bag and ran off into the pouring rain. When he arrived, the hand holding his school bag was trembling. Soaked from the rain, panting with a sorrowful face, tears welling in his eyes as he looked ahead. In front of him was a hospital bed. His mother was collapsed by the bed, sobbing. His hands went limp. The bag fell to the ground. On the hospital bed was his father. He was wearing a respirator, unconscious. Back to reality, the emperor lay still on the bed, exactly like his father in the hospital that day. Ezekiel slapped his own face, telling himself, "Snap out of it, you fool. Is this the time to sit around moping and reminiscing about the past?" He touched his chin, Observing the emperor's condition, let's see a stroke. The muscles on the emperor's face twitched slightly. Ezekiel noted to himself, the muscles and the nerve signals controlling the muscles are all in disarray. The crown prince turned and asked, "What happened?" The head guard beside him stepped forward. "I can answer that question, Your Highness." He gestured, and a royal physician wearing glasses stepped forward and introduced himself. Bezo, His Majesty the Emperor's royal physician, requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. Ezekiel turned completely towards the royal physician, asking seriously, "How long has His Majesty been collapsed?" Bezo answered in confusion, "One night." He was secretly startled when he heard the answer. "What? A whole night?" A withered flower in a vase on the side signaled a bad omen. The crown prince continued to ask, "What is the cause?" The wind gently blew, causing the withered flower petals to fall to the ground. The royal physician stammered in reply, "Last night, after dinner, His Majesty seemed unusually drunk." Ezekiel crossed his arms in front of his chest, asking, "Drunk, unusual, what do you mean?" Recalling the emperor's condition last night, the head guard recounted after just one glass of wine. His tongue had started to slur, and his steps were unsteady. Seeing the unstable signs, therefore, I advised him to rest early. But this morning when I came, he turned to look at his father, then continued to ask, "He was already like this?" Ezekiel clenched his fists, his hands trembling, thinking to himself, "These are the typical symptoms of a stroke." Looking at the royal physician, he silently blamed him. The golden hour was missed because of this guy's poor treatment. The royal physician bowed his head worriedly, not knowing when he would be blamed. Ezekiel turned away from the royal physician. He looked at the emperor lying on the bed, lost in thought. No, the problem is that the emperor had quit smoking and was taking very good care of his health. Why did he end up like this? He was suddenly startled by a worrying realization. This is no different from the events in Demon Sword Emperor. Ezekiel thought to himself, of course, even if the emperor passes away, things won't happen as they did in the story. I, not the second prince, will become emperor, but that's something I absolutely do not want. Thinking of the mountain of memorials to be read and approved, he came to a conclusion. Being emperor is not a leisurely position. Ezekiel could see himself becoming haggard and worn out. With a lifespan of less than 200 days, there's no way I can shoulder that mountain of work. Thinking of this, he came to his senses. If the emperor passes away, I will die too. Ezekiel focused on using his energy to check the emperor's condition. The most important thing is to find the cause of the stroke. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on him. Hopefully it's not a cerebral hemorrhage. He used his medical knowledge to analyze. Stroke is divided into two main types. One is cerebral hemorrhage due to a ruptured cerebral blood vessel, also known as a hemorrhagic stroke. The second is an ischemic stroke, which occurs when a blood vessel is blocked by a thrombus or atherosclerosis, causing the brain to be deprived of blood and oxygen, which type has a higher mortality rate. He gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down. Generally, a hemorrhagic stroke is more dangerous. He tried his best, silently praying, "Please, please." Soon after, he opened his eyes wide, seemingly having found the cause of the stroke. Ezekiel reached a conclusion: cerebral infarction in the anterior and posterior cerebellar artery regions. Each blood cell became clearly visible. It was an ischemic stroke. He felt a silent sense of relief. Luckily, there were no hemorrhagic areas, so His Majesty would suffer from paralysis, functional disorders, and loss of motor coordination. Without stopping, Ezekiel's stream of energy flowed throughout the emperor's body. He told himself, "Now I need to find out which blood vessel is blocked. Only then can I assess the possibility of recovery and the course of treatment." Ezekiel was suddenly stunned. What? This is inside the red blood cells. There's a strange blockage. Isn't this a natural blood clot? Why? Ezekiel's face showed an indescribable expression of shock and horror. There were no lines of Zahn in the blood clot. The test results left Ezekiel even more stunned. After finishing the examination, he let go of his hands. According to common sense, and in reality, this is impossible. Realizing the clear anomaly, that this could not have occurred naturally, Ezekiel pondered with suspicion. He turned his head to look at the captain of the guard and the royal physician standing worriedly behind him. There was definitely something unusual. Not wanting to overthink it, he put his hand to his head and sighed softly. But treatment is the top priority right now. I can investigate after saving the emperor. He thought, no, this isn't right. He turned his head and said to the other two, we must take him to the clinic for intensive treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and a priest holding a cross staff entered, praying for God's blessing upon all. The captain of the guard exclaimed joyfully, Your Eminence, the Archbishop. The priest wore yellow vestments, a religious mitre on his head, and his whole body radiated a brilliant aura. He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. Archbishop Bertona requests an audience with Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Ezekiel also greeted him in return. I am Ezekiel Adrian Margentano. Crown Prince, are you here to treat His Majesty? The Archbishop replied, Yes, Your Highness. He explained his purpose for coming. I came because I sensed someone was in need of my prayers, but I did not expect it to be His Majesty. The situation seems very serious. Let us begin at once. Ezekiel allowed the Archbishop to approach the bedside, nodding and saying, All right. He prayed silently, Please use divine power or whatever you can. The Archbishop raised his hand, chanting prayers as a yellow energy radiated out. A blinding, divine golden light poured forth, forcing Ezekiel to shield his eyes with his hand. This halo of light gently enveloped the emperor. Suddenly, the system announced, activating the blood vessel scanning support feature. With the system's assistance, he saw the damaged cells being revived under the effect of the Archbishop's energy. He raised his hand in astonishment to assess it. The cells are regenerating. The Archbishop tried to use his golden spiritual power to intervene internally. Seeing blue orbs appear on the emperor's forehead, absorbing the impurities, Ezekiel exclaimed, The cells are regenerating. He covered his mouth in surprise. Normally, once brain cells are damaged, they're almost impossible to regenerate. He harbored a small hope. Archbishop Bertona was still concentrating on the spell. Perhaps I can save him. Ezekiel clasped his hands in prayer. Please, please. A moment later, the spell ended, and the yellow energy around Bertona disappeared. As soon as he finished, he collapsed, his whole body trembling, panting heavily. He trembled, turning to Ezekiel, Your Highness, it is done. Ezekiel looked at the Archbishop with concern and replied, You have worked hard. He placed his hand to check the emperor's condition. Ezekiel closed his eyes, using his internal observation skill. The blood clot has not been removed. It is still blocking the blood vessel. It is essential to remove it completely, otherwise. Therefore, even if the brain tissue is restored, it will die again. He looked seriously at the blood clot. Ezekiel seemed to merge with the cells, searching for a way to fix it. In his perception, the blood clot was blocking that vessel. He made up his mind, telling himself, his eyes were determined but slightly hesitant because it could take the emperor's life. I must remove it first. That is the top priority. Withdrawing his hand, he crossed his arms in thought, searching for a solution. What should I do now? The most frightening thing right now is reperfusion injury. The knowledge he had learned about reperfusion injury appeared in his mind. Reperfusion injury is the phenomenon of additional damage to cells and tissues when blood flow returns to an ischemic area after a vascular blockage. However, he was also worried. Although reperfusion usually helps with recovery, when reperfusion injury occurs, this is a difficult problem that needs a solution. Absolutely, the affected area will suffer irreversible damage. Thinking of this, he ruffled his hair and sighed helplessly. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Ezekiel clapped his hands. He turned his head and called, Knight Roberto, summon the royal sorcerer here. Roberto, startled and confused, asked, You want to summon Sir Zanetti? Ezekiel walked over to him. Remembering what the crown prince had done before, he was startled and alarmed. Could it be? He was sweating bullets, afraid that he would do something crazy. Are you planning to use lightning to treat His Majesty? He replied decisively, no. Roberto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Right after that, Ezekiel declared emphatically, I will freeze him. Roberto shouted in alarm. What? The powerful shout echoed throughout the palace. The royal sorcerer was summoned, followed by 2 royal guards. Holding his staff, he walked to the emperor's room. Opening the door and stepping inside, he spoke, Your Majesty, I, Zaintes, have come in response to Your Majesty's summons. In front of him was the emperor lying on the bed and 3 people with wicked smiles, like hungry wolves who had long been waiting for their prey. He was slightly startled. A moment later, after hearing the crown prince's request, Zaintes stared and confirmed, You mean you really want me to use freezing magic on His Majesty? Ezekiel nodded. Exactly. The sorcerer trembled with suppressed anger. He gritted his teeth, looking resentfully at the crown prince. thinking, "Why are you tormenting me like this?" Holding his staff, he asked again, "Are you serious?" Ezekiel replied, "Yes, freeze him to the safest possible level." With that, he placed a hand on Xanitas's shoulder, making him jump. He smiled brightly and patted his shoulder, just like when I treated the child with epilepsy. Sorcerer Xanitas turned his head, lacking confidence, but Ezekiel stepped in front of him and said sincerely, "I really need your help. Without you, His Majesty will be in danger." Hearing this, Xanitas was startled. "Are you telling the truth?" Ezekiel nodded. "Of course, I never lie." The royal sorcerer thought to himself, "It's difficult, but not impossible. But what if something happens to His Majesty the Emperor?" Thinking about a few things, he glanced at the crown prince beside him. Could it be? An image suddenly appeared in his mind of the crown prince wearing a crown, dressed in royal robes, holding a wine glass, and questioning with a wicked smile, "Are you suspecting that I want to use you to harm His Majesty the Emperor and satisfy my own ambitions for power?" Realizing he was overthinking, he shook his head. "Impossible." Looking at the crown prince's concern for the emperor, he remarked, "His Highness's actions all this time don't resemble those of someone hungry for power at all." Remembering how Ezekiel treated the common people, he mused, "He hasn't made any preparations to seize political power, but is only focused on treating patients at the royal clinic." Thinking back, his actions are truly strange. Finally, he silently came to a conclusion. "Therefore, I can trust this bizarre command from His Highness." Immediately after, he spoke, "Yes, Your Highness." Ezekiel was pleased. "Very good. Thank you for trusting me." He thought to himself, "Now I can begin the treatment." He turned his head and called Spiky Tail. A creature that looked like an adorable hedgehog ran over upon hearing the call. It jumped onto Ezekiel's shoulder. He smiled and asked its permission. "I need to borrow your quills again today, is that all right?" Spiky Tail gave a thumbs up to show its agreement and, at the same time, immediately shot out quills for Ezekiel. Holding the hedgehog's quills and a large yellow pill, he told himself, "Everything is ready." He glanced at the person resting in the corner. One more thing would make it perfect, the blessing spell. The archbishop was resting on a chair, still panting and trembling all over. Seeing a figure approach, he looked up. Ezekiel said politely, "I have a question for Your Eminence, the Archbishop." He replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He asked, "The blessing spell you just used, can you use it again in 3 to 4 hours?" Archbishop Bertona bowed, slightly in apology. "Unfortunately, Your Highness, that is impossible." This stunned the other 4 people in the room. Ezekiel asked calmly, "Why is that?" Archbishop Bertona explained, "Because the blessing spell can only be used once a month." Getting the answer, he covered his face. "I see." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "If only I had known beforehand, I would have saved it." Regaining his composure, he continued to ask, "I have one more question. Can I learn the blessing spell?" Ezekiel thought to himself, "Although it's difficult to learn, once mastered, it will be very useful. Combining medical arts with the blessing spell will make it easier for me to get bonus lifespan points." He fantasized about the system, giving him more lifespan multiplied by 5. Hearing this, the archbishop clasped his hands. You mean, as if revived, he asked excitedly, "Do you wish to convert?" Seeing him like that, Ezekiel's eyes widened, not understanding what he meant. He immediately grabbed Ezekiel's hand, his eyes sparkling. "That's an excellent question, Your Highness. Actually, faith is not something so distant." He turned slightly pale, pointing to himself as if to confirm he was talking about him, "even for those of noble blood like yourself." The archbishop went on and on. "The blessing spell may sound lofty and difficult to approach, but in reality," he stretched out his arms, shouting with joy, "It is for everyone." With that, he clasped his hands on his chest, "As long as one has a devout heart and the will to practice." He began to preach, "Stay away from women. Do not have physical relations, not even holding hands. Do not talk to them or look into their eyes for more than 3 seconds. Do not stay in the same place with them for more than 3 minutes. Do not breathe the same air." Hearing the requirements for conversion, Ezekiel was stunned. Bertona continued, "Dedicate all your love and attention to the faith." Hearing this, Ezekiel and the 4 attendants were, as if turned to stone. "You just need to do that for 30 years, Your Highness." Bertona, still lost in the joy of preaching, continued, "Your Highness, it's only 30 years. Before the faith, that is not too long a time, is it? Just do that, and you will receive the blessing of the spell. Finally, he looked at the crown prince with sparkling, expectant eyes. In conclusion, so it's easy, isn't it? He sighed and turned to leave. Leaving the frozen archbishop behind, he turned and ordered the 4 attendants. Let's begin the treatment. Behind the door to the emperor's room, Ezekiel helped the emperor sit up. He was lost in thought about the treatment method. To prevent reperfusion injury, it is crucial to minimize the body's metabolic rate. Then, he turned and nodded to Sorcerer Zainiz, continuing to analyze in his head. By doing so, sudden changes in the cells will be reduced, and tissue damage from reperfusion injury will be minimized. The most effective way to do that is to lower the body temperature within a safe range. The royal sorcerer held his staff and began to cast a spell. Blue magic spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. According to Ezekiel's analysis, this was called therapeutic hypothermia. He stayed by the side, observing and analyzing the situation. The metabolic rate of the entire body slowed down as the body temperature decreased. The emperor's body temperature dropped as if freezing. His heart rate also decreased, and his breathing slowed. Seeing this, he clenched his fist, getting ready. Ezekiel signaled the sorcerer, "Stop, hold it like that." As the sorcerer focused his mind to control his magic, he turned to prepare. Beside the emperor's bed, a service car held Spiky Tail's quills and a bowl of golden medicine. The round pill from before had been diluted by Ezekiel. He thought, the sedative from the Minotaur's bile has been diluted beforehand. He carefully fed the medicine to the emperor. This will help dissolve the blood clot. From now on, not even a 1 millimeter error is allowed. Thanks to the vision from the system, he could feel the blood clot starting to dissolve. He focused his mind, telling himself, I must act quickly or other side effects will occur. Ezekiel quickly picked up the acupuncture needles. The treatment steps appeared in sequence. Start by circulating qi and blood first. The needle pierced an acupoint on the cheek, just below the eye. Starting with the meridian, the life energy transmitted through the Cheng-Chi point spread throughout the entire stomach meridian. Seeing the crown prince's unusual treatment method, the 4 attendants were startled and alarmed. Ezekiel paid no mind to the others' reactions. He focused his mind. I must wait until all the meridians are ready. He activated the system. Support feature 1, acupoint scan. After scanning the acupoints all over the emperor's body, he commented, the energy has spread evenly. Now, Ezekiel began acupuncture, directing energy to the acupoints in order: Sibai Point, Juliao Point, Jiacha Point, Daikang Point, Dang Point. I must control the blood flow to the anterior and posterior cerebellar arteries. Ezekiel analyzed soberly. If too much blood flows at once, it will cause reperfusion injury, and the damaged blood-brain barrier will surely rupture. Therefore, this process must be done carefully. He was serious, holding the acupuncture needle, calculating the time. Faster. The acupuncture needle continued to be inserted into the two-way point and the Shawan point. He raised his hand and could feel it. There was a mana reaction, a small ripple spreading. At this moment, Sorcerer Zainiz was also sweating, beginning to feel a little tired. Knight Roberto frowned worriedly, calling softly, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The treatment process was still ongoing. The sorcerer and the crown prince were highly focused. The attendants could do nothing but watch from the side and pray anxiously. Ezekiel sensed the emperor's condition. Blood flow has decreased by about 20%. There is still hope. Finishing the acupuncture, he clenched his fist, praying silently in his heart. For the rest, I can only entrust it to fate and the emperor's vitality. Whatever happens, please let it be different from that time. Ezekiel sank back into his memories, returning to the scene at the hospital. He remembered sitting by the hospital bed, the electrocardiogram showing very low readings. He mumbled, Please, wake up. His trembling hand gripped the edge of the blanket. If you wake up, His eyes welled up with tears as he promised. I'll be good and listen to you. And Before he could finish, the electrocardiogram flatlined. The readings dropped to 0. The patient had passed away. His hand fell limp, even though I had prayed so earnestly. He was consumed by grief, collapsing by the bed and crying loudly. But in the end, he still couldn't open his eyes. On the day of the funeral, tears fell like rain. A cold hand, a stark contrast to the warm urn of ashes. He wished, if only I could hold his warm hand one more time. Just once, even for a moment. Returning to reality, a small whisper reached his ear. He's fallen asleep. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling warmth in his hand. He looked over. Ezekiel was startled, wide awake, screaming internally, He's awake. On the bed, the emperor had woken up. He smiled gently. Son, is that you? Glancing at the basin of water and the wrung-out cloth beside the bed, he said, My son, Ezekiel, thank you. Ezekiel bit his lip, thinking, But I am not your son. He instructed the emperor, It's all right, don't try to talk. Please rest. Hearing this, the emperor nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Ezekiel's face darkened. He turned his head away, unable to hold it in any longer. I can't take this anymore, he said. I'm stepping out for a moment. He left in silence, walking down the palace corridor as painful memories flooded back. He remembered that rainy day, blaming himself. If only I had received the news sooner that day. In the deserted palace corridor, he kept asking what if. Suddenly, it started to rain outside. Ezekiel stopped in front of a glass window, watching the rain outside and thinking, if only I had arrived in time that day. Today is also a rainy day, he thought to himself, but Ezekiel clenched his fist, placed it on the wall, and rested his head on his arm. This time I wasn't late. His suppressed emotions found a release, and Ezekiel's tears fell like the rain outside. He whimpered, I'm sorry. After crying his heart out, he sat down by the window. The rain was still drizzling outside. He shook his head, telling himself, No, get a grip, Hanny. He clenched his fists, regaining his determination. This is not the time for sorrow. If I lose my composure like this, everything will fall apart. I've only just overcome one major challenge. There are still many difficulties ahead. There's no guarantee there won't be complications. Ezekiel closed his eyes and touched his chin, planning the treatment. I also need to plan his rehabilitation, depending on the extent of the after effects. If I could just hold on for another month, I can use the blessing spell and might be able to heal him completely. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have treated the patient with therapeutic hypothermia, precise acupuncture, a sedative from Minotaur bile, and dedicated care. Ezekiel looked at the system notification in surprise. Astelian Testarossa Magentano has overcome the critical crisis and is on the road to recovery. An unprecedented miracle in history has been repeated. During the treatment process, you are the first on the continent of Low Razor to introduce the concept of reperfusion injury. You have left a significant mark on the medical history of the continent of Low Razor. The system confirms the concept of reperfusion injury introduced by you will be recorded in the medical textbooks of future generations. Medical students will cry, get headaches, and lament while preparing for exams. Who was the first to discover this? Future medical students will curse you for the ever-expanding scope of their tests. The system notifications continued to sound. You have received famous doctor points. The amount of accumulated experience has increased. Free live vouchers. You have received 121 GDP. Current GDP, 222. Number of usable free live vouchers, 2. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, 2 vouchers? That's an unexpected reward. The captain of the guard, who was beside the emperor, approached and spoke, Your Highness, you have saved His Majesty and me as well. Royal physician Pissarro bowed his head in shame. Through this matter, I have realized what an incompetent physician I am. I was too arrogant and complacent. Ezekiel just replied faintly, You've realized that now. The royal physician became even more flustered and ashamed. Yes, Your Highness. He stood up coolly and said, Then you should also be aware of your responsibility. This statement startled the royal physician. Ezekiel patted Pissarro's shoulder. When His Majesty was on the verge of death, you couldn't even determine the cause, nor could you propose a suitable treatment and course of action. With that, he turned his back to him. How am I wrong? The royal physician stammered that. Ezekiel walked away to what should you do? You must take responsibility, shouldn't you? The royal physician, alarmed and anxious, turned and called out, Your Highness. Ezekiel didn't want to listen, nor did he turn his head. He just raised his hand, and no more excuses. You should reflect on yourself. From today on, I will personally take care of His Majesty. Royal physician Pissarro's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. As a doctor, he silently commented on the royal physician. This guy is truly too incompetent. After taking a few steps, he turned back to give instructions. Captain of the guard, ensure that the news of His Majesty's health does not leak out. Now, everyone, please withdraw. His Majesty needs absolute rest. The guard and the royal physician replied in unison, Yes, Your Highness. Watching the two leave, he considered to himself, I can't trust him, both in terms of ability and in other aspects. Early the next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Ezekiel had been watching over the emperor's bed all night and had tiredly fallen asleep, but a voice called, Your Highness. the captain of the guard entered, calling softly, Your Highness. The crown prince woke up. He rubbed his eyes and asked, What is it? The captain of the guard placed a hand on his chest and bowed to report, Regarding the matter you instructed me on yesterday. The crown prince looked up. Have you silenced everyone in the palace? The guard replied, Of course. Your Highness instructed that to outsiders, we are to say that His Majesty has a bad cold and is resting. Stretching his muscles, Ezekiel asked, How many people know the truth? The other replied, Only you, myself, and those who were present at the time. The crown prince praised him. Good, you've worked hard. But it seems you have something else to report. The captain of the guard scratched his head. Well, the thing is the envoy from the Ngomua kingdom arrived early this morning, requesting an audience with His Majesty. Hearing this, Ezekiel shot up, so quickly and forcefully that the chair he was sitting on crashed to the ground. Remembering the sinister character from the story, his image appeared in his mind. He asked again, worried and slightly panicked, the Ngomua envoy? The Ngomua kingdom. Though it has a short history of only about 150 years, it is emerging as a new and powerful nation. And a few years later, they will launch a war that will wipe out the Magentano royal family, and the Magentano kingdom will fall under the Ngomua dynasty. Ezekiel stood before Astelian's sickbed, the overturned chair behind him, talking to the captain of the guard. But why would the new Ngomua envoy want to see His Majesty? The captain of the guard, with a hand on his chest and a worried expression, said, Actually, His Majesty summoned the envoy 5 days ago. Ezekiel seemed to have a bad feeling, remembering Guinness. He thought, could it be? He suddenly voiced his confusion. Is it because of that Guinness fellow? The captain of the guard explained. He wanted to hold him responsible for not controlling the Minotaur. Ezekiel asked again, causing the chaos? The captain of the guard continued, making him frown, support his forehead, and grit his teeth in annoyance. Yes, Your Highness, exactly. His Majesty was furious when he heard the news and officially summoned the Ngomua envoy to hold him accountable. Ezekiel's face darkened, his voice icy. Today is the appointed day. The captain of the guard, with a worried face and a hesitant voice, said, Perhaps we should offer our apologies to the envoy and let him return. Ezekiel's eyes widened in surprise as he said, Let him return? The captain of the guard, flustered and sweating, said, Then we can just tell him what we've announced, that His Majesty is resting due to a cold. As he listened to him, he glanced towards the sickbed. We went to the trouble of summoning the envoy, only to send him back. Ezekiel set the chair upright, thinking grimly, if we let him return today, it will be very difficult to summon him again. Moreover, if the meeting is canceled because of a mere cold, the other side will surely become suspicious. He sat on the chair without a word, lost in thought. They might guess that the emperor is having health problems, and we're talking about a potential enemy who could wage war against us in a few years. He tapped his fingers lightly on the chair, thinking in silence. No, he spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere. I will meet him. The captain of the guard covered his mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, What? Ezekiel said with a serious gaze, I will attend the meeting on behalf of His Majesty, in my own way. Benjamin sat before a table with a thick stack of documents, some biscuits, and a teapot. In his hand, he held a cup of hot tea. He brought the cup to his lips, savoring the taste of the still hot tea. His face suddenly contorted, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, that shameless merchant made me travel all the way here. He frowned in thought, remembering an explosion, and slammed the teacup down on the table. If the crown prince had been killed in that incident, war would have probably broken out already. This meeting will certainly not be easy. Benjamin reached into his coat and pulled something out. But who am I? I am Benjamin, the master diplomat. From his coat pocket, he pulled out some cards. Holding the cards in one hand, he presented a card with a shield bearing the image of a rose with the other. His face was full of self-satisfaction. No matter how difficult the Magentano emperor makes things, I have prepared every card to deal with him. He made comically smug faces, his expression confident as he flattered himself internally. I am truly too charming. Benjamin's eyes blazed as he smirked. Welcome, Emperor Magentano. Ezekiel walked in and said, I'm a little late. Have you been waiting long? Benjamin bowed deeply in greeting, no. He raised his head to look towards the door where Ezekiel was entering majestically. He thought in confusion, the crown prince? Where's the emperor? Benjamin's face stiffened. He forced a smile onto his face, placed a hand on his chest, and said, Oh, Count Benjamin, envoy of the Ngomua kingdom, requests an audience with Your Highness, the crown prince. Ezekiel's stern gaze made Benjamin cautious, while he reminded himself, as someone completely ignorant of diplomacy, I can only do two things. First, don't act arrogant in front of an expert. Ezekiel extended his hand while Benjamin, with his hands held demurely and his head slightly bowed, spoke. Please have a seat. Ezekiel thought. Secondly, he extended his hand to shake Benjamin's and said, a pleasure to meet you. He continued to ponder, let's pull him into my area of expertise and seize the initiative. Ezekiel stared at him with a sincere gaze, making him feel awkward and unsure of what to say, while Ezekiel was still reminding himself, war must not happen for the sake of my royal life and peaceful old age. Benjamin raised his hand and pretended to cough to break the awkward atmosphere, his eyes looking away as he spoke, Your Highness the Crown Prince this time. Before Benjamin could finish his sentence, Ezekiel cut in, a smiling face as he clapped his hands. Our envoy is not in good health. Is he? Benjamin was dumbfounded, not understanding anything as he looked at Ezekiel. Pardon? Ezekiel, still smiling, pointed his finger and said, Could you extend your left hand forward? Benjamin held out his hand towards him and asked like this. Ezekiel said, No, extend it further towards me. Benjamin, still not understanding, asked again, But why? Instantly, Ezekiel reached out and grabbed Benjamin's hand tightly, a blue swirl appearing. He looked at Benjamin's hand, gently stroking his chin. You must often feel a heaviness in your head every time you wake up in the morning, don't you? Benjamin, surprised, stammered, Yes, no, what do you mean? He continued, The muscles in your neck and shoulders are often stiff, and you frequently have headaches, right? Benjamin's whole body trembled uncontrollably, causing the table to shake as well. That's right, but first, please let me go. Ezekiel continued, And you have a habit of drinking and smoking, don't you? A system panel appeared above Ezekiel's head, with people giggling and talking to each other. Then his face turned sad as he continued, The corners of your eyes are slightly drooping. Benjamin spoke up, Now is not the time to be concerned about that. Ezekiel continued, And your fingertips tremble constantly. Benjamin, alarmed, sensed something, his mind warning him, something's not right. Benjamin pulled his hand back, his face terrified and his mouth agape as he thought, I'm being drawn into the Crown Prince's game. I must see the Emperor immediately. He called out, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He gritted his teeth and thought, I had prepared so many cards for negotiation, but the Crown Prince. Benjamin looked towards where Ezekiel was standing, still rambling on about something. Feeling helpless, he won't stop talking. He stood up, slammed the table, and said, Crown Prince, I came here today to see Emperor. Imagine Tano. Ezekiel's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he thought, You want to seize the initiative from me? No way. Ezekiel spoke up, Count Benjamin. He suddenly shot up from his seat, causing the man to stare wide-eyed. The envoy is an esteemed guest fully authorized by the Kingdom of Ngoma to meet with our empire. He walked around to the back of Benjamin's chair, and the man frowned slightly. He continued, In other words, you are the representative of the Kingdom of Ngoma. Ezekiel went on, But I cannot turn a blind eye when this esteemed guest shows signs of unusual health. Should I just ignore it? Ezekiel continued grimly, If the envoy were to fall ill and collapse here, how heavily would our imperial family be criticized? Ezekiel suddenly placed a hand on Benjamin's shoulder. He brought a hand to his forehead, shaking his head as if in disapproval. Oh, no, that absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. He said, Tell me. Ezekiel suddenly leaned down with a frightening expression, his voice low and grim, causing Benjamin to look at him in alarm. Can it be allowed or not? The man stammered in fear, No, it cannot. Benjamin broke into a sweat, biting his lip in confused thought. It's a failure. Ezekiel turned and walked forward, reminding him, Therefore, I take the liberty of advising you to limit alcohol, beer, and tobacco, and to exercise for at least 30 minutes a day. He placed his hand on the arm of a chair and pulled it out to avoid. Then he raised his hand and coughed lightly, becoming like His Majesty the Emperor. Benjamin flinched and looked up. Pardon? He thought, His Majesty the Emperor. Ezekiel said with a serious look in his eyes, That's right, His Majesty the Emperor has been ill since yesterday. Benjamin asked, What's wrong with him? Benjamin thought blankly. The Emperor is sick? Ezekiel explained, He has a bad cold. He paused for a moment, then continued. He has been overworking and under a lot of stress lately, so he increased his smoking and drinking, which is probably why he fell ill. He placed a hand under his chin and frowned, seeing him so tired and with no appetite because of a cold. It's truly pitiful. Ezekiel picked up a teacup. His Majesty the Emperor deeply regrets this and would like to invite you to a luncheon on another occasion. Benjamin frowned, sweating, and thought to himself, even if that's the truth, I didn't expect him to admit it so frankly, to apologize so straightforwardly, and even invite me to a luncheon to make amends. He clenched his fist slightly. He's so direct that I can't find any fault. The Crown Prince came here himself and explained everything so transparently. If I continue to press the issue, I will be the one in the wrong. Benjamin bit his lip silently. Did he just eliminate one of my cards like that? He frowned deeply, looking at Ezekiel, who was smirking and silently assessed. This Crown Prince is no pushover. Ezekiel suddenly leaned towards Benjamin and whispered, and I have something I want to tell you. The atmosphere outside was very different from the one in the room where Ezekiel and Benjamin were talking. Benjamin walked beside Ezekiel with a cheerful expression. He said, I never expected His Highness the Crown Prince to be so kind. Ezekiel, with one hand on his hip and the other supporting his head, laughed. Is that so? Benjamin held up a piece of paper, his face beaming with a joyful smile, while Ezekiel stood behind him with his arms crossed. He said, I will deliver this letter and the message from His Highness the Crown Prince. Damien suddenly appeared and asked, How did it go? Did the meeting go smoothly? Ezekiel replied, It was just okay. They both looked in the direction where Benjamin was skipping and singing. Damien asked, It seems like things went well, didn't they? Ezekiel said, Luckily, he understood my intentions. Damien frowned hesitantly. Your Highness's intentions? What? He thought. I think I just won over a naive golden deer. Ezekiel smiled brightly and said, Damien, I have a job for you. Damien bowed his head with his eyes closed and replied, What is it, Your Highness? Ezekiel's eyes were determined, his hand placed on Damien's shoulder as he said gravely, A top secret mission. Damien faced Ezekiel and asked with a frown, A top secret mission? Ezekiel explained seriously, Today, an important patient will be admitted to the royal clinic. Damien asked, confused, Yes. Ezekiel raised a hand to his mouth, frowning as he leaned closer to Damien and warned, Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. Damien wondered, Who is it that you have to be so secretive about? Ezekiel turned his face away and replied, His Majesty the Emperor. So you should return to the clinic first. Damien asked, Should I have the entire Special Forces team on standby? Ezekiel raised his hand and smiled. Yes, exactly. He turned back to look at Damien and said, I know you've been focusing on your training lately. I'm sorry to bother you. Damien spoke reassuringly. It's no problem at all. Compared to training, his voice was full of determination. Protecting important figures is my top priority. Ezekiel briefly recalled the scene of him intensely fighting with scarecrows lying scattered on the ground. You must have felt your limit, Sad. Zimmo. Damien rushed forward, slashing at the scarecrows, each scythe strike landing powerfully. Ezekiel thought, that monster is a huge wall for him. He stopped, panting, surrounded by piles of rubble, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Ezekiel thought grimly to himself, It seems the time has come. He assessed. The moment he realizes his true nature, he will become the strongest in the world. But not yet. Damien bowed before the smiling Ezekiel. Then I shall take my leave and return to the clinic to prepare. The two of them went in different directions. Suddenly, Damien stopped in his tracks while walking. He frowned in thought. Although I've intensified my training a lot, it's still not enough. He looked at his hand, calloused from holding a sword, with tiny wounds, and thought, I've never had formal swordsmanship training. Can I overcome my own limits? Damien's face became serious. What must I do to become stronger? At night, Ezekiel pushed Asterion, who was in a wheelchair, out of the room. I can't let the Emperor stay in the palace. As he pushed the wheelchair forward, he calculated, because I don't know which of his close associates has ill intentions. Ezekiel became pensive for a moment. Moreover, the Emperor is still in a critical condition. I must stay by his side until I can use the Archbishop's blessing magic in another month. Ezekiel glanced at the servants whispering amongst themselves nearby. He thought, but if I just stay cooped up in the palace, they will suspect that the Emperor has more than just a common cold, that he has a serious illness. He continued pushing the wheelchair Asterion was sitting in. It's best to avoid that situation. Ezekiel pushed the chair towards a door and thought, by the way, I should also prepare to welcome the next VIP. He smiled a little, frighteningly. Surely, the effect has started to kick in by now, right? Early in the morning, a voice echoed through the magnificent grand castle. You say Benjamin has returned? A servant, with a hand on his chest, bowed beside Merovech, who was sitting on a chair, and said, "So soon?" He gritted his teeth and thought, Emperor Magentano is not an easy opponent at all. His face was filled with anger, his hand clenched so tightly it trembled, his eyes full of killing intent. Merovech, the king of Engoma. The door suddenly opened, and Benjamin entered. Benjamin bowed before Merovech. "Your Majesty, I have returned," Merovech replied. "Count, you have returned." Merovech's eyes were dark as he raised a hand to stroke his chin. "How did things go?" Benjamin froze. What Benjamin said made Merovech frown. "I was unable to meet Emperor Magentano." Benjamin continued. Instead, Benjamin's face was beaming, sparkling lights appearing around him. As he gave a thumbs up, "I met the crown prince." Benjamin recalled his conversation with Ezekiel, who said, "Let me summarize the main points of our meeting today." Ezekiel began to ramble. "I believe the Engoma royal family has also grasped the situation in Zimo." He didn't understand why he was bringing this up, but he still nodded and replied, "Of course." Ezekiel continued, "Therefore, I would like to propose to demand." Benjamin asked worriedly, "To demand what?" He smiled, a halo of light radiating around him. "Princess Adeline Bor of Engoma, the first heir to the Engoma throne, must stay in the Magentano capital for 6 months. A bolt of lightning struck Benjamin's mind, and he exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" he thought. "He wants to take my daughter hostage? Is this guy insane?" He frowned, looking down and away, clenching his fist as he considered. Engoma is an independent nation, not a colony of Magentano. Veins popped on Benjamin's face, his eyes red with anger. What an insult! His voice was furious. Unacceptable. Ezekiel smirked. Suddenly, the system window appeared. Use 1 free lie ticket. Count Benjamin begins to be mesmerized by your lie. Ezekiel said, "Actually, I am very interested in building a friendly, peaceful, and constructive relationship with Engoma." He placed a hand on his chest to show his sincerity. No, actually I want to form a bond with you." The system window appeared. Count Benjamin will absolutely and permanently believe one of your lies. Benjamin raised a hand to his chin and thought. "Form a bond?" His voice was excited. "Could you tell me the reason?" Suddenly a thought flashed through Benjamin's mind. He raised a hand to his mouth as if he had discovered something while looking at Ezekiel, thinking, could it be the crown prince has designs on my daughter? He imagined the scene of Ezekiel proposing to his daughter. If the princess comes and stays for 6 months and then develops feelings for the crown prince. Suddenly he froze. Wait, perhaps a powerful alliance through marriage or a federation. Benjamin was still lost in his dream. An unprecedented great empire will be formed. Perhaps my name will be forever etched in the annals of history. He muttered grimly. The meeting that laid the foundation for a great empire. Benjamin imagined himself being hailed by the people and the great diplomat who led that meeting. A hand slammed down on the table. An angry voice snapping him out of his dream. "What?" Merovech pointed at Benjamin and said angrily, "He wants Adeline to stay for 6 months? He dares to treat our kingdom like a colony and take my daughter hostage? Does he want to start a war?" Merovech frowned and roared in anger. "Benjamin, you heard that insulting demand and still remained silent?" Faced with the emperor's fury, he stammered, Your Majesty, but..." Benjamin trembled, awkwardly explaining, "It is a reasonable request, aimed at promoting a friendly relationship between our 2 countries." Merovech asked, "What did you say?" Benjamin, still bowing his head, explained, "The Crown Prince of Magentano wants to use this exchange to build a close relationship between our 2 nations and to form a bond with the princess." Merovech asked, "Form a bond?" Benjamin, still trembling, continued, "If the future leaders of our 2 countries form a bond, the future of our 2 nations will be more peaceful." Merovech shouted, "I don't want to hear any more." He shot up from his seat, waving his arm, his face furious. "The negotiations with Magentano have failed." Benjamin reached into his coat pocket and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down," and read the letter the crown prince sent. Merovech gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, "What has happened to you, Benjamin?" Merovech walked step by step towards Benjamin, thinking to himself, "You were always the one to stand your ground. Why are you so mesmerized by the crown prince now?" Merovech stopped in front of Benjamin, who was holding the letter with both hands, and said respectfully, "I beg you, Your Majesty." Merovech snatched the letter, his voice angry. "Fine, I'll read it." He slowly opened the letter and read. Blue lights appeared around Merovech as he read the letter. Meravec gripped the letter tightly, his voice grim. Count, it seems I have underestimated him. After careful consideration, I realized that. Meravec's expression softened slightly, and he laughed loudly, saying, Crown Prince Magentano is a man of great vision. I like him very much. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Benjamin's eyes were filled with joyful anticipation as Meravec folded the letter, pointed elsewhere, and said with a bright smile, Call Adeline here. The surrounding soldiers were silent, at a loss for words, looking at Meravec and asking the same question in their minds. What's wrong with him? Meravec turned his head towards the throne and thought. I thought the crown prince was a weakling. He sat down, but it turns out he's very manly. Meravec opened the letter again to consider it. Lachiel, Audria Magentano. Oh no, a system window suddenly appeared. The Freeli ticket has been successfully applied. Meravec stroked his chin, looking at the letter with a foolish grin. My future son-in-law. Inside the castle, the Princess of Ingoma was having an audience with the Emperor. She placed a hand on her chest and said, puzzled, Father, I really don't understand. The princess showed clear dissatisfaction. Why did you so easily accept the Magentano Empire's demand? Adeline bore Ingoma, the first heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Ingoma. She glanced to the side, and Ezekiel shivered. Suddenly the princess said, This decision is truly unfair. No, it's very wrong. His Majesty clenched the scroll and said, Adeline, my only daughter. She replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He glared and said, Do you think I made this decision simply out of fear of Magentano's power? This question surprised the Princess of Ingoma. She hesitated and said that. Seeing the princess's reaction, the emperor said angrily, It must be, that's why you're opposing my decision. Seeing him so angry, she wondered, what on earth is in that letter? Do they have a weakness on us? The princess worried, or is it some terrible threat? I'm so curious. The emperor looked at Ingoma and said, It must be very difficult for you to accept. I understand how you feel, but the time will come when you will understand and be grateful for my decision. I am not mistaken in the slightest, my daughter. Hearing such words, the princess felt indignant and said, But Your Majesty, I... Seeing the princess continue to protest, he said loudly, Enough. Inside the castle, the emperor was very angry and said loudly, I don't want to hear any more objections. Depart immediately. He pointed at the princess and stay there for 6 months. She called out in surprise, Father. She was known as the smiling angel of Ingoma. The royal knights quickly ran to seize her. On the other hand, the princess continued to call, Father, please. She was called by a very beautiful title, known as the smiling angel. Is it because she is a kind person? The knights couldn't hold the princess. She's too strong. The reason she was called that, or is it because she has a kind and warm personality? That's not exactly right. No, she struggled free. How can this be? She is very strong, a master-level swordsman, a top-tier warrior. The princess has a strange habit when she fights. With just one blow, the princess took down all the knights. It is to smile brightly when striking down an opponent. She threw the knight against the wall. That habit is the reason the princess is called. She breathed a sigh of relief and smirked, the smiling angel. The emperor was extremely furious. Immediately, he looked over at the mages. In a flash, they quickly surrounded the princess and chanted a spell. She couldn't break free, saying in surprise, Huh? Chains of light appeared and wrapped around her. The princess couldn't break them. She said, Damn it, this. The princess tried to shatter the chains but couldn't, saying angrily, Let go. Then, she was put into a carriage, still bound by the chains. She cried out, calling Father. But the emperor wasn't particularly sad, perhaps too used to this scene. He said, Travel well, my daughter. The carriage moved with lightning speed, speeding past the gate knights. A knight said shyly, Isn't this Angoma's only dawn carriage delivery service? Watching the carriage disappear from sight, the knight standing next to him said, That's right, it guarantees the goods will arrive at dawn. The sun was about to rise. At another location, at dawn 10 days later, the princess stepped out of the carriage. The knight captain said, Dawn, but 10 days later. The princess asked, puzzled, Is this the Magentano capital? Her eyes looked as if they wanted to tear the place apart. Suddenly he said, Princess, from now on, you must display your dignity. The knight captain continued, You are the face of Ingoma. She sneered and said, I understand. She stepped forward with a confident air. I cannot show any weakness. Someone was walking towards the princess. She narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself, I think I've seen this person somewhere before. The wind rustled. He said, Congratulations on your arrival to the capital, Princess of Ngoma. Ezekiel smiled brightly and said, You've had a long journey. Damien bowed his head in greeting. Seeing the crown prince, she thought angrily, I remember now, the crown prince of Magentano. The princess placed a hand on her chin, looking at Ezekiel's physique and thinking, he looks quite different from that sickly portrait. Ezekiel cheerfully introduced himself and extended his hand. I am Raquel Adria Magentano, the crown prince of Magentano. She looked at him with a disdainful gaze and said, Adeline bore Ngoma. He continued to hold out his hand while she continued her introduction, paying no mind to Ezekiel, Princess of Ngoma. Ezekiel looked at his hand and smirked, thinking to himself, a cold girl, huh? I met plenty of people like that. Recalling his past life, Ezekiel thought it was always like this in Korea, whether on a blind date or chatting somewhere else or on a hidden camera date. He felt like he was about to cry. Ezekiel thought, is this what they call being single by your own merit? I could always feel their dislike. To break the silent atmosphere, he clapped his hands and said, You must be very tired after your long journey. Ezekiel guided the princess to her resting place. This way, please. He led her to the dining room. First, let's have breakfast. Ezekiel looked at the princess and said, After that, I will take you to the palace where you will be staying. The princess paid no attention to the crown prince. She remained silent. He felt worried and thought, Adeline is the key to preventing the Great War. Looking at the princess's arrogant attitude, Ezekiel thought, although Adeline has a competitive and warlike personality. Ignoring Ezekiel, who was looking at her, she turned to the knight captain and said, Aren't you hungry? He replied, I'm fine. He continued to think she actually prefers peace over war. Ezekiel clasped his hands together and thought, and she is also said to be very intelligent. He knew how strong the princess was, though very healthy, robust, and strong. Unfortunately, she died suddenly before her coronation. After that, someone else took her place. As a result, a distant relative became the king of Ngoma. The country was soon destroyed because this new king was a militarist, extremist, the complete opposite of Adeline. And that was a disaster, the beginning of the Great War with Magentano. He sighed and thought, she acts as if she were born for war. Looking at the princess, Ezekiel made a decision. I can't let that happen. I must save Adeline and put her on the throne. Meanwhile, the princess looked at Ezekiel, startled, and said, What? Recalling what he had read, Ezekiel thought, based on the descriptions of Adeline's symptoms in the novel, I guess she suffered from biliary obstruction due to gallstones. Actually, I know someone with similar symptoms. He remembered someone, a web novel author I knew through my two close friends Wonho and USU. I think his name was Baekhyun. He thought about how to help the princess. Anyway, if gallstones have already formed, I must remove them and take preventive measures to stop them from recurring. Suddenly, the princess put her fork down on the table. Ezekiel worried that she was tired after the long journey. He said, my apologies, you must be having trouble digesting, having to eat right after a long trip. He snapped his fingers and said, Therefore, I have prepared a medicinal tonic. As soon as he snapped his fingers, Gadon appeared and said, Oh my, this girl is really something. She was slightly surprised. Ezekiel continued, I have specially prepared a nourishing tonic for you. Looking at the glass of medicine, she was surprised and said, Medicine? She seemed quite angry and thought, Poison? Really? The princess raised her fist, making the knight captain panic. She slammed her fist on the table, shattering it. Everyone was frightened by the princess. She continued, This is a form of... The princess clenched her fist and continued with an angry attitude. What kind of humiliation is this? It seems she might have misunderstood something. The punch just now had cracked the entire table, and everything on the dining table was sent flying everywhere. Ezekiel asked in surprise, Humiliation? The princess said with annoyance, Wasn't it enough to summon me here and make me sit still in one place? He didn't understand what she meant and quickly asked, What do you mean? She clenched her hand and said, I came here as summoned. That alone was a difficult decision for me and for Ngoma. The princess said loudly, Don't you know that? He seemed very surprised to learn this. She bowed her head, placing a hand on her forehead, and said, So let me say this first. I will stay here for 6 months as the crown prince requested of my father. The princess pointed at Ezekiel and continued, But that's it. Don't you dare ask for anything more from me. Ezekiel tried to mediate, saying, It seems there's been some misunderstanding. She shot up from her seat and said, "There is no misunderstanding at all." He placed a hand on his chin and said, "Could it be that the princess is afraid of something?" Hearing such words, she was so shocked she couldn't speak. Being called afraid made the princess tremble with anger. She said, "What did you say?" Ezekiel crossed his arms, looked at her, and said, "I haven't done anything." Remembering the meal, he said again, "I just invited you to a meal." Remembering the glass of medicine on the table, Ezekiel continued, "and offered you a nourishing tonic. Why are you so afraid?" He couldn't help but wonder, and so evasive. The princess scowled and said, "I'm not afraid at all." Ezekiel continued worriedly, "If you are worried that the tonic is poisoned." She became furious and said, "This guy." Ezekiel said to Gedon, then Knight Gedon, "Please bring the tonic here." He bowed and said, "Yes, your highness." Gedon took the glass of medicine and placed it on the table. He took the glass in his hand and swirled it gently. "This is a very precious medicine." Then he drank in one go and put the glass down. After drinking the medicine, Ezekiel said, "Would I, the crown prince of the empire, put poison in a medicine offered to you during an official meeting?" Seemingly having misunderstood, the princess said in a panic, "No, that's not what I meant." Ezekiel replied, "It's all right." He pretended to be sad and cry, took a handkerchief to wipe away a tear, and said, "I understand. The princess doesn't trust me and is deliberately trying to embarrass me. She won't drink the medicine and is instead intimidating me." She stood and thought to herself, "Adeline hates cowards and timid people." The princess scoffed angrily. She thought to herself, "How dare he call me a coward? I want to punch him." She pulled up a chair and said, "I have never been afraid. Give it here, the medicine." The princess said seriously, "But I have one condition. This is the first and last time I will drink medicine." Ezekiel said, "Try drinking it first, then decide." Ezekiel and Gedon nodded and smiled at each other. She stared at the cup of medicine and thought, "It doesn't look very nutritious." The princess was apprehensive and thought, but on closer inspection, this is poison. Whatever. She dismissed all thoughts and drank it in one gulp. The princess felt strange. What is this taste? She felt nauseous and thought, it tastes like licking an elephant's armpit. Immediately, Ezekiel suddenly came to the princess's side and said, "Here, after drinking bitter medicine, you should have some candy." The princess was sweating because of the taste. She said, "Oh my God." He held out his hand with the candy in his palm and said, "You'll feel better if you eat this after drinking. Plum flavor." The princess was embarrassed and drooled. Seeing the candy, she wanted to eat it right away but couldn't. The princess thought to herself, "I want to eat it, but my pride won't let me. Allow it." She couldn't control herself and thought, "Ah." Princess Ngoma took the candy and ate it immediately. Ezekiel offered the next candy and said, "There's also green grape flavor here." She thought in surprise, "This one?" The princess smiled brightly and thought, "This is absolutely delicious." Suddenly, she was surprised to see Ezekiel standing beside her. The princess stood up and said, "Thank you for the medicine and the dessert. Well, I'll be taking my leave." Ezekiel approached and said, "You're leaving already?" She turned back and said, "Yes." "Is there any other reason for me to stay here?" Ezekiel placed a hand on his chest and said cheerfully, "Of course not. The captain of the guard will escort you to your quarters. Please rest well." She walked away and thought, "It's best if I avoid that guy for the next 6 months, because I might." The princess clenched her fists with an angry face. She thought, "I might punch that guy at any moment." The knights were training under the scorching sun. She was training and thought, "Calm down, Adeline. This place is full of enemies." The princess looked at the muscles on her shoulders. She felt confident and thought, "Hey, my back feels much stronger today." She wondered, "Why does my body feel so light? Not only do I feel strong, but I also feel like I'm flying." She turned and said, "Captain of the Knights, are you tired?" He replied, "Yes, princess." After sparring with the other knights, it seems he was exhausted but still said, I'm fine. It was just a 10-day carriage ride. A small thing like that is nothing." Looking at his appearance, the princess thought, you do look tired." She looked down at her hands, wondering, "But why don't I feel tired?" The princess recalled the disgusting medicine she drank. Could it be because of the medicine I drank yesterday? Ugh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Suddenly, there was the sound of noisy footsteps. She turned to look, thinking in surprise, "What is that? Are there old women and children in the annex?" She guessed, "They don't look like servants. They look sick and ill." She thought, "It seems they are patients. That direction is the Crown Prince's annex." The princess thought and anticipated something. She hid behind the door, thinking to herself, "I followed them unconsciously." The princess wondered, looking inside. She thought, "I'm so curious. What are they doing in the annex? Suddenly, she heard Ezekiel's voice. Your liver is overheated. She was surprised. That's the crown prince. Ezekiel was examining a patient and said, First, abstain from alcohol and greasy food. The patient replied, Yes, Your Highness. Ezekiel continued, Take your medicine regularly, and we will proceed to save you. This way, please. He seemed to have noticed the princess hiding behind the door. She was startled and quickly hid again. She thought Ezekiel had left and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Ezekiel appeared beside her and said, What are you doing here? She said in alarm. Ezekiel looked at the princess inquisitively and said, What do you mean, This is a clinic. Have you registered for an examination? She said in surprise. Registered for what? Ezekiel asked further. Have you lined up properly? Princess Adeline said. No, he thought she was joking. Ezekiel said seriously. Do you think I'm joking? He told her about this place. This is a place to care for patients. Here, everyone is equal, except for His Majesty the Emperor, regardless of status, gender, or age. Ezekiel pointed to the door and said, If you want to enter, register for an examination first. He emphasized each word. Line up properly. Ezekiel asked her, Do you understand? The princess was scolded in front of many people. She walked away. A while later, 2 hours later, Ezekiel's voice rang out. Next person. The princess appeared before Ezekiel. She presented a piece of paper and said, I have followed the proper procedure and lined up properly. Ezekiel thought, I knew it. The princess continued, As you can see, I am that kind of person. I'm not the type of royalty who abuses my power and status. He took the paper in his hand and asked, You want to prove that? She recalled the moment from before and said, Because what I just went through is truly humiliating. Ezekiel chuckled to himself and said, Anyway, welcome. He turned around and said, I have wanted to have a serious meeting with the princess in this clinic for a very long time. She asked, puzzled. Huh? What do you mean? Ezekiel asked while pulling up a chair. Do you know why I wanted you to stay in the imperial capital for 6 months? He looked back towards the princess and said, Aren't you curious about the real reason? Adeline placed her hand on the back of the chair, frowning in thought. The reason you summoned me here. She sat down, pondering. It wasn't to humiliate me for the incident in Zymal, but for another reason. What is he planning? Half of Ezekiel's face darkened as he smirked. Excellent. I was wondering how to get the princess to come here. He sat down in the chair opposite Adeline. Ezekiel smirked and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. I can't miss this opportunity. The two sat opposite each other. Ezekiel thought to himself, to treat the gallstones, the princess must be aware of her condition. He thought, awareness of the symptoms. Ezekiel recalled the scene of a doctor informing a patient, Patient, you have a severe money addiction syndrome. You only have 3 months left. The patient said blankly, What syndrome? I'm perfectly healthy. Ezekiel thought, It's about the patient becoming aware of their own medical condition. The doctor suddenly shouted, If you want to live, you must start treatment immediately. The patient retorted irritably, But I'm not sick. Why do I need treatment? Ezekiel mused. It's about the patient accepting their condition and cooperating with the treatment. The patient fell to the ground, lifeless. If only I had believed the doctor and gotten treatment. Finally, he concluded, that is the first step in any treatment. He looked at Adeline, who had her eyes closed, and thought to himself, currently, the princess cannot take that first step because gallstones often have no clear symptoms. Ezekiel licked his lips, raising a hand to his mouth as he thought, if I suddenly suggest treatment, she won't cooperate. He spoke, breaking the dreadful silence. First of all, I would like to inform you, princess. His next words struck Adeline like a heavy blow. You will die within the next 2 years. Adeline's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Ezekiel said, I'm not joking. Adeline put a hand to her forehead. Her face contorted with anger. It's not a joke. It's more like a curse. He didn't argue. You can consider it a curse because it's the truth. Ezekiel's nose grew longer as he spoke. This is the analysis result from the Intelligence Bureau of the Royal Family. His nose grew so long it reached Adeline, causing her to lean to one side, her voice full of horror. What did you say? He explained, Our Intelligence Bureau has eyes and ears all over the world. The Angoma royal family and all your actions are. No exception. Thanks to that, we have detected and analyzed the signs of a serious illness that even the princess herself is unaware of. Adeline sneered mockingly and said, So you're saying I'm going to die from an illness within 2 years? She still couldn't believe it, asking herself inwardly, I'm going to die in 2 years. Adeline was so angry that veins throbbed on her forehead. I mistakenly thought you were a serious person, but it turns out you're just toying with me with such nonsense. How disappointing. The hand resting on her lap trembled slightly. "You're playing a cruel joke." Ezekiel covered his mouth with his hand, feigning sympathy. "The truth is sometimes very cruel." Adeline shot up irritably and said, "Do you want to mock me that much?" Ezekiel remained seated, looking up at the furious Adeline. "I'm not mocking you. I want to treat you." Adeline said, "I can't believe what you're saying." He replied, "Then I will show you the proof." He called out a name, confusing Adeline. Babuk. Something was moving in Ezekiel's left pocket. Suddenly, a yellow creature from his pocket flew out. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, causing the others to be surprised and amazed. Babuk flew around in the air full of joy. Ezekiel looked up and said, "You've been bored lately, haven't you? Finally, there's something for you to do." Babuk flew down to Ezekiel, who held out his hand to catch it. "No, today is not a day for eating." Adeline looked at them in alarm. Is it a mythical beast?" He spoke, offering Babuk to Adeline, introducing, "First, let's greet each other. This is Princess Adeline, my patient for today." Adeline swallowed. She was still surprised by Ezekiel's divine beast. He introduced to Adeline, "And this is Mr. Babuk, the medicine component analyst of the Royal Clinic." Adeline shook hands to greet Babuk. "Ah, hello, sir. But today, he will take on a different role." Ezekiel raised his hand in the air, saying, "Babuk, let's begin." Babuk made a sound as if in agreement. Oh, a window opened while Babuk was puffing its lips, and its body transformed somehow. Auxiliary function 1, acupoint scan. Babuk raised its gills, creating yellow lights. The yellow lights around Babuk moved towards the standing Adeline. A few days ago, Ezekiel lay tiredly on his bed, sighing, "Another sleepless night." A notification window appeared. "Your internal organs are complaining about your irregular sleep schedule." The window continued. "The internal organs are deliberating." He looked at the system panel with dead fish eyes and thought, "What are you guys doing?" Suddenly, the system panel turned red. "Your internal organs strongly condemn your actions." Then the system panel opened, where other people appeared angry on the screen, causing Ezekiel to sit up and raise his hands. "A strike, what is it this time?" Ezekiel looked away and said, "Actually, I just received a reply from Ngoma. What is it?" "They agreed to send the princess here at my request." He continued, "She will arrive in about 3 days, and I'm worried." An alarm siren sounded. The red-haired man shouted, "Emergency!" A meeting among the internal organs began. The red-haired man said, "They agreed to send the princess here. Does that mean the future father-in-law has approved?" The curly-haired man spoke up. "Hooray! Now's the time to propose." A dark-haired man said, "Confess your love like a real man." The system window announced, "The internal organs have gifted you 1,000 HP. Current HP is 2,500. Ezekiel reminded them, "No, not a proposal. I have to cure the princess's illness to prevent a war, right?" The window showed an image of disappointed internal organs looking at Ezekiel with dead fish eyes. The internal organs are disappointed, requesting a refund of the gifted HP. Ezekiel asked, confused, "Refund what?" He scratched his head and said, "It seems I have to make her aware of her condition so she will cooperate with the treatment. If you guys want to go to sleep early, then help me." The internal organs formed a circle, gave their opinions, then sighed. "No way. Huh. Damn it. I thought we were about to escape being single forever." Ezekiel said, annoyed and angry, "Don't you guys want to sleep?" The system window appeared. How about trying to upgrade the pulse diagnosis skill?" He muttered, "Pulse diagnosis skill." The system window appeared. "You want to make the princess believe in her condition, right? Then the best way is to let her see it with her own eyes instead of giving a long explanation." Ezekiel's eyes widened. "You mean I can show her the pulse diagnosis skill?" The system window displayed a detailed panel about this skill. Skill name, Pulse Diagnosis LV6. Diagnose the subject's health condition by taking their pulse. The pulse diagnosis results can be viewed in detail in the general diagnosis panel. Additionally, your internal organs can communicate with the patient's internal organs for a more accurate diagnosis. Current HP is 2,500. Ezekiel pressed the Level Up button on the system. Auxiliary Function 1, Acupoint Scan. HP required for the next level is 300. A notification window appeared. HP required for the next level is 350. He frowned slightly, thinking, as expected, I can't upgrade it all at once. His gaze was determined. Gritting his teeth, he quickly pressed the system, telling himself, keep going. Windows appeared one after another, and circles spun around Ezekiel. Skill name, Pulse Diagnosis LV7. Skill name, Pulse Diagnosis LV8. Skill name, Pulse Diagnosis LV9. Skill name, Pulse Diagnosis LV10. Pulse Diagnosis skill has reached level 11. The level of the Pulse Diagnosis skill has increased. Beginner LV10, Intermediate LV1. You have become much more proficient in the Pulse Diagnosis skill, accumulating experience and skill points. Now, you can not only see inside the patient's body with the Pulse Diagnosis skill, but also show them the results. A new auxiliary function has been unlocked. Ezekiel's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the system panel. Auxiliary Function 2, Display. You can display the diagnosis results from the AcuPoint scan feature on an external screen for the patient to see. However, the external screen must. Back to the present. An image of Adeline's gallbladder appeared in midair. He spoke. Princess, this is a CT image of your gallbladder. Adeline stammered in surprise. What? She asked, bewildered. Is this my gallbladder? Ezekiel explained. If you have doubts, press on your right abdomen, just below the ribs. Adeline looked at her hand and thought, let's just try it. She pressed her right abdomen as Ezekiel said, and the image on the system panel also vibrated along. Adeline stared, her hand still pressing on the spot, finding it hard to believe. Really? Ezekiel was pleased, thinking to himself, all right, she's starting to trust me. He walked over and said, you must be very shocked, I understand. Observing one's own internal organs is a shocking experience for anyone. Adeline frowned and hesitated. So, is this the reason I'm going to die? Ezekiel explained, these gallstones will block your bile duct one day. When that happens, the bile that should flow down to the duodenum through the bile duct will back up in the liver, and from the liver, it will spread to the spleen and pancreas, causing them severe damage. He stood before Adeline and concluded, therefore, if you don't get treatment now, you will die. Adeline pondered, then said, I don't understand. Even if I'm sick, why does the crown prince want to treat me? Ezekiel said simply, for peace. His voice was full of sincerity. I want the princess to be healthy, so she can become the queen of Ingoma. I believe that will bring peace to our royal family and your kingdom. He held out his hand, his voice even more determined. That is the reason I summoned you here. Adeline suddenly put a hand to her chest, her tone worried. If I agree to cooperate with the treatment, how do you intend to treat me? He clenched his fist slightly, turned his head to the side, and said, it's very simple. I'll show you right now. Then suddenly he held out his hand and made a punch. Ezekiel suddenly bent down, preparing to aim a punch at Adeline, which surprised and bewildered her. Adeline of Ingoma put a hand to her chest, her face showing clear worry and confusion as she asked Ezekiel, if I agree to cooperate with the treatment, how do you intend to treat me? He immediately answered the princess of Ingoma. It's very simple. I'll show you right now. Ezekiel's hand suddenly clenched into a fist and shot towards the princess of Ingoma. He crouched down, his fist flying towards the princess. The princess, surprised by the attack, her eyes widened in disbelief. The fist flew towards her, and she immediately blocked it. Not only did the attack fail, but it was countered, and the doctor screamed in pain. Ezekiel, with tears welling in his eyes and his hands trembling in pain, said, I just wanted to show you the treatment method. He yelled at the princess, questioning, why did you hit me? The princess was not to be outdone and immediately retorted angrily, who introduces a treatment method like that? Ezekiel put a hand to his chin and said, I'll explain again 1, 2. Suddenly he yelled, raising his hand. After punching himself, Ezekiel's whole body was trembling in pain, but he still tried to act fine, giving a thumbs up. Just punch yourself in the chest. With the princess's fist, see, it's easy, right? The princess of Ingoma looked at Ezekiel in disbelief. What did you say? Although she didn't quite believe it, she was a little skeptical about whether this method would work. Her hands slightly clenched as she thought, can I really cure my gallstones just by punching myself in the chest? As if discovering something unbelievably shocking, her eyes widened and a thought appeared in her head. Isn't this a new assassination method? Suddenly Ezekiel raised his hand and said, by the way, princess, can you shoot mana from your fist? The princess of Ingoma stood with her arms crossed, looking at Ezekiel and said, it's passable. He continuously explained the self-devised treatment method for the princess's gallstones. Ezekiel suddenly became serious, looked straight at the princess and said, "We can use extracorporeal shock wave therapy." The princess was a bit confused and quickly asked back, "What is extracorporeal shock wave therapy?" Sunlight from outside shone directly into the room where Ezekiel and the princess were talking. "I will combine the mana that the princess shoots from her fist with my Astrahan Mind Force, and I will guide the mana shockwave." The princess of Ingoma did not expect Ezekiel's last sentence. She thought in confusion. "What do you mean?" He immediately explained to her. As you know, the Astrahan Mind Force has the ability to absorb and guide mana. Ezekiel recalled past events, connecting them, and then said, "That's why, when the princess shoots mana into her chest, I will redirect it." He and Damien glanced at each other. The princess of Ingoma asked, puzzled, "Redirect it where?" Ezekiel reached for the plate on the table, his face somewhat serious. Damien's hands reached for the sword at his side, about to draw it. Suddenly Damien swung his sword towards the piece of meat, while Ezekiel also cast a magic spell to block it. His other hand reached for a pebble floating in midair, to the gallstone in the princess's gallbladder. The princess looked confused at the appearing stream of light. Ezekiel said happily, "We can do it. The gallstone can be removed." Verbal medicine selling skill. Level 10. There is no such skill. He concluded the treatment plan, hand on his chin, saying, "Therefore, let's try the extracorporeal shockwave therapy." The princess immediately stated her condition. "If I agree to the treatment, the crown prince must also." She continued with her request, her gaze gradually becoming serious. "Fulfill one request of mine." Ezekiel asked what her request was. "What do you want?" Ezekiel listened in silence to the princess of Ingoma's request. "After the gallstone is removed, allow me to return to my homeland without having to stay here for the full 6 months." But then he happily agreed to her request. "All right." Ingoma was surprised that Ezekiel agreed so easily. "You agreed too easily, didn't you?" Ezekiel happily explained the reason he readily agreed to her request. "Because if the princess's gallstone is cured, then I have no reason to keep you here. So I'll take it that you've agreed to the treatment." Hearing that, the princess still had some doubts in her heart. "I have a feeling I'm being tricked." He gestured towards her, his face radiant, and said, "It's too crowded here. Let's move to another clinic." Outside the room, the crowd was noisy with chatter. The princess was a little annoyed, but Ezekiel didn't seem to mind them. He said to Ingoma, "Then, please turn your back." Ezekiel placed his hand on the princess's back and instructed her, "Don't move until I give the order, and hold your breath for a moment." As he instructed her, he began to cast a spell. "I need to pinpoint the exact location and size of the gallstone." When he was done, Ezekiel told the princess to relax. "All right, you can breathe out now. Clench your right fist and place it on your right abdomen." The two continued to coordinate to find the location of the stone. "Here? A little lower, just a bit to the left, okay?" He smiled and said to the princess, but her face showed clear anger. "All right, now punch yourself in the chest." Ezekiel stopped smiling, his face serious as he instructed her. "The important thing to remember is that you must focus the mana shooting from your fist into a single point." Ezekiel continued, "Imagine it as a hard, sharp needle." The princess of Ingoma threw a series of punches forward, and a powerful stream of light appeared, focused on a single point. He asked her, "Can you do it?" The princess clenched her fist and answered confidently, "Of course I can." He did something to the princess's back, and rays of light emanated from around her. Ingoma opened her mouth and blew out a stream of air. "Since this is the first time, let's try with a light force. First, shall we?" She raised her fist and punched herself straight in the abdomen. Something was being turned upside down. The princess of Ingoma's eyes widened. The princess was surprised that her body felt no pain. "What is this? The mana shot from my fist clearly hit my chest, but it doesn't hurt at all. It feels like it completely disappeared." Ezekiel praised the princess for doing a great job. "Very good. You did very well." He continued, "Look at Bibobook in front of you. You can see the gallstone has cracked. The mana hit it precisely." Ezekiel winked cheerfully and told the princess to do it again. "So let's fire one more time, just like before." She also agreed to the suggestion. "All right." She gathered all her strength, raised her hand, and punched herself straight in the body. A very powerful-looking fist went straight into her own abdomen. The princess's face was smiling happily, but was a little scary. The smiling angel has returned. Scene changed to a large house. A loud noise caused birds to fly up in a panic. A very loud sound echoed from somewhere. The hulking Rose also shot up, his eyes wide with some fear. Count Benjamin, who was eating, was also terrified and dropped his spoon. A Tyrion, who was sleeping in bed, also had to open his eyes, startled and dizzy. Next to him was a close servant who was frightened by the sound. The Emperor, who had not been awake for long, quickly fainted, making the attendants even more panicked. Bibobook strained and projected an analysis from its mouth. A screen. It's done. As you can see, the gallstone has been shattered. Ezekiel slumped behind the princess. You did very well for your first time, and she was very happy to have succeeded. Really? Looking at the screen, he spoke and explained, yes. These fragments will be automatically expelled from the body, so you don't need to worry. We will end the treatment here for today. It's over so quickly. The princess suggested wanting to do it one more time, but Ezekiel didn't look well. His face was pale and trembling. I can break one more stone. Ezekiel, pale and haggard, pursed his lips and wondered in his head. Why? His two hands trembled as he raised them. If someone had borne the full brunt. He created a powerful spell. The shockwave that I thought had disappeared. Could it be you? The princess worriedly shook Ezekiel, asking with concern, Crown Prince, are you all right? He also reassured her that he was fine. Yes, I'm fine. Ezekiel's whole body trembled as he thought in confusion. The princess's mana is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. The princess saw he was still dazed and kept shaking him, asking, Crown Prince. Hey, he said, dizzy from being shaken by the princess. Huh, because you're my patient. The princess asked again, suspicious of his last words. Huh? Ezekiel continued, once you've decided on treatment. He looked straight at Ngoma seriously and said, then you'll be my patient. The princess was surprised and blushed a little. Ezekiel's body was still unsteady, but he turned his back to her and said, therefore. His gaze was somewhat determined, but his strength was fading as he said, now I. His vision began to blur from overexertion. Ezekiel suddenly fainted and collapsed onto the floor. Need a rest. The princess screamed in panic, Crown Prince. In the bedroom, Garden, after finishing the examination, spoke about Ezekiel's condition. Fortunately, he is stable. The princess worriedly asked the doctor again, really? Is he really okay? He calmly explained to the princess, he has no fever, and his breathing and pulse are both normal. She worriedly asked further, then why hasn't he woken up yet? The doctor sitting beside her said, it is likely due to overexertion in a short period. The doctor calmly told the princess to reassure her, his body is automatically resting and has fallen into a deep sleep. Garden lowered his head, looking sadly at Ezekiel, and said, the Crown Prince's health was already poor. He has a very weak constitution. Ngoma, feeling guilty, said, is that so? I have caused a great deal of trouble. Garden, sitting beside her, comforted her. It's all right, Princess Ngoma. Garden stood up from his chair. Actually, His Highness gave me a few instructions. He caringly tucked Ezekiel in and said, he said that the treatment for the princess could be very painful and might cause him to lose consciousness from exhaustion. So don't be too surprised. After hearing Garden, Princess Ngoma asked quizzically, what do you mean? He and the princess talked about Ezekiel. His Highness is often like this. He always puts the patient first, even before himself. The princess recalled what Ezekiel had once told her, because you are my patient. The doctor shared with the princess about Ezekiel, therefore I'm always worried about him, because I am the Crown Prince's personal physician. Ngoma looked at him lying on the bed, her mind filled with thoughts. The Crown Prince, this person, all of his actions are sincere. A notification window appeared. Your devoted actions towards the patient have touched someone's heart. That's not it, you fool, the princess thought with teary eyes. Thinking about the past, I feel so petty for having doubted such a wonderful person. The doctor stood up, wiping his tears, and looked at Ezekiel with a pained heart. Actually, your sincerity is just an act to achieve a personal goal. But your heart, which even you yourself do not realize, is sincere towards the patient. The notification window continued to appear. This sincerity and genuineness will bring many positive changes in the future. Ngoma's finger twitched slightly. She reached out to take Ezekiel's hand, smiling gently. You have built the highest level of medical trust with Adeline. She took his hand and lifted it. She will not doubt any of your medical actions. Of yours. In the system window, two figures try to shout a warning. You're being deceived, you fool. But Ezekiel was still snoring, oblivious. Therefore, your internal organs are cheering you on with all their might. He's a swindler, but it's okay. He tried his best. Anyway, the internal organs have gifted you 1,500 blood, current blood 2,500. The doctor discovered something. He saw the princess holding Ezekiel's hand, his mouth agape in disbelief. See could it be? He was so shocked he covered his mouth with his hand. An emergency light appeared above his head and turned green. What the hell is this? Outside the window, the scenery was still very quiet. Ngoma looked up at Ezekiel opposite her and asked, "Is the crown prince feeling better?" He crossed his arms, his eyes looking straight ahead as he replied, "I've always been fine. What did I say before I fainted?" The princess covered her mouth and said, "Something very cheesy, remember?" Ezekiel was confused but still answered, "No, I don't remember." Ngoma laughed excitedly, teasing him. "No way." You looked straight into my eyes and said, "What did you say?" She mockingly recited his words. "Once I've decided on the treatment, you'll be my patient." Ezekiel was so embarrassed he became angry and shouted, "Stop." Suppressing his embarrassment, he cleared his throat and said, "Anyway, it's good that you're okay." The house was now spotlessly clean as the two continued their conversation. It was an unavoidable part of the treatment process, so you don't need to worry about the treatment being affected. Ezekiel said seriously with his eyes looking straight ahead, "Because I will spend the entire afternoon treating the princess." His hand gripped his thigh tightly as he silently promised himself, "Today I will not faint, absolutely not." Ngoma was about to say something, The princess smiled gently and said, "I've decided to trust you." Ezekiel couldn't believe what he heard the princess say, He was surprised to hear the princess say, "I have witnessed how much effort the crown prince has put into treating me and how much you have had to endure." Ngoma concluded, placing a hand on her stomach and saying to Ezekiel, "All my faith is placed in you. Therefore, I believe that I must get rid of this gallstone so that I can survive." Outside, the sunlight shone through the leaves. Ezekiel exclaimed joyfully, "Really?" "Yes, I am ready." Princess Ngoma placed her hand on her chest, expressing her trust in Ezekiel. "Thank you." The two looked at each other. She spoke again. "I have wanted to say this for a long time." Ezekiel, embarrassed, lowered his head slightly and thought to himself, "This is a bit embarrassing, but this is for my sake." Suddenly, he laughed savagely. "Then shall we continue the treatment?" He excitedly jumped off his chair, moved towards Princess Ngoma, and said, "Let's start right away, shall we?" Ngoma also obediently listened, immediately releasing her power. "Like this?" Ezekiel said with satisfaction. "Yes." Scene changed to a large building. A loud sound echoed. A notification appeared. "You are continuously absorbing powerful mana shocks from the outside using the Astrahan Mind Method." A fist went straight into Princess Ngoma's stomach. Behind the princess, Ezekiel was also doing something to heal her. The notification window appeared again, repeating, "You are continuously absorbing powerful mana shocks from the outside using the Astrahan Mind Method." Ezekiel's face clearly showed his exertion. A stream of light appeared. Ezekiel looked at the stones in astonishment. He looked up at the system window with joy. This series of actions has become a valuable experiential asset for your Astrahan interaction. The level of the Astrahan Mind Method has increased. Skill name, Astrahan Mind Method. Level, Single Circle Level 4. Mana Amplification Rate, 170%. Blood required for next level, 1,800. Current blood, 2,500. Ezekiel seemed to have just succeeded in doing something. As the Astrahan Mind Method develops, the number of circle slots you possess is also affected. The stored capacity of the circle slot has been expanded. The heart was now covered by green energy. Slot number 1 has been expanded. Maximum capacity of slot number 1, 12 liters to 13 liters. Cut to a few days later, Ezekiel said breathlessly, "The 15th gallstone has also been broken." After the time spent healing the princess, his appearance had become as haggard as an old man's. Skill name, Astrahan Mind Method. Level, Single Circle Level 6. Maximum capacity of slot number 2, 15 liters. In contrast, Ngoma was full of life and said cheerfully, "Now there's only one left, right?" Ezekiel collapsed, kneeling on the ground, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Thanks to the princess's active cooperation." Though his face was haggard with sunken cheeks like an 80-year-old man, his mood was very excited as he said, "The shockwaves you fired were very strong and heavy." Suddenly, Ezekiel vomited. Ugh. Witnessing this made the princess worried. "Oh, you're making me feel guilty." He still forced himself to say, "Why don't you thank me?" The princess approached and questioned, "It sounds like you want me to repay you." Ezekiel answered frankly, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Ngoma became serious again and asked Ezekiel, "So what must I do to?" Her hand clenched into a fist. The crown prince was satisfied. Ezekiel said to her, full of hope, "I only wish that Ngoma will never wage war with Magitano." Ngoma stammered in disbelief. "What was that?" The princess seemed a little dissatisfied with Ezekiel's request. "Do you know what you just said?" He thought, confused. What is the princess so surprised about? Princess Ngoma touched her 2 index fingers together and shyly asked, "Crown Prince, you are the type of person." She put her hands behind her back, swaying her body shyly. "It's strange. I've never met anyone like you." Ezekiel looked at the princess, confused, and thought, "What is she talking about? What do you mean?" He stretched tiredly. "Anyway, let's stop here for today." Ezekiel turned and walked away, saying cheerfully, "I have a patient being discharged today." Archbishop Bertona, along with the royal knight Roberto and Ezekiel, stood beside a butler in front of Astilian's bed. The archbishop looked at the emperor and said, "Well then, your majesty, shall we begin?" The emperor was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his face contorted in discomfort. The archbishop created a stream of yellow light. The emperor suddenly sat up. Roberto and the butler, astonished and overjoyed, cried out, "Your Majesty." The emperor's hand trembled slightly, his voice trembling. "I have no strength left to speak. Give me a pen." The butler immediately handed paper and a pen to Emperor Astilian. Yes, of course. The emperor held the pen and paper and wrote something. Ezekiel suddenly shouted, "Father, what are you talking about?" The lines he wrote were as follows. "I heard you did something quite bold." On the cabinet next to the bed were pre-written letters, seemingly to inform the emperor, while I was bedridden. The emperor, blushing with shy joy, held the paper towards Ezekiel. "So which profession are you going to choose?" Ezekiel's face darkened, confused, not knowing what the emperor was talking about. "Choose what profession? What are you talking about, father?" But he remained cheerfully lost in thought. Emperor Astilian said pensively, "He is talking about Princess Ngoma." Everyone in the room was startled and alarmed. "Huh," he slowly continued. "I will not ask what method you used to bewitch the envoy of Ngoma." Everyone's eyes lit up. "And I'll also not ask what method you used to entice that cunning old fox. You are the one who will carry the royal family and the people of the empire in the future." The emperor scolded, pointing directly at the crown prince. "Yet you decided on your own marriage without discussing it with me." Ezekiel thought to himself, "Does he think I'm courting the princess? Surely not." He recalled the moment before when the maid saw him and the princess together. But thinking back, it made sense. Everyone was surprised. He felt that no matter what he said about the Great War, the emperor wouldn't believe him. Seeing him silent, the emperor asked, "Why is the crown prince silent?" Ezekiel broke into a sweat upon hearing that, his mind racing. Explaining at length is such a hassle. Then he spoke up and answered him. Actually, he answered honestly, "I was rejected." The emperor's eyes widened in surprise. "What? What about my son?" He inwardly exclaimed, "Excellent, it worked." Ezekiel bowed his head in a salute. "You are right, your majesty. I took advantage of your grave illness to carry out my wicked intentions. I succeeded in bringing the princess to the capital, but," the emperor continued, "but," his eyes welled up with tears. "Things did not go as planned afterwards, and I was rejected." The emperor couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What could it be?" "Yes, you have guessed correctly." He was emotional, tears falling as the emperor questioned him repeatedly, and he answered each time, "You confessed?" "Yes." "And the result was?" "Yes." Everyone in the room panicked and shouted, "Your Highness, hey, it looks like he's about to faint again." The emperor ignored everyone and called out, "Archbishop, heal me." He snorted coldly, then turned back to look at Ezekiel, his hand clenched into a fist. "If you were half of me, you wouldn't have fallen into such a pathetic situation." He thought to himself, time to bolt before he nags anymore. The crown prince turned to ask for leave. "Then I shall take my leave. I have urgent business." The emperor, not finished speaking and still angry, yelled, "Where do you think you're going? I'm not done lecturing you." He He seemed unwilling to say more, standing still while the emperor complained, "And your younger brother, why are you so tactless from now on?" The people around saw the emperor scolding the crown prince and began to gossip. "Did you see that?" "Yes, I saw." The two observed the emperor's angry face and came to a conclusion. His Majesty's left nostril is flaring. He must be very proud of His Highness. He thought to himself, "Now I understand the meaning of that reaction." He resigned himself inwardly, "But I am not your puppet." He posed a big question to himself. "Do I deserve this kind treatment?" In the room, he answered the emperor, "I understand your concern, but a patient is waiting." He angrily shouted, "Go." He spoke up to remind the emperor, "In your majesty," about what I said earlier. He seemed annoyed and shooed him away. "I will be careful. Now you may leave." Still worried, he quickly left the room. "It's a pity I still haven't found out who tried to assassinate the emperor. For now, I can only be careful. Now that the emperor knows, he will surely be more cautious." A guard was riding a horse at full speed, faster, even faster, holding a scroll in his hand with determination. "I must inform the princess immediately." In the morning, in the Grand Palace, the crown prince trembled as he raised his index finger and said, "After 16 days of being beaten more than 500 times, there is finally only one stone left." The princess said in surprise, "Just now you said it was treatment. Now you say it's being beaten, and what was that?" His face darkened as he held up his fingers. "That's the number of times I was beaten unconscious. Now for the final blow." The princess flexed her muscles. "This time I'll finish it." His hand endured the force from her blow. Power erupted in a huge explosion with a blue light flashing. He seemed about to collapse, the strongest blow yet. A pink sphere of power surrounded by blue light. He thought to himself, "Done." The system announced, "You have successfully withstood 501 mana blows from the outside. A new auxiliary feature for the Astrahan Mind method has been unlocked." Unable to bear it, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. She turned back and asked, "Are you okay?" The system's voice continued to ring out, "Auxiliary feature 2, unconsciousness immunity, limit 1 time per day, last 5 minutes." He thought to himself, unconsciousness immunity, that means once a day, I won't be knocked out for 5 minutes. He remembered the previous image. The fact that I survived proves I am very strong. The system continued to report, "Your internal organs are rejoicing at the new auxiliary feature." He smiled, praising his own efforts. "The internal organs have gifted you 2,200 blood, with a current blood count of 4,700. He joyfully informed the princess, "It's done." The princess asked in astonishment, "Really, am I cured?" The two continued to talk. "We can't be complacent yet, because the treatment isn't over." The princess replied, "You mean there's still more treatment?" He answered, "Yes. Now we must continue to monitor and provide care." He silently made a diagnosis. The fact that someone as young as Adeline has gallstones shows that she has a constitution prone to them. The crown prince shouted, "Garden." He instructed, "Have her drink Yin Shun Hao Tang for 15 days and monitor whether it suits her constitution, as well as whether the circulation and excretion of bile are proceeding normally." The princess drank it with a look of discomfort. The system appeared. Skill payment request level 2 has been activated. Adeline's lifespan has been extended by 67 years and 7 months thanks to your various treatments. You receive 1/1,950th of 67 years and 7 months, equivalent to 13 days of lifespan. Total lifespan received 13. Expected lifespan 176 days. He clenched his fist and exclaimed inwardly, "Wonderful." He realized if she continues to drink Yin Shun Hao Tang, there will no longer be a risk of death from gallstones. The princess's glare at Garden startled him. And if she becomes the queen of Ngoma, the great war that would destroy the Magitano royal family will not happen. He was overjoyed. Then my life of wealth and luxury. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a voice from outside called, "Princess, are you in there? Urgent news from home." The large door opened, and everyone inside was stunned as the guard shouted, "Something big has happened." He continued his report. "Zabalong, a member of the royal family in the west of the country, has rebelled, leaving everyone stunned." The princess was stunned and asked, "What is the reason and purpose of his rebellion?" The guard replied, "He says he will overthrow the current weak royal family for Ngoma's sake." She asked further, "What reason do they have to criticize the royal family?" The knight commander hesitated before answering. "They criticize the royal family's diplomatic weakness for easily submitting to the unreasonable demands of the crown prince of Magitano." Ezekiel thought deeply. I worked so hard to save her, and yet, what a rebellion. He seemed unable to believe it, a rebellion. The princess hurriedly asked again, what is the current situation? The knight commander continued, according to the news brought by the messenger, there have been many large-scale clashes. He handed the scroll to the princess. The central army has retreated to Valoa Fortress to establish a defensive line, and the number of casualties is greater than expected. Ezekiel thought to himself, wait, Ngoma's main forces are heavily wounded. He grinned with delight. If I treat those wounded soldiers, I'll receive a lot of bonus lifespan points. Suddenly the system announced, your internal organs have gifted you 100 blood for this crazy idea. Current blood, 4,800. He was full of confidence. It's okay even if I'm criticized. What's done is done. No matter how tragic, I've already tried my best. He thought to himself, instead, I should do what I can and profit from it. He took a cloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said to the princess, Princess, I am very sorry to hear the news about Ngoma. It is truly heartbreaking. You must want to return to your homeland immediately, right? He continued, in that case, I also have one condition. He made his offer, take me to Ngoma. The princess said doubtfully, could it be? He replied firmly, that's right, I want to serve as a military doctor and treat the wounded soldiers of Ngoma. I want to save as many people as possible. The system immediately exclaimed, our body is truly wonderful. The princess was stunned, Crown Prince. He immediately waved his hands and thought, just be quiet and do as I say. The princess immediately bowed to show her gratitude and said, thank you. Ezekiel thought to himself, I'm a bit embarrassed, and replied shyly to the princess, then princess, please prepare to return to your homeland immediately. He ordered everyone, hurry up, we must leave right away. The princess replied, yes. In the countryside, the carts carrying provisions suddenly stopped. Lihan, one of Ezekiel's personas, got off the cart and asked, what is this? He suddenly exclaimed, why is this place so shabby? Everything here was very messy and untidy. He stretched and said to the two, so tired I miss my first-class carriage. Damien, beside him, said, no matter how I look at it, I can't get used to it. Garden, standing by, also added, Your Highness, perhaps we should return to Magitano. He heard Garden's words with some anger. What, Your Highness? He seriously instructed him, you must call me young Master Lihan. Lihan Belkin, setting, descendant of the fallen Belkin family. Back to the past, a few days ago, the princess instructed everyone, the luggage is packed, we should. Young Master Lihan entered and said loudly to the princess, let's depart, princess. The princess was startled and replied, yes, yes. The princess moved forward but was blocked and asked suspiciously, who are you? He immediately explained to her, I am the crown prince. The princess doubtfully called someone over, Knight Thierry. She angrily pointed at him and ordered, he is impersonating the crown prince. Seize him immediately. Seeing this, he hurriedly tried to clear his name. No, I am the crown prince. I was beaten 500 times to break 16 gallstones for you. His tears fell as he clenched the scroll, wanting to cry out his grievance. I even gave you honey candy and grape candy after you drank the medicine. Only then did the princess believe his words in astonishment. Could it be that you really are the crown prince? Garden, beside them, spoke up to confirm, this person is indeed His Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Ngoma. He explained shyly, but Lihan's face was full of anger, although it's hard to believe from his appearance. But the princess curiously poked him and asked, but why did you end up like this? He explained while her hand kept poking his round belly. Thanks to the false identity the emperor granted me. Before leaving, he went to the emperor to report to him, Your Majesty. He carefully and directly observe and experience. The emperor snorted lightly and turned away without saying anything. He tried to ask one more time, will you allow me to go? He thought to himself, he also likes to test me. He continued speaking to the princess. After receiving permission, I asked the royal mage to use transformation magic. She was stunned. So that's why you're so fat? He bowed his head and rubbed his belly. I only change my appearance with magic. If I'm hit hard, the magic could be broken. The princess opened the scroll and read, what is this document? A fallen noble who has excellently completed the public medical training course. He explained to her, it's just a fabricated identity. So, shall we depart? On the carriage to Ngoma, Damien asked Garden, will the clinic be okay? Hearing this, he immediately replied, Anise is there, so we'll be fine. He spoke with a voice full of trust. She can diagnose common illnesses by smell. And I have also passed on to her the medicine formulas for each type of illness. So even if I'm absent for a few months, the clinic will operate normally. In the carriage, his voice didn't stop, and I will announce to the outside that I am recuperating and will limit contact with outsiders. He turned back and continued speaking to Damien with doubt. It seems you are worried about something as the captain of my special task force. Hearing that, he hummed, then continued, Miss Anise. He asked a question that left Garden stunned. Surely she will receive a special bonus, right? He looked like he wanted to cry, thinking to himself, poor Miss Anise. With a face full of confidence, he inwardly exclaimed, as a doctor, I should have run to help patients when they needed it, but I'm still too lacking. Damien didn't know what to think, but suddenly smiled. The carriage traveled for several days, after passing through many cities and fortresses and enduring many days and nights. We finally reached the Angoma army and with Adeline's help, were assigned to the infirmary camp in the safe rear. After giving the Een Shun Hao Tang formula to Adeline, he thought to himself, I, along with about 10 assigned soldiers, have arrived at the infirmary camp. He stood before the infirmary camp and exclaimed inwardly, now, this is unbelievable. Are there no nurses here? The three of them looked all around. He went to a tent and lifted the curtain. What? He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? The three of them went to lift the curtain, and in front of them were bodies strewn about. Suddenly a voice asked, Who are you? He turned to see the soldier behind him and replied, Before asking who I am, you should introduce yourself first. He replied, I am the manager of the infirmary camp. Are you the officer sent from headquarters? He walked out slowly and introduced himself. I'm a military doctor. The man, suspicious of his identity, asked again, a military doctor? I haven't heard that a military doctor would be coming here. Wanting to clarify the situation, he asked him, but do you know the situation inside the tent? The man sadly confirmed his suspicion. Yes, they're probably all dead. He looked inside and asked, is anyone still alive? He exclaimed in surprise. What? The man slowly lamented. Then this is troublesome. I'm afraid there won't be enough space for the next batch of wounded. He couldn't believe it and asked him again, What do you mean? The man turned his head back to explain, It seems that since you are a new military doctor, you don't know much about the infirmary camp. He went outside, waving his hand as if he had just done something very dirty, only when those inside are all dead. Do we have empty space for the next wounded? There are too many flies inside. It's so troublesome to clean up the dead bodies. He walked straight into the tent, thinking to himself, Life is really, I came all this way, and yet the state of the camp is like this. How am I supposed to earn bonus lifespan points? From behind, his voice called out, Who is in charge here? The man turned his head and replied, It is Viscount Provin, the company commander. He angrily shouted, Take me to him. In Viscount Provin's tent, the furnishings were all very luxurious. He sat relaxing, enjoying a glass of red wine. He began to speak. Good, Viscount Provin, company commander of the Angoma army. A noise from outside put him on alert. A slashing sound was heard as a sword flew towards his side. He immediately dodged to the side. The Viscount angrily shouted, Who's there? He stepped outside, holding a sword, and shouted loudly, What the hell is this? He said to Damien, Just hit him first. He asked hesitantly, How hard should I hit him? He made a request, like the feeling of having 2 months' salary deducted. Damien said nothing. He drew his sword, thinking 2 months. Thinking this, he sheathed his sword again, but don't kill him. He leaped up, raising his sword high. The man screamed in fear. With each slash, he shouted, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. He endured the pain and tried to stop him with words. Stop, stop. Dude, do you know who I am? I'm the highest-ranking person in charge here. Li Han replied, making him turn around in astonishment. I know, and I came here to arrest you. He angrily shouted, holding the document in front of the man's face. You corrupt official. Viscount Provin broke into a sweat, swallowed hard, and clutched the wound on his arm as he knelt in a salute, say secret royal inspector. Li Han shouted loudly, I am the shadow physician, here to punish you. Damien, beside him, added sarcastically, Justice? But why am I the one being punished? Li Han continued, Because I was paid. He just hummed and said nothing. He brought the document before the Viscount and said, Read this. He unexpectedly read aloud what was written inside. Princess Adeline Bo of Angoma, the first heir to the throne, grants full authority over the wounded soldiers' camp to Li Han Belkin. He clenched the paper, speaking loudly in frustration. What have I done wrong to be treated like this? He suppressed his anger. Silence. he shouted so loudly it stunned the Viscount. You still dare to ask what's wrong? He questioned angrily. You manage the wounded soldiers like this and still dare to claim you are the one in charge. He pushed hard, causing the Viscount to fall to the ground, and called out Damien. He gave a cold order, take him away. Upon receiving the order, he immediately replied, yes, young master. After handling the matter, Damien came before Li Han to report. He immediately asked, did that company commander not resist when he was taken away? He answered indifferently. He was quite obedient. He just kept muttering that his military career was ruined. Suddenly, his expression became a little concerned, but it seems we might have been a bit too rough with him. Will that be a problem? Sometimes the whip is the best way. He was still a little angry as he assessed. He only knows how to maintain the status quo, no matter how bad the current situation is. Under someone like that, the wounded soldiers will only die. It's too terrible. This isn't a camp for wounded soldiers. He came to a conclusion. It's a morgue. Damien's gaze darkened slightly as he looked straight at him. Curious about his gaze, he asked again, why are you staring at me like that? His face turned cold as if nothing was wrong, and he asked Li Han in return, it's nothing. So what do you plan to do now? He turned his back and walked away from where Damien was standing. First, let's go see Gadin. In a tent, 3 people sat at a table with Li Han in the middle, deep in thought, as if calculating something. In his head, he calculated compared to Earth's history. This place is like the 17th or 18th century. This situation cannot be allowed to continue. He turned and called Gadin. He slowly instructed, first, we need to classify the wounded soldiers and prioritize treatment. Replace the tents with the best kind, and pay more attention to personal hygiene and medical supplies. Gadin replied, yes, sir. Suddenly, the sound of someone entering interrupted him. Military doctor. It was someone from the camp bringing in a very seriously wounded soldier whose face was contorted in agony. Save me. A hurried shout, quick, bring him inside. Gadin asked the person about the soldier's situation while observing his condition. What is the soldier's condition? The person said, 2 arrows in the arm and 1 in the side. Seeing this, he suddenly lamented in his heart. The situation is not good. He deduced, it seems the wound is more than 2 days old. The moldy bandages proved the wound was not properly cared for. He observed the condition of the wounds and thought to himself, the wound itself is not fatal, but the infection is very serious. He lay struggling, gritting his teeth against the waves of pain. At this rate, even those who could be saved will die. Li Han suddenly spoke up. Knight Gadin, what do you think? He came to a conclusion. Surgery is needed immediately. He was startled and turned to look at Gadin, thinking to himself, it was indeed the right choice to bring Knight Gadin, the surgery expert. Although I learned about surgery in my traditional medicine university program, I have no practical experience. He suddenly thought, with Knight Gadin's help, I can overcome my biggest weakness. His face was filled with pain. My range of treatment will be significantly expanded. Gadin turned to leave. Li Han looked after him and asked, can you perform the surgery right now? He replied, seemingly without expression, of course. He went to his tool bag and began to search for his instruments. He took out a short knife. The others, not understanding, asked, what are you taking out? He held up the knife to introduce it to everyone. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. This is a scalpel used to cut skin and muscle in amputation surgeries. He held it up, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. And this is a bone saw. Human bones are very hard, so this tool is needed to complete an amputation as quickly as possible. He raised the knife to take aim and continued. The faster it is, the less pain and blood loss. The other 2 listened to him with expressionless faces. And this is, Li Han asked coldly, what about anesthesia? He asked back doubtfully, anesthesia, what is that? He remembered a certain medicine and then asked again, do you mean a method to relieve the patient's pain? We usually give them strong rum mixed with opium. After drinking that, they will pass out. It's still better than enduring the pain during surgery. He thought with an excited expression that I use vodka instead of rum. It tastes better. All the instruments were placed on a tray. He asked, so what is this surgery? He answered immediately, it's an amputation. I think we should amputate the arm hit by the arrow first. He grabbed Gadin's shoulder and ordered in a low voice, all right, that's enough. Put the instruments away. He asked suspiciously, aren't you going to operate? He said with a mocking expression, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. I can't kill the patient. Gadin was stunned. He approached the patient to check his condition. The wound seems to be infected. The fever is quite high. His physical strength and resistance have surely dropped to their lowest levels. He placed his hand on the wounded soldier's forehead to feel his temperature, that if we operate in this condition, the probability of death is very high. We need to use anesthesia. He suddenly realized the nerve disruption technique I used on Anise. That method can't completely eliminate the pain. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment Kuzma's paralyzing venom. That's too dangerous. The system displayed a notification. Your internal organs hear your worries and show their amusement. The organs argued with each other. The heart spoke first. Surgery, huh? It's just a little pain. Just grit your teeth and bear it. The lungs agreed. Surgery, surgery. The intestines also chimed in. If you can't avoid it, just enjoy it. The liver was not to be outdone. It's okay. It can still be done. The stomach said to Li Han, if you're scared, just scream to feel less scared. What's the point of saving blood? I know that too. The system displayed a reminder. Your internal organs cheer you on and gift you 100 blood. Current blood, 4,900. After thinking for a moment, he decided to press the button. I want to save as much blood as possible, but this is the only viable way. The system's light flashed, leaving him dumbfounded. He thought to himself and saw another notification appear. Could it be? This skill seems overpowered. The system reported, each time you learn a new talent, skill, or knowledge, a new candidate skill may be added to the list. The healing hand skill will help effectively reduce the patient's pain. He suddenly realized this is it. He laughed to himself, making everyone around him wonder, has he gone mad? The surrounding soldiers seemed to see this for the first time and were stunned. He coughed lightly, pretending that nothing had happened. He smiled slyly, preparing to press the confirm button. All right, I choose this skill. The skill information appeared. Skill name, Healing Hand Level 1. Reduces the target's pain by gently massaging their body. Can reduce pain to the level of local anesthesia. The intensity, range, and duration of the anesthesia will increase as the skill level increases. A stream of blue light flashed from his hand. I can induce anesthesia just by massaging? Is this a game hack? He called out, Knight Gadin, I take back what I said earlier. He was suspicious, not understanding his intentions. He turned back, his eyes full of confidence, looked at Gadin, and said with a firm expression, I've found a way to anesthetize him. Prepare for surgery. Gadin's eyes lit up as he received the order, yes. Li Han looked at the person on the table and asked, What's your name? He whispered his reply, D. Off, Corporal Ha. He leaned down and continued enthusiastically, I'm going to treat you now, okay? He trembled and asked back doubtfully, Are you going to cut off my arm? He reassured him, No, don't worry. He panted and said, I'll be fine. He continued, trying to reassure him, I won't cut it off. He spoke again, Sir Military Doctor, I'm an optimist. His face, a mixture of pain and sad resignation. I don't think losing an arm is the end of the world. He lost his patience and shouted, emphasizing once more, I told you I'm not cutting it off. As if in a delirium, he kept rambling, losing an arm is better than losing a leg. Losing an arm just means one hand is inconvenient. He said again, No, I'm not going to treat the arm, but the wound on your side. Ignoring Li Han's words about treating his side, he continued to ramble, like if you lose a leg, you have to use crutches. Both hands become inconvenient. My dream was to become a violinist, even though I can't play the violin anymore. He didn't know what to say to calm him down. Honestly, with sad eyes and tears welling up, he felt pain in his heart, but his mouth still made excuses. As you can see, I'm an optimist. He glared a warning. Now, be quiet before I cut out your tongue. His whole body began to tremble. He said hesitantly to Gadin, I will now begin the anesthesia. He thoughtfully placed his hand on the soldier's abdomen, saying softly with a slightly embarrassed expression, Hand. His singing voice rang out, Healing, healing hand. It made everyone look at him, stunned and suspicious. Healing hand, hand. The gentle singing, Ihi-A, seemed to cause the wounded soldier immense pain. The system appeared. Skill name, Healing Hand Level 1. Activation condition. Must accurately and continuously recite the incantation, Healing hand, in the correct rhythm. He sang the verses with great confidence, Hand. In his heart, he secretly praised himself. My voice is pretty good today. Suddenly a red sign appeared. Lack of sincerity in the lyrics. Healing Hand Level 1 activation failed. He cursed silently in anger, this bunch of organs. Zakiel gritted his teeth in annoyance as the organs in his body urged him. Sing now, sing. A karaoke screen appeared before his eyes. Zakiel sang with feeling, My hand is a healing hand. My hand is a healing hand. He immersed himself in the melody of the song. My hand is a healing hand. Gadin, at his side, covered his mouth in shock. The others were speechless, watching Ezekiel sing while placing his hand on the wounded soldier. My hand is a healing hand. The system announced, Healing Hand Level 1 activated. The patient's pain has been reduced. The wounded soldier was surprised and lifted his head to look at his abdomen. That spot doesn't hurt anymore. While singing, Ezekiel asked, My hand is a healing hand. How is your painful spot? The wounded soldier replied, It still aches a little, but it doesn't hurt anymore. What just happened? He was overjoyed. There's always a way. My hand is a healing hand. To maintain the anesthetic effect, Ezekiel had to keep singing. My hand is a hand, a healing one. All right, now let's see if the anesthesia works. He slapped the soldier's bandaged abdomen and asked, Do you feel anything? He replied, It doesn't hurt at all. Ezekiel thought happily. It worked. This skill is pretty useful. He began to give orders. Gadin, the anesthesia is complete. Let's start the surgery. First, let's clean and suture the wound. We'll start with the wound on the side. He replied, Understood, young master. After a while, the surgery was completed. The dirty bandages had been replaced, and the surgical instruments were neatly arranged on the table. Gadin reported, Young master, the wound on the side has been treated. The arrow has also been removed. Ezekiel continued to direct. Now, let's treat his arm. The wounded soldier looked at the two of them and asked hesitantly, Do we really not need to amputate it? His face was pale with worry. The soldier thought to himself, Even though the pain has subsided, the anxiety has not. He continued to sing and place his hand to anesthetize the soldier. My hand is a healing hand. First, we have to treat your wound. Don't worry. We won't amputate anything of yours. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification that slightly surprised Ezekiel. He read the content while lifting the soldier's arm. Notification, Skill, Healing Hand Level 2. Pain reduction in anesthetized areas increased by 20%. Anesthetic level, range, and effectiveness will increase based on skill level. Immediately after, Ezekiel pinched hard next to the wound. The soldier had no reaction, just a confused look. He thought to himself, even if I press harder on the wound, he still doesn't react. The skill's effect is really impressive. After the test, Ezekiel turned to Gadin and said, Begin. He nodded to show he understood. He held the suture thread in his hand, skillfully pulling out a sufficient length. Then he used scissors to cut the thread. He raised his hand, holding the surgical knife. His technique was swift, his concentration intense. Seeing this, Ezekiel silently praised. His skill is truly extraordinary. Watching him arrange the instruments in perfect order, he commented, Compared to my modern medical knowledge, he is truly an exception. Ezekiel acknowledged his talent and paid attention to his suturing technique. Surgery is his specialty. Isn't that a vertical mattress suture technique? He looked at Gadin in amazement and silently came to a conclusion. No wonder he became the royal family's personal physician at such a young age. Out loud, he continued to sing to maintain the anesthetic effect. My hand is a healing hand. Behind them, a red-haired soldier asked the one standing and observing beside him, Did you see that? The blonde soldier replied, Yeah, I saw it. The red-haired soldier asked, That guy, can he really make someone's pain disappear with his bare hands? The blonde soldier replied, It seems so. Looking at the soldier being treated on the sickbed, the two discussed, even with a needle piercing through his body, that guy doesn't feel any pain. Is this possible? This fat military doctor, could he be a miracle medic? Before them was one person singing and another seriously performing surgery. In a medical tent, medicine bottles were neatly arranged. The surgery was complete, the dirty bandages had been removed and disposed of, and the instruments were placed back on the table. Ezekiel asked the wounded soldier, It wasn't as bad as you thought, was it? He replied, Yes. Is the surgery over already? He advised, Don't relax just yet. The real treatment process is just beginning. Ezekiel told him, In 2 days, when the supplies arrive, I will cook medicine for you. Remember to drink it all, understand? He replied, Yes, but he was confused. Why is the doctor being so good to me? I'm just a crippled soldier who can no longer go to the battlefield. And my living until now is a waste of their food. Everyone has always treated me like that. He shook his head. You don't understand? Ezekiel put his hands on his hips and preached. Do you need a reason to save someone's life? You are a wounded soldier, and I'm a military doctor. I have to treat the soldiers. That's all there is to it. Is there any other reason needed? Off shed tears of happiness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seeing the other person happy, Ezekiel was also happy. I just said that to earn more points, but it seems to have worked. The two soldiers behind them were also crying with emotion. The song is so cheesy, but somehow it's so cool. He waved his hand. Don't think too much. Get some rest. The soldiers were still wiping their tears. So touching. Ezekiel opened the medical tent flap and stepped outside. The system announced, "Your internal organs are praising you." The group of organs praised, "Our body is truly amazing." The sky gradually darkened. Another notification appeared. Dioff and the surrounding soldiers are moved and surprised by your words. Night fell. The camp was dimly lit by torches. The notification board appeared. Whether your status changes or not is not important. Now your story will spread throughout the wounded soldiers' camp like a heartwarming Ezekiel fairy tale. You will be regarded by everyone in the camp as a deity. Soldiers lined up in front of the medical tent, waiting for their turn to be treated. The system announced, "Above all, the way you strive to treat the soldiers on the battlefield will give you a solid status in medical history." Severely wounded soldiers were continuously brought in. You receive 5,000 blood as a reward for achieving a significant medical and social status. Current blood. 5,400.2 days later, I had completely treated the critical soldiers with Gadon. Ezekiel's eyes shone as he looked at the system, and thanks to the admiration of the soldiers in the camp, my mythical points have reached 98. The system announced, "The healing hand skill has reached level 3, allowing for anesthesia of the brachial plexus, commonly used to anesthetize the hand and shoulder during surgery." Seeing this, Ezekiel was overjoyed, anesthetizing the spinal nerves. "This is insane." He excitedly sang while applying anesthesia, "My hand is a healing hand." Ezekiel concluded, "Now I can anesthetize an entire arm." In modern times, a tube of ointment or antibiotics would be enough for these wounds. But in this era, untreated infections have caused patients to have their arms amputated. At this moment, the two were treating a soldier with an infected wound on his leg. Gadon said, "Young master, if we don't amputate, the wound will begin to rot." He affirmed, "No, that won't happen." Ezekiel analyzed the situation. To prevent these soldiers from losing limbs due to cellulitis, we need to prevent infection and spread the correct treatment method. As he spoke, he sang while directing Gadon, "My hand is a healing hand. I have a plan. First, let's clean and close the wound." A thought popped into Ezekiel's head. At that moment, I suddenly remembered a special method and cure of the elves that appeared near the end of this Ezekiel story. He replied and picked up his tools to work. Understood. He was still lost in his idea. By applying their method, I was able to create an antibiotic. After finishing the treatment, Ezekiel exited the medical tent and called Gadon, "Damien, let's go talk for a moment." He spoke up, "First, Knight Gadon." Ezekiel crossed his arms. "While I'm away, I need someone to improve the situation in the camp. Replace all the tents, beds, and clothes of the wounded soldiers with new ones." He replied slowly, "Understood. But what do you mean you'll be away, sir?" He turned his head and smiled brightly. "I'll be away for a while, and Damien will come with me." He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What about me?" In a gloomy, fog-shrouded forest, with 6 knights of the kingdom and a guide, we entered the woods. Along the way, Ezekiel asked the guide, "Your name is Timap, right?" He replied, "Yes, my hometown is nearby, so I'm very familiar with this area. I will lead you by the shortest routes." Damien didn't fully trust his master. He asked, "Are you sure you know the way?" Ezekiel was displeased. "Oh, come on. I read it in a book." He asked, "What book?" He answered carelessly, "Who remembers? Do you remember the title of every book you've ever read?" Damien didn't ask anymore. "Fine, all right." He glanced at Ezekiel, thinking to himself, the young master is a bit strange sometimes. Damien spoke up as a reminder, "Young master, I think we're going too deep into the forest." In the forest, the group continued to press forward. He expressed his concern. "It's very easy to encounter monsters here, and in such a remote area, we might even accidentally wander into the territory of the Apollos." Ezekiel replied without concern, that's true." He saw a strange creature on a tree and wondered, "What is this?" Someone spoke up, "Wait, don't tell me we're actually heading to an Apollo's nest." The people in front hesitated slightly. Ezekiel waved his hand. Everyone calmed down. What Apollo's nest? They were terrified, their hair standing on end as they listened to Ezekiel's casual words. It's true that in an isolated area like this, we could easily enter their territory. But you all know, right? Everyone perked up their ears to listen to him. s long. As we don't provoke them first, the Apollos are completely harmless. Zachiel crossed his arms dismissively. Isn't that common knowledge? The platinum-haired knight breathed a sigh of relief and thought, that's right, no one would be crazy enough to provoke them. The blue-haired knight thought, he is truly wise. Timap the guide let out a breath and thought, phew, I almost had a heart attack thinking he was leading us straight to the Apollos. Then, Zachiel's next sentence caught everyone's attention again, so we won't provoke them. He crossed his arms, cheerfully announcing something that made even Damien pause for about 2 seconds. Instead, we're just going to kidnap their queen. It was like a clap of thunder to their ears. Everyone was in despair. That's the same thing. Inside the body, the heart spoke up. Isn't that just common sense? It crossed its arms. Right or wrong, am I wrong? Oomph. The rest of the organs shouted in unison. Right. It said clearly, therefore, we will kidnap without causing injury. The surrounding organs trembled, holding back their laughter. They couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Wow, look at the way that old man trains others. The heart also choked with laughter. This guy, he was deliberately silent the whole way here, and only now does he reveal it. What a jerk. The system indicated. Your internal organs condemn your personality and generously gift you 100 blood as if feeding a cake to an enemy. Current blood, 5,500. Zachiel waved his hand dismissively, thinking, what do you want? He turned to look at the group following him and silently analyzed. If I had told you beforehand, you would have refused to come or demanded to return to the camp. Seeing everyone's apprehensive reaction, Zachiel thought, that reaction is natural, but I absolutely must obtain the queen larva. That thing is crucial for saving the warriors' lives without them becoming crippled, because the fluid secreted by the queen larva has extremely strong antibiotic properties. If I can just extract that fluid, I can save countless wounded soldiers in the camp from infection, and I won't have to amputate their limbs anymore. Someone stepped forward to stop him. Wait, Zachiel turned to look at the frightened, hesitant group. What's wrong with everyone? What is it? Is there a problem? Damien stepped forward. Of course there's a problem. Do you know that even though Apollos are docile, they are still very powerful monsters? He replied calmly, yeah, of course. He continued, no matter how docile the Apollos are, do you know how ferocious they become when their nest or larvae are threatened? Zachiel replied calmly, yeah. Damien's face darkened, but he continued to ask, so you also know how dangerous it is to kidnap the queen larva, right? But the answer was the same. He replied nonchalantly, yeah. He looked like he wanted to draw his sword as he questioned angrily. And you're still doing it? He warily eyed the sword and replied, well, I want to. Damien sighed. I know you sometimes do unbelievably reckless things. I've witnessed it many times. Then he flew into a rage, his voice low, but this time is different. You've crossed the line. Zachiel asked innocently, crossed the line? Me? He replied in annoyance, yes. Who are you going to assign the task of kidnapping the queen? Larva 2. In the middle of the forest, Damien's voice echoed. Whoever takes that mission will surely be brutally attacked by the entire swarm of Apollos. Are you planning to assign this mission to one of us? Zachiel replied, that's right. He asked without any restraint, are you insane? He remained nonchalant, yeah. The knights following them looked at each other in fear, whispering, not me, right? Could it be me? A thought flashed through Damien's mind, don't tell me. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked directly, are you planning to do that crazy thing yourself? Zachiel turned and smiled, of course not. You do it. He gritted his teeth in indignation. What? Me? He smiled. It's okay, you won't get hurt, you won't die. I have a way to do it safely. Don't worry. He was frustrated. Safely? Easy for you to say. Zachiel called out to summon a beast, Spiky Tail. A hedgehog appeared at Spiky Tail. Damien asked Spiky Tail. Holding Spiky Tail in his hand, he said confidently, let me tell you my plan. According to the plan, Damien had to approach when he found the Apollo's nest. Zachiel continued, hit the side of the nest hard. The Apollos will get angry, right? When Damien attacked, the swarm of Apollos appeared. Next step, at that moment, Spiky Tail will eat a red sunflower seed and become huge. Damien was counterattacked. Send Spiky Tail in a battle. He instructed, you just need to hide under Spiky Tail. Spiky Tail spines are very hard. The Apollos won't be able to pierce them. The giant Spiky Tail stretched the Apollo's skin. Zachiel was proud of his plan. While you and Spiky Tail hold them off, I'll sneak into the nest and kidnap the queen larva. Spiky Tail gave a thumbs up. Damien analyzed seriously, but even if we successfully kidnap the queen larva, those persistent Apollos won't let me and Sir Spiky Tail go. Zakiel nodded in agreement. That's right. They will never give up unless their nest is on fire. He paused for a moment. On fire? He waved his hand and walked ahead. You understand now, right? Let's move out. Behind him, Damien's displeasure was obvious. He thought to himself, you truly are a villain. He spoke up. On fire? I understand the plan. Damien's face darkened as he hesitated. Such a dangerous place. As if understanding him, he shouted, I'll pay you an extra bonus. So just be quiet. Hearing this, Damien turned to look at Zakiel and smiled faintly. He also glanced at him and smiled. The knights following them whispered to each other. One said, anyway, he's the crown prince of Magentano, so he probably won't do anything too crazy, right? The other wasn't so sure, probably. The map team's guide glanced worriedly at Zakiel behind them, thinking, I heard that military doctor can perform miracles, so if we get injured from behind. Damien counted on his fingers, but a pay raise. He ignored it. Forget it. The guide thought he could use that miracle to save us, right? In the gloomy sky, birds spread their wings and flew away amidst the worried thoughts. Is that why we came to the Apollo's nest? The wind rustled. The group entered a field of grass that was nearly waist-high. As planned, Damien walked in front. He pushed aside the grass in front of him with his hand and looked ahead. Forward, the great Apollo's nest. It was a giant golden hive that covered the sky. The worker bees were flying out to collect pollen. Flowers. Looking at the entrance ahead, Damien scratched his head. Looking at the little spiky tail trembling on his shoulder, he thought the special bonus alone isn't enough. Zakiel's group hid behind, looking at the hive in front of them. The others turned pale, while he whispered in awe, it's even bigger than I thought. Smelling the scent of wildflowers on himself, Zakiel felt lucky. If I hadn't disguised myself with the scent of wildflowers, I would have been discovered for sure. Looking at the Apollos flying around, Zakiel also frowned slightly, but they're so big. Suppressing the tension in his heart, he became serious. I must observe their movements carefully and deliver a fatal blow. Damien, I'm entrusting the little spiky tail to you. Suddenly, there was a whirring sound of wings overhead. Zakiel frantically dropped to the ground, hiding himself in the grass. What's going on? The Apollos swarm, like a disturbed hive. Rushed out, he crawled to where Damien was hiding. Seeing Zakiel approach, the frightened little spiky tail ran back to Zakiel's shoulder. He turned his head and asked, what happened? He asked worriedly, could it be that you didn't conceal your presence well enough and got discovered? Damien replied, unhappily, I concealed my presence perfectly. Anyway, what do we do now? Zakiel threw a small stone at him. What do you mean, what do we do? Just hit them once and run. He could only endure his frustration for the sake of money. Damien slowly stood up, thinking to himself, it has come to this, so I must use the skill I have painstakingly trained. Purple mana lit up, flowing throughout his body. He drew his sword and stepped forward majestically. Zakiel was startled and broke into a cold sweat watching him. He thought, that bastard, why is his mana like that? It's too fierce. If the mana flows backward, it will be very dangerous. He immediately crawled over and called out, hey, Damien, don't, Damien. He couldn't hear. The fierce mana coursing through his body made the veins on his body bulge, looking quite frightening. When the veins on his face reached the corners of his eyes, he swung his sword straight up at the sky. Zakiel shouted, hey, but a loud noise from the sky made both Zakiel and him freeze. Both of them looked up at the sky, startled. A swarm of large insects was diving down. He exclaimed, what the hell? Looking at the ferocious swarm that resembled wasps, Zakiel was speechless. What are they? They're even bigger than the arrows. These wasps dived down to attack the arrows, their sharp stingers piercing through the bodies of these small honeybees. A scene of slaughter like this unfolded across the sky. Zakiel and Damien stared up at the sky, stunned. He didn't understand why they were fighting each other. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught their attention. A giant wasp was charging towards them. Zakiel and Damien were both completely stunned, standing frozen with their eyes wide open. He wondered with some doubt, what's that sound, like a helicopter? A giant Vesperos beetle, its eyes filled with rage, as if it had been starving for days, craving food, suddenly rushed towards the two of them. It flew straight at them, aiming for the two, but luckily they dodged in time, so it bit into a young Eros instead. Damien pushed Ezekiel down, shielding and protecting him. Having just dodged, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, damn it, that was a close call. Seeing it bite the young Eros to death, he continued his train of thought. That's not hunting, it's a massacre. It released a deep bite that would terrify anyone. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped it and a loud explosion erupted. The bees swarmed chaotically, blackening the sky. Surprised by this, Ezekiel turned back and asked Timap, "What is that? It's even bigger than the Eros." "That's a Vesperos." It was only then that he realized. Vesperos. Timap immediately explained to him that it's a species of wasp-like monster. Their main food source is the Eros. One Vesperos can easily kill hundreds of Eros, but the problem is. He lowered his head, stood up, and at the same time called out to everyone, "Everyone get up quickly." Timap asked him doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Ezekiel said slowly to everyone, "We've been discovered." Timap was surprised, "Huh?" Giant Vesperos appeared, and everyone screamed in fear. "We've been discovered." The large Vesperos charged towards everyone, causing them all to scatter and run. He shouted loudly, calling for everyone, "Run quickly." Everyone tried to run for their lives. Ezekiel shouted as he ran, "Damien." He ran right beside him and immediately acknowledged the order. "Your Highness, young master." With tears welling up in his eyes, he hurriedly asked while running, "What do we do now? Can we escape?" Damien shouted in a resentful tone, "I told you, why do we have to come to this place and cause this mess?" He gave a very legitimate reason. "I have to capture the queen larva to treat the wounded soldiers." He shouted his heart out, "I can't just leave them to die." The system displayed, skill name, verbal medicine sales, level 10. In the deep forest, everyone ran as fast as they could to save their own lives. Damien thought for a moment and came up with a plan. "I have to buy some time." He turned around. A purple light flashed. Damien slashed his sword forward. He then immediately changed direction and chased after the others. Ezekiel, who was behind, was very surprised to see this, but kept running. He pointed to the boulder in front of them. "Everyone hide behind that boulder." Everyone managed to climb over. Even Ezekiel with his chubby figure managed to get over the boulder with Timap's help. After getting behind the boulder, he collapsed, panting heavily. On the ground, Timap, tired and out of breath, said to Ezekiel, "Military doctor, there's a problem I haven't told you about." He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" Timap hesitantly continued, "Vesperos have a habit of cleaning up their surroundings after hunting and slaughtering." He asked again, "Cleaning up?" He confirmed again, "Yes, they will gather the Eros corpses in one place." He continued to explain, and in the process, they will search for and kill any surviving or hiding Eros. After they finish hunting and slaughtering, they will scour this entire area and leave no one behind, including us, of course. After hearing those words, he immediately thought of a way to deal with them. That means we have to run as far as possible, as fast as possible. Looking at the bloodthirsty Vesperos, he thought to himself, "We have to run anyway, but what about my queen larva?" The Vesperos are attacking the Eros nest. He immediately thought, that nest is done for. No one can survive, not even the queen larva. Ezekiel, a little tense, stared ahead with wide eyes, thinking about this. There's no way to get the queen larva here. The Vesperos rushed towards him, but luckily, thanks to Damien and Timap, he ducked behind the boulder. The three of them tried not to make a sound. The Vesperos stopped to scout the surroundings. They discovered that there were people hiding behind the large boulder in front of them. A leg was raised and slammed straight down on the boulder. It caused the boulder to break in two, and everyone scrambled away from it in a panic. Damien drew his sword, but his voice was still full of worry as he turned back to ask him, "Your Highness, young master, are you all right?" He turned his head and shouted, "Humph." Damien suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed his collar from behind. Using great force, he threw him far away, then turned back to fight the Vesperos. The long throw sent Ezekiel to a safe spot in the forest. He hugged a tree trunk, his heart full of resentment for Damien. "In the tomb you kicked me, now you throw me away." Ezekiel resentfully thought to himself with malice, "You just wait, Damien, you're getting a month's salary deducted." Down below, he saw something strange and looked down suspiciously. And seeing Timap, he immediately asked, "Hey, Timap, how do you run so fast?" He caught it with his head and explained, "I used to live in the forest, so I run very fast." Seeing this, Ezekiel asked further, "Where are Damien and the new Ango Knights?" He pointed to the distance where Damien and the others were fighting the Vesperos and said, "They're over there." Meanwhile, Damien was facing a Vesperos head-on. He slashed once, and it attacked back with its pincer. He raised his sword to block the blow, then gathered his strength and slashed again. The Vesperos was thrown back, creating a loud explosion. It was still tenacious. The sound of weapons clashing was sharp. The weaker bee was knocked away. Carried on Timap's shoulders, he asked, "How do they find us so easily?" He, burdened by his weight, replied heavily, "It seems to be because of the smell of pollen, petals, and tree sap." The two of them hid behind a tree trunk and peeked out to assess the situation. He thought to himself, "The method I used to reduce the Eros' hostility. It made the Vesperos mistake us for Eros." Seeing this, he spoke up and asked, "What do we do now?" Ezekiel thought, "Fight? Impossible." Even if Damien and the knights gave it their all, they could only hold off about 10 of them. Meanwhile, everyone was on the defensive, while Damien was knocked far away. He told himself, think carefully. Then he suddenly realized, "I've got it." Ezekiel saw the bag Timap was wearing and asked, "Let me borrow your bag for a moment." He rummaged through the bag and found a flask. Timap, next to him, also watched with suspicion. Suddenly he spoke up, "Found it." He looked at the flask in Ezekiel's hand and asked, "A water flask? What are you going to do with it?" He held it up and answered, "This." He opened the cap of the flask. "It's strong liquor I brought for temporary disinfection." Ezekiel excitedly took a powerful stance, aiming straight at the Vesperos swarm to throw it. "Your wasps? You must like alcohol too." Ezekiel threw it with great force towards them and shouted, "Please, like it." The flask shattered, and the liquor inside spilled out. He suddenly thought, the difference between honeybees and wasps is the liquor splashed everywhere. Everyone was stunned, as the Vesperos were immediately attracted. Honeybees hate alcohol, but wasps love it. The struggling troop suddenly saw the swarm turn and change its target. Damien, who was fighting, stopped and thought. They suddenly stopped attacking. Why? They all flew towards the liquor, fighting over it, to enjoy it. Ezekiel and Timap were absolutely thrilled, happily looking at the result. The soldiers who came to him all offered advice. "Military doctor, this is our last chance. We have to run." "That's right, we have to run right now." He immediately denied it. "No, if we run now, we will all die." Hearing that, Timap turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" He affirmed with certainty that it was the truth. Timap asked him, "Right now, they're attracted to the smell of the liquor in the flask we threw. So can we take this chance to escape?" Ezekiel turned and explained to everyone, "With such a small amount of liquor, the smell will disappear quickly. Are you confident you can run to a safe place in such a short time?" He asked hesitantly, "Then what should we do?" He answered very coldly, "Start a fire." Timap took out a torch. Damien heard them talking and didn't know how to react. Timap, hearing this, seemed to disagree. "Huh? What if the elves scold us?" Ezekiel urged, "There's no time. Hurry up." He obeyed, yes. Damien sighed in resignation. "You must have a plan." The torches were lit, and he asked everyone, "Are you ready?" He reported to Ezekiel, "Yes, I've soaked the torches in oil and lit them." His eyes filled with determination as he ordered, "Throw them." The fire erupted in the forest. The fire blazed fiercely throughout the forest. The wasps were startled. They seemed to have no way to escape. The whole swarm gathered and flew away quickly. They discovered that the Ephyros were all being burned by the fire. Burned black. When they flew down to check the situation, they were immediately engulfed by the spreading flames. Ezekiel urgently shouted to everyone, "If you don't want to be burned alive, run quick." Oh, why? Everyone ran out of the blazing forest. As Ezekiel ran, he thought, "Although I've burned the Vesperos, my lungs are about to burn too." Suddenly, he tripped on a stone and fell flat on the ground. Timap shouted, "TSK." He waited for the choking Ezekiel to get up and asked, "Military doctor, are you all right?" A notification appeared. "Your internal organs sense grave danger and worry about the possibility of your life ending. They cheer you on and grant you 500 health. Current health, 6,000. He seemed not to hear anything around him. "Military doctor, military doctor, military doctor, military doctor. Young master." Ezekiel realized, I'm lacking oxygen. Damien, beside him, reminded him, "Young master, if you faint here, you will die. Snap out of it." Ezekiel bent over, panting, I know." Damien raised his hands to take off his cloak and said clearly, "Let me carry you." He lifted Ezekiel onto his back, using the cloak as a strap to tie him securely to his back. Ezekiel, on his back, felt a bit embarrassed. The soldiers behind whispered to each other, "Is it okay to treat the crown prince like that? I don't know." Either. He tiredly instructed him, Damien, as long as we get out of here, we'll be safe. He obeyed and replied, yes, young master. As they were walking, they were suddenly stopped by a loud crash in front of them, blocking their path. A large Vesperos appeared, its eyes full of rage, and it let out a loud cry. Timap, terrified, clutched his head and screamed. The Vesperos queen were dead for sure. Ezekiel turned to see this and asked, what, the queen? His eyes widened as he called out, I, Damien. Ezekiel thought to himself, why is he so tense and scared? Seeing Damien's expression, he thought, I've never seen him like this. What should I do? Damien is our sharpest sword and our strongest shield. As the Vesperos prepared to charge at everyone, if Damien is scared, we're doomed. Ezekiel made a decision. I have to help him calm down. I have to check his chi and blood flow and use acupuncture to relieve his stress. Ezekiel wriggled on his back. Damien's expression filled with curiosity. The system displayed a notification, Auxiliary Feature 1, Bone Acupuncture Points. The system confirmed, searching for a lockable target. Target locked. The system has locked onto the target, the Wasp Queen in front. Target locked. He was stunned. Huh? What? It locked onto it? Ezekiel suddenly realized, because I'm being carried by Damien, the thing that appears before my eyes is it. He immediately thought, insects are living creatures too, so they also have acupuncture points. If I can see the Vesperos Queen's chi and blood flow like I did with the Bull Demon King, then not only can I survive, but I can also make wasp wine. His eyes lit up with the discovery. I see it. Ezekiel saw everything inside the Vesperos Queen's body. I can see everything from the flow of the main meridians to the location of the acupuncture points. He smiled smugly. Ezekiel put on a cute, wheedling act. Damien, I have a great idea. He turned back angrily and said, how can you joke in a situation like this? What great idea. He requested of Damien, from now on, you must follow all my instructions. When I say walk, you walk. When I say run, you run. Whether to attack or defend, you must listen to me. He asked doubtfully, not understanding, what do you mean? Ezekiel answered firmly, if you want to live, do as I say. I will predict its movements and guide you. Damien asked curiously, guide me? Its movements? He asked again urgently, but how? He suddenly shouted, get down. The Wasp Queen charged and flew past. Everyone immediately ducked and dodged it. Ezekiel saw it gathering momentum and said loudly, it's coming again. Stay in a crouch position and take 5 steps. Forward. It charged straight towards where they had been standing, but thanks to his words, everyone dodged it. Ezekiel was stunned and thought, well, what? Timap was crying, save me. The wasp looked at them coldly. The queen wasp flew high up again. He ordered the soldiers, you all fall back. Damien, and I will handle this. Yes, military doctor. Ezekiel pointed at it and called, go, Damien. He remained silent. Ezekiel continued, do as I say. Damien's feet moved. The wasp charged thunderously, but with the instructions, they were lucky. Enough to dodge. Front right, roll towards the 2 o'clock position, into the gap between its left front leg and middle leg. He raised his sword, following his words. Ezekiel shouted directions, jumped forward. Every word was like a bet on their lives. Ezekiel shouted loudly, jump high. He shouted with all his might, his voice echoing through the area. Turn clockwise and slash horizontally from the middle upwards. With a loud bang, the queen wasp's large pincer fell off. The soldiers hiding behind the trees talked to each other. It seems we don't need to interfere. He's doing so well. If we interfere, we'll just get in the way. Timap, as if he couldn't believe what was happening, nodded in agreement with the soldiers' words. The enraged Vesperos Queen attacked. He slashed at it, rolled to one side, and then Damien's eyes were filled with killing intent as he slashed, making Ezekiel on his back a little tired. Ezekiel continued to give instructions. No need to imitate me. Focus. Ezekiel guided him, and he followed every instruction. Avoid its antennae and take 2 steps to the right. Knock it upwards. Use the back of the sword to push it to the left. He shouted, jump up. Damien, carrying him, jumped up as well. He executed moves according to Ezekiel's instructions. The wasp, though powerful, hadn't hit them once. Land on its back and stabbed down at the base of its left hind wing, turned the sword vertically. Damien moved very fast. He shouted loudly, its wing is coming from the right, dodge and step on it. The 2 of them jumped off its back. Ezekiel was a little dizzy but still said, "Behind, land on the tree." He leaped high with agile movements. Only Ezekiel was spinning in fear. The two landed successfully. Damien was surprised and said to him, "Your Highness, can you really see all its movements? But with this type of attack, we won't be able to finish it." Ezekiel immediately replied, "It's working." Seeing the Vesperos holding still, he counted, "Get ready, one." It charged at him. Dammy jumped onto a branch, fell, and continued the rhythm, counting 2. And the last second was when it attacked. They quickly jumped and successfully dodged, counting the beat. He swung himself up onto the branch. "We have about 3 seconds, wait," he shouted, and Damon coordinated, letting go of the branch. "Now is the time." He landed heavily and thrust his sword into it. A flash of power erupted as the wasp took a direct hit. Everyone around was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. After it was done, he asked Damien, "Is it over?" It appeared again, "Not yet." Seeing this, Ezekiel said, "Dodge again and find a chance to attack." He replied, "Yes, did I hear you wrong?" He continued, "Don't move yet, just wait." The queen wasp's eyes glowed with killing intent. The enraged Vesperos queen slammed its pincers on the ground. Damien asked impatiently, "How long do we have to wait?" Ezekiel reassured him, "Just a little longer." His face full of excitement, he grabbed Damien's hair on both sides and shouted, "Now is the time. Act now. Come on, Vesperos queen, come here." The wasp queen charged, and he immediately gave the instruction, half a hand span below the left compound eye. He gripped his sword tightly, following his words. He threw the sword straight at its position. The sword plunged straight into its weak spot. It screamed in pain as Ezekiel still held on tightly to Damien's hair. Its eyes grew dim and then closed. Its large body collapsed. Ezekiel, overjoyed, exclaimed at the victory. Damien was speechless. Seeing the queen wasp lying there trembling, Ezekiel thought, just like a mosquito that's been sprayed with insecticide. He used his special sight to look. "Let's see." Ezekiel scanned its body parts, the leg joints, the lower part, and abdomen, the final point below the compound eye. If compared to a human, those would be the main acupuncture points on the conception and governor vessels. He thought to himself, "I'm not 100% sure, but this is the most viable method." Damien saw the queen wasp trembling and asked what's happening to it. He immediately answered, "It's probably because I accurately attacked its weak points." Seeing this, he said, "So you saw through its weaknesses from the beginning?" Ezekiel said proudly, "Of course." Damien wondered and asked again, "But how did you know those weak points?" He made an excuse to hide the truth. "I just saw it by looking. I thought hitting it there would cause it pain." Ezekiel continued excitedly, "No, I saw it. Didn't you see it?" He teased Damien, "A swordsman, you didn't see it. How strange. I don't understand. Try harder, try harder." The queen wasp's entire body trembled, and the fire from the forest gradually spread closer. The young Vesperos that survived the fire flew high above. They were all stunned to see their queen was no longer moving. Then they hurriedly surrounded the queen wasp's corpse. They suddenly turned in unison to look at the one who caused this. Damien was on guard, stunned. They rushed towards them as if to avenge their queen. A terrified scream, "Military doctor." But unexpectedly, they flew right through where the two were standing. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. They're rushing towards the queen's burning corpse, burning and biting its corpse. Because of this, they were also engulfed by the spreading fire. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Timap stepped forward and exclaimed, "Monsters are truly terrifying." Suddenly, raindrops began to fall on Ezekiel's head. Everyone shouted in unison, "It's raining. We're alive. We're alive. We escaped. What a relief." Ezekiel held out his hand to catch the raindrops, suddenly thinking, "Although I saved my life, this is a disaster. What's the use of catching the Vesperos queen when I can't get the female larva of the Ophrys queen?" His expression was pensive. "I was planning to kidnap the queen larva, then use the antibiotic substance to treat the wounded and get a ton of bonus lifespan points." Ezekiel suddenly turned around. Damien was also a bit surprised, not knowing what was going on, while everyone else was happy. "I've wasted too much time looking for a new nest. If I delay any longer, the wounded soldiers will die." He called out to him, "Damien, let's go to their nest." Arriving at their nest, the fire had burned everything. The corpses of the Ophrys were scattered around as everyone gradually moved deeper inside. Inside their nest, he and Damien were very cautious. The inside of the nest was filled with Ofra's corpses everywhere. It was strange that their corpses were all dismembered. Everyone continued to move forward. Damien assessed the surroundings and said to Ezekiel, "It seems they're all dead. Maybe we should go back." He turned to look at him and said in a firm voice, "Since we've come all this way, we should get something out of it." He asked curiously, "You mean salvage something?" He turned his head back to look inside and said, "Isn't there still honey?" Damien was full of resentment. This devil, to think of that in a situation like this. Corpses were scattered in every nook and cranny, honey dripping from above onto the corpses. When they reached the Ofra's queen's chamber, they discovered that it was already dead. Ezekiel said, frustrated and confused, "It's ruined. Everything is ruined." He agreed, "It seems so." He continued, "We gained nothing." He didn't know what to do, feeling dejected and tired, when he suddenly heard a sound. Ezekiel looked around again, then patted Damien's shoulder and said, "It seems something is still alive, young master." He volunteered to go first. "Let me go check first." He walked slowly, step by step, as if scouting, with him following behind. Damien seemed to see something, that is. He immediately asked, What is it?" Ezekiel suddenly noticed it was the Ofra's queen. It lay trembling, seemingly on the verge of death. Everyone immediately went over. Damien moved forward. Everyone trusted him. He drew his sword. He used the sword to touch it to check if it was still alive. Damien sheathed his sword, turned back, and said to everyone, "It's definitely dead." Seeing this, Ezekiel ordered, "There's movement in its torso. Damien, help me push its abdomen out." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, young master." He immediately shouted hurriedly, "It might be something expensive and precious. Push harder, Damien." He agreed, yes. A light flashed from below, and it shot high into the air. He shouted in astonishment. Something came out. Damien, worried, gripped the hilt of his sword. "Be careful, young master." A small, adorable Ofra emerged and flew into the air. It chirped, leaving him and Damien stunned. Ezekiel was about to speak. "Isn't that?" It flew up and fell right on his face. Damien called out worriedly, "Young master." He raised his hand to grab it, holding it up and looking at it with a suspicious gaze. Its sparkling, adorable eyes looked at him. Ezekiel then asked, This is the queen Ofra's larva, right?" It seemed to be answering. Ezekiel thought to himself, "It looks like a banana cake." He looked at it closely with doubt. Really, it chirped as if in agreement. Damien saw this and offered his opinion. "It's a monster after all. How about we just knock it out?" It suddenly chirped in protest. Seeing this, he thought, "What's this? Can it understand human language?" It made a pitiful sound, as if to say, "Are you going to hit me?" Ezekiel then realized it understands. Ezekiel joyfully shouted, Do you understand what I'm saying?" Left, it turned left. Right, it immediately turned right. He lifted it high and shouted with joy, "It's real. It's the queen larva." It also chirped in agreement. He thought to himself, "Anyway, we've got the queen larva, so it's a success." Ezekiel, with an extremely happy expression, hugged it tightly. Now that I think about it, the demon sword emperor mentioned that the Ofra's queen and its larva can communicate with elves. Could it be that they have high intelligence? It shyly spoke to Ezekiel, leaving him stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Can it really communicate like with Spiky Tail? Ezekiel then asked it, "So your mother is strange?" It answered immediately. Ezekiel understood and continued, "What? After fighting with it, your mother fell asleep." He looked towards the Queen Vesperose bug lying next to the Queen Ofra and asked, "Is this the you were talking about?" The little one answered. Only then did he realize they fought each other and both died, leaving only this little one. Ezekiel understood its heart's desire and asked, "Yes, you want your mother to wake up soon." He then made up an excuse to tell it. "Your mother said she's tired from fighting that big, evil guy, so she needs to sleep more." The little bug agreed. Then he patted its head. "Stay with me until your mother wakes up." It happily agreed. After saying that, he thought to himself, lying like this is a bit. But since the Ofra swarm has been wiped out, this little one, if left here, will surely die. The little one seems very happy. Wanting to leave, he lied to it. "If we keep talking here, it will be hard for your mother to sleep, so let's go out and play." The little one agreed. Everyone who saw this was surprised. He rubbed its belly, thinking, even though it's a larva, it's very soft and warm. A system notification appeared. Your internal organs feel pleased with the soft sensation and have given it a name. Ezekiel looked up. He He was a bit surprised. Queen Ophrys larva cuckoo. The system continued to display. Your internal organs applaud your improvisation in protecting the innocent heart of and grant you 500 health. Current health, 6,500. He held it up and said happily, from now on, your name is Cuckoo. His bright eyes looked at it. If you want to go out and play, you have to help me with something. Can you do it? It agreed in response. He smiled and shouted joyfully to everyone. Holding the baby bee high, he cheered. Everyone, let's go back to the camp. Everyone cheered with joy. The little one was happy too. Scene changed to the burnt-out forest. The trees have withered. Only a spirit in the forest remains, sitting there devastated. Collapsed. A spirit resentfully grabbed a handful of mud. Holding the ashes in its hand, it said angrily, "How dare you burn the forest? This didn't happen in my time. Our generation would never have dared to think of this." The spirit roared in anger. Really, kids these days? Power erupted, exploding loudly. The spirit roared in anger. I will definitely find you and make you pay the price. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring everything. In the hazy scene, the silhouette of an army appeared. The scene of billowing smoke obscuring everything, revealing a pristine mountain forest with a beautiful sky. The smoke gradually thinned and dissipated. The mighty army advanced with soaring morale. The camp was set up on flat land. Gadian rushed over like the wind as soon as he saw something. Ezekiel got off the hedgehog's back and said to Damien, "Knight Gadian is as consistent as ever, isn't he?" Damien the spiky tail also seemed to respond enthusiastically to his master. Gadian was excited to see Ezekiel, bowing and greeting him. "You have arrived." He calmly asked him about the camp situation. "Is there anything wrong in the camp? How are the wounded?" He replied while curiously looking at the small animal next to him. "Yes, they are resting, but..." Seeing his curiosity, Ezekiel proactively explained, "This little one, his name is Cuckoo, the queen Eros larva." Ezekiel spoke to Cuckoo. "Say hello, this is Knight Gadian." Cuckoo understood and greeted him. "Cucka?" He was a bit flustered by the current situation. "You mean the queen larva?" Ezekiel spoke to Cuckoo. "Cuckoo, we've arrived. This is the medical camp I told you about." While Cuckoo kept making its familiar sound, "Cucka." Gadian stroked his chin and exclaimed with surprised eyes, "Queen Eros." Ezekiel walked forward and ordered, "From now on, you must help me prevent infections and treat the wounded." Damien heard the order and replied, "Knight, prepare yourself." Gadian seemed not to understand and asked, "Sir, what do you mean?" Ezekiel looked at his friend. "Spiky tail, it's heavy, isn't it? Give it to me." Spiky tail cried out. Gadian exclaimed with a horrified expression, that giant hornet." Ezekiel smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the giant hornet tied securely on the cart. "It's the Queen Vesperos." Gadian was shocked. "But where did you get it?" He replied with amusement, "I picked it up on the way." He looked at the hornet, extremely puzzled. "What did you pick it up for?" Ezekiel placed a hand on his chin and answered with amusement, "To infuse in wine." He continued to be startled by Ezekiel. "Sir, wine?" Ezekiel's answer made the atmosphere incredibly surreal. Back to the camp scene, inside Ezekiel's tent. He was looking at the queen larva and said, how should I put this?" Cuckoo was also looking at him. Ezekiel, as if both explaining and instructing Cuckoo, said, "Once a month, you have to vomit that thing out from your stomach." Ezekiel spoke while thinking, that thing that Cuckoo vomits, when mixed with an ointment called 2-Van ointment used to treat burns and restore skin, will create a very powerful antibiotic ointment for external wounds. He continued, "I will use it to treat the injured people out there." Cuckoo replied in its language. He heard Cuckoo's reply and analyzed it himself. It says it will cooperate, but this is its first time vomiting, so it doesn't know how. Ezekiel looked at it a bit suspiciously. Cuckoo was extremely sad being looked at like that by Ezekiel. Cuckoo, he thought deeply, I didn't expect it not to know how to vomit. I thought it would cooperate, but we've hit this obstacle. Is there a way to make it vomit? Suddenly an idea flashed, making Ezekiel happy. Acupoint scan. Cuckoo was surprised. Ezekiel looked at Cuckoo to cast the skill. Stay still, Cuckoo. It looked at him. A notification appeared. Auxiliary feature 1. Acupoint scan. Ezekiel's eyes looked at Cuckoo. A notification appeared. Acupoint scan feature has detected a lockable target. In his eyes now appeared all of Cuckoo's acupoints. of Cuckoo. A notification appeared. Target lock successful. After successfully locking the target, Ezekiel picked up the needle and said, Cuckoo, do you want to try acupuncture? After the acupuncture, you'll be able to vomit. It looked at the needle in Ezekiel's hand with fear. Cucka! A terrified scream came from his tent. Ezekiel's hand held the needle and pierced Cuckoo's acupoint, a position corresponding to the wailing point on the human body, applying the principle of the Yom-Tov method to induce vomiting. Ezekiel was extremely focused. I will use the needle to strongly stimulate the main point and gently stimulate the opposite point. Meanwhile, Cuckoo trembled in his hand, its face pale with fear. Q-cap. He continued to needle the point. If I stimulate the vomit reflex correctly. A terrified scream again came from the tent of him. Cuckoo vomited out a sparkling green gem and fainted right after. Ezekiel still seemed more interested in what had just happened. All right, I thought it would be a liquid, but it turns out to be a gem. He thought, how interesting. Ezekiel moved closer to the gem. Moreover, it smells like chocolate mint. At that moment, Gideon suddenly entered his tent to announce, Master, the ingredients sent by the princess have arrived. Cuckoo was exhausted on the table. He was a little shocked by the scene he was seeing. Ezekiel sniffed the scent from the gem and said, how interesting. Ezekiel stood up with Cuckoo on his left shoulder and the gem in his right hand and said, now let's begin. He received the order, yes, master. Ezekiel and he went outside and, along with Damien, cooked the potion. He ordered Gideon the solution. He replied and handed him what he needed, yes, master. Ezekiel held the vial of solution in his hand and said, just add the ingredients Adeline's scent and Cuckoo's gem, and it's done. He poured the solution from the vial into the pot. From the pot, light and fragrance emanated. Ezekiel immediately ordered, Damien, now is the time. Hearing the order, he immediately rushed forward to lift the pot. He placed the pot next to the fire, while the other two stood far away and watched. He rushed forward with great energy. Cuckoo was also made excited by him. Ezekiel used all his strength to stir the solution in the pot vigorously. Gadin and Damien looked at him. Gadin spoke up, Master, let me do it. He replied with all his might while stirring the solution. No, I have to do it myself. Ezekiel was extremely worried. This time, I absolutely cannot fail. Cuckoo only spits out this gem once a month. If I fail, I'll have to wait a whole month. An image of the brutal battlefield littered with arrows appeared in his mind. During that time, the wounded will die from various infections. While Ezekiel was stirring the medicine, Damien and Gadin looked at each other and talked. He said, I'll take the night shift first. Suddenly he shouted with joy. It's a success. The sky was clear. Ezekiel's cheers echoed. Come on, it's done. Along with Cuckoo's sounds, he rejoiced. It's done. The soldiers also peeked curiously from behind while the three of them were cooking the solution. Ezekiel's hands trembled as he hugged the pot. He rejoiced. Haha, it's a success. Ezekiel said with his hands still trembling from exhaustion. Have you named this ointment yet? Of course I have. Do you want to know? Ezekiel, extremely proud, raised the jar of green solution to the sky. Since I made it, I will call it Ledekasol. Ezekiel was proud as he showed off his achievement, raising it proudly. The soldiers standing around were curious. Gadin clapped his hands in applause for him, while Damien was speechless. Notification boards appeared. You have successfully concocted Ledekasol, the first antibiotic in the history of the Lorizer continent. Ledekasol will be the pioneering shot, heralding the popularization and mass adoption of a completely new antibiotic treatment method. In addition, you will be recorded in medical books as the father of antibiotic treatment. Your internal organs, while rejoicing at your achievement, also grumbled, be more careful. Your internal organs reluctantly congratulated you on your achievement and gave you 800 health. Current health, 7,300. Ezekiel's face turned pale. He panted heavily. Someone shouted, Doc, Army Doctor, wake up. The soldiers stood in a neat line in front of the tent. It seemed they were all extremely tired and injured. The soldiers who came out had extremely satisfied and content faces. The soldiers who entered the tent had tired, frowning faces. Ezekiel smiled with great pride with Cuckoo on his shoulder and a gloved hand applying the green solution. Now it's time to apply the medicine. Don't move. The green solution flew straight to the wound of the injured soldier. The other soldiers were also touched by the green solution one by one at a super fast speed. The treated soldiers exclaimed, Ah, the pain is gone. The festering wound seems to be healing. Everyone started chanting, Long live the Army Doctor! Long live the Army Doctor! Ezekiel thought to himself, "Long live Ledekasol. Cheer for it, my bonus lifespan points." The chanting continued. "Long live the adorable cuckoo. Truly a miracle army doctor." 10 days later, Valois Fortress. In the room, someone was talking. "I am reporting on the war situation." The wooden stick pointed to the white horse piece on the map. "Currently, apart from minor skirmishes in the northeastern region, no major conflicts have occurred. Of course, the reason is that the main forces of the rebel faction are concentrating towards this Valois Fortress." Maravek said, "It seems they have no intention of avoiding a battle with us." The general replied, "Perhaps so." He thought indignantly, "I kept you by my side, despite the opposition of the court officials, because you are ambitious. And this is how you repay my favor. Zabalong, you bastard." He rubbed his forehead and asked, "Are there any other reports?" The general placed his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Recently, there has been a medical camp achieving strangely excellent results. In the past 2 months, the survival rate of the wounded there has exceeded 70. He shouted in astonishment. "What, 70%? The general continued to reply, "Moreover, rumors about that medical camp are spreading widely among soldiers of different units of the Royal Army." The general placed his hand on his chin and continued to speak amidst his astonishment. "No matter how injured they are on the battlefield, as long as they can get to the medical camp of the 21st Company, they will be saved. That belief is spreading, and the soldiers have even given that place a nickname." He asked curiously, "What nickname?" The general replied, "The soldiers call the 21st Company." Upon hearing that, the white-haired man was astonished. Someone was clutching a suitcase, clicking it. A group of people with Chandra as their leader spoke with suspicion. "Is this the recovery camp?" Someone answered, "I heard it's called that because of a fat army doctor called the Miracle Army Doctor." Chandra looked at the soldier with a satisfied face and gritted his teeth. "Ridiculous. What miracle? It's just a heretical cult." The follower behind him flattered. "Anyway, there's no army doctor better than Army Dr. Chandra." He was angry. "I don't understand why His Highness sent us here to learn more." Chandra was firm in his thought. "I will expose his fraudulent tricks." In the tent of the camp, Ezekiel was sleeping, snoring, and talking in his sleep. "My bonus lifespan points." His snoring kept the patient in the tent awake. "The snoring is too loud. I can't sleep." Gadden opened the door and entered the tent. He was immediately startled by Ezekiel's terrifying snores. He immediately calmed down and felt sorry for him. He has been treating patients all night, so he must be very tired. "My." Gadden approached and gently woke him. "Master," he answered in his sleep. Night, Gadden, what's the matter?" He replied, "The king is very pleased with our camp's achievements and has sent active-duty army doctors here to learn." Hearing that, he immediately woke up, looked around, and asked, "Wait, does that mean they're not new recruits?" "Great, just when I'm short on people, where are they?" Gadden replied, and he rushed out as fast as the wind. "They are outside the tent." Seeing the people he needed to meet, he was overjoyed. "Very pleased to meet you all. I am Army Dr. Lihan." Chandra and his group stopped abruptly. He was a little embarrassed after that introduction. "Huh." He scratched his head shyly. "Sorry, I got a little excited when I heard you were sent here to help." He asked enthusiastically, "May I ask your names?" Chandra replied, "Army Dr. Chandra." After hearing the answer, he immediately got down to business. He walked past Chandra. "You must be very tired after the long journey, but we need to assess the condition of the wounded first, so please follow me." He walked away under everyone's gaze. Seeing no one moving, he turned his head back and asked, "What are you all standing there for?" Chandra spoke up, "Army Dr. Lihan, please take us to our resting place first." Hearing that, he got angry. "The wounded are dying here, and you still want to rest?" He and Chandra faced each other. He said, "We came here under the king's order, bearing a noble mission. We have marched continuously for 6 days, yet upon arrival, you don't even let us rest. That's too much." He asked, "What did you say your name was just now?" He replied with a frown, "I said it's Chandra." He said, "Army Dr. Chandra." He continued, "So you mean I'm inconsiderate for making you work right away without letting you rest?" Chandra smiled smugly. "That's right." He was angry. A patient. He is Lihan, but also Ezekiel, and at the same time a doctor. He is currently very angry. Does a patient wait for the doctor to rest? He questioned, "I mean, how can you ask for a rest so easily?" Chandra showed an arrogant attitude. "Among the dying wounded, are there any nobles?" He doubted what he had just heard. "What?" He continued, "There probably aren't many noble officers." "There probably aren't many noble officers." "Ah, don't you classify nobles separately?" His face darkened. What do you mean? Chandra was still smug while he was clenching his fists, suppressing his anger. You haven't done that? It's disappointing that you can't even do the most basic things. Chandra was still gesturing wildly. The wounded are divided into two types, nobles and commoners. We must save the nobles to receive a handsome reward and fame. Unable to tolerate that arrogant ignorance any longer, he threw a punch. That fist flew straight into Chandra's face, sending him flying. He shouted angrily, "Shut up." Chandra's follower argued, "What the hell are you doing? Daring to hit someone, and a military doctor at that." The suitcase opened, and its contents fell out everywhere. Ezekiel spoke up. "Ever since I was in Korea, I've always believed one thing." He shouted indignantly, "Violence is evil." He waved his hand. "But for people like you, only a beating will make you understand." Suddenly someone spoke up, stepping forward to cut him off. "You dare to attack without saying a word. How? Outrageous." The person with Chandra's group threatened him. "Apologize to him, otherwise I will report to the higher-ups." Gadin and a soldier came out of the tent and were shocked by the scene before them. He asked for his name again. "Report to the higher-ups? For what reason?" The answer he got was, "Of course, to report your violent behavior." He spoke up. "Violence? What about your act of insubordination?" The person wondered, "Why is it insubordination?" He stated firmly, "You came here to learn under the king's order, but you didn't follow my instructions and just talked nonsense." He confidently crossed his arms. "Isn't that insubordination?" The person fell silent, seeming to understand a little. Chandra, who was knocked out, was taken to a bed, with his entourage busy and taking care of him. Chandra lay on the wooden bed with his face bruised from the recent beating. He opened his eyes and woke up. Chandra sat up, rubbing his head, and asked, "Where is this? What happened?" And received the answer, "You fainted after being hit, so we brought you to the rest tent." Chandra trembled with anger, thinking, he dares to look down on us. Unforgivable. I can't quell my anger when I think about how that freak made me. The best army doctor, second best. His close followers said, while the army doctor was unconscious, I heard a few things about Li Han from the soldiers here. They said that many wounded were saved without amputation. He questioned, no amputation? And yet the survival rate is up to 70%. The follower replied, it seems to be thanks to the ointment he applies to them. I think it's called lecithin. And that person continued. And they also said that he stabs them all over with thorns or sings strange songs while performing surgery without causing pain. Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Chandra stood up thinking, definitely. Chandra laughed gloatingly. It really is a heretical cult. Everyone looked at him with a confused expression, daring to hit someone at the first meeting. Everyone has been deceived. The follower laughed, seemingly pleased, not just the soldiers here, but also His Majesty. Chandra picked up his suitcase, wanting to carry it. With a bruised face, one hand carrying the suitcase and the other waving, he said, I will expose this dirty truth. The follower said, where are you going? In the quiet night, Chandra observed the camp. Chandra entered the tent quietly. By now, that heretic must be asleep. Seeing the patient on the bed, he thought, as expected, he doesn't even perform the basic post-operative care steps. Chandra's face was terrifying as he stared at the soldier on the bed. He is definitely a heretic. He held the surgical knife and smiled. I was taught that when injured or sick, the body produces a lot of bad blood. Chandra took the patient's hand, wanting to use the surgical knife on this person, because just by removing that bad blood, he can recover quickly. The disturbed soldier opened his eyes. Seeing the person in front of him, the soldier panicked. What the hell is this? Who are you? Chandra said, I am the new army doctor. Don't disturb my treatment. The soldier was worried. I was operated on by Army Dr. Li Han during the day and was told to rest. Chandra looked at the soldier contemptuously. You, a mere grunt, dare to question my treatment method? The soldier trembled. No, sir. The soldier thought, this person is completely different from the kind Army Dr. Rihan. Kind-hearted. Chandra's blade was raised. You should feel honored. Normally, you would never have the chance to be treated by me. Blood from the soldier's hand dripped into a bucket. Chandra smirked. Don't compare me. The best army doctor of the medical camp. His face became terrifying with that heretic. The air suddenly became hazy. The patient's hand trembled. The patient could no longer see clearly in the air filled with the smell of blood. The soldier trembled and spoke breathlessly. Doc, army doctor, I feel dizzy. Chandra, like a madman out of control, I will draw out all the bad blood so that new blood can circulate. You will recover quickly. This soldier became dizzy. Doc, army doctor, I really. He shouted, hey, you, stay awake. Ezekiel woke up in a daze. Ezekiel yawned widely. I had a strange dream, so I can't go back to sleep. He pulled back the blanket and got out of bed. Maybe I should go out and look at the night sky for a bit. The night space was quiet. Ezekiel walked while feeling angry. That bunch of army doctors, they turned out to be even worse than I thought. He looked at his fist. Don't think about those useless people anymore. Just let them roughly finish their service time and then be transferred back. I just need to accumulate more bonus lifespan and it'll be fine. Ezekiel opened the system panel and smiled with satisfaction. Hey, this is the first time I've accumulated more than 200 days of expected lifespan. At this rate, I'll probably accumulate more than a year of expected lifespan. What a relief. He skipped happily, singing, feeling less pressure from short life. Now I can live with less worry. Ezekiel was happy when a sound came from the tent. Hey, wake up, hey. He turned his head towards the sound, thinking, that's the single room area, right? In the tent, Chandra was holding a bloody knife and shouting, open your eyes. Ezekiel opened the door and saw the scene inside. The tent, He immediately noticed a knife. Could that be? Ezekiel saw the bucket of blood on the floor, bloodletting therapy. His face was indignant. That bastard used a needle. Chandra turned his face when he heard the noise. Who's there? He rushed over and pushed him away. Get out of the way. He looked at him angrily while he yelled, what the hell are you doing? Ezekiel scolded Chandra. Hey, what are you doing with my bonus lifespan? The loud noise from here had drawn a large crowd of soldiers. Very many. What the hell? I heard a loud noise, so I came to see. He argued stubbornly. What? I'm treating him. He was angry. You call that treatment? He argued back. This is none of your business. At this moment, the close follower entered, Medical Lieutenant Chandra. The follower questioned him while helping Chandra up. What's this trick again? Medical Lieutenant Rihan. Ezekiel ignored him and ran to the injured soldier. Ranks, are you okay? The soldier spoke weakly. Medical Lieutenant Rihan. He looked at the wound and made a judgment. The vein is cut. We need to stop the bleeding immediately. He immediately saw the things in the suitcase. Ezekiel pulled out a white cloth from it. He used the cloth to stop the soldier's bleeding. Seeing the soldier's weak condition, he got angry. Damn it. Ezekiel looked at the soldier's bloody arm with indignation in his heart. I can't believe I have to witness this crazy treatment method here, the kind that draws bad blood from the body and believes the body will recover. Chandra approached with a confident, arrogant look. The treatment process was clearly progressing very smoothly. So why do this? He rubbed his forehead, ignoring such a good treatment method, and then using violence to suppress an opponent. He couldn't listen anymore. Shut up. Ezekiel shouted angrily. This isn't treatment. It's attempted murder. It is. He turned and pointed at the people behind. You all take a look at this soldier's condition. Does he look like someone who is recovering? This wounded soldier is very weak. He is slowly dying from excessive blood loss. Ezekiel criticized their grave mistake, making them bow their heads. Is this what you call treatment? He was extremely furious. Although you call it treatment, you must have felt it, right? Something is completely wrong. So why won't you admit it? Are you afraid of tarnishing your illustrious reputation? Hearing this, he tried to argue back. Hey you. Ezekiel angrily shouted, if you don't want to be beaten to death, get out immediately. He could only shut his mouth. The injured soldier spoke weakly. Sir Medical Lieutenant, I can't take it anymore. He looked back, what? His expression was panicked. Ezekiel shouted, hey Ranks, wake up. Damien Godin. The loud noise brought Godin and Damien over. The two of them ran into the tent. Godin spoke up. Young master, what's wrong? He was panicked. Quick, get over here now. Ezekiel ordered, Damien, lift Ranks' legs so the remaining blood is maximally concentrated in the vital organs and brain. He acknowledged the order. Right, I understand. He continued to speak. Sir Godin, the vein is severed. Stitch it up immediately. He also immediately acknowledged the order. Right. The three of them were trying their best to provide treatment. A notification panel appeared. Begin checking pulse. Ezekiel looked at the soldier, scanning. The system panel glowed red, synthesizing expert opinion. The patient is currently in a state of severe blood loss. Approximately 30% of the body's blood has been lost. Due to reduced oxygen supply to the brain, the patient has lost consciousness. Red system panels appeared. Blood pressure has dropped to a dangerous level. Peripheral circulatory shock has occurred, including coldness in the extremities and reduced peripheral blood circulation. He looked at the notification panel and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, this is real trouble. An immediate blood transfusion is needed, but there are no direct injection needles, blood tubes, or anything necessary here. Ezekiel picked up a scalpel. Is this the only way left? A line of blood flowed from his hand. Godin, astonished and terrified, watched him cut his own arm. Oh "Oh my God." He said to him, "Dry it up quickly." He acknowledged the order. "Yes." Ezekiel put his bleeding hand to his mouth. A system panel appeared. "Your 5 viscera and 6 bowels are terrified by this crazy stunt." The system panels continued to appear. "Hey, are you crazy? Guys, this person has finally lost his mind. Is he planning to make the soldier drink his blood? How can that be considered a blood transfusion? Nowadays, people transfuse blood via Wi-Fi." He thought, "Shut up, I need to concentrate." A system panel appeared. "Your 5 viscera and 6 bowels are exploding with a million question marks at your action. Worried about your mental health and sending 100 blood as encouragement. Current blood, 7,400. Ezekiel thought, activate the magic circle in the system slot. He looked at the notification panel before him. Activate the storage function of the magic circle slot. Current status, magic circle slot is empty, ready for storage function. Substance being absorbed. Human chain link, H+ detected, material detected, activating storage in a magic circle. Isno. In Ezekiel's mind, he thought, the answer is obviously yes. The system announced, storing material into slot number 1. A circuit board panel appeared. The system announced, slot number 1. Human blood, now H+ 0.06 liters out of 10 liters. He said to Damien, it's done now, step aside. Ezekiel thought, if I transfuse blood by combining it with mana. His hand touched the acupoint on the soldier's foot. The Yonquan acupoint is considered the body's second heart. It's the most perfect choice. Ezekiel counted slowly, starting slowly with 0.01 liters. The system was displaying the heart rate, blood volume. A red light appeared. Ezekiel transferred power through the acupoint on the sole of the foot. It's a success. He continued his work, continued transfusing blood slowly. Don't let the process be interrupted. The soldier's hand moved slightly. A notification panel appeared. Patient Zhang's, your emergency blood transfusion recipient, has overcome the critical stage of hemorrhagic shock. Ezekiel was overjoyed as he read the notification panel. It worked. It really worked. Notification panels appeared one after another. You have performed an incredibly selfless act, sacrificing your own blood to save another's life. In addition, many have witnessed the scene of a person about to pass through the gates of death being revived by your treatment. The surrounding soldiers were overjoyed. Medical lieutenant, it's really the medical lieutenant. Notification panel. To those who do not know about the Astrahan Mindheart technique and the ancient magic circle slot, your actions will be seen as a sacred miracle. The attendants who came with Chandra were surprised. Impossible. How could something like this happen from a mistake? He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally did it. The onlookers who had been watching exclaimed, so that rumor was true? A miracle really happened. Godin exclaimed, young master, that was amazing. Ezekiel's vision suddenly became blurry. He couldn't take it anymore. Overdid it again, this weak body. The surroundings were now full of noise, and Chandra's close attendant stepped out of the tent. Young master, are you all right? Medical lieutenant, please accept me as your disciple. Medical lieutenant, you've fainted. The attendant gave a sinister smile. To be able to save a patient just by touching, it's truly a miracle. That person looked up at the starry sky. A crow flew down and landed on his arm. The sky was full of crow feathers. I will report it in full. In a room somewhere, someone spoke. A miracle happened? Right in a military camp for wounded soldiers of the kingdom's army. The soldier bowed and replied, according to information transmitted by Pigeon, a medic saved a dying soldier just by touching Chandra's body. Someone spoke, touching the soldier's body without using any tools? The soldier, still bowing, replied, yes, my lord. Chandra saved the dying soldier with his bare hands. The person called the master seemed disdainful. Humph, isn't that an exaggerated rumor? The soldier replied, the spy planted in the kingdom's army witnessed the scene with his own eyes. The person called the master seemed to be drawing something. A person who can save the dying with just a touch of his hands. Surely that person deserves to be called a saint who creates miracles. He continued, startling the soldier with what he heard. A monarch supported by a saint? If that person were under my command, it would be a great support for the rebel army. He stopped his pen, admiring his work. That saint. His face made it impossible to know his intentions. I want to have him. In the tent, a conversation was taking place. One person ordered, no matter what expensive conditions must be offered, it must be done. The other person acknowledged the order. Yes, my lord. The soldier stepped out, leaving him in the room to think. It's hard to believe there's a saint who can save people by touch. He thought, originally, rumors are often exaggerated. He held a paintbrush. The most important thing is that people respect and admire that saint. He continued to paint and think, if I keep such a person by my side, I can win the support of the people. Then, this war can definitely be turned around. We will seize victory. His brushstrokes quickened. When there was a slight disagreement with the Magentano Empire, they hastily bowed in submission, even offering the royal family as hostages. He was indignant. What a disgrace to the kingdom and the people, that weak Merovingian bloodline. It can't be allowed to exist any longer in Wikanongboa. Any longer. He looked at something, his face fearsome with sharp yellow eyes. I will definitely pull him down from the throne. In a tent, someone's voice was heard, so you promised to provide the best treatment, just for me to join the rebel army. The reply came, that's right. Ezekiel was suspicious. Are you sane? He received an answer. This is an official offer. Ezekiel looked at the situation before him and thought, it's so bold for a rebel army spy to come all the way here. Moreover, the spy's identity is even a dispatch medic. That person said, if you swear allegiance to my lord, the highest honor and glory will be yours. Ezekiel questioned, my lord, Zabulon, it's too obvious and blatant. If I shout that there's a rebel spy here, what do you plan to do? That person replied confidently, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not the only spy. Even if I'm executed, someone else will continue the mission and make this offer. He rubbed his forehead, thinking, why does Zabulon want me? He recalled recent events. Could it be because of the rumor that I can save people just by touching them? Ezekiel focused his thoughts, thinking carefully, this isn't necessarily a bad offer, is it? Things are in a stable phase here, so extending my lifespan is also slower. Ezekiel took an abacus from his pocket and placed it on the table. Wait a minute. That person saw it and broke into a cold sweat. An abacus? Why is that thing here? His eyes lit up. Now, let me calculate a bit. Ezekiel moved the abacus beads, the numbers running through his head. Thinking carefully, I've already gotten everything I need from the kingdom's army. His hands and brain worked at full capacity, calculating. There are additional skills, and I've accumulated a good amount of lifespan and blood rewards. There's also the healing hand skill. Maybe I'll stay with the rebel army for a month, rake in more lifespan rewards, then bolt straight back to the imperial capital. His hands calculated on the abacus at lightning speed. Added lifespan, back to the imperial palace. Just need to cancel the disguise spell, and no one will remember the medic's saint or anything. Ezekiel calculated carefully. So, if I join the rebel army, the benefits will be double the lifespan reward, skill points for medical practice, points, more points, unlock new skills. He bowed his head and smiled with a cunning look. I'm getting smarter and smarter. Ezekiel replied, I'll do it. That person was startled. What is this medic? I thought he would hesitate and consider more. He propped himself up with his hands. Well then, if I join the rebel army. Ezekiel negotiated with a terrifying face. What can you guarantee? That person was flustered, about that. Ezekiel circled behind him as he answered. That person thought, actually, I haven't prepared to that extent. He paced back and forth behind him with a threatening face. Didn't you just tell me to join, promising to give me the best treatment? He brought his face close to that person's. You don't know how to do business? That person didn't know how to answer. I'm only in charge of making the offer. About that, he continued, silencing the man. Oh my, not prepared at all. He pressured the man, making him panic. You're fundamentally bad at business. And hey, if you want to do business, don't come empty-handed like this. Ezekiel completely dominated him. You should at least bring a doctor's kit or 500 vis or something. Then Ezekiel let him go. All right, go back to your lord and bring back clear, specific conditions. That person was still bewildered. I understand. Ezekiel raised his hand threateningly, making the man fall silent in confusion. Stop dawdling. This is very stressful for me too, you know? Betrayal is not an easy thing to do, understand? That person went outside, and he continued his threats. Right or not? That person didn't dare to object to his words. Yes, of course. Ezekiel was pleased, putting his feet up on the table and waving goodbye. If you understand, then hurry up and go tomorrow. That person stepped out of the tent with a sense of relief. After walking a fair distance, he turned his head to look back at the tent, thinking, is he really a saint or just a madman? That night, Ezekiel immediately summoned Damien and Gaudin. Damien, Gaudin, I have something to tell you. Ezekiel sat at the table and seriously told them something that left them speechless. I'm thinking of joining the rebel army. Godin was panicked and compared his temperature to his. Do you have a fever? And Damien was just as shocked. Have you really lost your mind? Ezekiel calmly replied to them, No, I'm serious. Rebel army spies come every day. He told the two about the huge benefits. They said they'll give me a house, land, and a lot of money too. Damien spoke up. If you're truly serious, I want to stop you. Ezekiel wondered why. He replied, because morally, this is not right. You came here with the intention of helping Ongboa with goodwill, dedicated to caring for the wounded soldiers of the kingdom's army. He continued, and now you intend to join the rebel army. Does that make any sense at all? He listened and seemed to ponder a little. He lost his composure and shot up from his seat. Really? Why are you being like this? Ezekiel looked at him with a steady gaze. Aren't the soldiers of the rebel army also the people of Ongboa? As the crown prince of Magentado, I have no obligation to be loyal to the Ongboa kingdom's army, the rebel army, or the kingdom's army. To me, they are both just foreign powers. He thought, it's absurd, but there's also reason to admit it. Ezekiel wrote something on a piece of paper while replying, making the listener nod. Our treatment camp has been quiet lately, hasn't it? Almost no new wounded soldiers are coming. Recently, both sides have just been probing each other and confronting each other before Valois Fortress. That's why. He continued, our camp has mostly passed the dangerous phase and entered a stable phase. The work with the kingdom's army seems to be almost complete. Now we just need to go to the other side to treat the neglected wounded, then return to Magentano. Ezekiel looked at Damien with a slightly inhuman face. Let's go, I get it. He sighed helplessly. The trump card has to be played. The life of a mercenary. What can you do? Damien looked at him reluctantly, while he laughed cheerfully. All right, you've thought correctly. Godin was crying his eyes out. Your Highness, I'm truly moved. He lit up with a strong, positive fire, taking notes. The ones who need treatment are not allies or enemies, but simply patients. Another note. Ezekiel handed the scroll to him and said, Godin, please deliver this to the princess for me. He immediately got excited, his thoughts flying far. Could be a love letter? He angrily hit him. What love letter? He opened the letter for him to see. I have to let the princess know that I'm returning to Magentano. I can't just disappear suddenly here. While I'm sending the letter, tell them to send the Queen Bee wine to the imperial capital using the Dawn Horse transport service. Ezekiel ordered, I don't want the wounded soldiers to find out, so prepare quickly. A strong wind blew. The carriage wheels rolled on the trail. The soldiers who read the letter he left behind were moved to tears. Lord Medic, I haven't even had a chance to thank you. Ezekiel, in the carriage, turned his head to look back and smiled. Live well, my rewards from the kingdom's army. 3 days later, on a barren, scorching hot land, a camp was ahead. The three of them had arrived. A soldier greeted them. The Lord is inside. He has ordered that only the medic is allowed in, so please go alone. Damien whispered worriedly to him, Your Highness, but he is the leader of the rebel army. Are you really okay going in alone? But Ezekiel was not afraid at all and even seemed interested. It's fine. They want me. Would they dare to harm me? Besides, I have my trump card. Don't worry, my trump card. He walked into the tent alone. From inside the tent, someone spoke. A pleasure to meet you. Ezekiel froze for a moment upon hearing the voice. You are Zabalong, the patriot so crazy about restoring Ongboa, right? The person inside walked towards Ezekiel and thanked him for coming. Zabalong welcomed him. The medic called a saint, the leader of the Ongboa rebel army, Zabalong Flambeyer. He extended his hand towards him with a smiling, yet dangerous face. The space was filled with pressure. Ezekiel swallowed. What a terrifying pressure. The two shook hands. He spoke first. I am also very honored to meet you, the heart of the revolution. He replied, I'm glad you are willing to join my cause. He continued, I have welcomed you with great respect, so from now on, the medic saint will not need to do difficult tasks like handling the blood and gore of soldiers anymore. Ezekiel replied while looking up at him, It's fine, I'm okay. He said, Instead, there's one thing you must do. An invisible pressure existed between the two. He wondered, something I must do? Ezekiel and his subordinates stood at the camp. The soldiers were on patrol duty. Seeing his master looking around, Damien spoke up to ask, What's wrong with you? Seeing his words being ignored, he shouted angrily. Ezekiel quickly approached, placing a hand on his lips to signal for silence, as if it were a cautious matter. Shoo, which confused Damien. Then he flailed his arms and legs with all sorts of signals, making his two subordinates sigh. Because someone might be eavesdropping on us. I'll use hand signals. Godin also obeyed and used hand signals. So they intend to hand over the wounded soldiers for you to treat? Realizing the problem, Damien also chimed in urgently. I told you, it's best we return to the imperial capital. Seeing this, Ezekiel frowned angrily. I can't even believe it. Two streams of tears flowed tragically down his face. Even with sign language, his emotions were clear. Who knew he would use me to propagate his revolutionary spirit? The patrolling soldiers saw the three of them, making strange gestures, and peeked at them in confusion. Remembering just now, earlier, when Ezekiel was shaking hands and talking with Zabalon. Something I must do. Now I will give you an important mission. His eyes were full of danger, like a cunning old fox. That is to declare to the whole world. Zabalon looked at him with anticipation and said, A noble person like you supports my revolutionary spirit. He continued to speak, despite Ezekiel now sweating profusely with worry. We will build a new world together. 10 days later, on the plain overlooking Balua Fortress, you just need to stand there and boldly declare according to my instructions. Zabalon's excited face asked him again, How about it? Isn't it great? In contrast, Ezekiel forced a smile, realizing the problem, and thought to himself, Great my foot. A forced smile, but his heart was full of anxiety, looking for a way to escape. Heavens, I'm doomed. I didn't expect to be used like this. I have to escape right now. Ezekiel pulled his hand back and replied, I have something to say. He immediately gave permission. Speak. He put on a pitiful look, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. My lover said if I don't go see her before this weekend, she'll break up with me. But Ezekiel received a reply with a cold, hard truth. You don't have a lover. This truth was like a knife stabbing him, causing Ezekiel to suffer. So single, but unexpectedly, Zabalon said, You want to go see your lover for a bit? Well, something like that, right? Ezekiel nodded his head vigorously in anxiety. That's right. He anticipated everything and asked, If it's a prearranged marriage, you probably won't come back here? He was startled and raised his hand to deny it. Oh no, but Zabalon affirmed, Medic Lachiel, I know your heart well. You want to fulfill your duty of caring for the wounded. Soldiers. He turned his back to leave and said, his heart full of distrust. But I hope you understand, I can't assign that task to you right now. Before you make the declaration, if your participation in the rebel army is exposed, it will be very troublesome. Ezekiel immediately asked, Do you think that if my identity is revealed beforehand, the declaration will be less effective? Zabalon smiled coldly and said, You guessed right. He turned his head and said affirmatively, Your declaration must be powerful enough to shake the revolutionary army. Ezekiel asked in confusion, Why? Then why don't you make me declare my support right now? Zabalon also frankly told the truth, because the time is not yet ripe. After hearing this, he became even more confused and asked again, The time? What do you mean by the time? Zabalon calmly explained to him, Lachiel, I mean when you truly support me. I hope your declaration of support contains even a little bit of sincerity. No, it must have sincerity. He explained with a very scary, scheming face, because only then can it move the hearts of the people. Ezekiel shivered and asked him, What do you mean? Zabalon came closer and said to him in a challenging tone, I will give you 10 days to deeply experience the rebel army. After that, you will sympathize with my ideals and goals, and at that time, your declaration of support will surely have some sincerity. He continued to speak, ignoring Ezekiel, who was terrified and sweating profusely. Are you worried about not fulfilling your duty as a medic? That's not what I was thinking. The continuous warnings made him widen his eyes and tremble. Seeing you so uneasy, I will let you fulfill your duty. From now on, you will be my personal medic by my side 24/7. Ezekiel thought anxiously. It's over. The three of them huddled together as Ezekiel cried and recounted the story. So that's how it came to this. From now on, I have to sleep with that guy. You two have to live in the same room. What do we do now? They schemed and planned together. There's no other way. We have to bolt straight back to the capital. But there's a problem. On the way here, I saw that this place is very heavily guarded. Even if we choose the darkest time of night, a secret escape seems impossible. These things were extremely secret, so they communicated by writing on paper. Moreover, he's sticking to me 24/7, so there's no way out. Ezekiel picked up a pen and wrote. Yeah, I know. He sat worriedly, images of Zabalon and Damien appearing. One would harm him, one would save him. This place is guarded so tightly it's suffocating. If Damien weren't a sword saint, secretly escaping would be impossible. Ezekiel seriously affirmed to everyone, "Just trust me, I'll handle this." In response to his attitude was Damien's mockery. He held up a piece of paper, making him fume with anger. "I trust you, and now look at the mess we're in." Ezekiel turned away, his hands still writing, making. His two subordinates asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Then he held up the paper, stunning them. "Even if it's a dead end, we still have to put on a show." Ezekiel's face was pale, his smile forced, his eyes welling with tears as he pulled back the curtain and said, "It's getting late, so I'm going to bed." He left them in the tent with their negative thoughts. It's hopeless. A starry night with a full moon at a magnificent castle. A soldier holding a letter in his hand hurriedly went. Inside, Pedro quickly bowed to the wise emperor. The king sitting on the throne replied, "It's very late." Hearing this, he knew his mistake and was worried but still said, "I had to collect and synthesize the information, so I deserve death." Astelion gave permission and asked, "Information? Report quickly." Pedro quickly replied, "Your Majesty, this is the 107th periodic report. First, 5 days ago, His Highness the Prince left the wounded soldiers' camp of the Mboa Kingdom's army, also known as the recovery camp." The emperor was surprised to hear this and asked again, "Left the recovery camp? Why?" Pedro, holding the letter, bowed his head and said worriedly, "When we first received the report, we couldn't guess His Highness the Prince's purpose. Therefore, it took some time to collect and analyze more information." The emperor calmly asked, "The conclusion is the prince will soon return to Magentano." Pedro continued to report. "According to the report from the informants planted in the recovery camp, the prince sent a farewell letter to Princess Mboa." Hearing this, Emperor Astelion was surprised and ordered, "A farewell letter? Report in detail." At this point, Pedro opened the scroll and held it up to read. "Your Majesty, he told Princess Mboa that he had completed everything he needed to do here. Perhaps it's time to return to Magentano. In addition, he also asked for a large barrel of steeped wine to be transferred to Magentano." He asked him, "That's all, right?" The conversation came to an end, and the emperor allowed him to withdraw. "Yes, Your Majesty, today's report ends here." "I see. You may withdraw." Pedro received the order and bowed. "I am very grateful. I will take my leave." After he left, the emperor sat in deep thought, raising his hand to his chin, his mouth smiling with satisfaction. Then he burst out laughing, raising both hands and shouting excitedly, "Now my son has returned. Hurry back and show me that you are safe and sound." The loud laughter echoed, startling those behind the door. "Ha ha ha." But who would have thought that the prince, at this moment, was lying haggard and wide-eyed with worry? "At this rate, I'll probably never get back to the imperial capital," Ezekiel cried, his hands clenched like a child asking for help. "Sobi, Sobi, Sobi. Life is really—" Zabalong, who had been sitting next to him for some time, spoke up, startling Ezekiel so much he pulled the blanket over himself in fear. "You're awake?" Then he sat up and looked at him, saying, "I will conduct the morning examination right now." In his mind, he was on guard. He's following me 24/7. Ezekiel scratched his head and laughed, trying to act. "No need. I am a sword saint. You know that well." In contrast to his outward appearance, he gritted his teeth in anger inwardly. "Then why are you sleeping with me?" "I couldn't get a wink of sleep." Zabalong spoke with confidence. "That's right. No one understands their own body better than themselves." Ezekiel also got out of bed and said hesitantly, Is that so?" He looked at him and said cheerfully, "Let's go have breakfast first." On the dining table, the dishes looked incredibly appetizing and eye-catching. Were laid out. Zabalong raised his head and drank from his wine glass, making Ezekiel watch him warily. Then he swirled the wine in his glass and said, "I'm done eating. You can take your time." Ezekiel obediently replied, "Yes, yes." He felt that he couldn't even eat properly, anxious and scared because of the constant gaze. "Ah, how can I eat when you're staring at me like this?" Ezekiel quickly put his hands on the table and said, "I'm done eating." As if waiting for just that, Jabalong lifted his chin and said, "If you have finished eating, can you answer my question?" He hesitated, confused, and asked, "Yes, what question is it?" He gave a smile, then said gently, "Just a simple question," starting with a question that sounded very heavy. If Ezekiel now looked at him and thought, this feeling is so familiar. I think I've seen this scene somewhere before. Jabberlong raised his wine glass, looked up, and said in an ambiguous tone, Military Dr. Lacuel must choose between these two things. Which one will you choose? Ezekiel gradually remembered and became a little worried. Is this Jabberlong's question? The wine glass reflected Ezekiel's image. He said coldly, the first choice is for the military doctor to sacrifice himself. He continued, looking at Ezekiel's face. One could guess these were difficult choices. But the military doctor's family will have to suffer the most humiliating and disgraceful end and will be spat upon by the world, cursed for generations to come. Jabberlong stood up and indifferently dropped the wine glass. The dark red wine spilled on the table, signaling a bad omen. The second choice is to sacrifice others. The pool of dark red wine looked like pools of blood. He then presented the condition. The military doctor will not have to bear any prosecution or responsibility. On the contrary, he will be praised as a hero who made a bold decision, his name remembered for eternity. Jabberlong held the empty wine glass, his hand tightening, bluntly awaiting the answer. This is my question. Think carefully before you answer. His fearsome face was full of threat, as either choice was truly ruthless. Which one will you choose? After presenting the two choices, he said nonchalantly, Why don't you answer? You don't need to think for long. Ezekiel was put in a difficult position, his face emotionless as he thought. I know, if I can't give him the answer he wants. He raised his hand to his neck, thinking in fear. My head will immediately fly off. But he quickly tried to overcome his fear and asked him back. You mean I have to choose one of two paths? One is to sacrifice myself and endure disgrace. The other is to slaughter countless others to achieve honor, right? In response to Ezekiel's question, he said indifferently and concisely, That's right. What he knew about him was an emotionless demon, Jabberlong. He was a suspicious man, not easily trusting even his close associates. When he found someone he needed to place closest to him, he would definitely ask this question, but no one ever answered it correctly. This was not the first time Jabberlong had asked this question. Those who did not give him the desired answer had to lose their lives, and even Jabberlong himself did not know what the right answer was. His massacring face appeared very satisfied. Although he did not know the answer to his own question, he at least knew the worst wrong answer, which was to hesitate between the two paths he offered. Anyone who did not satisfy him was mercilessly slaughtered, even if it was someone he had intended to make a close associate. If they reacted that way, he would immediately behead them. These things had created a demon in the guise of a real person. At this moment, Jabberlong was still cheerful, his eyes expectant. Surely, you can't make a decision? Ezekiel's face darkened as he thought. The answer he wants is, he stammered out, you. Then, without restraint, he angrily slammed the table and shouted loudly, You bastard, that's just too fucking awful. After hearing this, Jabberlong's eyes narrowed in anger. Huh? He shot up, his hand ready to draw his sword and take his life. His eyes, filled with killing intent, pointed his sword and said coldly, You gave an answer that wasn't even an option. How truly disrespectful. Ezekiel, having accidentally provoked a fierce tiger, fearfully tried to save the situation. I just said what I thought. In his heart, he still didn't understand his own actions. Was this answer truly from the heart? But strangely, Jabberlong stood still, contemplating. I should be angry, but I'm not. The sword in his hand lowered accordingly. Has anyone ever dared to speak so disrespectfully to my face like that? He sheathed his sword, his body feeling unusual emotions, which were even stirring in his heart. Why? First, I've survived. Jabberlong sat with his head bowed, his mind in a turmoil of thoughts. I must be very confused to hear the answer to the question I've spent my whole life searching for at a moment near death from someone else's mouth. Unexpectedly, he spared Ezekiel's life after he uttered those disrespectful words. He calmly poured wine and said, So that's how it is. All right, you may leave. He continued to warn. It's best you don't let me see you today. Having escaped death, he breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. Just as he stepped out of the tent, Ezekiel felt relieved and grateful, trying to figure out his next move. That was a close call, but how do I escape now? A young man appeared and gestured. Military Dr. Lacuel, this way please. Still shaken, he asked in confusion. Go where? Ezekiel was startled, looking in panic towards the place he had just escaped from death's door. He told me not to appear before him, but my tent is right next to his. At this rate, he'll see me with just a glance. In his heart, fear made tears stream down as he silently prayed for help. Gadin, Damien, save me. Back to Jabberlong. He was swirling his wine glass, sitting and thinking restlessly. I used to believe that changing the world could only be done with blood. Strange thoughts appeared in his head that even he found hard to understand. Yet now I feel disgusted by the very thing I believed in. Jabberlong's gaze was as sharp as a bullet. The wine glass in his hand had been crushed at some point. The thoughts made him exclaim, "How ridiculous!" A powerful squeeze sent shards and wine scattering, flowing like a stream. Outside the camp, it was still being guarded. Gadin stood up from the bushes outside the forest, watching intently. "Damien, shouldn't we get His Highness out of here? He left Jabberlong's place and went into the adjacent tent 3 days ago. He was so worried he couldn't sit still. For the crown prince to have to serve someone like that, it's truly unacceptable." Damien, also standing nearby, replied, "Right now, there's no other way. We can only trust in His Highness." He looked at Gadin, who at some point had started crying like a child out of worry for the crown prince. A patrolling soldier holding a lantern noticed a sound in the bushes and shouted, "Who's there?" He looked into the bushes but saw no movement. Confused, he asked himself then left. What was that? A stray cat? Behind the bushes, Gadin and Damien were too scared to breathe. He sighed to himself. To think we come all this way just to do things like this. The sky had brightened, the sun was high. Ezekiel peeked his head out of the tent, looking cheerfully at the soldiers. Seeing the guards like this, that guy must still be inside. He hasn't come out for 2 days. If it's now, I can escape. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Today I want to go for a little walk." Ezekiel cursed inwardly. Damn it. Then he looked up obediently at the figure. Yes, greetings, sir." Jabberlong gestured for his subordinate to step back. "You stay here." He immediately obeyed. "As you command." Then he crossed his arms, looking at Ezekiel with a threatening gaze, and said, "Military Dr. Lachiel, how long do you plan to save like that?" It made him tremble in fear and say, "I'll get ready right away." The two of them went to a very scenic place. Ezekiel was panting, out of breath, thinking to himself. He clearly said a walk, but this is mountain climbing. Jabberlong suddenly called out, "Military Dr. Lachiel." He replied, surprised, "Yes." He said, strangely gentle, "I've been thinking constantly about the disrespectful answer you gave, and I have finally come to a conclusion." Jabberlong looked at him kindly again. "I accept your answer." Ezekiel was a little surprised by this change and said, Is that so?" Looking into his eyes, he thought to himself, "His eyes are still in turmoil, huh?" His bandaged hand placed on his chest. Jabberlong looked at him and voiced his long-held thoughts. Any sacrifice is noble, whether it is a sacrifice desired by oneself or for some reason or another. Ezekiel watched as his hand clenched. Because the more blood is shed in sacrifice, the nobler we become. But in his thoughts, he blurted out bluntly, "What is sophistry?" That's right, he didn't come to this realization on his own, but heard the answer he'd been searching for his whole life from someone else's mouth. How pitiful. But Ezekiel was also just waiting for this moment to have a chance to escape. The difficulty is escaping from this guy. I just hope he has an opening because of these thoughts. That would be great. The moment I get a chance, I'll run. He asked in a cool voice, "But why is your hand injured?" Jabberlong immediately made an excuse. "Just a small mistake during training." Ezekiel was surprised because this was unlikely to happen and offered to examine it. "A mistake with a sword? Who would believe that? First, let me examine the wound for you, may I?" He turned away and flatly refused. "No need. It's just a small wound. It will heal if left alone. You don't need to worry about it." Hearing that, he was also taken aback, scratching his cheek and asking, "Even though I'm your personal doctor?" Looking at him, Ezekiel felt a confusing sense of uselessness. What does he mean by telling his personal doctor not to worry? This is so awkwardly uncomfortable. I have to say something. Ezekiel quickly looked around, breathing in the air and acting out, "Ah, what a refreshing breeze." Jabberlong once again walked into his comedic act, making him just sigh. "There is no wind right now." But Ezekiel didn't stop there and did it again. The air is so refreshing." He didn't pay any attention, and it backfired on him as he sneezed from a large cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Why is there suddenly so much dust? Jabberlong glanced back and smiled with satisfaction. Military Dr. Lachiel is completely different from me. The things he did, treating him with such carefree and unrestrained actions, made Jabberlong feel completely different from the subordinates I have with me now. We've only been together for a few days, and yet it's so comfortable. Like this. When was the last time I let my guard down like this? Or is this the first time? He whipped his head around and looked at Ezekiel seriously. The answer this person gave, is it really the answer I've been searching for? I want to deny it, but it seems I've already thought so. A sharp, judgmental, and intense gaze was fixed on him. If so, what kind of relationship do I want to have with this person, a close associate or a confidant? The thoughts rushed into Jabberlong's mind, but they were all wrong answers. No, he closed his eyes and smiled, completely letting go of his guard. Friends, he said, military Dr. Lachiel, I'm telling you, I actually wanted to be a painter. Ezekiel was confused, imagining he had some mental problem. Suddenly telling stories about the old days. Why is this guy acting so friendly? Jabberlong looked out at the fields with mountains behind them, expressing his feelings. Really, I've loved to draw since I was little. I may look like this, but I can still draw pretty well now. Ezekiel immediately asked back, so may I ask why you took up the sword and became a sword master? Since when did Jabberlong start talking to him like a friend, pouring his heart out? It was because of abuse. Ezekiel was also surprised and asked, abuse? A gentle breeze blew by along with Jabberlong's confession. Every night my father would beat me with a whip so that I wouldn't become a painter. But I still didn't give up, even though my father was resolute. He was no pushover. I think it was when I was 12, I made a bet with my father. He recalled his childhood when his talent for painting was revealed. If I passed the entrance exam to art school, I would be allowed to pursue my dream. But if I failed, I would obey my father's will and take up the sword. Ezekiel said bluntly, you failed. Remembering that time, Jabberlong held the acceptance letter in his hand, his eyes sparkling with joy. No, I passed. Is that so? But something unexpected made him astonished and disbelieving. My father nullified the exam results. He secretly abused his authority, and then my admission to the art school was permanently canceled. At that time, he appeared right by his father's corpse. A sword had pierced through him, and 10 days later, my father was dead. Ezekiel speculated in horror. Don't tell me you killed him. But Jabberlong's vague and evasive answer seemed to lighten his heart as he said, I don't know. I'll leave it to your imagination. Ezekiel bowed, his face drenched in fearful sweat, not knowing what scheme he was plotting to behave like this. He's suddenly talking about these things. I just want to escape quickly. Jabberlong turned to question him. As expected, you're not very interested in my story. He hurriedly waved his hands to clarify. I'm not. He wasn't angry at all and said, I understand. Who would genuinely care about someone else's unhappy childhood? Then he held up his bandaged hand. Never mind that, but take a look at my wound for a bit. It seems to be getting worse. Ezekiel was confused, remembering he just said it wasn't necessary. Yes. He unwrapped the bandage and suddenly exclaimed, ugh. Jabberlong immediately asked, what is it? Looking at the scraped and reddened stab wound, Ezekiel guessed. It looks like it's about to become cellulitis. He used his glowing eyes to scan and analyze. Having confirmed the location of the wound, let me check it in more detail. The system panel appeared, indicating beginning pulse diagnosis. Scanning. Pulse diagnosis results are available. Jabberlong's information appeared, summarized concisely. General examination report. Subject Jabberlong Flambert and Bohr. Race human. Gender male. Age 37. Height 193.4 centimeters. Weight 91.9 kilograms. Blood type Rh plus AB. Ezekiel exclaimed in amazement. His physical condition is too outstanding, and he's younger than me. Realizing something, Ezekiel marveled. At this, the crown prince inside jumped for joy looking at the notification panel. It appeared the chance to escape.